Swan's actions were, as a result, indirectly helping him. "I'll have to finish this up first." Crow Mask walked toward Swan, leaving behind his desire to grasp the purpose of Skull Mask. With a light swipe of his hand, the debris piled up everywhere was pushed to the side. A moment later, he found Swan lying in tatters. She was still breathing. "Your struggle has been in vain." Swan's breath was so uneven and forced that it threatened to give out at any moment. Not only were her injuries serious, they were also worsened by the excessive aura she gathered by burning her very life force. Gravity control. This is the end. As Crow Mask said that, he sensed a great deal of heat surging towards himself. An unbelievably powerful wave of flame flooded the tower. Purified fire licked over every inch of his body and incinerated everything on the floor. Boom! The firestorm abated and Crow Mask appeared a little away from where it passed. His cape crumbled apart into ashes, the sacrifice for his survival. When he noticed a huge amount of mana moving, he hurriedly invoked space movement magic. But he was just a little bit too late. He could only rely on using a spell he had precast and memorize. Only one spell remained in it now. What the hell was? Crow Mask muttered after finding himself subject to such an unexpected situation. He was able to find the uninvited guest, aiming his next spell at him. Now that he thought about it, why did he ever question what that attack was? It was the one who had interfered with him many times, and a figure who shouldn't have been able to make it this far. His detestable existence was now here, glaring at him with contempt. Desir Arman. You can't afford to lose here. As soon as Crow Mask returned to his senses at Desir's voice, a terrible cold poured against him, contrary to the previous wave of heat. A jest, who had already invoked her imagery magic, now approached him. Distraction area. Crow Mask hurriedly reached to block a jest's advance. Desir invoked a spell, waiting for the gap to appear when Crow Mask responded to a jest's attack. Parry errand. Compressed air raged and buffeted Crow Mask. The body of Crow Mask was bent backwards and buried under tower rubble. The sword, coated in a bluish energy, sliced off the head of the masked man. The man who neatly cut off the enemy's neck, Letrus, shook the blood off his sword. Letrus was one of the side guard who entered the tower with Swan. He was the squad leader for this mission. The enemy had just been slain, but there was no time to rest. There were still more than 100 enemies before his eyes. On the other hand, the number of side guard present was a mere few dozen. Watching the constant influx of enemies, Letrus breathed deeply without realizing it. There was no sign of improvement in this battle. It was the side guard that was falling deeper and deeper into disadvantage over time. Crash. He leaned back to avoid the flames flying towards him. The overwhelming difference in numbers caused the side guards to gradually collapse. It no longer seemed possible to confront the outsiders head-on. Are we going to die like this? The sound of a shockwave reached their ears, and shortly afterwards, the tower rumbled and shook. They could no longer feel the dense ball of aura above them, and what that fact meant was all too clear to them. Royal Guard Swan Katarina had been defeated. The morale of the side guard plummeted. Was this just meaningless resistance now? From the moment the operation was discovered, they had been fighting a losing battle. At least Swan had a history of pushing ahead with operations doomed to fail. But now that she had lost, their odds were close to zero. There was no way to reverse this situation. By the time Letrus returned to his senses, it was after the side guard, including himself, had already been backed into a corner. A wall composed of swords, spears, and spell arrays was aimed at them. It was a brief lull in what had been an uninterrupted battle. This was the end of the line for the side guard. An outsider gave the order. Leave only 2 or so alive. The rest moved in accordance with the order. Letrus grabbed his sword and tried to step forward to resist desperately. Beep. A loud warning sounded deafeningly. Everyone in the tower looked up at the noise. What is it? Why does the warning sound, which was not heard in the midst of a fierce battle thus far, sound now? The question on everyone's mind was soon solved. A pale figure popped out of nowhere and snatched away the outsider's head. With a chilling sound, Blood rose from his neck like a fountain, and the body soon fell to the floor. Everyone was rooted to the spot. They looked up at the source of the attack without a single word and were able to recognize the outline of the figure before them. They could make out the wings of a bat as well as the head of a lion. The thorns all over its body added a layer of disgust to the figure. A chimera? The outsiders muttered incredulously. Inside the tower, there were many such chimeras that could do battle. One such chimera must have escaped. It took a moment for the outsiders to calm themselves and conceal their embarrassment. They calmly reaped the chimera's last breath. Arg! Terrible cries resounded from all sides. At the same time, the tower shook once again. It was questionable how the closely monitored chimera escaped, but now was not the right time to focus on such trivialities. The escaped chimera was not important right now. The side guard and outsiders shouted at the same time. All units ready for battle. At that moment, the chimeras literally began to pour out like a waterfall. The shapes of the chimeras were varied, but they had one thing in common. They attacked anyone they encountered, outsider or not. Arg! The chimeras began to run wild. There was no feeling that someone was in control of them. There was no reason behind the madness that were the chimeras. They had all been artificially created through experiments. If they were not under the tight control of someone, then they were no better than wild monsters. Blood and flesh splattered in all directions. The man who appeared to be the commander of outsiders shouted in an urgent voice. Operate the control device. It's impossible. We can't even access the control device. The current situation seemed to be unintentional, even for the outsiders. Letrus cut off the leg of a chimera approaching him. The chimeras had gone wild and were attacking everyone indiscriminately. Amongst the newfound chaos, the advantage had subtly shifted in favor of the side guard. The side guard had been backed into a corner by the outsiders, so the chimeras had to go through the outsiders to face them. The side guards were relatively comfortable in carry on with the battle. It was a golden opportunity. At the time when Letrus was singing merrily inside, his communication pad rang. It was contact from Desir's communication pad. I'm a member of the Starling Party, Romantica. I'll cover you from now on, so please focus on retreating while the outsiders deal with the chimeras. Until now, communication had been disabled within the tower, yet the jamming spell had evidently disappeared at some point. They inverted the jamming spell, a seemingly impossible chimera rampage as well as the restoration of vital communication equipment, which had been rendered useless until now. Letrus did not think that this series of events was accidental. He assumed that they were all caused by Desir. Please take care of Ms. Swan. Okay. Pram hoisted Swan onto his shoulder. Swan normally looked so strong, but at the moment, she was no different from a defenseless child. A simple emergency measure was completed by covering the wound with a compression bandage and applying herbs to stop the bleeding of the wound. But this was nothing but preliminary first aid. She needed proper treatment to save her life. Pram carried Swan on his left shoulder and braced her with his left hand. This left his right hand free to swing his rapier and use his aura. The chimeras, which were approaching him, were all cleaved in two under in the face of such powerful aura. Other chimeras turned to face him. Pram activated his cloud walkers. In an instant, he had relocated himself out of the immediate threat of those chimeras. He could now attempt to get Swan to safety. Roar! The fight had already been settled to a certain extent. It was worthwhile to suppress their desire to rush at Crow Mask, and instead calmly wait for the perfect opportunity to arise. The released chimera were now running wild, as if to release the anger they had accumulated from being experimented on. In the meantime, the side guard were escaping under the protection of Romantica. Swan was still barely alive, so they had to prioritize getting her out safely. Then, what's left? Before he had a chance to finish his thought, powerful gravity magic was invoked towards Desir. Desir, perceiving the subtle flow of mana, hurriedly rolled out of its path before the spell could be invoked. It was too easy for him to figure out what it was and where it was aimed at based on the formation he saw. I'll kill you. An angry Crow Mask emerged, muttering almost inaudibly. That's what I was going to say. You must die here. The final confrontation between Swan and Crow Mask occurred shortly after Desir entered the tower. She did not sink her last attack into Crow Mask, but instead fired it towards the bottom of the tower to make a huge hole. What that meant was all too clear. There's something in the basement of this tower that Desir needed to see. Swan sacrificed herself so I would know. I can't let that be in vain. By releasing the chimera in the tower, he had induced a massive amount of confusion. The method was crude but effective. Now that the stage had been set for the side guard to flee, an opportunity had also been created to rescue Swan and make a clean getaway. Desir's goal was simple: to know the exact purpose of this tower and to run away safely at the same time. And if possible, he would remove Crow Mask as well. 7 circles. The pinnacle of magic. Beyond the 6th circle that is considered the limit of humankind, all that achieve such power simply deserve to be called legends. As one would expect, there have been many people regarded as geniuses in magical craft throughout the long history of the continent, but amongst those elite few, even fewer have reached that fabled power. Amongst the present generation, Icarus Corgo achieved the point that only Zod Xarian had reached, the first in recent history. These two stood alone at the summit, having attained power that transcended humankind. There was no other way to describe attaining such power other than as a product of great obsession. The experience of losing to Desir Arman finally brought him to this level. Dust billowed up thickly. Crow Mask raised himself up. Blood trickled down from his mouth. Roar! There were countless chimeras released by Desir in the tower. Crow Mask had fallen into the middle of a group of prowling chimeras. Roar! The chimeras rushed at Crow Mask, moving only by instinct. It was an overwhelming number of them. Crow Mask calmly reached out to the chimeras running toward him. At that moment, the chimeras' movements ceased. Boom! The chimeras, each one able to individually slaughter the elite troop of the outsiders, exploded in vain. Blood and meat coated the floor and walls of the tower. The chimeras were no match for him. The gaze of Crow Mask, which soon after locked onto Desir's party, carried a deadly energy. A lance of flame hung in the air, seemingly heralding the end of all days. The spear flew towards Crow Mask, burning all of the chimera it passed in the air, unceasingly approaching him. You little rat! The surroundings warped under the effect of a strong spatial distortion. The lance of fire failed to reach Crow Mask and disappeared in vain. Shing! At that moment, the whole space around Crow Mask froze. It was a bone-breaking chill. The atmosphere thickened as white mist permeated their surroundings. How dare you try to touch me? Something appeared in close proximity to Crow Mask. A blade of the white ice, the center of ice, stopped before his nose. He couldn't move, as if he were glued to the ground. The cold couldn't reach him, though. A Jest's attack failed to break through Crow Mask's defense magic. I'm beyond your ability. It was as he said. Crow Mask was constantly consuming mana, but there was no end in sight. They've gotten stronger. Crow Mask was able to realize that the party had become far stronger than before. After observing her so far in this battle, it was clear that a Jest had become a more perfect magical swordsman than before. The movement of her sword had become far more accurate, and the magic covering the sword and improving her physical ability had become more powerful. Her skill set looked complete and professional. Desir had also become far stronger. It was different from the days when he exclusively used spells belonging to the lower circles and specialized in inverting spells. Desir now freely used spells up to the 5th circle. In terms of the speed of his invoking and the power of his spells, he had essentially reached the 6th circle in all respects, so long as one overlooked how many circles he had. He had made a great deal of improvement in just a year. Moreover, this party was fighting harder than they typically would, since they were upset that Swan had been badly injured. They chained attack after attack without relenting. Though he wore a terrifying front, in reality, Crow Mask was beginning to get nervous. Originally, Desir was not that great of an adversary. He'd been a pain, but he was ultimately weak. Until now, he had been determined to kill Desir Arman with his own hands. Unfortunately, this situation was outside of his plans. They shouldn't have faced each other this way. The fight against Swan had been intense. The battle to the death with Swan, the person considered to be the strongest archer in the Empire, left him physically and mentally exhausted. I'm sure I had that Pierrot mask on standby somewhere close. While Desir and Crow Mask exchanged powerful spells, Crow Mask began to study his opponent. He observed that Desir was covered in wounds. So many, in fact, that his clothes were dyed red with all of the blood he shed. It looks like he's had a bloody fight. Was that clown not enough for him? It didn't look like he sustained any serious wounds. For Desir to have taken Pierrot Mask out of the picture, he'd either have to be dead or have suffered significant damage. The fighting ensued. A spell unfolded in front of Crow Mask. Boom! A fierce storm of space and flame magic collided. Did you always have that kind of defense? Desir muttered. Crow Mask's magic flooded toward the approaching Desir. Void sword. Desir backed away. 2 steps back exactly. Space itself was cut wide open where he had just stood. But Desir had stepped exactly out of range. He had grasped the range of the spell completely and wasted no movement in avoiding it. Desir's gaze turned back to Crow Mask. His eyes had lost all light in them, and they looked dull like a fish's. Crow Mask shuddered as he felt like his gaze, like his very soul, was being drawn into an abyss. Desir's mana lingered in the air. He could feel that Desir had started calculating how to invert his defensive spell. It wouldn't be long before he finished doing so. Being able to read the attack range of that last attack alone already signaled as much. Crow Mask cast the spell again, attempting to distract Desir. But the magic did not reach him. Sigh of Kizzard. A jest invoked defensive magic to prevent his attack and immediately swung her center of ice in retaliation. Crow Mask desperately used his own defensive magic to counter that. This is just annoying. Desir's ability to invert spells was itself an almost tyrannical advantage in any magical duel. Unlike Swan's use of aura, in which there were still some ways a magician can respond to, Desir's ability to invert spells left magical opponents no way to respond. Over time, as more spells are inverted, the battle is forcibly ended with one side unable to use any spells. And in any battle against Desir, the losing side will always be his opponent. One had to resolve themselves to this fate when using magic against Desir. Drawing such a magical battle out was disadvantageous. In such a situation, the only right option is backing down and fleeing. Even though Crow Mask had also become stronger, it was simply too much to deal with Swan and then Desir consecutively. But Desir Arman must be removed as soon as possible. Desir had ruined numerous plans. He was a threat that he could no longer afford to leave alone and watch from the sidelines, especially since this would be the only opportunity to face him on his home soil. He couldn't back down. If a sustained battle is disadvantageous, there is only one remaining option. Ring. His 7 circles made a strange noise and began to resonate. 7 circles worth of mana gathered around Crow Mask in mere moments. Just by circulating his mana through them, a physical phenomenon had been created. You'd better be prepared. Desir Arman, who had been busy concentrating on inverting Crow Mask spells, raised his head. He was conscious that the situation had taken a strange turn. It was almost a miracle Crow Mask had been able to invoke 7-circle magic while maintaining defensive magic too. But Crow Mask had managed to pull off such a miraculous thing without even breaking a sweat. A jest felt enormous anger welling up inside her. When she entered the tower and saw Swan collapse, the only thing she could think of was killing Crow Mask. That was why she rushed at him so desperately. She tried every means at her disposal to kill him with her own hands. But she soon realized her limitations. I can't get through to him. Crow Mask was strong. The defensive magic he had invoked was a level of magic that couldn't be broken even if a jest gathered mana to her limit. Inside the spatial shield, Crow Mask had busied himself calculating and forming something utterly terrifying. The spell array was massive and radiated an ominous aura. In order to beat him, she would have to break through his defense and deal a fatal blow in one shot. I need to focus. She took a deep breath, calming herself. She couldn't afford to lose herself to anger. All she could do was believe in Desir. And she always believed in him. She loosened her grip on her sword, center of ice, and backed away. Scream of wriggling earth. Desir's magic unfolded before him. A fourth circle spell. Whips of dirt formed on all sides of Crow Mask, lunging at him shortly after appearing. Quark. The whips collapsed uselessly. They could not break through the defensive magic. This is not going to hurt him. Scream of wriggling earth was one of the few spells with physical manifestation, and on top of that, it would regenerate indefinitely as long as mana was poured into it. The whips could be produced as fast as they broke. And break they did. Debris began to pile up around Crow Mask's shield. This was exactly what Desir aimed for. With the whips being produced at a breathtaking rate, he continued to calculate another spell. It was simply a spectacular, overwhelming display of magical formations. Any magician seeing this spectacular sight would be left overwhelmed and amazed. An innumerable number of earthen whips had formed and collapsed, creating giant of debris. As the other spell Desir had been arranging was completed, the reality of Desir's plan was revealed. A huge shadow was cast over the inside of the tower. Bindle of Earth. This was essentially fourth circle defensive magic, but it was a spell that had been upgraded by the hands of Desir. A giant sphere had formed in the air, a weapon capable of incalculable damage, whose power would be further increased by the tyranny of gravity. Roar. A roar rang out, overpowering everything else. The top of the tower had already collapsed. Ajest's hopes were raised. At this level, we'll surely be able to beat Crow Mask's magic. It was a spell with the equivalent power to seventh circle magic. It was definitely worth a try. Crow Mask's spell completed just in time. The Tesseract stopped moving momentarily, signifying it had completed its task. Hall Urban Abyss. Crow Mask reached for the huge amount of rushing towards him. A space of about 30 meters in total twisted in on itself greatly, before beginning to converge. As particles of matter between the distortions in space were pulverized, an eerie sound rang out. Without limit, everything was torn apart to the extreme. As the area continued to crumple in on itself, a physical manifestation of the boundary between the area of effect and its surroundings formed. It was as if the area around this spell started to form waves as it was pulled in towards the center of the spell. This spell felt quite different to the other space distortions Crow Mask had produced so far. It felt more violent and substantial. It didn't feel like the area it touched would return to normal if the spell were to be dispelled. As if that area were permanently fractured now. What the hell is that? They could almost make out something. When they squinted their eyes to block out the extraneous light, they could barely just see a sphere, smaller than a bean, at the very center of the destruction. A black dot whose end led to who knows where. Desir called out. Ajest. Ajest, who was focused entirely on the black spot, noticed that the landscape of the area was gradually blurring and dimming. Is it sucking in even the light? The moment she recognized it, it was as if her blood froze. Magic! She could not finish her sentence. The spell that Crow Mask had invoked was now in full swing. A sphere smaller than a bean that had the power to attract everything. Ugh! Shortly after Desir called her name, Ajest caught Desir. Her hair was flapping madly. She plunged her sword, center of ice, deep into the ground to brace against. Wonder Crystal. Ajest cast fourth circle magic. Ice rose from all sides, concealing the bodies of both her and Desir. Ting. The defense of their clothesline had been damaged due to overexposure to the elements. Her spell was so powerful that she suffered damage from it. But her quick thinking resulted in making the right call. There's a major difference between you and me, Desir. This was the end. They both recognized the threat at the same time, and immediately afterwards, everything nearby was wiped out completely. They couldn't understand what happened. The phenomenon was not something they could intuitively recognize and understand. They had just witnessed extreme space curvature. Concepts like firepower or even time meant nothing to it. It simply consumed everything. The enormous mass of material that Desir had used as a weapon, consuming most of his mana in the process, was no exception. It was a collision between a big sphere and a little one. However, it was Desir's giant weapon that broke first. It didn't even leave a sound behind. It was utterly destroyed and crushed, disappearing without a trace. Eaten away entirely, rendered utterly futile. You're a C-tier magician who only mimicked magic at best. Now this is real magic. The magic with the most power, and the very apex of all 7 circle spells, was that with the attribute of space. At lower circles, a magician specializing in this type of magic can only teleport and otherwise manipulate space with relatively low cause and effect. But at higher circles, nothing can win against someone capable of ripping apart the fabric of space. Smash! About half of the tower had now been pulverized. Is he at such a level? So far, she thought only Zod Exarian was deserving of such a title as strongest magician to have lived. Now, however, she had changed her mind. How could she have known Crow Mask was concealing this much strength? Can I even avenge Swan against this kind of opponent? A jest bit her lip. Did we come in too unprepared? Was it too much to suddenly enter the enemy's den? Don't give up yet. A jest. All hope isn't lost. Desir spoke, seeing the signs of her wavering resolve. I can see he's pouring all of his mana into this. If we can neutralize that spell, you can win. But we won't last long here. By maintaining this refuge, a jest's mana was quickly being sapped away. She had forced all of the cold out of the center of ice and also brought her own mana to its limit. All she could do was barely hold out. They were in such a condition, yet they weren't even that close to Crow Mask and the phenomena he had caused. As if it wasn't bad enough already, the mana drain rate is increasing as this goes on. In other words, the work required to prevent them from being dragged away was only growing. Desir's hand spread out wide. A flash of light appeared in his hand as an artifact was summoned from the dimensional pocket in his clothesline. It was the A-tier artifact, Mana Hole, that held mana gathered from the atmosphere, ready to be consumed by the owner. As it whirred to life, Desir's mana, which had nearly been consumed, quickly began to refill. His mana restored itself to maximum before a jest could process what she was witnessing. Desir, he still had a card to play. But what good will it do? His most powerful spell has been blocked. It was entirely ineffective against such a spell. Their eyes met for a moment. The reflection of platinum blonde hair fluttered in Desir's deep, dark eyes. While seizing the mana hole, Desir began to move forward slowly. With a layer of transparent ice between them, Crow Mask faced Desir. Are you thinking of trying something? Yes. The ice broke at that single word. A silvery line extending from Desir at the same time. Runal. It flitted towards Crow Mask at full speed. Unlike other ordinary objects, this artifact was somewhat resistant to effects of the extreme spatial tear. But that didn't last long either. It came to a complete stop 5 meters away from Crow Mask. This was exactly the point at which one could no longer resist the force of Crow Mask's spell. It then began to rapidly orbit around the center of the tear. I guess you had to give something a try. Did you mean to throw away that artifact? Crow Mask laughed. I feel sorry for Swan who trusted you and left you behind. I've tested my last spare. Last spare? Oh yeah, I just finished my calculations. Crack. The ice fell off in chunks as a result of the force of the black hole. Crow Mask laughed at Desir, a mere fourth circle magician. Don't be pretentious. Hypocrite. No matter how good you are, you can't reverse this magic in such a short amount of time. The calculation I spoke of was me measuring what I would get from killing you, and the price I would need to pay. And after calculating this, I've come to the conclusion that getting rid of you is worth it. Desir spoke in such a manner that implied he could simply kill Crow Mask at any time. There was a moment of silence. A jest felt an ominous feeling surfacing. At that moment she stepped up to approach Desir. Wait, Desir. Keep your magic up. Desir stopped a jest short. At the same time, he begins to arrange an intricate spell formation. It was enormous and intricate beyond belief. Something completely different to anything else he had ever used before. The magic itself also felt odd. You! This energy. The amount and feel of the mana. It was an utterly unusual feeling. It was magic beyond all common sense. Something she couldn't begin to comprehend. But she knew what this formula meant. It was something beyond even the seventh circle. Something that had reached a heaven-defying level. She had been cowed by Crow Mask's magic, a power that had exceeded her very concept of strength. And once again, in such a short period of time, she was witness to something beyond even that. "Stop!" Crow Mask shouted in terror. He could instinctively tell how dangerous this spell would be just from the feel the magical formation in front of him gave off. The vast amount of mana inside and around Desir disappeared, seemingly sucked into a bottomless vacuum, before quickly gathering again. His fourth circle mana capacity was insufficient for this spell, but he could cope with the mana hole almost continually activating to refill it. It was natural that Desir's circles were ridiculously overworked in this process. However, the cycle of emptying and filling was so quick that most magicians would only see Desir wielding near infinite mana. She wanted to tell him to quit right away. Even though she knew nothing about the spell he was casting, she knew there had to be some kind of negative consequence from casting such a massive spell with only 4 circles. Pulling off an unusual spell like this would surely entail unusual or disastrous side effects as a result. To be honest though, she didn't have the slightest clue as to what they would be. But Desir was determined. He had decided that he would take down the Crow Mask in front of him. He had gone so far as to resolve himself to do it at all costs. Agest was determined to uphold and support his resolution. She believed in Desir. She had always believed in him. And Agest groaned. At the moment, her mana consumption rose sharply. In a desperate attempt to stop Desir, Crow Mask greatly boosted the mana he was pouring into the offensive spell that threatened to pull in Desir and Agest. Agest desperately poured more of her mana into their defense to offset Crow Mask. "You fucking bitch!" He had completely lost his composure. Agest clenched her teeth. "I will never back down." Crack. As ice was ripped off, she reinforced it several times over while recreating it. Her whole body began to feel cold. But she didn't care in the slightest about it. "I believe in Desir." With her mind sharpened to a point, and her vision narrowed to that single objective, Crow Mask was unable to shake the resolve of Agest. All he could do now was think. He had witnessed something similar to this spell with his own eyes. It was clearly the kind of magic Desir used to slay Daednut in a single blow, a being that was supposedly able to destroy entire countries. But incredibly, the pace of Desir's spell formation this time was unreasonably fast in comparison to back then. No matter what Crow Mask did, Desir's spell would be invoked first. Oh! Agest suddenly felt the suction force disappearing. In a desperate attempt to deal with Desir's spell somehow, Crow Mask was invoking a different spell. Just a moment later, "Gotcha!" Desir uttered a single word. At the same time, everything turned pitch black. The ground beneath their feet, something one would simply assume was always solid and unlikely to collapse out of the blue, had done just that. Chimeras and humans alike, all those who had not yet managed to escape, were swept off their feet and plunged into darkness as they fell together. The screams of monsters and humans echoed up as they all tumulted out of sight. The side guard had long been evacuated. By now, Pram should have taken Swan outside too. At first, Desit hadn't noticed that the tower was made out of blank. Only after seeing the hole in the floor made by Swan did he recognize the silver metal, which was now scattered everywhere. Only when it was staring him in the face did Desir identify the tower's composition. The defining characteristics of blank were well known. Silver-colored, very high anti-magic capability, and excellent durability. Blank was not something that could be easily smashed apart by magic or physical force. Even more so if it was layered thick. If it's the same blank, I know it won't be a problem breaking it down. A plan was made from this starting point. Moving Runel, which was also made out of blank. He gave Crow Mask the false impression that he had inadvertently made a meaningless attack. However, Runel was actually breaking the floor, and was merely pretending to be flung endlessly around Crow Mask as it orbited the spatial tear. It was a simple task. No matter how hard it was, the blank on the ground had already taken significant damage as a result of the continuous fighting. The spell Desir was casting had been nothing but a mere trick. It was just a means to make Crow Mask cancel his magic. And it achieved its purpose spectacularly. Huang. A ferocious gale swept past their bodies. They all fell endlessly. The basement was so deep that it was hard to tell just how many floors that had fallen. Desir and Crow Mask both began to calculate spells. The air was filled with shimmering light as the scattered shrapnel of blank fell alongside them, reflecting the gathering mana. Firestorm. Distraction area. Desir completed his spell faster. Desir, who had manipulated the situation from the beginning, knew exactly where Crow Mask would fall. It was only a slight advantage, but that was more than enough. Ajest felt a shiver travel down her spine. Did everything happen as you expected it would? In a magical duel, having a slight advantage was no different from winning or losing. Desir did his best to create such an advantage against a terrifying opponent, and somehow had actually succeeded. A huge storm of flame rose from below. All the living creatures, man and otherwise, let loose screams of unimaginable pain. Screams that morphed, distorted, and merged together in an ungodly cacophony. A sound that could very easily scar an individual for life. The fire beneath them swallowed the clamorous noise, rendering their pain mute to those outside, replaced only by the blistering roar of untamed fire. A magical storm of fire so strong that it threatened to raise the very world to ashes. Blurred scenery continued to pass by her watery eyes as they still fell, having reached terminal velocity long ago. Straining her eyes, she could just make out the bottom of the pit. She couldn't afford to stay idle any longer. Ajest grabbed Desir's hand and began to invoke her own magic. Frozen Palace. Ice crystallized out of the air, covering Desir and herself. Starting as a small block of ice, it quickly grew out into several columns. The ice columns began to form a web-like lattice and struck into the walls of the cavern. With their newfound ground shearing into the walls, Desir and Ajest's rapid descent began to slow. The ice scratched against the wall and sparks shot out from it. They slid down the wall, failing to find purchase against a wall that had countless pipes running along it like an intricate network of blood vessels. As their speed continued to slow out of the blue, 4 of the 6 cobweb-shaped columns created by Ajest were crushed. It was the work of space magic. The crushed pillars of ice could no longer bear any weight and collapsed. As they began falling again, Desir's eyes were fixed on one place. Though his eyes only captured darkness, there was clearly another presence that had been there. Traces of heavy mana and spell invocation hung in one spot in particular, distinctly marking it for someone like Desir, who was well attuned to the flow mana. How did he manage to beat us down? Crow Mask must have completely departed from the collision course that Desir had been anticipating. He presumed it had something to do with his firestorm and the safety zones surrounding himself and Ajest that Desir had excluded. Space movement magic. Desir immediately began invoking spells without hesitation. Grease. Fireball. His spells were arranged swiftly in front of him. For a magician, every fight was like a game of chess. The difference between an average magician and a good one was in how many steps ahead they could anticipate the enemy acting. The difference between such magicians could result in having entire spells already prepared in anticipation of the other person's actions. Firestorm. Desir had adjusted this firestorm such that he could fire it at a close distance. To maintain its power, he had to reduce the range and scope such that the backlash on him and Ajest was as minimal as possible. Desir spewed out an enormous cone-shaped flame. In that moment, Desir had taken on the very essence of a flame-spitting dragon. The half-finished spell Crow Mask had been invoking collapsed under the onslaught. Desir didn't leave it at that though. He had already begun invoking another spell. Parry Errand. A strong, sweeping pressure washed over Crow Mask. The gale loosened his mask. Desir immediately followed after him. With Crow Mask against the ropes, he couldn't afford to let him escape. He had an extremely focused expression, the look of a hunter that had almost cornered its prey. Crow Mask. At one point in my life, I might have thought you were right. Crow Mask kept a straight posture. Countless cuts could be seen through his torn clothes. He reached his arm out towards Desir, who was sprinting towards him. I've never been wrong. Not once in my life. Spell collided with spell. The two magicians invoked spells simultaneously. Lightning Wave, Void Crush. The two men's spell formations unfurled at high speed before the spells manifested. It took less than a second for the invoked magic to collide with its counter. It was a fight in which the magician who fell behind in invoking speed would lose. I'm sure at one point, your noble goals were worth fighting for. Flash. Several bolts of lightning violently raged towards Crow Mask. But your current method is by no means acceptable. Do you think you're in such a position that you can lecture me? Crash. Desir was a fraction of a second too late in grasping the subtle variation in Crow Mask's spell array. He was caught up in the area of effect, having not understood the range and the true target Crow Mask had chosen for this space-twisting spell. It was a minor mistake, but the result was devastating. Splash. A gruesome sound reverberated in the room. The sound of flesh and bones scraping against itself before tearing apart. Blood burst out like a fountain, as Desir's right arm twisted many-fold upon itself. Crow Mask looked at Desir, who did not even scream. Desir looked back, but couldn't read Crow Mask's expression through his mask. So then, Desir, what have you managed to do for the commoners? Boom! Space collapsed on itself and exploded right where Desir had stood moments before. Desir's spell had completed a fraction too slowly. Crow Mask didn't let up, pouring his mana into another spell he lobbed at Desir, who was in turn forced to take more steps back. It was almost impossible to defend against space-based magic, the so-called strongest attribute with conventional means. His arm throbbed in pain, interrupting the spell he was invoking. It was a subtle lapse in concentration that can occur when one wanted to concentrate but something else overstimulated the brain. Even these minor detractions could have significant impacts on whether a magician won or lost in a magical duel. What have you done for the common people so far? You're also a commoner. You didn't do anything for the common people at the nobles' hatred. That's the problem. Crack. The very fabric of space between them had started to collapse. A fine crack in the air continued to grow uncontrollably over time. Desir could feel the ferocious suction power of it pulling on him. You've never wanted to help commoners, not really. All the action you've taken was for your own corrupt benefit. You just took advantage of your position as a talented commoner and moved into a privileged position. Improve awareness? Gradual improvement? Bullshit. All you did was teach the nobility and the emperor how to properly capitalize on talented common people. You taught them nothing about the struggle of an average person. That's why you're nothing more than a hypocrite. Crow Mask opened the valve on years' worth of wrath towards the empire. As he pressed into Desir with every ounce of energy and hatred he had, Crow Mask left open a gap in his defenses. Desir didn't miss it. Runel flitted toward the middle of Crow Mask's face, but he wasn't dumb enough to make the same mistake twice. After seeing the damage that Runel had done, Crow Mask wasn't going to underestimate it again. He raised his head hurriedly, allowing Runel to brush past his mask. As a consequence, his mask had started to crack. At least I have only acted for the betterment of the common people so far. Not just talented commoners, but a world where everyone is equal. All of my actions have been moving us towards such a world. I have lent my wisdom and skill to the abominable outsiders, and I have done so many unspeakable things. But despite all that, the purpose of my actions has remained unchanged. His mask finally shattered, showing a heavily scarred face. The complete liberation of all commoners. Half of his face, once a visage more noble than anyone else, was covered with hideous burn marks. His eyes were also distorted, but he didn't move to cover his face. He faced Desir with his formerly hidden face fully visible. Boom! That's why I, who had fallen so far, got a second chance. I crawled using everything at my disposal, and my work paid off. I've got a chance to change the world. I despise nothing more than hypocrites like you. hypocrites who have championed my noble cause for their own gain. Working for a better world, no matter what the means are. Does someone like you have the right to blame me? It was the ultimate showdown between two magicians. Both had used their ultimate magic. The spells they had spent countless hours developing. During this temporary lull, the nature of the battle had changed into something more ideological. Winning this could result in a decisive advantage. It was a close battle. Desir opened his mouth with difficulty. You already know that your words are contradictory. Crow Mask did not deny that he had embarked down the wrong path. However, he never claimed moral superiority while attempting to achieve his goals. It was a contradiction. A man who sought to perpetuate injustice in the pursuit of a perfect ideal. That was the type of man he was. You already knew you're a hypocrite, didn't you? Desir. A chilly wind blew. The surrounding atmosphere was near freezing temperature due to a jest's magic. A jest had tried to intervene in the battle between Desir and Crow Mask, but something had prevented her. No. Stay right here. A sharp dagger stretched out of the darkness, snaking towards a jest. Kong. Sparks appeared as the dagger scraped down the length of her sword. A jest took several steps back. Before her was a man wearing a pierrot mask, seemingly preoccupied playing with his dagger. Let the magicians talk it out with each other. Get out of the way. A jest raised her sword, center of ice, and the temperature of the room once again dropped sharply. She flourished her dust-ridden gray hair as it transformed into its signature platinum silver. As a jest had no intention of wasting any time, she struck from the beginning with all of her might. She drew elegant arcs with her magic sword. Her flurry of attacks were as powerful as they were beautiful. Pierrot Mask skillfully struck out with his dagger, each of his strikes slightly altering the trajectory of the center of ice. It's not my cup of tea to refuse a beautiful woman's request, but he evaded attack after attack from a jest, making them look like the desperate struggle of a child. But I can't help it. What I really want to see is a death match between two magicians, two clashing idealists, not the fight of some random. He spoke with a sinister sneer. A jest frowned. Every aspect of this person's personality was plain as day, from the timing of his appearance to the nature of his skills and the way he spoke. He was a man without a grain of salt. I didn't expect someone like him to appear at such a critical time. A jest wasn't in the right shape to deal with him. She was still half exhausted from their group battle against Crow Mask. The man in front of her was clearly a tricky enemy to deal with. Pierrot Mask. I've heard about him from Desir. But even then, Desir had shared some information about him with her on their way here. But this was far beyond what she had anticipated. I didn't expect him to be this strong. Pierrot Mask's swordplay was smooth as butter. He cunningly struck the attacks of a jest, exploiting the flaws in her strikes and moving as if he already knew what she would do. Even though he hadn't used any aura, he continued to fight her to a draw. Pierrot Mask took in his surroundings before speaking in a tone of ecstasy. Oh, and I really appreciate your hard work. I was able to get in here so easily thanks to you. What? I've been wondering just as much as you guys. No, maybe even more? This whole time, it's been eating at me. What has Skull Mask been planning down here? Assuming their fight would cause enough damage that he would be able to sneak down, Pierrot Mask had let Desir go without harming him too much. As much as he wanted to watch Desir and Crow Mask fight, solving this mystery would do much more to whet Pierrot Mask's appetite. A jest swung her sword without speaking. The only thing she could think about was joining Desir in his battle against Crow Mask. Kong. Their swords collided and sparks splashed once again. The pure black space brightened up for just a moment. Boom! Spells collided in the duel between Crow Mask and Desir, causing a strong wind to blow over a jest. I can't waste any more time here. As soon as a jest tried to make an escape towards Desir, Kagong. She was forced to cross swords with Pierrot once again. Her sword trembled. Pierrot Mask, who had been cleverly attacking from the shadows until now, had been forced to engage her in a head-on match. Unexpectedly, it was a jest who was pushed back in the exchange. The shape of Pierrot Mask was thin and sleek, but she couldn't quite make out his exact appearance. "Oh yeah, you guys have done a lot to help get me in here. I'll give you a prize." As their sword and dagger were locked together, he began to pour his aura into his dagger. The bluish aura brightened the surroundings. A piece of blank that had fallen onto the floor reflected the light, spreading the illumination further. Only then could a jest see clearly. Ah! A sigh of grief. Numerous coffins were connected, and countless mechanical devices were installed. An unimaginable collection of advanced techniques had appeared in front of a jest. It was a mysterious arrangement of equipment. The entire basement of this huge tower was made up of such a structure. And at the center of such a structure, spells continued to be exchanged. It was Desir's turn to be pushed back. Desir thought it was ironic. Surprisingly, there was a lot in common between Crow Mask and Desir. Pure black hair and deep black eyes. They both hailed from Hebrion Academy. They were both commoners, and they both acted for the sake of the common people. But their methods could not differ more. They could never see eye to eye, and there was never a chance that they would adopt similar methods from the start. It was because the environments they grew up in were different. They also had a different end goal. Icarus dreamed of a world of equality for all people, and Desir dreamed of saving the world. They could only ever be adversaries, as they had been from the beginning, due to these subtle but meaningful differences. Icarus was willing to cause damage to bring long-lasting change, but Desir could not afford to allow such damage in the face of a human extinction event. For the first time in the fight, one of the magicians had pulled ahead. The minor advantages Crow Mask had been building lead to a key moment in the battle. For just a moment, Desir's spell invocation was delayed by half a second. In such a high-level battle, it was a decisive opportunity given to Icarus. He didn't miss it. Boom! Space magic raged. Desir, who instantly figured out the parameters of the spell, was forced to step back once again. It was no longer a close match. Crow Mask had been waiting for such a situation for a long time. Without giving up his advantage, he began arranging a spell belonging to a higher circle than he had been using so far. This would be enough to seriously wound Desir. Against me, someone who has given everything in exchange for reaching their goal, you who didn't commit as much can't possibly win. His magic was finally ready to be invoked. This spatial magic would destroy everything within its range, without exception. No matter how many artifacts Desir had, the remaining amount of mana after such an intense fight will surely be close to zero. Crow Mask's arms trembled from the exertion, but he reined them in. He had just won a fierce battle against Swan. This fight had totally sapped his remaining strength. Hooing. Amongst the mighty whirlpool of mana, the eyes of Icarus, which were tracking Desir's movement, opened wide in surprise. He saw a face ready for death. Obviously, Desir must know what kind of spell he had been invoking. He must have been aware that he was not safe if he was caught within its range. It was tantamount to committing suicide. A spell formation arranged itself in the unharmed left hand of Desir. For Desir to commit to this, he must be confident that what he was invoking would hurt Crow Mask somehow, regardless of whether he died or not. Icarus' expression distorted. Foolish. He realized what it was, but he didn't back down. The magical formation grew until it was big enough to completely fill his line of sight. The two magicians' spells crossed through the air. Firestorm. Nullify light. Their spells completed almost simultaneously. Boom. The clashing of spells beneath the surface shook the entire town of Pittsburgh. An immeasurable amount of flame burned, swallowing everything around it. Everything it touched burned to ash, as though the sun itself had descended. Crow Mask was flung back like a rag doll. After a long bounce, he flopped, ricocheting off the wall before coming to a sudden stop. Ugh! A hoarse grunt broke out. He tried to get up but couldn't keep his balance. His hands shook uncontrollably. The intense heat had burnt his hands, back and other exposed skin. His body heaved against the ground as he coughed several mouthfuls of blood. His internal injuries were no less serious than his external ones. He pulled himself up using the wall as a brace. His mana circles throbbed in pain, as if they were on the verge of collapsing. I survived. Crow Mask had directly expended his mana to survive Desir's attack. The efficiency of using mana in a spell without calculating it or arranging an array was extremely low, and would result in defeat in any other fight. But in doing so nonetheless, he had protected himself in exchange for using all of his remaining mana. It was a method Icarus hated the most. It was not elegant, it was not powerful, and it was the most distant form from the efficiency magicians should strive for. It was desperation personified. Nevertheless, he used such an undignified method. It was able to save his life somehow. Of course, it was a method that a fourth circle magician could not pull off. He stared beyond the flames. He had invoked one of his most powerful spells. There was no way it could have missed at that distance. Desir is dead. You're not the only one who's prepared to sacrifice everything. Icarus stared beyond the flames. He didn't recognize him at first. His figure behind the swaying flame was like a frail shadow. Desir walked out. So am I. Crow Mask realized that his spell had finally been inverted by the magician standing in front of him. Were you deciphering the spell ever since seeing me first use it above? Soon after, a spell developed before his eyes. Icarus, who attempted to invoke a spell in response out of habit, soon dropped his hand. Where did it all go wrong? Was it when I was caught up in the errors Desir made intentionally? Was it when I was swayed by that incredible spell and cancelled my own to defend against it? Was it when I thought I could beat Desir inside the tower, despite being in this state? He thought back, but he couldn't get an answer easily. Maybe it was from the very beginning, he thought. He had begun a glorious revolution, inspired and led by his incredible vision. Ever since it failed, he had tried desperately not to sink into despair. There is still work to be done. Eyes distorted by burns stared at Desir Arman. He caught that gaze with a chilling, cold stare. Ah! Icarus closed his eyes as if he had come to a realization after seeing his resolve. That's too bad. The violent flames swallowed his dry voice before consuming him entirely. Warning: less than 10% mana remaining. Defensive capabilities are significantly reduced. The warning tone of the clothesline rang out amidst the unpleasant heat. Desir grimaced in pain. His whole body ached. The worst of the pain came from his right arm, which had been mangled by Crow Mask's spell. Various other side effects from fighting beyond his limit had started to manifest all over his body. His limbs, which had been reinforced with mana, were swollen red with ruptured muscle fibers. His mana circles throbbed painfully, threatening to break apart. The stab wounds left by Crow Mask were also not something that could be ignored. It's not over yet. Desir looked around desperately. Flames continued to burn all over the place. They danced, casting flickering shadows on his surroundings. He still had work to do. They were underground. More specifically, they were in the place that Swan had revealed by sacrificing herself. He had to get some information from here before returning. Desir felt as if he had entered the interior of a giant creature. Unidentifiable pipes ran the length of the room like an intricate network of blood vessels. There was a small tube at the end of the room where all of the other pipes terminated. Thousands of coffins were all filled with material that shed blue light. Mechanical equipment lined the walls and connected to both the pipelines as well as the coffins. Their structure cast ominous shadows. In comparison to what Desir had seen in Zod's personal lab, he could only guess that this technology was centuries more advanced. He squinted his eyes. Mana seemed to gather in the smaller blue-colored tube at the end of the room. Looks like a magic stone. Magic stones. A byproduct from clearing a shadow world. It was the only material able to store mana, and was also able to accumulate mana by itself. It was no exaggeration to say that magic stones were the root of modern magic civilization. Desir looked around. Now that he had a chance to study his surroundings more closely, the number of magic stones he could see was unimaginable. There were dozens of level 2 magic stones alone. Stones of this rarity would normally be treated as national treasures. There was even a level 1 magic stone, the likes of which were so rare, there were only 5 known to exist. Considering the total amount of mana in these mana stones, if a spell were to be cast using all of it, it would be well beyond the 7th circle. Besides, this was not the only tower constructed in the Kingdom of Divide. Recalling the intelligence he was handed from the side guard, there were several more towers like this one. A chill ran down Desir's spine. I've forgotten something incredibly important. The most fundamental objective of the organization known as the Outsiders was to collect magic stones. The kingdoms had not been too bothered with the Outsiders stealing the occasional shadow world and claiming the odd magic stone, as they figured they only did so to later sell them or power their magical tools. This fundamental behavior of theirs had been the same in his previous life. It had also been brought to his attention as one of the first lectures he attended after returning. The Outsiders were always competing to collect magic stones. Even Desir had written this behavior off due to them being a valuable item to trade. But after seeing this room, he began to think that probably wasn't the case. If they were collecting magic stones for a purpose other than their value, this may be the reason behind Skullmask joining the Outsiders. He must need a vast amount of magic stones for some nefarious purpose. As the cogs turned in Desir's pain-addled brain, he had another epiphany. He suddenly understood the strange distribution of magic stones he had seen recently within the Kingdom of Divide. Skullmask was not only using the Outsiders to collect magic stones, he had deployed the might of an entire kingdom into collecting them too. It makes sense now. I wouldn't have expected the Outsiders could have collected this many magic stones alone. The question was now about just what they were planning to use the magic stones on. Magic stones were just a material for storing mana like a battery. But it's strange that they did this simply to collect a massive amount of mana. Desir was quick to look through the facility for further clues. Strangely enough, the surrounding scenery was familiar to him. Desir soon realized why. It's laid out like that homunculus lab. Homunculi. Monsters that possess the ability to manipulate cause and effect. They derived their monstrous power using an internal mana storage system like a human system of circles. However, the one key difference is that their bodies use a powerful mana stone at their core, aiding in the collection of mana and kick-starting their circle creation. Desir's face creased into a frown. There's no way they're producing this many homunculi, but what else could? The look on your face makes me think you've figured something out. Shortly after, a somewhat relaxed voice interrupted his thoughts. Swords crossed and sparks splashed everywhere. A jest blocked Pierrot Mask's dagger, before stepping forward to push it back. Falling back without resistance, Pierrot Mask retreated, though it felt like a deliberate retreat more than a result of a jest besting him. As he landed lightly, he lifted the blade of his dagger, revealing its sleekness. It was shiny with blood. Ah! A jest took a deep breath. There were cuts all over her body. Pierrot Mask spoke in a casual manner. As much as I love seeing blood, I hate having to damage such a valuable tool. It'd be a lot easier for both of us if you all put your weapons down and did what I asked. That's not gonna happen. Well, I figured that would be the case. But soon enough you'll be struggling and will gladly tell me everything you know. Pierrot Mask licked the blood. That won't be necessary. Someone strode out of the darkness. The atmosphere sank incredibly heavily. He wore a skull mask. Desir had a stunned look on his face. The life in his eyes instantly dimmed, as if bemoaning the great tragedy that was about to unfold before him. He showed up at a time like this. Skull Mask's red bloodshot eyes appeared to look down on everything before him. It was as if he could only see a collection of mere ants that had gathered before him. The intimidating aura emanating from the skull mask in front of Desir was far greater than the one he had encountered in the shadow world. This skull mask's voice was firm and his body was far larger. The previous skull mask had an aura of death lingering around him, like that of a dying tree. Desir could now feel the overwhelming vitality coming from him. He had a distinct presence about him that he just couldn't place. I didn't know you'd come all the way here. Pierrot Mask had been talking leisurely so far, but he had clearly lost his nonchalant attitude in front of this other outsider. Skull Mask answered him without the courtesy of looking at him. "There's no reason not to come. I have uninvited guests running amok on the stage I'm preparing, so it seems I have to come myself to kick them out." He lifted a crow mask that had been laying on the floor. A piece of the half-broken mask fell down. Black debris scattered in the wind and landed at Desir's feet. His eyes fell on the crumpled body of Icarus Corgo. "Why haven't you killed him, Desir Arman?" "Because I have a lot to ask him," Desir responded as Skull Mask looked at the figure, which was barely recognizable as a body, joyfully. "A fruitless endeavor. He doesn't know anything important. You'd rather gain more useful information. At last, you've finally met me in person." Skull Mask spoke as if he were on familiar terms with Desir. "Desir Arman, I have been keeping an eye on which shadow worlds you have cleared so far. I found several connected with me, both big and small. I will pay my due respect to you, who has come this far in pursuit of the traces I left in the past." Where did he get such information? These were matters only known by important figures within the Empire. The intelligence of Skull Mask was a shock, even if Desir should not be surprised at the deep tendrils Skull Mask had planted over the centuries he had been alive. "There have been many beings like you, Desir. Countless beings have stood up to me over many hundreds of years. Most of them were not a threat to me, but there was someone who dealt me a major blow. He wielded that weapon over there." Skull Mask's gaze turned to the sword held by a jest, the center of ice. A sword left behind by a mysterious man as a countermeasure for a great disaster that would come one day. "But in the end, no one has managed to stop my plan." Behind him, a dimensional tear appeared and a silvery object flew out. It was the S-tier artifact, Bryanek, a spear that could divide and was able to shoot beams of light at the wielder's enemy. "That is because the great goddess Artemis is with me." "What?" Desir had no choice but to panic. Goddess Artemis, the deity of the Church of Artemis, a religion that is spread across the continent, and consequently being worshipped by more than half of the population. Why is that name coming out now? Everyone has his or her ideals. Crow Mask, whom you knocked down, had one, and so do I. Countless ideals exist in this world. He spoke fanatically, as if captivated by his own words and voice. But not all of them go down the right path. That's how history goes after all. The world is filled with uncertainty, filled with incredibly intense malice and confusion. Skull Mask talked as if he had personally witnessed the entirety of human history. Desir was rooted to the spot, momentarily overwhelmed with an emotion akin to panic. That was because the one thought he couldn't push out of his mind was that maybe Skull Mask really had witnessed it all. They already knew that the Skull Mask in front of them had lived for hundreds of years, so it was certainly possible that he had existed for an even longer period of time. A true ideal was condemned and suppressed. A better solution to a problem was put to death. A better history existed. For example, Crow Mask in front of you might have been the right direction for humankind. "I, and the goddess, call that the appropriate future," Desir murmured ever so softly. "A great possibility that might have been." It was a message Desir had once heard after clearing a shadow world. Desir was confused and thought it might have meant that the shadow world was showing a possibility. The light diffused from Bryanek and swept towards them. Taking a stand against him, a jest lifted her center of ice in retaliation. She challenged both his attack and his words. "Who's going to decide that appropriate future for us? Are you saying you're the one judging us? Don't you know yet, stupid bitch?" Skull Mask looked up at the sky. "Tell me, have you ever considered the nature of the shadow worlds? All this time, you've been following their commands, changing those worlds to have a different future. You've been righting the wrongs of the past, have you not? Have you ever wondered what determined the correct course of action in these world-changing events? Why do humans have to reach the correct future in these worlds? No way. The shadow worlds are a cross-section of a truly correct world, one that follows the appropriate future. They are the result of Goddess Artemis's divine judgment. The way the world should be as judged by the goddess. I already knew you were caught up in some fanatical movement, but this truly is something else. Pierrot Mask spoke, but there was no longer a smile present on his face. All that matters now, Skull Mask, is what you're planning to do. What did you build this tower for? Does the stage you promised me really exist? I'll prepare the stage you want without any problems. This tower also exists for it. There is no need to doubt anything. I'll make sure to keep my word, so long as you manage your responsibilities. Pierrot Mask listened to him silently. In the end, he was none the wiser about the details of Skull Mask's plan. You go back to the palace and settle the situation there. The leaders of the Western Kingdom Union in the royal palace are beginning to notice the smell. I'll move as you wish. For now. The body of Pierrot Mask disappeared into the darkness. Skull Mask, having sent away Pierrot Mask, stared at Desir once again. Now only 2 remain. 3 to be exact. It's a meaningless resistance. The appearance of Skull Mask was so different from that in the shadow world. But on the inside, he didn't appear to be changed at all. He was still as mad as Desir remembered him being when he took on the role of the prophet. The way he was intoxicated with his own words made him come off as a fanatic. What the hell is he talking about? Desir could understand his words, but the content itself was beyond his understanding. Skull Mask claimed that the goddess Artemis was creating the shadow worlds. This was the doctrine that the Artemis Church had used in the past. Desir could only see Skull Mask as delusional. He had to be crazy. But Desir, trying as hard as possible, couldn't find the words to refute him. Even he, who almost reached the end of the Shadow Labyrinth, knew nothing about the foundation of the Shadow Worlds. Not only that, but no one living in the present era knew why the Shadow Worlds appeared. However, Skull Mask was different. The condition for clearing a Shadow World, the cause of their occurrence. He spoke with confidence, as if he knew everything. If it had been someone else who brought up such a story, someone other than Skull Mask, Desir would have simply dismissed it as the nonsense of a madman. However, Skull Mask was a mysterious being who delivered such nonsense with fervor, having lived for centuries. I can find answers later. For now, getting out of this place alive is the first priority. Desir pulled himself together. As he looked up, a distant light leaked down. It was too high, a distance impossible to reach via normal methods. Desir couldn't use spatial magic, so the remaining option was levitation magic, but in his current state, he figured it near impossible to both respond to Bryanak and use the magic to escape. Skull Mask acted with such ease, having already known this. Then do you think everything that happens in the Shadow Worlds is just? Desir continued the conversation. At the same time, he was determined to draw even the smallest amount of information out of Skull Mask. Skull Mask nodded. Exactly. Unlike the recorded history of this world, which is dotted with numerous variables and malice, the world that the goddess shows us is truly right. It is ideal, a utopia. It was true that the only way to clear shadow worlds was by changing history and taking the correct course in historic events. But there was a flaw in what he said. The shadow world is a reenactment of past history through and through. No matter how great a possibility is, it has already passed. What's the point of understanding where we failed if we have no way to correct it? That's a limit for the ignorant. At the end of the billionth hour, my plan is almost complete. Soon I'll have the power to reshape the past itself. Skull Mask suddenly reached out to Desir. Desir Arman, I'll give you a choice. You can create great possibilities with me. Desir opened his eyes wide at the unexpected suggestion of Skull Mask. You're a smart human being, so you must know how wrong the world has turned out. And I can correct this wrong world. I will create a world where all ideals are correctly carried out. Skull Mask continued his honeyed words while studying Desir, as if reviewing his potential. I have a pretty high evaluation of you. Many have annoyed me in the past, but you are special amongst them. It's amazing that you are able to handle the language of a lost age. Draconic language. It was a magic that no one in this era could grasp. Desir could only grasp the fundamentals of it after having witnessed a dragon use it before his very eyes. This of course referred to his previous life where he failed to complete the Shadow Labyrinth. However, Skull Mask seemed to get a glimpse into the fact that Desir was harnessing that language in his new system of magic. You are the greatest magician amongst all of mankind, Desir Arman. Join with me. My plan is almost complete, and all I have left to do is carry it out. It was an incredible story, but even if what he said was true, Desir's answer was fixed from the start. I'm afraid I have to refuse. Skull Mask seemed unfazed, as if he already knew the answer Desir would give. Bryanak began to move. You still don't understand your situation. I will make you understand. From behind him, a silvery spear shot towards Desir and Agest. It was a surprise, but Desir and Agest had remained vigilant. Frozen Palace. Shing. The atmosphere froze. Pillars rose out of the ground and a magnificent palace of ice instantly filled the underground space. An infinite computational space. Within it, Agest calculated countless defensive spells. Sigh of Kizzard. Winter Crystal. Winter Coat. Agest's magic formed dozens of shields, and with the addition of Desir's spell, a series of shields as thick as a cliff were deployed. However, Skull Mask spoke indifferently, as if witnessing the struggle of babies. You don't understand.
Brionac offensive.
At that moment, a dazzling light shot out of the unified Bryanak. Boom! Fragments of broken ice scattered in the air. It was just a moment. In just a moment, the palace suffered an irreparable blow. Hebrion, who was known as the strongest swordsman of his generation, struggled in front of that attack. An attack that even the strongest struggled to counter. Desir and Agest, who had reached their limits after successive battles, could not possibly have defended themselves against it. Sigh. Desir's body trembled. It was an uncontrollable action from excessive consumption of mana. The spell he invoked was a mere shadow of its usual self, blown apart like cobwebs in the face of Bryanak. In the end, Bryanak sliced through their defenses like a knife through butter. Ugh! Agest continued to pour mana into her frozen palace and even struck her center of ice into its foundation to further enhance its power. Boom! Shockwaves spread as the ground trembled slightly. Agest was relieved to learn that the mythological artifact had been stopped without a problem, but her expression soon turned into despair. Bryanak had divided into dozens of pieces, this time each shard emitting a wave of light. She knew about this capability after seeing it in the Shadow World, but there was no way to deal with it. Bryanak instantly neutralized Desir and Agest struggling and pierced forward towards their necks. Desir felt the eerie coldness of the blade and the warmth its light radiated. Skull Mask slowly approached Desir. Will you not change your mind? Desir did not yield to the threat of death. Skull Mask decided to change tact. If you don't want to see your colleague die, you'd better change your mind. The tip of Bryanak cut Agest's nape ever so slightly. Red blood flowed in a steady stream from the wound. Agest! There was no other way. Promise me one thing. What? I'll cooperate, so let her go. I can't do that, Desir. But I'll leave her alive as long as you listen to my orders. It was a checkmate. Kneel down, Desir Arman. Desir grabbed Agest's hand and slowly began to kneel. Skull Mask, who thought they were bowing their head towards him, smiled gladly. But he soon found something strange. Desir didn't let go of Agest's hand. It had now become a strange way of kneeling together. Skull Mask caught on to the unusual change immediately after. You! At that moment, Desir's body slowly began to turn to dust, or rather, fall apart into particles. Bryanak, reacting to the will of its master, started to move once more. Hong! There was a strong, loud sound, but there was nothing left where it struck. Agest, Desir, and even Crow Mask were gone. Skull Mask had come close, but just missed out on finishing them. From the traces of particles left scattering all over the place, it must have been spatial magic. After closer inspection, Skull Mask realized it was a recall teleportation. He laughed heartily. It reverberated through the silence of the underworld. Do you refuse to hold the Holy Grail? And do you really prefer the poison chalice? Everyone has a final card they can play. This is especially the case for people on the verge of a defeat that would spell their demise. In Desir's case, space movement magic was his final card. Space movement magic. One of the most advanced spells in the modern system of magic. It was a class of magic that allowed the wielder to completely ignore the constraints of space itself. The formula was convoluted, and the amount of mana it consumed was enormous. Unless it was a magician who mainly dealt with space magic, it was a magic that even the most seasoned magician would struggle to even contemplate calculating. A lab in a tower. It was originally outfitted to test the power of magic equipment. Instead, it was now filled with numerous magic arrays and calculation tools to assist the caster. It was a temporary teleportation gate. At the center of the space stood Desir. The vast spell array unfolded before him. It was the first time he had invoked a spell of such magnitude since he battled the homunculus in the war on the Outsiders. He had invoked a spell that was several ranks harder than any other spatial magic. Invoking this spell would shift the target to the caster instead of the other way around. A recall teleportation. There were a lot more variables and factors to consider in comparison to normal space movement magic, which was already incredibly difficult. It was a spell method only possible for someone at Zod's level. The calculations were onerous, even with aids, and the required amount of mana was something even the 7th Circle Zod was only barely able to provide and withstand the effects of. He put it all on the line. Mana began to swirl around him. At the same time, particles began to cluster, one by one, at the center of the spell array on the floor. The spell had been activated. Just as his mighty mana pool ran dry, figures finally formed. Desir, Agest, and Crow-Mask had appeared. The spell had succeeded. Desir and Agest fell to the floor, losing all strength in their legs. That was a really close call. It was great timing. I'm glad you're all right, but I'd rather not be in a situation where I have to cast this spell again. Desir breathed a sigh of relief. It was partly because the difficulty of the magic itself was high, but the situation itself was extremely dangerous too. If you hadn't gotten our signal, that would have been the end of us. Immediately after Skull Mask appeared, Desir contacted Zod through communication magic. There was no problem in doing so because the tower's communication jamming spell had been lifted earlier. He didn't even have to say anything. All he had to do was send a predetermined signal. Thus, Desir dragged out the conversation with Skull Mask as much as possible, buying the necessary time for Zod to complete his recall teleportation spell. Zod, I need to tell you the important. I think we'd better start with your treatment. Zod replied after seeing Desir's face distorted in pain. Although he pretended to be okay so as not to show his weakness in front of Skull Mask, Desir's injuries were certainly serious. Comain. The door of the laboratory opened and a small army of medical personnel rushed in. They had been waiting outside the laboratory, careful not to disturb the operation of Zod's spell. Did you succeed, old man? The saint came in along with the medical staff. She was delighted to see that the magic had succeeded, but when she saw how injured Agest and Desir were, her face soon turned pale and she immediately prepared to activate her powers. The medical staff moved busily, stripping the completely worn-out clotheslines, as well as wiping and disinfecting the wounds. The saint grasped the arms of Agest and Desir. She had the ability to restore anyone at a rapid pace, far faster than any technology or medical practitioner could. That ability was nothing short of miraculous. In fact, that is actually what it was referred to as by many. Dozens of wounds all over their bodies recovered at a speed obvious to the eye. Desir's right arm was even untwisted and recovered. Apart from the dizziness of losing too much blood, their condition stabilized. With the treatment complete to some extent, Zod pointed to the man Desir had brought along with him. Who is he? It was a man disfigured with burns, and crumpled disgracefully in a heap. The medical staff inspected him and had no idea where to start. It would not have been strange if he were to take his final breath at any moment. The saint automatically reached her hand out to place on his chest to begin treatment. It's Crow-Mask. Hearing those words, Priscilla's hand stopped moving. What? This is Crow Mask? Zod and Priscilla could not hide their embarrassment at not recognizing him immediately. Who was Crow Mask? He was the single most wanted person after persistently plaguing the Western Kingdoms and Empire. He was in effect the G. Crow Mask, one of their greatest enemies, lay in front of them completely defenseless. If you've subdued Crow's Mask, aren't the outsiders pretty much done for now? Even if you didn't get the information you needed, we might have a better shot at pressuring the Kingdom of Divide if we reveal that we caught Crow Mask here. There's no time. We need to get out of Divide now. Hearing Desir's urgent, almost frantic tone, only served to inflate their curiosity further. They couldn't imagine just what had transpired in the tower. What the hell happened? They also needed a minimum explanation before moving. Couldn't be helped. The situation is volatile right now, so I'll explain briefly. Desir gave Priscilla and Zod a bare minimum explanation of what had happened. He described his victory in the battle against Crow Mask, as well as the appearance of Skull Mask. He also revealed that the tower had an additional purpose, concealed behind the obvious manufacturing of chimeras. Finally, and most importantly, he recounted the true goal of Skull Mask and how it was closely related to the Shadow Worlds. Zod and Priscilla, who had been listening intently to Desir, could not keep their jaws shut. Each time they got a hold on things, the next bombshell revelation would sweep them off their feet again. Desir understood how they felt. He had also been surprised as he discovered these. However, while Desir shared everything they needed to know, this was only a part of what he had learnt. There was simply not enough time to go in greater detail. I'll talk about this more later. The problem is, right now, we need to get out of Divide as quickly as possible. I see. Now that I know this much, I'm not going to stay idle. Understanding the situation, Zod nodded his head and agreed with Desir's judgment. Until now, Skull Mask had not been able to move at will. This all changed after the outsiders sunk their claws into the Western Kingdom Union, masquerading as the Kingdom of Divide. But now that Skull Mask knew that Desir knew about the tower and even managed to capture Crow Mask, hiding behind Divide no longer meant anything to him. This was the most dangerous time to be here. The outsiders could move unpredictably without any inhibition or a need to be subtle. The tough fight was over, but there was no room for relief. So, that's why they took such action. What happened? He explained what had happened after Desir had left to aid Swan. As a result of the battle at the tower, the noise-canceling magic had been disrupted and the participants of the Great Council noticed that some kind of battle was being waged within Pittsburgh. The King of Divide stopped the meeting, announcing that it was the work of the outsiders yet again. And after that, they blocked the way out of the country by teleportation gate. This all happened about half an hour ago. As an excuse, he said it was because he was concerned about the terrorists attacking the VIPs of the meeting as they made their way to the teleport gate. He is not going to let anyone escape. The outsiders' goal was too obvious. The teleportation gate was the easiest way out of the country. And Crow Mask was with us then. Without the use of space travel magic, it was an impossible physical feat to cross the borders of Divide. If the outsiders mobilized Divide's military force, there was no chance of victory for the Allied troops. Where are the other kings? They are all waiting in his abode, following the King of Divide's request to remain calm until the terror attacks subsided. The whole picture was now complete. Desir and Agest readied themselves after Tower staff handed over new sets of clotheslines it had been keeping in reserve for them. As they did this, Crow Mask's treatment was mostly completed. However, they deliberately did not restore him to full health. His consciousness had not yet returned, so Desir put his hand on his back, feeling out his mana circles. Desir put a restriction on Crow Mask's circles by injecting some of his now-recovered mana. After doing this, Crow Mask wouldn't be able to act hastily anymore. I must take him. Desir did not do this out of kindness. He was one of the key executives of the outsiders and Desir was certain he would get a lot of information from him. This was the only reason why Desir was willing to bring Crow Mask, despite the security threat he posed. We need to rescue the kings of the Western Kingdom Union and get out of Divide through the teleportation gate. Desir began to give instructions. In the end, this is what it comes to. I'm so glad you prepared troops in advance. The Kingdom of Divide has significant military power, and they wouldn't dare to compete with it if they had not prepared their troops in advance. Our power level is similar. We can win against them. Even so, we should not let our guard down. No matter how many troops the Allied forces had on their side, it was only at a level that could cope with unexpected situations in the imperial capital. It was not enough to wage war with. If more enemy soldiers were to gather in the capital, things would quickly get out of hand. Furthermore, the power of the outsiders themselves could not be ignored. Zod. We need magical equipment to distinguish our allies from our enemies. This was the Magic Tower, a place whose sole purpose was the design and sale of all kinds of magic equipment. Naturally, there was plenty of equipment available that had been designed for combat. Pierrot Mask will start moving in earnest. To be honest, I am most concerned about him. We don't know exactly what he's capable of. Skull Mask was also a strong opponent, but his ability had been understood to some extent. But they knew next to nothing about Pierrot Mask. All they knew was that he had the ability to morph his face into whoever he wanted to. The ability went beyond that though. When he had copied Swan in front of Desir, Pierrot Mask took on all the minute mannerisms, making him nearly indistinguishable from the real Swan. This ability was far from simple, and likely had even more to it. While we were in the tower, the King of Divide was also in the royal palace. I'm sure he has more than just a simple face-changing ability. Desir continued, in a more assertive tone. One of his abilities is to disguise himself as someone else at will. Okay, I'll do my best. And you can use this if necessary. Desir? This is. Desir had handed a ring to Zod. It was the S-tier artifact, Memorize, that Crow Mask used. It would surely be a considerable boost to their fighting power in the hands of Zod. Time is of the essence. I need everything prepared in 30 minutes. I see. Zod left the room in a hurry. Priscilla, please contact the aides of each king. Their protection comes first. In order to make the journey to the teleportation gate easier, it is necessary for the troops to unite as one. It's not hard to tell them what to do, but I don't know if they will believe me. This tablet has proof of their chimera creation. It should be plenty, at least for now. The datapad contained all the information that the sideguard and Desir had obtained from their raid on the tower. From the photos and evidence gathered, it was undeniable that the Kingdom of Divide had, at the very minimum, been studying chimera creation at a national level. Chimera research was a taboo topic of research across the continent, so this alone should be enough to get all of the kings on side. I don't think every country will agree with us even after presenting this evidence, but if we can clearly see the outsiders making a move, they'll believe us later. This couldn't be helped. There was no other way to approach this situation, not when urgency was the priority. I'll try my best. I'm going to command the knights I brought to stand by. With all instructions delivered, just as Priscilla was about to leave. What happened to Lady Swan, Priscilla? This was what he had wanted to ask the most, but the situation was too tense, and he couldn't find the time to ask. Swan Katarina. He had originally made his move to save her. Pram escaped with her, so she must have arrived already and been treated by the saint. Priscilla's expression was not very good. Ajest's gaze, which had been fixed on a point on the ground, also turned to Priscilla. How is she? I've treated all of the physical trauma, but the shock has severely damaged her internal organs. Her life remains in critical condition, and she will never use aura again. He felt his heart tear in two. All color drained from Ajest's face. It was now late afternoon, just before dusk. I can't believe that they have the gall to do that in Divide. There was a group of people rushing out of the embassy of Preleka. When I think back on it, the king had glared at me intensely when I spoke up against him. I didn't like the kind of look that he gave, almost as if he were looking down on me. King of Preleka agreed. The chubby man waddled out of the embassy and walked down the hall. There was a herd of people moving alongside him. They were Preleka's elite escort troop. The majority of their number, excluding the few that came from Preleka's knights, wore different types and colors of armor. They looked nothing like a regular army. This was because they were mercenaries hired through the mercenary guild. Due to the poor quality of his own troops, Preleka used his wealth to hire the best mercenaries he could find. Everyone present had a rank above a class, a ranking system unique to the mercenary guild, and every one of them had made a name for themselves in the world of mercenaries. To say this was a unit of elites was probably an understatement. Your Majesty, I think it's too early to simply believe such information. The man with a thick beard following King Preleka was known as the Mercenary King. He was a bishop-class man, boasting superior ability beyond anything money could normally buy. He looked around anxiously. The streets of the City of Dragons were empty. Up until a few hours ago, these streets in downtown Pittsburgh were crowded with people. The reason for this was because all of the citizens were evacuated shortly after the news of the attack spread. He could see fear in the citizens' eyes as King Preleka's party passed through. He continued speaking. I hate to badmouth the young man, Desir, but quite frankly, we can't rule out the possibility that the evidence has been forged. And if you don't adhere to Divide's instructions and insist on moving your troops without permission, you may be suspected of siding with the terrorists. This was an issue of great concern. He meant every word he spoke. As mercenaries, the duty of escorting the king of their country was a heavy duty. Even for someone as renowned as the Mercenary King, he had to act with his entire mercenary career on the line. For him, it was clear that they should avoid all reckless action, letting others take up any risk. He couldn't think of a worse situation than being treated as terrorists by the Kingdom of Divide, and having to face off against their forces. Your words are right, but there is very little benefit for Desir to spread such falsehoods. The king of Preleka, who analyzed Desir's words with his honed sense as a merchant, concluded such. It is natural that I believe what he says, since the holy saint has also given him her favor. And above all, I have decided to unconditionally trust the young man after he protected my kingdom's capital. However, he said he was attending the conference as a representation of the Western Kingdom Union. Meanwhile, it turns out he was actually digging for information about Divide from the shadows. He's already proven himself dishonest, so how could you? Maybe he knew there was an outsider working within Divide before coming? As the group passed through a particularly darkened part of the street, due to the shadows cast by the building, 3 mercenaries fell. They had been standing in the middle of the pack and they fell without warning, their blood pooling in the grouting between the tiles. Boom! There was a subsequent explosion. A trap had been triggered. Assassins!
Préserver formation.
Shortly after the explosion, assassins appeared, but not before all of the mercenaries had already moved into formation. As competent mercenaries, their reaction time was superb. They were able to adapt to changes very fast. Putting themselves between the attackers and that which they had been employed to protect, the mercenaries formed a tight defense. The magicians that were positioned inside the defensive formation were already calculating and launching spells at the assassins. The number of assassins was more than 30. Quong. The fundamentals of an assassination was to finish the opponent before they even had a chance to notice. As soon as their presence was revealed, there was no longer a chance for an assassin to win in a straight confrontation. This was the prevailing common sense. However, these assassins refused to back down. After a short skirmish, the assassins in the left flank of the group broke through the formation. They were at a very high level in martial arts in comparison to your standard assassin. The mercenaries, who had loosened their formation while dealing with the assassins, ended up letting several through. My God! After breaking through the formation, they ran and fired at King Greed. They're aiming for the king. Everybody gather! The mercenary captain cried out in urgency. But here and there, the response of the mercenaries was slowed little by little. Oh my! Why are you here? Don't stand in the way of my spell. It was a very small gap in terms of coordination, but it proved fatal. The assassins seeking the king again broke through the mercenaries' defenses. Explosive magic was used to slaughter the approaching mercenaries, as well as aura-infused wires. The magicians died first, before even getting a chance to fire off another volley of spells. Shit! The captain of the mercenaries pulled out his sword. A sword filled with aura cut down one of the assassins. But his blade could only reach so far. He could not stop everyone. As the assassins fired another volley of daggers at Greed, they suddenly came to a stop. The change happened so quickly that not even Greed could react. He just continued to stand there, his mind blurred by the flurry of thoughts rushing about in his head. Boom! Scary sounds rang out everywhere. Soon after, the assassins who had raised their weapons towards Greed fell in unison. There was a fist-sized hole in each of their chests. Arg! A moment later, Greed responded. He fell back screaming. Wiping the blood from his face, he eventually got back onto his feet. Still, his body was trembling non-stop. Boom! Boom! Moments later, magic spell after magic spell was shot. Each spell took down one of the assassins besieging the mercenaries. It was pinpoint accurate magic that was not only powerful, but had an extremely small area of effect. The magic was so precise that it pierced each and every figure of the assassins moving at high speed. The remaining mercenary magicians could not hide their admiration at this application of magic. What the hell is going? Greed was interrupted as he muttered to himself. I'm glad I'm not too late. Someone walked off of the roof. Zod Exarian? How did you come from there? Well, thank you very much anyway. Zod grabbed Greed's shoulders, who was still in a state of shock and spouting gibberish. Wait a moment. I have one thing to check. As he said it, he dropped his cane before him. An unknown light flashed past him. You're King Greed. Yes, I am. But what's the matter? Nothing, Your Majesty. Zod's face soon brightened and he continued speaking. He said he thought you were the first one the outsiders would target. Your troop is made up of talented mercenaries, but they've never fought together before. This would make it all too easy for any enemy to exploit. Shortly after Zod finished speaking, he glanced at the mercenary captain. The mercenary captain bowed his head. There was nothing he could say, even if he had 10 mouths. How wise? Who said that? Who do you think it would be? Oh! Satisfied that the mercenary had guessed correctly, Zod Exarian turned his head. I'll escort you. We have a meeting place.
I'm relieved.
So how many kings have gathered so far? You're the only one right now. Tremble. From somewhere in the distance, a heavy noise emanated, carried far and wide by the wind. But the others will soon join you. King Perleka was the only king who moved immediately after hearing Desir's words. But it wasn't too long before the other kings began to gather in the designated safe area. One by one. The reason was simple. The outsiders had begun to move. The outsiders had opted to use assassins led by Pierrot Mask. They were highly skilled. They moved with precision, alacrity, and perhaps most troublingly, with great boldness. The guards charged with protecting the VIPs of the Western Kingdom Union were easily incapacitated before them. They all collapsed too easily. If Desir had not supported their troops, perhaps all of the kings of the Western nations would have been picked off. Fortunately, Desir realized the intention of Pierrot Mask and used all of the forces at his disposal. The paladins of the Artemis Church were firm of resolve while the magicians of the Magic Tower were incredibly powerful, so the assassination attempts of Pierrot Mask were thwarted. Up to this point, everything happened as Desir had planned for. As the actions of the outsiders became visible, there were no other valid options for the kings of the Western Kingdoms. All they could do was follow Desir as quickly as possible. They had no one else to follow. Only Desir had presented evidence that the outsiders were working closely with Divide, and he even suggested a way to survive the looming threat of assassination. It was natural for humans to drop all preconceptions when faced with the threat of death. With the threat apparent before them, there was no one who wouldn't follow him. However, Desir felt he had only prevented the worst-case scenario. He definitely couldn't say it was for the best. Many minor kings and several key figures could have been protected, instead they all died. It was a miserable feeling, but Desir couldn't do anything about it. The outsiders moved in unison, prepared for this very moment. but Desir only had limited forces at his disposal. He had no choice but to do the best he could with what he had. But he could shake the feeling of failure. Some kings hesitated to join Desir, wasting time and resources Desir could have better applied elsewhere. This was the case with Aenus, the president of Arunbeth, the country closest to the empire. No way, Divide can't be this aggressive. I'd like to speak to the king of Divide right now. Even though you've confirmed right now that Divide is not safe and likely has connection with the outsiders? In the aftermath of the tough battle, Desir was unable to move easily, so he spoke to Aenus through the communication channel. Thank you very much for saving us from the assassins. But isn't there a possibility that this is just a misunderstanding? The kingdom of Divide is already powerful. They can't have stooped so low as to research chimeras. Even if they did, this kind of response will only lead to a diplomatic conflict. If you think so, I won't stop you. What? Desir felt a little pathetic seeing the embarrassed Aenus. But he didn't show it. Maybe you're right, diplomatically speaking. I have provided evidence that Divide and the outsiders are working together. And it's the president's choice whether or not it is something worth acting on. Desir spoke as if he respected his choice, no matter what he did. But if you make that choice, we won't be able to protect you anymore. I mean, there's a possibility that... We're far past possibility, President. I'm talking about the reality of the situation. In such a tense situation, everyone's nerves were on edge. So it couldn't be helped that Desir's tone was polite but acerbic. But Aenus didn't have the luxury of pointing that out. What Desir said was simply the truth. I didn't do this out of obligation, it was simply an offer of goodwill. If you don't like it, you don't have to accept it and can choose to stay here in Divide. I respect your judgment. While claiming that things were already bad, he hinted that things would get a great deal worse if he did not accept Desir's proposal. Aenus looked around, only now had reality caught up with him. His eyes were tinged with fear. All around him, the corpses of his knights were strewn across the ground. It was a mess of amputated limbs and decapitated heads. If it hadn't been for Desir's help, he would have been in the same boat as them. Okay, where should we gather? I want you to follow the instructions I gave to the soldiers I sent. Paladins clad in white armor had appeared to save the president of Arunbeth, and whatever remained of his personal guard. Their responsibility was to ensure their target's safety and escort them to the safe house, should they wish it. That was how all of the remaining kings of the Western Kingdom Union, excluding the King of Divide, had come together. With all of them finally gathered, Desir started the impromptu meeting. The King of Divide may very well be dead. It was a situation in which the outsiders controlled Divide. While they didn't need to believe Desir, it was certain that Divide was no longer safe. Desir shared a little bit more of the evidence he had obtained. He didn't jump to any conclusion, or even offer any analysis or commentary. He simply listed the facts, the things he had seen, the things he went through before entering the Kingdom of Divide. He let everyone draw their own conclusions after being presented with all of the evidence. So what do you say? What Desir was championing was the same as before. Divide had already been taken over by the outsiders, and staying in Pittsburgh was no longer safe. The kings had to leave. I understand. It was an extraordinarily difficult task to change someone's mind over the span of a few minutes. To make matters worse, Desir had been tasked with persuading the leaders of several nations, people who by nature of their title and what they represented, had notorious amounts of pride and were unlikely to make rash decisions. But one by one, the other kings voted in agreement with Desir's proposition to leave. The final point Desir had made was the most decisive tool, the piece of reasoning that undeniably tied the Kingdom of Divide to the outsiders. While all of the leaders of the Western Kingdom Union were being hunted down and killed, Divide's soldiers were nowhere to be seen. The outsiders' assassins were running amok, dealing serious damage to both the town and the security personnel of the Western Kingdom's leaders. This was strange, no matter how one looked at it. It was all too strange that they were taking no action even though criminals were at large in their own country and important figures from across the continent feared for their very lives. Eventually, all of the kings agreed with Desir. I think we'd better get out of here for now. We'll have to postpone asking Divide to take responsibility for this. With all naysayers now silenced, Zod put forth a display that showed where the troops of Divide had gathered. Streaming live through a long-distance observation device, Divide's soldiers stood gathered around the teleportation gate, the quickest way out of Pittsburgh. There were a huge number of troops present, as if to prevent anyone from getting near. Getting through them would inevitably end in conflict. Desir rallied the combined personal forces of the Western Kingdom Union, the Holy Paladins of the Artemis Church, and the magicians of the Magic Tower. With all these powerful forces united together, the number of powerful troops under Desir's command naturally increased. Each one of the individuals before him were vastly powerful, so much so that they were tasked with the noble purpose of guarding their country's king. They were the most elite troops of a religion that spanned half the continent, and they were some of the most well-trained magicians the world leader in magic technology had to offer. All of Divide's forces stationed in the capital have assembled near the teleportation gate. Though the number of troops they faced was large, it was only the troops present within the capital city of Divide, Pittsburgh. Even with all the power gathered under this new alliance, their strength was by no means comparable to that of the entirety of Divide's. This was something they could only do if they faced just the troops presently in Pittsburgh. Troops are heading here, Pittsburgh, from every city in the country. There was no time for further delay. A small army was already poised in front of the teleportation gate. Divide's soldiers had certainly gathered here to stop them, just like they had seen through the observational device. But one unexpected thing happened. "You noble people have come all the way here in person." A man approached them while speaking in a polite tone. His face was concealed by the black helmet he wore. However, the energy emanating out of his pitch-black armor was extraordinary. He was definitely king-class. There were only a few king-class swordsmen on the continent, let alone in a single country. Even if he hadn't revealed his identity, it wouldn't have taken Desir long to narrow down the list. "I'm Breppin, temporary leader of the Wyvern Army, acting on behalf of Siegfried, head of the Janissaries. We're deployed here to prevent terrorism." The Janissaries. They were an armed group that acted on behalf of Divide's royal family. They were considered the strongest armed group in Divide. It was also the group that Aaron had been the head of. Did he succeed Aaron and take his place? The sharpness of the force emanating from Breppin did not flow out in a frenzy, but was neatly ruffled. Desir winked at the soldiers who stood behind him. "Should you not be protecting your own king from these terrorists? Surely you shouldn't be standing around here." Priscilla took the lead, indignant at being stopped by someone who should clearly know better. Breppin opened his mouth after bowing towards her. "Because our king is in a safe place already. Now, I pose you the same question. Why are you here and not in a safe place? That's our business, is it not? If you would please move out of the way, I would greatly appreciate it." "You're more eloquent than I thought, Saint of Artemis. But I cannot. There's a possibility that terrorists may attack the teleportation gate or flee through it." He inspected the troops of the Western Kingdoms with a fierce gaze. He seemed to be trying to capture each and every one of them in his glare. "You're saying we have a terrorist amongst us? It's a possibility we cannot ignore. We have no evidence, but we have to be prepared for the worst." His eyes that swiveled from one person to another soon came to rest on one person in particular. Desir Arman. "I said it was only a possibility, but maybe the real terrorist is here?" Breppin looked at Desir with a curious glance. Desir was not the only one who noticed the meaning of the glare. Zod stepped forward. Zod deliberately made his presence felt by circulating his mana with force. The surrounding mana made a noise in response. "We don't want to clash with Divide's forces. Murder is not a very good solution. Please evacuate. This is your last chance to save your lives." The brow of Breppin facing him slightly wrinkled. No matter how strong a king-class he was, the threat that the great sage posed could not be ignored. "I, too, do not wish to engage in combat with the kings of the Western Kingdom Union at risk, but I cannot back down. Even for someone like yourself, dealing with the entire force of Divide is not an easy task." The conversation ended abruptly. Neither side intended to back down. It was Brepan who lit the fuse first. As the head of the Janissaries, I am recommending you back down. If you do not do so within 10 seconds, you leave us no choice but to battle. How rude! These are the kings of the Western Kingdom Union. How dare you! The soldiers standing behind them were unable to bear this overt rudeness and became noisy. Desir could feel the faint sound of the wyverns crying from the sky. Perhaps there was an army of them waiting in the sky. 10. Brepan began his countdown in an even tone. None of the soldiers stepped back. The sound of soldiers' swords and spears striking armor and piercing flesh. The sound of mana coalescing into various phenomena before smashing against walls of magic and steel. The sound of buildings collapsing. The sound of people dying. A fierce battle broke out in the middle of Pittsburgh, the capital of Divide. A battle between those who wished to pass through and those who were ordered to hold them back. Get through the front line by any means. Stop them. They are the outsiders. They are the terrorists. Don't show mercy. The two groups held a perspective of each other that differed from reality, so a clash between them was unavoidable. As the battle progressed, the lines between both groups became more and more blurred. Boom! The shock of an explosion reverberated across both forces. While the balance of power between the two was similar, the battle itself clearly favored the Kingdom of Divide's armed force. In a way, this should have been expected. Divide's troops had already been in formation, with barricades strategically set up to hinder the Western Kingdom Union's retaliation. They had predicted that the WKU would pass through this location, and had taken control of the area long before the skirmish. On the other hand, the Western Kingdom Union had to fight without proper preparation. Moreover, no matter how close they were at a diplomatic level, the participants of this allied force were still individual countries. The allied forces could not move as one, and there were too many leaders making individual calls. Without an overwhelming difference in quantity or quality, what should have been minor inefficiencies had a significant impact on the battle fought in such close quarters and with a situational disadvantage. Protect His Majesty. Strengthen the central defense. Even during the battle, the Divide troops persistently fired spells at key members of the Western Kingdom Union. This only drove the soldiers of the Allied forces into a greater frenzy. Such action was too radical to be taken as an attempt to subdue visitors on a diplomatic mission. This reinforced their belief that Divide had been completely co-opted by the outsiders. In the end, the Allied forces had no choice but to focus their strength at the center of their formation to protect their key figures against such attacks. This had a disastrous consequence on their overall formation strength, while also greatly limiting the available tactics and individual impact of the troops. With defeat all but solidified for the Allied forces, it was surprising that a few movements were able to rekindle hope. Second troops. Get ready for. One of Divide's commanders, who was about to order his soldiers to fire, suddenly fell to the floor. Blood flowed down from the hole that had appeared in his chest. When the commander suddenly collapsed, Divide's soldiers looked around in fear. A powerful attack that left no trace apart from a lifeless body. Something able to pierce their defensive magic like a drill. Divide's soldiers assumed it was sniping magic and immediately invoked detection magic, but found no trace of a sniper. This was only natural, though. It was the work of Romantica Eru. She had an artifact that concealed her presence. Blue Rose. The artifact's hiding function made her not only invisible to the naked eye, but also had the additional functionality of fooling even detection magic. These two functions made it worthy of its ranking as an A-tier artifact. Bang! A dry sound pierced the silence that had consumed Divide's forces. This time a knight who had been leading soldiers in the front line slumped forward. His head fell to the ground. It was impossible to avoid these attacks. Divide's chain of command, having lost its commander, collapsed swiftly. Pram wasn't idle either. Pram sliced and diced his way through the enemy camp without hesitation. His maneuverability, enhanced by his ability to teleport short distances, was phenomenal, and none of the rank and file of Divide's forces were able to follow his movement. Arg! Wait! Splash! Blood fountains surged in every spot. Pram suddenly appeared, and Divide's soldiers fell one after another. with absolute minimal movement, illustrating the masterful control he had over his body. He efficiently reaped the lives of numerous foes. Very few soldiers were able to mount even the flimsiest defense against Pram's pinpoint-accurate attacks. This was in a large part due to his skilled artifact usage, the Cloud Walkers. Within a short period of time, Pram found himself rather far behind enemy lines. He did not take things easy though, having identified a few men that were skilled enough to compete against him in a head-to-head match. The small crack opened up by the Starling party gradually grew bigger and bigger. The soldiers of the Allied forces advanced dozens of meters beyond the barricades. The building with the teleportation gate began to appear little by little in the distance. Enough! A knight in black armor stopped Pram's advance. Clash. The sword he used to stop Pram's blade held a different tone to normal metal. It was a blade filled with aura, the kind that only swordsmen who had reached the highest level could wield. Clash. Their swords crossed and there was a miniature explosion of light. Pram kept his distance from the knight in front of him while taking a moment to take in his surroundings. Before he knew it, knights dressed in black armor had surrounded him. The Black Knights quickly overpowered the forces of the advancing troops. Their number was not large, but the difference in skill was overwhelming compared to ordinary soldiers. Pram bit his lower lip. The Janissaries! Even when they confronted each other just before the battle broke out, Pram had guessed that their skills would be considerable. But after seeing it with his own eyes, they were truthfully far beyond his expectations. As long as the main force is committed to defense, I thought it would be enough to buy time. The knight who blocked Pram muttered unexpectedly. Clearly, it was largely thanks to the Starling party's performance that the Allied forces had managed to advance this far. Their opponents had been strong enough to bring things to a draw, but they were nothing more than strawmen in the face of the Starling party. But the tables turned once again as the Janissaries stepped forward. Ugh! Knights of the Allied forces, who had advanced with Pram, were helplessly cut down by the Janissaries' counterattack. Even though they were also proud of their skills, the difference was too great. The Knights of Janissary were far stronger than any other knight. If they couldn't stop them here, the damage to Allied forces would accumulate swiftly. For a moment, Pram used his Cloud Walkers to move towards the back of the knight in front of him. It was the perfect surprise attack, impossible to defend against without knowing the exact timing of the attack. I was expecting you to do that. But the Janissary knight turned around with inhuman reflexes and speed. However, Pram had already gathered a substantial amount of aura, and it had begun to materialize, a telltale giveaway that Pram had advanced to the bishop class. Light gathered at the tip of his sword. The incredibly condensed aura shot off like a meteor, striking the knight before he could even react. The white stream of light pierced the knight's sword, and then his figure, at a speed that exceeded sound itself. Fragments of the shattered sword scattered in all directions like pieces of shrapnel. The Janissary knights, who had surrounded Pram, showed signs of embarrassment. A young boy, a mere teenager, had killed one of Divide's best knights in an instant. As the Janissary knights attempted to use a pincer attack on Pram, to avenge their comrade, "I'll deal with that boy. You guys stop the other enemies." A heavy voice overwhelmed the area. At the same time, Pram sensed the movement of a huge amount of aura heading his way. He raised the sword urgently. Clash. The power made Pram's body bounce backward. Even though he guarded himself as best as he could, his fingers were left numb. He hurriedly corrected his posture, raising his head and looking straight ahead at the source of the attack. Leader of the Janissaries, Reborn, stood before him. He crooked his finger. Come. Pram clenched his teeth. Reborn was a king-class swordsman. Pram was no match for such an opponent. He didn't have any tricks up his sleeve, like a jest who could boost her physical ability. He couldn't keep his distance and snipe him, like Romantica could. Nor could he plan the entire encounter, making the enemy move like a puppet of fate, finishing him off with a ridiculous spell like Desir. But he couldn't back down. If he couldn't stop Reborn now, the damage to troops behind him would be serious. I have no choice but to go all out from the beginning. Pram concentrated his aura to the limit. Aura gathered around the sword and gave off a dazzling light. If it had been ordinary iron, it would have immediately crumpled under such power, but it contained the aura without any problem. This was due to it being made out of blank. That's a pretty good sword. Oh! Pram kicked off against the ground with a shout. Pram's movement, a swordsman that had reached the bishop class, was far beyond anything a normal human's comprehension and ability to replicate. His movement, which he had strengthened to the maximum by using all of his aura, was incomparable to any other time he had fought. He did not neglect to use his cloud walkers. Using them at the ideal moment, he immediately changed his angle of approach in a movement that appeared to defy physics. As he reached the 10-meter mark, Pram thrust his sword forward, letting loose the condensed aura. Two swords collided. Boom! An explosion of aura created a thunderous noise. It was so loud that it felt as if it were the work of magic, rather than swordcraft. Amazing! I never thought you'd come this far at your age. Breppin was very relaxed, blocking Pram's attack effortlessly. But just because you're fast and powerful, doesn't mean you are a strong swordsman. Breppin pushed Pram back and swung his sword. Breppin slashed and thrust several times at Pram. The moment he did so, Pram was forced to abandon all offense and put his all into defending. He's strong. Each blow was fatal. If he didn't put all of his strength into defense, he would have died several times in that exchange. What was surprising was that this was not even Breppin's full power. Breppin was wielding his sword with an utterly relaxed expressio. But at that moment Breppin spoke, as if reading Pram's thoughts. Don't think your actions will have any effect on this battle, just because you're keeping me preoccupied. Several arcs of lightning touched down around Pram and Breppin. The direction it had come from was in the air. Pram looked up. His vision was filled with magic pouring down without stop. The Wyvern army. Divide's Wyvern's army had complete domination of the sky. They constantly fired magic at the allied forces, barely needing to worry about defense at all. It was not easy to stop their attack, which they continued to perform while moving fast on their wyverns. At least, the magicians of the tower, led by Zod, were pouring their resources into defensive magic. So this was not yet the death blow for the Western Kingdom Union. However, they were barely holding out. The most powerful magical forces the Allied forces had in this battle was now devoted entirely to defense. The situation on the ground was no better. The soldiers of the Allied forces had managed to withstand the pressure of the Janissary Knights, but it would not be strange for them to collapse at any moment. Their utter defeat was obvious. In any other battle, the defeat of the Western Kingdom Union would have been all but confirmed. If it had been any other battle, it began with a stray lightning arrow, a second circle magic, aimed at one of the kings of the Western Kingdom Union. Left alone, it would have surely claimed his life. The stray arrow streaked through the air, unchallenged by any defense spell. However, this arrow suddenly fell apart into clumps of mana, soon disappearing without a trace. In such a hectic battlefield, hardly anyone noticed the phenomenon. It was common for spells to miss their target or collapse for various reasons as people fought with their lives on the line. Additionally, it was but one spell amongst an ocean of similar ones. But when many spells, hundreds or even thousands of them, collapsed into mana particles, only the most clueless soldier would fail to notice something was afoot. What? The magic bombs that had been pouring out of the sky were erased without warning. Even the spells of mass destruction launched by magicians on the ground were scattered into fragments of mana. A transcendent being able to completely upend the flow of battle, an intangible thing that could not be measured so simply by comparing military might or the number of objectives the respective sides had completed. And there were two beings capable of such a feat amongst the Western Kingdom Union. One of them was Desir Arman. What they? Divide's magician forces were simultaneously incapacitated. Their mana circles were left destabilized, making it impossible for them to invoke other spells. But Desir's ability to invert their very spells themselves had played an enormous role in turning the tides of this battle. His ability to calculate the inversion required for spells he saw for the first time had developed to a truly monstrous level, since the last time he had fought on the battlefield. All spells relying on the modern system of magic were as good as neutralized with him present. Now, as soon as Desir had finished inverting, the magicians of the Tower of Magic, who had been tied up in defense until this point, began to invoke spells for their counterattack. Powerful artillery magic streaked through the air as if venting their anger at being stifled by the enemy before. Boom! The Wyvern army could not even invoke defensive magic properly. Numerous wyverns were struck, many falling from the sky amid screams of terror from man and beast. Their formation collapsed as quickly as it had formed. With the Wyvern army no longer a threat, the Allied forces focused their magic on the ground forces of Divide. A voice could be heard amongst the chaos. Stay back. Another voice pierced the racket. End of ashes. This other voice belonged to Zod Exarian, the Seventh Circle Sage. The level of magic unfolding before him was simply so high that ordinary magicians felt endless waves of awe wash over themselves. He only invoked a single spell, and everything within hundreds of meters around his target was left devastated. The barricades blocking the streets were smashed. Buildings collapsed and fell on to Divide's troops. Their army had begun to collapse like the Wyvern army. There was no corresponding wizard in Divide. So, to stop him, the king-class swordsman Brepan had to step up and deal with it himself. As soon as Brepan, who had grasped the change in situation, pushed Pram away and turned toward Zod, Pram moved again to block him. Clash. You said it would not matter if I held you here. Where are you going? Brepan laughed in vain and gathered his aura. Pram did not shrink away and concentrated his aura too, but the gap in level between them was too wide. I have to stop him somehow. If the king-class Brepan went all out, the bishop-class Pram had no means of dealing with him. But Pram was no pushover. No matter how wide the difference between king and bishop class was, the Pram who subjected himself to endless Spartan training was not willing to give up without a fight. I'm confident enough to hold out while Mr. Zod invokes another spell. Pram tightened his grip on his sword severely, his knuckles turning white from the strength he put into them. In the end, this is all I can do. He smiled in a self-deprecating manner, his tone indicating that he already knew things would develop in this manner. What do you really think? Brepan gave up on heading over to Zod and released his aura. Pram couldn't even begin to guess what he intended to do. About giving up this meaningless fight? Brepan sheathed his sword. The sight embarrassed Pram. Brepan was the one who seemed to be itching for a fight. I hope you'll please me a little more next time we meet. Before Pram could do anything, Brepan shouted at the top of his lungs. Pull back. As soon as his orders were given, the Janissary, who had fought more bravely than anyone else, began to step back. Like a collapsing house, the commanders of Divide's forces also ordered a retreat. The soldiers fled the boulevard and dispersed into the alleyways. The Wyvern army, half defeated by the magicians of the Tower of Magic, had long disappeared. The retreat was executed in perfect order, as if it had been planned from the start. Within a minute, all of Divide's troops had disappeared. If it weren't for the marks of battle and the wounded left behind, it would be hard to tell whether there was a desperate battle in that location just minutes prior. Although the Western Kingdom Union had won the battle, it was not only Pram who felt it was strange. No matter how much of a disadvantageous position they may have been in, there's certainly going to be more troops coming through the teleportation gate. Zod Exarian, who had just cancelled his spell, spoke in a tone filled with suspicion towards this unexpected development. It looks like he's coming up with a strategy on the assumption of a setback in advance. Desir nodded in agreement with that remark. There was no other explanation on why they were able to retreat so quickly and orderly. One reason for a deliberate retreat is if they didn't intend to stop us in the first place. It felt like they had been blocked, but they had deliberately not committed everything to it. The Western Kingdom Union did not chase down those fleeing. The most important thing in the present situation was to get out of the Kingdom of Divide safely with their kings and important representatives. The building where the teleportation gate was installed remained intact. The building was reminiscent of a glass tube that allowed its occupants to see outside. Silence lingered heavily in the air. This was a relatively lively place when they first came through. A place filled with rich travelers, border control, security, and even magicians tasked with maintaining the teleportation gate. But what the forces of the Western Kingdom Union saw after approaching was an entirely empty building and surroundings. In case there were hidden forces or traps, they searched the surrounding area thoroughly, but they found nothing apart from a few detection spells to identify their movements. There were dozens of teleportation gates positioned in the middle of the room, but they couldn't be used immediately. They had been locked down with a security spell of some kind. To be honest, I thought they would break the gates. I thought so too. They sure were desperate to keep us here. Of course, they had prepared a plan to deal with such a situation. However, that plan had just become useless. 1 minute, Divide was going all out regardless of cost, and the next minute they let them go without resistance. These actions left a peculiar sense of incongruity. We'll have to do what we came here for, I guess. For now, they had to decrypt and invert the security spell on the teleportation gate and then set the coordinates of where they wanted to go. As the teleportation magic itself belonged to a high circle of magic, most magicians could not even think of assisting in this process. It needed a magician who understood the formula behind teleportation, as well as had more than 6 circles of power and immense ability to calculate the changes required. Zod and Hephaestus, Master and Vice Master of the Tower of Magic, as well as Desir, moved into action. They each seized a teleportation gate and began decoding the security system placed on them one by one. In the meantime, the medical staff of the Western Kingdom Union were kept busy. First of all, treatment. This way for the seriously wounded. All treatment must be done simply. We need to get moving faster. The battle had only lasted a few minutes, but it was fierce. Unsurprisingly, there were quite a few injuries and fatalities. Desir Arman had well and truly buried himself in unraveling the encrypted formula of the teleportation gate, when a soldier's scream interrupted his concentration. Desir turned to state at the commotion. Before him were soldiers, now wounded and some dead. Desir immediately stopped inverting. All right, this one is complete, Desir. Zod looked at him in a rare expression of astonishment. Oh, I'm about to finish. You're taking a while. This is not like you. I felt a little dizzy. The aftermath of the fight seems to be severe. You'd better take a rest when you get back. Oh, Mr. Zod, I have successfully dismantled the security on this one. Please help me set up the location. Not long after, the 3 of them managed to complete the setup of 3 teleportation gates. Since there was not enough time to unlock and reprogram all of the gates, let alone pointing each to the respective countries of the Western Kingdom Union, they set the coordinates of all 3 to the nearest Western Kingdom Union, the teleportation gate of the Kingdom of Adaina. The gate worked successfully, and they soon escaped the Kingdom of Divide. The sense of incongruity welled up in Desir once again, but he could not quite figure out the source of it. Why did they let us go so easily? A week later, Desir found out why. The scent of the hospital, which at first seemed unfamiliar, was now all too familiar to Desir. Desir used to feel strange whenever he smelt it. In fact, such thoughts were natural. In his previous life, it was a hospital that he would come to once a year, but in this life, he had been hospitalized here almost every season. Summer passed and autumn came, but in a rare twist of events, this time he was not the one hospitalized. The reason he had come was to visit someone. Desir stared at the person in front of him. Pale face, a woman of small build who at first glance might be considered a girl, lay on a white bed, sleeping so deeply that she could be dead. Swan Katerina, her face, unable to wake from a coma after days of treatment, was as pale as a sheet. All visible trauma has long been treated. A lot has changed over the past week. Desir spoke to no one in particular. He took out a newspaper from his dimensional pocket and read it slowly. From the front page to the last page, all of the stories were about the Kingdom of Divide. Page after page across all newspapers, the kings of the Western Kingdom Union escaped from the Kingdom of Divide without coming to harm. As they fled, they got a taste of the power that the outsiders wield in Divide, while investigating the various war crimes that Divide had committed. Divide has since been removed from the Western Kingdom Union, and sanctions have now been placed on them. No country is allowed to interact with Divide going forward. The outsiders won't be able to cause further harm using Divide anymore. Desir picked up some newspaper articles and placed them on the bedside table. The data he disclosed had caused a stir. Divide denied all of the data Desir released, expressing its opinion that it was an obvious ploy by the Empire, an attempt to divide the Western Kingdom Union. However, under close cooperation with the Western Kingdom Unions, various illegal research that Divide had been working on were revealed one after another. More and more, I'm able to get a feel for the core plan of the outsiders. Based on the structure of the homunculus, the Tower Master is currently trying to figure out what Skull Mask was aiming for. With one of the kingpins of the outsiders, Crow Mask, in custody, we can also figure out their true military strength and troop formation. All he could hear was Swan's shallow breathing. Thanks to you, all of this was made possible. Swan exhausted Crow Mask, allowing Desir to later subdue him. She also figured out the anomaly of the tower, revealing the hidden basement and all of the technology concealed there. Desir placed the newspaper on the bedside table. She may not be able to read it. The spatial magic Crow Mask invoked was incredibly terrible, and she was treated too late. There was a high possibility of her never waking up again. The doctor said it's a miracle that she even managed to stay alive. Desir sighed with mixed feelings. Every time he saw her, these mixed feelings bubbled to the surface. Swan already meant more than just manpower to Desir. He had some regrets in involving her. Was the operation reckless? I shouldn't have put her in. Or should we have moved together instead of attending the Great Council? He trusted Swan too much and thought she wouldn't get hurt. There were too many unexpected variables. Choice. There are always choices that must be made. While the result of this incident ending up being positive, there must have been a better option. When one makes a choice, they make it in the belief that it must be the right one. No matter the strength of conviction at the time, the better option always becomes clear in hindsight. It wasn't just Swan that he lost. Many soldiers died after his choice to forcibly escape Divide. No matter how short the fight was, the sacrifice made was enormous. If they had cancelled the Great Council itself, they would not have been able to dig up the required information, but they would have saved the lives of many. In addition, he had turned Divide into an enemy. It was now hard to count on their strength when the Shadow Labyrinth appeared. At the moment, Desir recalled what Skull Mask had talked about. A world that follows the path of righteousness. Everything happening as it should. He insisted that everything could be righted. He wanted to go back and fix the mistakes of humanity that had come to pass. His words continued to linger in Desir's head. Reorganize history. The great history. Maybe. Squeak. A sound broke the deep reverie Desir had fallen into. This surprised him as he didn't believe anyone else would come. Desir looked towards the door to satisfy his curiosity. At the moment, his eyes opened wide. The world seemed to have stopped. Desir opened his mouth. A jest. A strange silence ensued. Desir couldn't understand why a jest was here. While this wasn't a palace, it sure wasn't a place where she, a regular student of Hebrion, could enter. Step. Step. She took several steps forward, before sitting next to Desir. With trembling hands, she touched Swan's finger forlornly. After another long silence, a jest opened her mouth. When she went to the tower, did she volunteer? Desir nodded. As if she already knew the answer, a jest nodded. I was sure this was the case. She only ever did what she wanted to do. She spoke as if she knew Swan intimately. Did her mission succeed? Thanks to her, many people were able to survive. That's a relief. She'd love to hear you talk about that. A jest had never shared her past with Desir, so he had no idea what she was thinking about, nor what had brought this about. Just silently, they both looked at Swan. Swan looked so peaceful, as if she would awaken if they looked away. You knew Swan. She was my teacher. It's a big deal to be taught by a royal guard. She must have liked you quite a bit. Factually, she taught me until she became a royal guard. Swan Katarina has been a royal guard since the revolution about a decade ago. Desir already knew this about her. It was a story so famous that it even appeared in history books. The family that Swan Katarina belonged to before becoming a member of the Royal Guard was also closely related to her appointment as Royal Guard. Rogfalas. I didn't mean to hide it. Her voice cracked as she spoke and her head dipped forward, leaving her white blonde hair in disarray. Ajest maintained that posture and continued to look down at Swan. Desir just sat in silence. They looked at Swan. It was as if she would awaken if they looked away. They remained like this for a long time. The sky was dark. It threatened to pour down with rain at any moment. The daily range of temperatures to expect was rather wide. This autumn day was unusually cool at sunset. After visiting Swan, Desir hovered endlessly around his dormitory. Frankly speaking, he was confused. Desir had guessed that Ajest had come from a high-class family. Her behavior and manner of speaking were so luxurious that she had developed a certain aura of nobility and grace. A jest is just a jest. That doesn't change. He understood it in his head, but would he be able to treat her like before? This remained to be seen. He was confused. His head was about to burst. This is not the right time for such trivial thoughts. Desir shook his head from side to side, shaking away his thoughts. Desir found himself in a mess due to the cascade of unpredictable events that happened one after another recently. Ajest's remarks further disturbed Desir's thoughts. Already, he couldn't tell how many hours he had spent thinking about Ajest. Let's put it aside for a moment. Desir put aside his thoughts regarding Ajest for the moment. It was because he couldn't think of any good measures for now. I have to think about what I'm going to do from now on. Every time he checked his plans for the rest of the year. The first step was counting the remaining period of time until the final goal, the Shadow Labyrinth. The singular purpose he had moved with in this life was preparing for the Shadow Labyrinth. The outsiders were something that had to be removed to pave the way for the smooth clearing of the Shadow Labyrinth. So far, this was the only thing driving him. However, Desir changed his mind after hearing Skull Mask. Skull Mask said the Shadow Worlds were created to show how humanity should have acted to reach the best future. He is clearly intending to turn the whole world into a Shadow World. He must have done something Desir was not aware of. Skull Mask must have been moving to carry out his plan during that time too. In my previous life, in Desir's previous life, the existence of the outsiders was almost insignificant. Thus, Skull Mask never had to reveal himself, acting below the surface, in the dark. He must have been able to proceed with his plan without interruption. Maybe it has everything to do with the Shadow Labyrinth. Although he considered the possibility of this, Desir soon shook his head. The Shadow Labyrinth was not like any other shadow world. It was an uncontrollable disaster. The scourge of mankind of the like that had never been seen before. For now, I'd better be concerned about it as one of the possibilities. Desir clapped his hands. The magic lamp turned on in response. The early evening had only just passed and it was now exceptionally dark outside. More important than investigating the connection between the Shadow Labyrinth and the outsiders, it's almost time for the third wave of Shadow Worlds in this life. Right before the occurrence of the Shadow Labyrinth, there would be one last wave of Shadow Worlds. They are due to appear next fall. The difficulty of them will rise quite a bit, just like the Shadow Worlds they had just completed. There's a few artifacts that I need. The Shadow Worlds that must be cleared are marked. He was not aware of what objective Skull Mask was after, but with some careful planning, he can surely outmaneuver a fanatic like him anyway. Every country on the continent was now moving, and Divide had found itself in a thoroughly unfavorable situation. Soon, the outsiders in control of Divide will be left helpless and inconsequential. The first goal is to remove the outsiders completely before this third wave of Shadow Worlds occur. That's when he thought about it. Crash. The window was smashed. It was broken without any trace of what had done it. Desir was left aghast, so he laughed in vain. This window can't catch a break. Desir, who had paused his thoughts, approached the window. Seeing the broken window, Desir looked outside, wondering if anyone had thrown something at it. His face stiffened. The lake in front of the dormitory was blackened. Students, Please evacuate quickly. Beep, beep, beep. At the same time, the alarm of the Academy alerted everyone of the encroachment of a shadow world. No way. Desir shook his head. His plans and ideas for the next few months evaporated neatly in his head. His brain immediately processed the phenomena occurring in front of him, long before his consciousness caught up. No, this can't be happening. But he denied the possibility. It was impossible. It was never supposed to happen like this. But soon after, the alarm was enough to drop Desir off a cliff of despair. A global reversal is detected. Students, please evacuate quickly. We are currently checking the ratings of the shadow world. In a matter of moments, the crack expanded. A level 2 shadow world has appeared. It was terrible. The peace that had settled over everyone for the past few weeks flew away in a flash. The sudden appearance of a level 2 shadow world had blanketed the Hebrion Academy in the heart of Dresden. Desir stared at the Hebrion Academy as if he could not believe it. How did a level 2 shadow world already appear? The outbreak of the level 1 and 2 shadow worlds were a sign of the impending shadow labyrinth. Something like this would mean they would have 1 or 2 days to prepare, a fact Desir was all too aware of. However, this was far too ahead of schedule. The problem they were left with now is what to do about it. There was still more than a year left before the shadow labyrinth should appear, and with the appearance of this early indicator, should he continue assuming the shadow labyrinth would appear early too? It was against the rules in the first place. The shadow worlds had one regularity. Many shadow worlds would appear simultaneously, if they were to occur at all, but only once a year. Desir felt a sense of despair and complexity overwhelm him. How did the shadow world happen so soon? Somebody's cry struck Desir in the ear. The streets of Dresden, where Desir now stood, were bustling with thousands of people. The students who had lost their bearings so suddenly were confused. A level 2 shadow world? This is impossible. The problem wasn't just when it happened. The difficulty of the shadow world that they now found themselves facing was a level 2. Everyone except Desir was left perplexed at this rating, something that had not appeared for a long time. The last time was in Loelius, the year 3614. No one alive had experienced the perils of a level 2 shadow world. Of course, there is always an exception. Skull Mask had lived for centuries. He had likely experienced the power of a level 2. People looked worried at the advent of such a disaster. They had only ever read about such a thing occurring in their history books. We can also clear a level 2 shadow world, right? If they failed to clear this, it would consume a portion of the world. After the rise in the overall strength of mankind due to the publication of the magic crystal enchanting method Zod had developed, mankind had long rid themselves of the feeling of defeat that had traumatized the world for most of the past. But they had only encountered shadow worlds up to the 3rd level of strength. In this era of peace, it was unclear just what lay in store for them and just how much they would need to sacrifice in clearing this disaster. Calm down, everyone. The professors tried to calm the students who had taken to the streets in panic. However, this was anything but an easy task. Rather, the situation worsened as the professors seemed confused by the unexpected situation too. With the advent of the shadow world at the Hebrion Academy, the hotels in Dresden had an unexpected boom in popularity. Unless they failed in their attempt clearing it, the erosion would not proceed immediately. However, many took residence in hotels due to their unease, seemingly calming themselves by surrounding themselves with familiar company. However, the Starling party ended up staying in Professor Bridget's mansion, not in a hotel. Her opinion was that if everyone gathered in chaotic situations like these, they would at least calm down. It was not easy to find empty rooms among crowded hotels, so everyone readily accepted Professor Bridget's proposal. There's enough room, so feel free to make yourselves at home. If you need anything, feel free to let me know. Bridget took the students to her mansion and hurried back to see if there was anything urgent she could help with. She seemed to be moving to assist with something related to the occurrence of the shadow world. Why did a level 2 suddenly emerge? Romantica's face was uncharacteristically stiff. For the last 100 years, the shadow worlds have only had the strength of up to level 3. No one answered. That was because everyone here had the same question as her. They too couldn't make sense of what was currently happening. Desir was no exception. He had always offered solutions before anyone else in the party even realized they were in crisis. But this time he was different. He was just quietly communicating with someone through his communication pad. When Romantica saw him acting like this, she could feel her anxiety growing even more. "We're not going to fail in clearing this?" To Pram's question, a jest replied, nodding her head. "Even if it's a level 2 shadow world, mankind has developed beyond comparison to that of 100 years ago. I'm sure it's possible for us to complete this." As she spoke, a jest glanced sideways at Desir. He had not yet made eye contact with her since they met up. She closed her eyes. Rond comforted her while thinking that she was concerned about clearing the shadow world. "Don't worry, sister. It'll work out somehow." At that time, Desir, who had been quiet until now, opened his mouth. "It's not that simple." Seeing Desir's rigid expression, the party members noticed that he had learned something. They sensed that it must be something serious. "Look at this." Desir manipulated the communication pad, producing a holographic map of the continent. The map was covered in red dots. Only then did the party members know what Desir had been busy doing. He had been combing the news from all over the continent through all available information networks. He must have been doing this ever since the appearance of the shadow world. "Desir, what are those red dots?" "There's more than 100 shadow worlds of level 2 and above across the continent." A sheer silence enveloped the group. There was not even the sound of a single breath. The starling party members that had scattered all over the mansion began to gather one by one. Those who were there first explained the map to those who came later, and each time, there was a shocked exclamation. There were simply too many red dots. It was disorientating having just one happen at the Hebrion Academy, but it seemed hard to believe that they had happened all over the continent. However, they soon saw Desir's serious expression and were forced to accept reality. Actually, everyone must have been expecting something like this. They just wanted to look away from such an outcome. Hebrion Academy attracts people of different nationalities from all over the continent. The Starling Party was no different. They had all been hoping such an abnormality would not occur in their own country, where their families lived. Romantica clenched her teeth as she looked at the red dots on Preleka. Other party members looked at the map in similar manners and hardened their facial expressions. However, a jest was analyzing the map from a completely different perspective. And the cause of this situation is in divide. All of the party members' eyes were turned to one side of the map. There was a single country that had no red dots on it, the Kingdom of Divide. Despite the numerous shadow worlds dotting the entire continent, none of them occurred there. No matter how much information was blocked, they could not hide the powerful detection methods that were employed to locate shadow worlds as they appeared. However, the information Desir grasped was clear that there were no shadow worlds in Divide. What were the chances that only Divide could avoid the phenomenon at a time when the shadow worlds appeared everywhere else? It was a strange situation for anyone to see. Desir speculated that Skullmask had intentionally brought about the shadow worlds. That would explain why Divide had avoided the phenomenon. He could feel a burning pain in his stomach. Everything's gone wrong. The incident in Divide had caused a sense of uneasiness, but he had pushed it aside as it had not created any immediate consequences of significance. Confronting a common enemy, Divide, the Western kingdoms had become more united than ever before, and the Hebrion Empire also expressed its willingness to cooperate. It was a pity for the people of Divide, but sacrifices had to be made for the greater good. They could only suffer the result of allowing Skullmask to seize control of their country. But the sudden appearance of shadow worlds had put a massive spanner in Desir's plans. Romantica expressed doubt at Desir's conjecture. How can he artificially induce shadow worlds like this? It's due to those towers. The huge towers that Divide had erected all over its territory. Behind the surface-deep purpose of chimera research and manufacturing, a bigger secret had been concealed. Desir was able to get a glimpse of this secret through Swan's sacrifice. The basement of the tower they had infiltrated had been constructed in a fashion similar to what he had seen in homunculus labs. In addition, a huge amount of mana stones had been processed and stockpiled. Maybe they're artificially creating shadow worlds using the mana stones they stock there. Mana stones were still fundamentally unknown objects whose structure had not yet been fully understood. It was not clear why they appeared after clearing shadow worlds. In fact, it was only after Zod developed the enchanting method that mana stones could be utilized for the benefit of mankind. Mana stones were most often used to create magic equipment and virtual shadow worlds to practice in. Skull Mask seemed to know a lot about shadow worlds. Maybe what's happening now is a step beyond simply creating virtual shadow worlds with these mana stones. Isn't that right, Tower Master? Desir directed his last sentence at his communication pad. Desir had apparently been talking to Zod from the beginning. Zod's voice emanated from Desir's communication pad. Right? To be more specific, mana stones were probably used like we have seen in the homunculus. Zod had been engrossed in studying the homunculus ever since he got his hands on one. It sounded like his research had finally borne fruit. After spending so long studying it, I've learned a little bit about how the homunculus manipulated causality. Desir, do you know about the theory of parallel universes? No, I've never heard of such a theory. The theory of parallel universes was rather esoteric and not something Desir had gone out of his way to understand, especially in his pursuit of clearing the Shadow Labyrinth. I guess that's to be expected, Zod muttered before continuing. There are many hypotheses about parallel universes, but in short, it is the theory that several versions of our world exist at the same time. Zod explained once again with a sigh and a look of exasperation at Desir and his party members that did not understand. We don't know the principle behind the shadow worlds, but they do recreate important events of our past. But these are simply a reproduction of the past that has no effect on reality. But the homunculus uses a principle similar to reshape the past and create a new reality by making a different choice. This is the true identity of the homunculus's power. Desir's eyes glistened. No way. When Skull Mask said he would reform the past, he meant. He was not exaggerating. And I guess what's happening is a step towards that goal. If the homunculus power could be exercised through numerous towers spanning an entire country, it wouldn't be impossible to influence the entire continent. The homunculus's ability was limited in range. The amount of time that could be altered was narrow, and the scope of area affected was also small. But if the structure was greatly expanded in the form of a giant tower and dozens of supporting smaller towers, and all operated at the same time using massive amounts of mana stones, it was clear that the capacity would expand beyond comparison to that of a mere homunculus. Finally, Skull Mask's goal and means of achieving it had been understood. While the situation was anything but good, with a newfound sense of purpose and a way forward, Desir's expression had softened and his eyes gleamed with determination. But if we just destroy the tower, we can get rid of them, even if we don't clear the shadow worlds created by it. Not only that, but also the ultimate goal of Skull Mask would be thwarted. But it won't be easy. Destroying the tower could solve everything, but the very act of destroying it would be a difficult proposition amidst the current mess. The Western Kingdom Union has mobilized all of its forces to clear the shadow worlds. Far from attacking the divide, if you're attacked now, you won't be able to defend yourselves. This is no exception for the Empire. Zod had a good grasp of the situation. Whether it was the Western Kingdom Union or the Hebrion Empire, the forces were not allowed to operate recklessly by the sudden outbreak of the Level 1 and 2 shadow worlds. Unless there was a guarantee that the tower could be destroyed swiftly, the shadow worlds could not be neglected. Weaponizing artificial shadow worlds like this was simply too heinous. Where the hell did he get his hands on such skills? Again and again, he could not help but be astonished at the transcendent skill Skull Mask had at his disposal. The technology Skull Mask seemed to throw around without regard surpassed that of Zod, the so-called greatest magical engineer of mankind. Desir had long recognized the outsiders, and more recently Skull Mask, as the largest obstacle interfering with the successful completion of the Shadow Labyrinth. However, it now occurred to him that Skull Mask might be as annoying as the Shadow Labyrinth itself. A hypothesis then passed through Desir's head. No, wait a minute. Did he also create the level 1 and 2 shadow worlds that suddenly began to appear in my previous life? If so, is the Shadow Labyrinth? His spine shuddered at the thought. The Shadow Labyrinth was in a whole different league in comparison to level 1, let alone level 2 shadow worlds. They were not even comparable, like apples and oranges. But even so, the possibility that had taken root in his mind could not be so easily shaken. I'd better act with that in mind for now. Desir put his thoughts together in short order, before speaking Zod again. For now, I think it's better to stop the shadow worlds from happening. I agree with you. We can't just let this go. We must take out Divide. So the immediate goals of action had been sorted out, but the party members had terrible looks on their faces. Even with a potential solution laid out for them, there was no hint of relief to be found in the room. Will our village be all right? The map shows a shadow world in my hometown too. Desir looked at the party members. Everyone was looking at the map and expressing their concerns. Romantica was also sighing at the red dots marked on Preleka. The number present in the weakest member of the Western Kingdom Union was not small by any measure. It was hard to be confident that Preleka would be able to clear them all with its current strength. Let's wait and see how the Hebrion Academy will respond. It was on this tone that Desir concluded the meeting. Bridget returned several hours later. She was exhausted. Dark circles highlighted her eyes. I have something to tell you all. The royal family had called upon the faculty members of the Hebrion Academy, and Bridget had attended the meeting. She told them that the shadow world that happened nearby was to be cleared with the highest priority, by order of the imperial family. This was a matter for course. As long as the Hebrion Academy was within the scope of erosion, the facilities inside were under threat. Therefore, it was not only impossible to use the numerous facilities of the Hebrion Academy, but also the systematic management of those who participated in the shadow world was not able to be carried out. It's not something at the level of difficulty a student would challenge in the first place. The difficulty of the shadow world increased exponentially by level. Level 3 shadow worlds were the peak difficulty the Hebrion Academy dealt in. But even those shadow worlds were handled with great care. Desir raised his hand. He opened his mouth when Professor Bridget winked at him. Then what does Hebrion Academy plan to do? It was a question everyone wanted to hear. I knew you'd ask that question. Professor Bridget closed her eyes. Everyone listened, and finally her mouth opened again. With the principal's approval, the Hebrion Academy will be temporarily closed. What? A closed school? The academy had not even closed during the war against the outsiders. This was a move. Allowed to continue operating are the Blue Moon Party, Red Dragon Party, and Starling Party, each holding authority equivalent to an honorary knighthood. Taking a leave of absence allowed students to maintain their privileges as students of the Hebrion Academy. But the closure was tantamount to forcing all of them to forfeit their Hebrion student privileges. When do you think the academy will open again? I don't know that. We don't know when the shadow worlds will end, and we don't know when it will suddenly happen again. Bridget's hopeless answer darkened the faces of the Starling Party members. As Bridget said, the next day at 10 a.m., the closure of the Hebrion Academy was announced. The students saw it through their communication pads. The responses to this announcement varied. About a third of the students volunteered for the army. Many regarded the situation as an opportunity to advance. Among the students who volunteered for the army, there was a mix of those from the Empire and foreigners. If they made a contribution, they could be certain that the Empire would reward them accordingly. As tragic and frightening as this situation was, many students had joined the Hebrion Academy with the intention of being commissioned into the Imperial Army. For these people, this situation was actually a stroke of unprecedented luck. The Empire welcomed their enlistment as volunteers, promising favorable treatment for students of the Hebrion Academy. The Empire's military might was strong, but getting a boost in fighting power from accepting the applications of these talented youths was a welcomed outcome. The majority of Hebrion students were excellent, and joined having already obtained excellent experience in clearing shadow worlds. About a third of the students went back to their hometowns. They dropped everything in favor of seeking comfort. But no one could blame them. They were ordinary students just hours before, and the last third returned to their homelands to join the defensive efforts. Long time no see, Desir Arman. At around lunchtime, Redoria Dorice appeared at Bridget's mansion. After making small talk with her, Desir discovered that Redoria was a noble of a small country. A country so small that it couldn't even join the Western Kingdom Union. "I've been looking all over for you to say goodbye." She dropped that bombshell nonchalantly. It made sense though. Desir had heard there was a level 2 shadow world in her country. "Are you going to join the army?" Desir spoke in a relaxed manner, as if he were used to speaking with friends in wartime. Redoria nodded. "Yes." Redoria tilted her communication pad, showing a summons signed by the king of her country. The purpose of the summons was all too obvious, considering the current situation. "I think it's necessary for them. Having reached the 4th circle, I will be an invaluable fighting power for them." It was a matter of course. There were no more than 1,000 magicians that managed to reach the 4th circle or higher across the entire continent. Desir, frankly speaking, was reluctant to let her go. The risk was simply too great, and she had grown to become a person with strategic power now. Even if she was not powerful, he still hated the thought of potentially losing a friend. "You shouldn't think of going to war with the outsiders. In our last battle with them, we had superior might, and there were many people of similar or greater power around you to protect you. But this time, I don't think." "I know, but there's no other option." She smiled gently. "I don't think I'm very patriotic. The country has not done anything for me. But I couldn't turn my eyes away from my home country in a situation like this. Everyone has something they want to protect." Desir found himself unable to talk her out of it. "It was the greatest happiness in my life that you came to be my mentor. If you don't hear from me again, tell Kelt that I loved him." Leaving such melancholic words behind, she turned her back to Desir. "I won't tell him. Please come back and tell him by yourself." Smile. Redoria's lips curled into a smile. "So that's your answer." She was part of the third of the student body that left to protect their homeland. While perceptions of the students were skewed from being around so many people of such strength in the academy, by the standards of small countries, wizards and knights at the level of these students were invaluable national-level power. As the hours dragged on, party members left one by one. Desir didn't attempt to prevent them leaving. Instead, he made each of them promise something to him. "Be sure to come back." He made them promise such a reunion. As Desir bade another party member farewell, Romantica strode up to Desir. Romantica stood still in front of Desir, her face screwed up in concentration for a long time. Eventually, she opened her mouth, gripping her trembling hands together tightly. "I've been summoned to help Preleka." One of the shadow worlds that appeared in Preleka was a level 1 shadow world. A shadow world strong enough to swallow up an entire kingdom. In fact, the last level 1 shadow world did exactly that. It swallowed up the kingdom known as the strongest of that era. No matter how advanced a country's technology was, this shadow world had a difficulty that demanded special care. "Yes, I heard the news." Although the Avalon army had been mobilized, Preleka still suffered from insufficient manpower. They had no choice but to call on everyone they could. Preleka was still a small country after all, and the power they could mobilize was limited. "Really, I don't know why so many incidents seem to happen in our country. Once again, my country is in danger of being wiped off the map." Romantica sighed. "It makes people really tired. I'd like to emigrate if I could." "Are you going to leave for Preleka?" As Romantica pouted in annoyance, obviously attempting to lighten the mood, Desir pitched a straight ball. Romantica turned around to look Desir in the eye. "You already knew what I was going to do. Your face gives everything away. How can you always read me so easily?" "I look the same as I normally do. You're worried. I can tell because you have a habit of biting your lips whenever you're worried about something." Desir really knew a lot about her. This was a habit even she had not recognized. A jest and Pram will stay, won't they? Maybe they will. They're from here after all. I really envy them. I wish I could stay too. When will we see each other again if I leave now? Romantica stopped talking and looked at Desir. The silence they held seemed to last forever. Her lips were chapped. She couldn't find the words to say anything else. I understand, Romantica. You care about your hometown. Desir spoke up, thinking she was simply lost for words and drowning in her own sorrow. The dazed romantic stood still as a statue for another moment, before nodding and regaining some semblance of rationality. Well, that's obvious. It's where my family's business is. Wouldn't I have to protect it if I want to inherit it? Romantica smiled wistfully. She realized that Desir was simply respecting what he assumed she held dear to her. After all, it was she who had to make the decision. However, there was a feeling of squeezing out all other thoughts and sprouting in the mind. Romantica laughed in an attempt to hide it. For onlookers, things looked normal. They were laughing and chattering. For Romantica, this was anything but normal. I hope things work out well. Come back safely. Thank you, Desir. This was the natural point in the conversation where they would part ways. When she looked out the window, she saw the sun beginning its trajectory down through the sky. It had peaked, and now all that remained was the inevitable nighttime. It was noon. Romantica leaped and embraced Desir in a bear hug. Romantica! Desir looked embarrassed but soon smiled slightly. As always, he was one that could be depended on. The rock of the Starling party. He stroked her hair, eventually managing to calm his frightened party member down. Romantica permitted him touching her hair. It didn't matter if the hairstyle she worked so hard to maintain was ruined. Just because you're leaving, don't quit training. Don't beat around the bush, Desir. He had spoiled the moment. Romantica backed away in a huff. I'll be back stronger than ever. I promised you I'd always be there to support you. Even if you don't see me as a woman now, I hope you will look back on me fondly someday. Shortly after Romantica left, Desir contacted the side guard. That's a very helpful piece of information, Mr. Desir. These were the first words Alfred uttered after hearing Desir out. He was the head of the side guard, a group formed to support the royal guard, and an important figure close to the emperor. Through Alfred, Desir told the emperor that the outbreak of Shadow Worlds was linked to Skullmask and what he felt the best move would be to resolve the situation. This is the greatest threat to the Empire. We should focus on finding more detailed information by deepening our understanding of the tower. We'd better prepare the relevant measures. We also need to find out about Divide's troop formation and strength. We could even up in an all-out war with them. Especially, I want you to find out what you can about the current leader of the Janissaries. I will convey Mr. Desir's opinion. Oh, by the way, would you please hold for a moment? Alfred stopped Desir before he had a chance to cut off communication. Desir Arman. I'm sorry to say this now, but I have orders from the Emperor. What's that? I have a few things to tell you before that. The Imperial family had a request for one of the Starling party members. If necessary, unlimited aid will be given to the rest of the party members remaining, including those who have left. This was unusual. The large compensation meant that the request was also difficult. I have a lot of work to do. I hope the request doesn't take long. Well, it won't take long. He tapped his desk nervously. Mr. Desir, one of your party members, a Jest Kingscrown, is the legitimate heir to the House of Rogfulas. He had already heard this from the Agest and knew it was a fact. And when the decision was made to temporarily close the Hebrion Academy, the Alpha class that the princess was required to take was in effect cancelled. I mean, again, the Imperial family will make up for the loss of manpower, and she's just going back where she belongs. So please don't be offended. What's the point of doing this? Alfred sighed before opening his mouth again. The princess will be summoned to the palace. However, the Emperor seems to have decided that if she has any lingering attachment to the Starling party, it will only serve as a distraction. Mr. Desir, will you persuade her directly to return to the palace so that she will no longer have any regrets about the party? The carriage, without stopping, clattered along the uneven cobblestones on the street. It was not difficult to guess the destination. On the doors and ceiling of the carriage was a picture of the golden lion symbolizing the imperial family. Through the half-open curtains, She could see the imperial palace gradually getting closer. The fact that it would happen like this was something she had expected from the start. As for the reason, however, Agest had no idea how this came to pass. Was it because she revealed her identity to Desir? Maybe it was because her father thought the situation had become dangerous? These shadow worlds were unexpected after all. Agest looked up at the ceiling blankly. Either way, the ending she was going to face was simple. Parting. It was a very unfamiliar word. Agest didn't want to experience such a thing. So, when she first arrived at the Hebrion Academy, ending up in the Alpha class for nobles, she did not open up her heart to anyone. She was surrounded by people but utterly alone. She had lived a life without color, utterly dedicated to being strong. She thought such a life would be the best for her. However, Desir was the turning point for her. Many things changed right after she met him. Many things? No, it was everything. Even Swan managed to pick up on how much she had changed. Agest lowered her gaze. Desir was looking out the window with his chin resting in his hand. The desolate appearance of the capital with no one present on what used to be bustling streets passed unceasingly by her glazed-over eyes. Coincidentally, Desir was the one to lead her to the palace. It was her father's decision. Cruel but reasonable. Perhaps her father wanted her to express her intention to leave the party in his audience. He might want to see her properly break off all connection to her academy life. When was the last time I talked to Desir? It feels like ages ago. But it has been less than a day. A visit to the hospital to see Swan was the beginning of the end. Agest was put on the spot. She never had the intention of making up a story. This was something she wanted Desir to know. Ever since Agest informed him that she was a princess, they had not talked since. Their relationship was now awkward. They couldn't find a single thing to talk about. She could understand that. The title of princess was by no means light. She deliberately didn't say anything about it earlier, knowing this. Desir. The first to open their mouth was Agest. She had spent the entire carriage ride gathering her courage. Desir, who had been staring outside the entire time, turned his head and stared at Agest. Their eyes met for the first time. But that was all. He simply looked at her. The strange silence made Agest feel a tingling sensation in her heart. Are you angry? Agest opened her mouth with difficulty. Desir did not reply. Doesn't he understand? The end of the Alpha class meant that she was no longer a student, but a successor, heir to the throne of the Hebrion Empire. It was not something she could abandon for the sake of clearing shadow worlds. This was the last time they would sit together as party leader and party member. Even though she could meet Desir, a member of the royal guard, whenever she wanted, when that time came, it would not be as Agest Kingscrown, but Agest Zedgar F. Rogfalas. I don't want this. She did not want things to happen this way. She didn't want to go back to the desolate past where she had no ties and had never met Desir. She couldn't imagine spending the rest of her days like this to the end. Please say something. There is no particular reason for me to be angry with you, Royal Princess. Royal Princess. As soon as she heard it, Agest felt something that had kept her sane this long suddenly snap. She felt her heart ache. Desir. It shouldn't end like this. It was a relationship that couldn't end like this. Your Majesty has made a great decision. It's just a wise move to ensure that the successor is no longer in danger. There's audio surveillance magic in the carriage. On the ceiling, blue mana seemed to gather and form letters, soon disappearing without a trace. Desir nodded so that only Agest could feel it. For a moment, the sad feeling had lifted slightly. Her mind cleared up. Her tone slightly uneven. She replied, You think so? She tried to imitate the method Desir had used. She tried to gather and concentrate her mana, calculating how to move it to form the letters she so desperately desired to share. It wasn't easy, but her will to talk was much stronger. How come? Barely after forming, her letters fell apart. In quick fashion, blue mana converged into letters once again. I've been ordered to make sure you don't have any lingering attachment for the Starling party. They want to know if this request is going well. Agest's prediction was right, but that wasn't what mattered. Desir, I never meant to deceive you. I just... Well, it's over anyway. Desir spoke, but his words were false. Letters appeared on the ceiling. I know. The only thing that matters is the fact that you're a princess. Desir continued to peddle mistruths while the letters of his true thoughts continued to appear on the ceiling. It doesn't matter that you're a princess. You're just you. Rogfalas or not, you've always been a jest. That doesn't change. That's the conclusion I've reached. Why? How? On the contrary, it had now become a situation where a jest could not help but question him. Because I'm just like you. Their eyes crossed. I think everyone has something they want to hide. I have something I must hide from you too. I haven't revealed it yet, but you shared your secret. You trust me, so I also trust you. This would be the secret of Desir's identity. Desir had never shared a single bit of his past with her, or anyone else for that matter. But you showed no reaction. I didn't care. This was not just an excuse. I've always been like this. I recognized you as a colleague, as a powerful comrade, and I was focused entirely on our future. He was always thinking about the future, like a carriage moving forward, looking only at its destination, without rest, without end, moving with a singular purpose. Probably had something to do with his past. A jest could only make such a dim guess. I rather respect you. He didn't feel bad. It was by no means easy to bring up a secret that had been hidden for so long. She was afraid that the truth would change the relationship. This was the thing that a jest feared the most. I was such a fool. There was no way Desir would act like that. She felt happy. Her eyes shook and turned red. When we meet again, I'll tell you my story then, a jest. The years she spent with him passed before her eyes. Mana concentrated on the ceiling several more times, dispersing and reforming. The carriage came to a stop. Before she knew it, she had arrived at the palace. Mana rained down inside the carriage like snow. A jest put her hand to her hair. The sharp ice that formed cut off a lock of the silvery hair. I'll be back as a jest king's crown. As a token of her declaration, a jest handed it to Desir. Captain Curus, sir? Curus, who had fallen into deep contemplation while riding on a horse, was awoken by a voice to his side. Locating the source, he found a boy with a hood staring at him. Are you all right, sir? I understand if you're worried. Anyone would feel stressed under these circumstances. If this shadow world falls apart, then 5 cities within the Kellen Kingdom are at risk.
Milimetrów. I'm all right.
I was just going over the plan we made with the Imperial Army. The pair stood motionless atop a misty hill. Normally, the scent of morning dew and the sound of birds that signals the start of a new day brings a sense of ease. This dawn mist was deeply permeated with the scent of blood, and the song of the morning birds were deafened by the chorus of screams and the clashing of weapons in the distance. The knights of the Kellen Kingdom had been dispatched to clear the Level 2 shadow world that had appeared. Their next step in doing so was to clear the battlefield in front of them. We should have sufficient distance to launch an assault from here, sir. The boy, who continued to speak to Curus, the captain of the Kellen Knights, was the only one present that hailed from the Hebrion Empire. Kellen was a small kingdom and consequently did not have enough power to successfully clear the Level 2 shadow world. Forced between a rock and a hard place, they had to request assistance from the Hebrion Empire. Luckily for T, the boy next to Curus was one of the 2 men dispatched. The Kellen Kingdom was not dissatisfied with this arrangement, nor were they angry that the Empire only spared them 2 men. The 2 that had been dispatched were widely known in the Kellen Kingdom for their skill in both battle and command. Still, Curus looked at the boy next to him, unease in his eyes. Is this boy really the Silver Light Swordsman? The Hebrion Empire boasted ownership of a prodigious swordsman known by his title, the Silver Light Swordsman. Curus thoroughly respected the Silver Light Swordsman, but was this youth really deserving of such a title? Well, we'll see soon enough. Curus handed out orders to his subordinates. Maya, I ask you to secure line of sight. Leave it to me. Maya, a 4th circle magician, began arranging a large magical formation. Soon after it was invoked, A strong wind began to clear the billowing mist. From atop the hill, the Kellen knights had a clear view of the challenge they faced. Ha! Their vision unencumbered. Their faces began to harden as the Shadow World's notification appeared. Before you lie orcs led by Valhald Rakuntash, the Lord of the Orcs. Valhald's army has trained single-mindedly with the goal of seizing the continent and placing it in their lord's hands.
Orcs naturally possess superior physiques.
These orcs have become stronger through training and move strategically under the control of a commander with superior talent. Countless countries have collapsed as a result of this strength and his cunning. The misty hill before them was covered with waves of green. Lines of orcs spanned as far as the eye could see. Their seemingly infinite numbers were, at the least, in the hundreds of thousands. Beginning final quest. Extinction. Lord Valhald Rakuntash has assembled orcs in an attempt to destroy humanity and seize control of the continent. Defend against Valhald's army. The Kellen Knights entered the Shadow World having done the pertinent research and reading on this historical event. But the reality before their eyes versus what they had imagined after preparing for it were two totally different concepts. The mere presence of this vast army of orcs left a sense of overwhelmment. It was no surprise that the knights of a small kingdom were left paralyzed in fear, and that hesitation soon became poison.
Humans.
SHHHK. They are over there. They removed our mist. The fog clearing allowed the knights to gain vision of the orcs, but in turn so did the orcs gain vision of the knights. Blade Wolf Tribe, take the lead. Stop them while our defense line forms. The orcs raised their spears and charged towards the knights while other orcs holding shields hurriedly repositioned. The orc shouting out orders was distinctly more powerful than the rest, likely the commander of this unit. If this situation continued unchecked, the orcs would establish their defensive line and the Knights of Kellen would have no choice but to retreat helplessly. We have to assault them before they finish that defensive line. The silver light sword sprung into action, removing his hood to unobscure his vision. His sky-blue hair, revealed to the world, fluttered in the wind. With his visage and effeminate features revealed, he could easily be mistaken for a pretty woman. His clear blue eyes that were locked onto Curus did not waver, even as he found himself face to face with hundreds of thousands of orcs. In his eyes, absolute trust in the success of this operation was engraved. As commander of the side guard, I will open the way. Do your best to follow, sir. The youth from the Hebrion Empire, Pram Schneider, began his isolated charge into the heart of the orc army. Curus's face hardened. Charging blindly into hundreds of thousands of orcs was nothing more than suicide. Everyone remained rooted to the spot, expressing their solemn grievances for the grueling sacrifice of the pretty boy. Pram bore down on the wall of spear-wielding orcs. All of the spears had been pointed his way, under the direction of the commanding orc. As Pram approached, a silvery aura rose from his rapier. Moments later, numerous silver trajectories spread out in every direction as his weapon began to blur. In what felt like an eternity as time itself seemed to slow, red lines of blood were carved into the bodies of the orcs. With time resumed its normal pace, and the orcs' bodies were neatly carved. Their bodies fell apart into thousands of bloody pieces, precisely cut to ensure a quick death. A scene of utter carnage unfolded before the eyes of both the orcs and knights. To compare the two groups' responses was unfair to the orcs. Those who had survived, and played witness to the brutal exchange, were beyond paralyzed in shock. Fear had been implanted so deep in their souls that their bodies forgot they could ever move to begin with. What the hell? SHHHHK. Our brothers are dead. SHHHHK. They weren't the only ones astonished, though. The Knights of Kellen also couldn't believe their eyes. Curus, a bishop-class swordsman himself, stared at Pram with his eyes wide open. Curus now realized why he was known as the Silver Light Swordsman. He was able to unleash a barrage of attacks, far too many to count, resulting in his silver aura creating a meteor shower of attacks. The average swordsman would not be able to follow any trajectories of that attack. Instead, all they would be able to make out was a solid silver line, as though the light of his aura was death itself. After a while, there were no more orcs attempting to block Pram. Pram had only swung his sword for a couple of minutes, but already 1,000 orcs had died. It didn't take any further displays of prowess for the orcs to realize that he was not at a level they could handle. SHHHK. Strong. SHHHK. Confusion arose amongst the orcs. On the other hand, the morale of the knights exploded upwards. Curus raised his sword. Nothing was said aloud, but everyone was aware what the action meant. Boo! The sound of the grand trumpet blanketed the hill. At the same time, thousands of horses began to run across the ground as one. The hill vibrated as if there were an earthquake. The knights of Kellen, who were in the highest of spirits, charged through the sides of the orcs. Quiet! Cock! Am. In follow-up to the cavalry charge, several spells smashed down on the orcs. The Kellen knights faced a force with far superior numbers. Frankly, it was a battle that could not be won. However, the orc forces were frightened by Pram's performance, and as a result could not properly demonstrate their normal fighting strength. Their front line had already begun to collapse long before the devastating cavalry charge had deeply penetrated their flanks. With Pram's seemingly reckless charge, the flow of battle had been decided. Their first charge complete, the cavalry once again readied themselves for a second decisive charge. "You're creating quite the commotion, arrogant humans." A silencing voice sounded from within the orc ranks, suddenly appearing along the pathway the knights had chosen. A towering orc, wearing a void-black eye patch, had asserted himself. This orc, far more encompassing than any of the others, was certainly the Lord. He wielded a greatsword that was several meters in length, and looked sharp enough to cleave through steel. Were it not for his terrifying size and presence, the red insignia entrenched on his well-defined shoulders cemented the fact that this orc was far from ordinary. Unsurprisingly, an alarm from the shadow world sounded. "You have encountered Orc Lord Valhald Rakuntash. Valhald Rakuntash is praised by the orcs as their lord. He is an outstanding commander and the most powerful orc in history." Curus sucked in a deep breath. Facing Valhald brought about a pressure far greater than when they found the hundreds of thousands of orcs they would be facing. It was the aura of someone with absolute strength. Despite their worry, no one was caught off guard. "I can't believe it. Everything is going exactly as he said." The knights seemingly unfazed. Valhald felt the corners of his mouth raise slightly in a smirk. In a show of his overwhelming dominance, Valhald readied his greatsword and showcased an even more powerful display of his aura. The surroundings shook as Valhald demonstrated his aura. The face of the Knights of Kellen immediately distorted. They had never seen this level of power before. Curus shouted out an order at his knights. "Defense!" Bang! When Valhald brandished his greatsword, the ground shook with a deep rumble. Over 10 meters of ground was overturned, ripped apart, and launched into the air. There was no distinction between ally and enemy in his attack. Orc and human alike were either crushed or swept away. The knights immediately halted their charge, their momentum put to waste. In face of such an attack, what choice was there but to stop? Luckily, that was the extent of it. The damage inflicted to the knights wasn't as severe as Valhald had expected. "Eh!" Valhald exclaimed lightly. His greatsword had been stopped before its swing completed, a slender rapier barely just halting its progress. With Pram's quick action, Valhald's attack only had about half of its normal destructive power. Although the momentary crisis had passed, the situation was certainly not ideal. As the ground collapsed, the many knights lost their horses and were trapped in a steep hole, surrounded by their enemies. Orcs gradually began to close in on them, cutting off any hope of escape. "I admire the spirit you show in challenging me head-on." Valhald kicked against the ground, causing the surface to sink beneath him as he flew through the air. "But as long as I'm here as Lord, you human beings are going to lose no matter what you do." Yawn. Valhald, moving at a speed unbefitting his size, crossed blades with Pram once more. Pram was pushed back by the concentrated force of Valhald's attack, and Valhald used this to relentlessly push into him. There were dozens of attacks exchanged in a second, each exchange culminating in a tremendous shockwave. Silver and red aura entangled like a pair dancing a waltz. Bomb! As their swords crossed once again, Pram finally spoke. "So long as we take you out, then this is our victory." "What? The moment you showed up in front of me was the moment we won." "Arrogance." Valhalla, deciding he was done toying with the doll-like human, put his all into his strike. His aura responded to this change in attitude, and a red haze began to flow from both himself and his greatsword. Kong. Pram's sword couldn't withstand Valhalla's aura anymore and broke under the pressure. Valhalla followed up with another attack immediately after. His strike had hit the young boy, that is until he moved backwards so quickly that Valhalla had somehow missed the moment Pram jumped, and instead left a vacuum in his sword's wake. Of course, there was no jump for Valhalla to notice. Pram had used his cloud walkers at the exact moment necessary. As Pram reached out after stepping back, a new rapier, one emanating a silver light, formed in his hand. It was a sword bearing the telltale characteristics of a weapon forged out of blank. Wang. Aura incomparable to what Pram had previously wielded gathered within his rapier. "You were holding back?" Valhalla wasn't dumb enough to stand idly by while his opponent powered up. He coated his entire body in aura, launching himself towards Pram like a massive bullet. As he did so, thousands of silver trajectories were drawn toward Valhalla. An incredible amount of aura was poured into this attack, at least in comparison to the previous time Pram had used it. But that was it. Only the amount of power poured into it had changed. It was otherwise identical to the previous execution. How did he? Was he holding back that much power? The aura Valhalla could draw upon, as a king-class swordsman, was leagues above what Pram could manage. No matter how fast and numerous Pram's attacks were, if they didn't cause any damage, they meant nothing in the course of battle. Pram's sword was not able to inflict a fatal blow on Valhalla. On the other hand, Valhalla's greatsword could on Pram. The result of this match was surely obvious. Just as Valhalla began to relax, he suddenly tensed up as his instincts told him something was wrong. The silver lights that had been spreading everywhere suddenly began to gather into a single dot. The moment the concentration of aura reached its zenith, Valhalla's sight was bleached white. Silver light filled the battlefield. Everyone observing the battle was left blinded, unable to see even after the dazzling light had faded. Long before they could see it, the clatter of a broken greatsword filled their ears. "Although I was defeated by you," blood gushed out of Valhalla's body. "My legion will triumph and devour your land." The giant orc fell. Contrary to his theatrical self, blood flowed quietly from his perforated chest and wet the soil. Even as he took his last breath, Valhalla did not relinquish his grasp on his shattered sword. "Valhalla Rakuntash has died. The Lord is dead. SHHHHK. Let's get revenge. Kill all the humans. Let's drink the blood of humans." The orcs raged, infuriated by the death of their esteemed lord. Valhalla had fallen, but his orc army numbering in the hundreds of thousands remained. However, Pram paid them no mind. Instead, his attention was turned towards the sky above them. "It's over, Desir. Good job, Pram." Shortly after the quick exchange via communication magic, someone appeared from the sky. A young man enrobed in a black coat and wielding a long staff hovered over the battlefield. Desir Arman. He directed his staff towards the ground, and the complicated spell array he had been calculating was revealed to the orcs and humans. The intricate matrices were painted on the world, the sky as their canvas. A supermassive spell array hung above them, and the clouds themselves began to flee for their lives. Whoosh! A nauseating amount of mana began to surge through the battlefield. Those who were unfortunate enough to gaze up at the sky were dumbstruck, forced to continue looking upwards, like mindless zombies. It was as though their very souls had been captivated. The once noisy battleground, filled with the sound of weaponry clashing, the screams of the defeated, and the howls of the victorious, had been replaced by silence. The song of the morning birds was the only thing that remained. No one could find the strength to open their mouth, let alone swing their weapon, while witnessing the enormous spell above them. The silence, beautiful as it may be, was short-lived. Desir had finished arranging his spell and opened his mouth. Binder of Earth. The supposed defensive magic looked completely different when Desir invoked it. As the spell was invoked, the ground shook and deep cracks began to appear. Within the center of the orc army, a platform several hundred meters in length began to rise. The orcs caught atop it were stuck, unable to do anything but crowd towards the center of the rising platform. What is this? I will kill you. Hhhhhk. I will surely take revenge. Orcs cursed out loud. However, the sound of their voices did not reach Desir. The platform began to curl upwards towards the sun, compressing itself into a massive ball. Desir's face was emotionless, his actions devoid of hesitation. Crack. A horrifying sound echoed across the battlefield. Stone and flesh ground against each other. The entire battlefield was entrenched in the shadow cast by the nearly moon-sized weapon. Gravity control. Desir invoked another spell. The orcs standing where his staff was directed simultaneously began to kneel. They were all unable to remain standing under the sudden increase in gravity. Crack. The pull gravity continued to increase. The weaker orc were pulverized into the ground, leaving behind nothing but a bloody stain. Save me. Shhhhk. Shhhhk. Stop it. I'll die. The orcs shouted in despair at the threat of death. But this was just the beginning. Desir smoothly lowered his staff towards the ground. The giant sphere began to fall from the sky. Boom! They were crushed. The orcs crushed under such a heavy weight weren't even flattened. They were instantly killed. It happened so fast that most did not even have the chance to scream. The few that did, well, they didn't scream for long. From the epicenter of the meteor strike, the ground began to collapse. The aftershock of the crash forcibly grounded the Knights of Kellen, their legs unable to move, despite the collision happening a fair distance away from where they had evacuated. After a while, the shaking ceased, allowing the witnesses enough leeway to look at what remained of the orc army. Maya, one of the Kellen knights, muttered as she looked at the mushroom cloud of dust. This is impossible. Her eyes were widened in fear, more than any sense of admiration. Even though they were allies, she could only feel fear towards the boy floating in the sky. She couldn't even begin to imagine what the orcs were experiencing. The orcs no longer struggled. They all knelt down while looking up at the sky. Have mercy. Shhhk. Soul of the great warriors, save us. The surviving orcs cried out to Desir to spare them. Unfortunately for them, however, the completion message for clearing the shadow world had not yet appeared. Howl of magma. Geysers of hot air burst through the cracks in the partially collapsed ground. Whoosh! It was magma. Magma surged forth, soaring out into the air like a geyser. As Desir gestured with his staff, half of the hill burned red. The soaring magma began sweeping the ground like a tsunami. Jarrrrrrr. The screams of the orcs could no longer be heard over the hiss that filled the battlefield. The rapid cooling of the magma demanding the attention of everyone present, both alive and dead, between the screams, the magma, the shattered ground, and the begging for mercy. It was as if hell itself had been reborn. The orcs had lost. Even the absolute minimum number required to form an offensive against a modest army had been lost in this battle. Valhald Rakuntash had died, and the scattered orcs would never regroup. You have successfully completed the final quest, Extinction. Rewards have been distributed. With this, you can predict the shadow worlds artificially created by Skull Mask. As a man with light silver-colored hair spoke while sipping tea, a woman's voice could be heard from the communication device. Thanks to you, we can cope with the shadow worlds more easily. I'm happy to help. If you're able to prepare for the shadow worlds before they manifest, the damage dealt and the resources you need to commit will be significantly reduced. Doing so is important for Desir's plan to succeed. The man had the appearance of a 40-year-old, but his eyes emanated an aura of profoundness and wisdom, an aura one could only accumulate after living for a century. The incongruity between his appearance and aura left a strange feeling within those that interacted with him. This man was the Seventh Circle magician, and the master of the magic tower, Zod Exarian. "How is the war going, Priscilla?" The person speaking to Zod via remote communication magic was Priscilla Hazelkite, the saint of Artemis and leader of the Artemis Church. Priscilla replied with a firm tone. "Bad. Even an optimist would struggle to say it's going well. We're doing all we can just to hold out. As soon as our operation starts, the war will be over." "I hope so. I don't know how much longer we can last." After ending the call, Zod was deep in thought after just seeing the army flag the enemy waved. Emblazoned on the flag was a dragon. Divide's power is terrifying. Our worst predictions have proven to be true. Every country on the continent was locked in an unwavering war. Their common enemy, the Kingdom of Divide. It was impossible for a nation to wage war against the whole world. It was impossible even for the mighty Hebrion Empire. Yet Divide not only managed, but flourished. Even in response to a massive difference in military power, Divide had seized the upper hand time and time again. No, this isn't Divide. This is only because of Skull Mask. Skull Mask, one of the most heinous leaders of the criminal group known as the Outsiders. He had concealed himself while infiltrating numerous countries through mankind's history. He moved secretly while hiding his true purpose. It was no exaggeration to say that Divide's ability to stand up against the world was all due to him. In reality, this wasn't one country declaring war on the world. This was one man. This situation would have been much easier to handle without the shadow worlds. Skull Mask had the power to artificially create shadow worlds. Some of the worlds created were even level 1 and 2 shadow worlds, catastrophes the likes of which mankind had not seen for the longest of times. This power was more threatening than any strategic weapon. A level 1 shadow world had only appeared 3 other times in recorded history. Each time, the strongest country of that age was consumed by such a shadow world. As if this situation wasn't hard enough, Skull Mask then made Divide mobilize its forces and began invading neighboring countries. The power of Divide's forces, bolstered by chimeras and homunculi, which had been created and subsequently perfected by Skull Mask, was simply overwhelming. The amount of time and resources he must have put into their research over the past century must have been colossal. Fortunately, the kingdoms were able to unite swiftly due to the recently formed alliance and previous battles against the Outsiders. Not only was their reaction fast, the chain of command was quickly established and well-structured. Thanks to this stroke of good fortune, the damage caused by Divide's army was able to be minimized. It was a tremendous achievement considering a majority of each country's force had to be committed to clearing shadow worlds. While these courses of action seemed natural, there was a single boy behind such an achievement. Without him, no matter how much experience they had gained through fighting the Outsiders, they would not have been able to achieve nearly as much this quickly. Even still, the situation is far from good. All they could do was reduce the damage incurred. Things would only worsen as time progressed. Surprisingly, even when faced with such a situation, Zod did not appear desperate. His eyes glowed, checking for every move possible, despite his opponent being only one step away from checkmate. As Zod was arranging his thoughts, the door of his office opened and a boy strode inside. Zod spoke, seemingly expecting the unannounced visit. "Did you have any trouble clearing the shadow world?" "It was rather easy. I only needed to deal with the enemy troops. Their leader moved as I expected he would, so Pram was able to eliminate him first." Zod chuckled to himself. "You're probably the only human on the continent who can talk about a level 2 shadow world like that." Zod beamed at the boy, Desir Arman, with a proud expression. "If you weren't here, we wouldn't be able to make it by today." As he thought about the situation they found themselves in, he once again reached the conclusion that, without Desir, the entire continent might have already fallen into the hands of Skull Mask. Desir could make reality what others dismissed as dreams. He had made great strides towards neutralizing the endless conflict between the nobles and commoners in the Hebrion Empire. He had normalized the relationship between the Hebrion Empire and Western Kingdom Union, who had been hostile to each other for much of recorded history. He had also managed to form a joint alliance with the Esteban tribe of barbarians, protectors of the peace that had maintained their policy of isolationism until now. They wouldn't have been able to deal with the numerous shadow worlds artificially created by Skullmask if Desir had failed to achieve a single one of these milestones. And even now, the damage they would have taken at the start of the battle would have been significant if not for Desir's guidance. So, did you get what you aimed for? Yup. Desir pulled an object out of the dimensional pocket in his clothesline before showing it to Zod. It was a flag featuring blue hydrangeas. A phrase was written on the handle of the flag. The captain of the Knights of Kellen, Curus Pawhink, presents this flag to the savior of my country, Desir Arman. Desir helped the Knights of Kellen and received a flag with a sentence as a token of friendship. Desir walked towards the wall where many such flags were on display. This is the 250th. The inscriptions and symbols on the numerous flags were all unique. Each one of them represented a group. The 13-star Magic Research Group, Knights of the Wave, Navarta Mercenaries. They were all armed forces which had considerable reputation across the continent, regardless of their country of origin. Desir helped them clear shadow worlds, and was promised their cooperation in turn. He didn't limit his activity to the larger nations like the Hebrion Empire or Western Kingdom Union, but made relationships with powerful groups all around the continent. Their strength united would be a devastating military alliance. A transnational military coalition had gathered under the name of Desir Arman. Now we can address problems as they appear, anywhere on the continent. Zod, who knew Desir had been moving with such a purpose, admired the fact that Desir had actually managed to pull it off. But there was something that Zod didn't know. I only gathered those who showed skill in the Shadow Labyrinth and were able to make it more than 5 years. In a situation like this, power alone is useless. Their adaptability will be their strength. The people Desir had gathered could be called the elite of humanity, those with the power and ability to survive the worst disaster mankind would ever face. With this, preparation for the Shadow Labyrinth is nearing completion. Even now, when the current rendition of humanity was facing their biggest crisis, Desir continued to look towards the future, a future that may have been much closer than he originally believed. So the troops are ready. Tower Master, how are the things I requested going? This was another piece to Desir's plan to completely knock down Skullmask. It has been completed already. The flying flagship is ready to set sail. In that case, the stage has been set. The completion of the secret plan to reverse the current situation in the one go was almost upon them. It's time to gather the last actors and start the play. The field was frozen white due to all of the snow that had fallen overnight. With each step, the crisp sound of snow crunching resonated across the desolate landscape. Even though the fresh buds were supposed to be sprouting and this field should have been covered in flowers, all that lay before him was snow. Why is this winter lasting so long? Every time he breathed in deeply, the cold air scratched his lungs. A lot of garbage is falling from the sky again. A girl looked at the white snow and called it trash. The trash had likely blown in from the storm that had appeared over the nearby town of Jabbit. Back then, I would have been happy to see it snow. Her eyes dimmed slightly as a forlorn expression took over her face. She recalled her days at the Hebrion Academy. She saw a garden with bright flowers instead of frozen fields. She was not alone, surrounded with people she trusted deeply. It was only 6 months ago, but the days she spent at the Hebrion Academy already felt so distant. Let's get back to work. Romantica shook her head as if to shake away her thoughts. The snow that settled on her head scattered from side to side. After walking for a while, she stopped and looked around. There was nobody to be seen in either direction. Romantica spread out her hand. At that moment, the movement of the air stopped. The snowflakes pouring from the sky stopped. It was a strange sight that any onlooker could only describe as time being stopped. This was the result of her controlling the airflow in the area around her. Summon Tornado. The moment Romantica invoked that spell, the air began to swirl around her. The snow, which had piled up several inches, began to stir. Within moments, Romantica was forcibly concealed under a white mantle. The violent air rushed to the top of the sky and violently tore apart the clouds. The dark sky had cleared in a matter of seconds. Is this enough? The snow, which seemed to cover the whole world, no longer fell. Weather control magic. Romantica had just changed the weather by controlling airflow with her magic. Changing the weather in one area wasn't an easy task, even for a fifth circle magician. But she didn't look the least bit exerted after casting such a spell. Rather, she stretched her body as if it were stiff. She suddenly heard the sound of footsteps on the snow. Romantica's face hardened instantly. The source was close. Bang! She fired a compressed bullet of air in the direction of the footsteps. Within a second of hearing the footsteps, her spell had been calculated, arranged, and invoked. Even if she had let her guard down, no other magician on the continent would be able to compete with her spellcasting speed after the specialized training she had undergone. Yet as the cloud of snow cleared, a solid wall of dirt, stone, and snow was revealed. Blocked! Romantica's sniping spell boasted tremendous speed, and it was not easy to defend against or evade. She subconsciously gulped and began to gather and concentrate mana in front of herself. "You're good." Someone jumped out from behind the earthen wall and spoke to Romantica. Romantica's eyebrows raised as she heard the relaxed voice of the man. "You!" She approached the man. The man's figure became more and more clear as she stepped closer. Arched eyebrows, slender black hair blowing in the wind, a deep, dark eye that made it hard to read his thoughts, and lips that held a friendly smile as they always did. It was a smile that Romantica knew oh so well, and had constantly missed since their parting. "It's been a long time, Desir." Romantica's office was a cozy room that reflected her taste. Jabbit was a city located on the border of Preleka, not too far away from the capital city, Deltaheim. It was a military hub and had a long history of war throughout Preleka's history. As a result, it was a place where many historic events had taken place, so it was no surprise that there was a concentration of shadow worlds that appeared here. In order to serve Preleka as best possible, Romantica had stationed herself within this city. "I'm sure you've heard the rumors, so I'll get right to it. Will you help me?" Desir knew better than anyone why Romantica had returned to her home country. Yet still, he urged her to leave her homeland without hesitation. "Your plan. How long do you think it would take to completely destroy Skullmask?" 1 week. Desir had an instant response with a definite answer to Romantica's question. "What? The Kingdom of Divide will be destroyed within a week." Defeating Skullmask was synonymous with defeating Divide due to how deeply entrenched he was there. The whole continent had united and been dealing with them for over half a year at this point. Even though they had been working together, they still found themselves being gradually pushed back by this single enemy. However, Desir was confident he would break Divide in a week. Even for someone as accomplished as himself, such a claim was completely unbelievable. After hearing such words, however, Romantica didn't even ask any questions. Instead, she only smiled gently. "Have you always been like this?" Never mind, don't answer that." Memories of Hebrion Academy, memories of better times that they shared, dominated Romantica's mind. Desir used to regularly accomplish what others deemed impossible. For the last half a year they had parted ways. He had traveled all over the continent and done great things. "But my plan needs you to have a chance at being successful." Romantica opened her eyes wide and blinked quietly. He always handled everything himself, so she didn't expect him to say something like that. After a long moment, she smiled. "Haha, is that so?" She shook her head, attempting to hold back her laugh, ultimately failing. The wardrobe opened, and the clothesline hanging up inside flew out. At the same time, the trunk bag stored under the bed leaped out. It seemed as if invisible hands were at work. Meanwhile, Romantica invoked communication magic and spoke with the Lord of Jabbit. "As I mentioned before, I need to leave. I'll only be gone about a week. You've finally decided. The mercenaries will stay here and help the lords. It's a mercenary team that I prepared for when I needed to leave, so you don't need to worry even if I'm not here." She ended the communication spell. With everything completed, she was ready to leave. She rearranged the collar on her clothesline and spoke towards Desir, who sat in a daze. "What are you waiting for? I'm ready." "You already finished all of your preparations?" "Yup. I had a feeling you'd come asking eventually, so I've been preparing all along. If anyone else had asked, I'd probably refuse. Your plans have never failed, after all." Desir smiled cheerfully at Romantica's words. "Thank you for trusting me, Romantica." Romantica had made up her mind and rejoined his party. He got up and walked out of the room. As he turned his back on her, Romantica's face, which had been plastered with a mischievous expression, faded away. "You don't know how much I've prepared for this day, Desir. I'll be back, stronger than ever." Since they had parted half a year ago, Romantica had thrown herself fully into training, desperately trying to get stronger, even if only by a little bit. She had experienced many things that weren't possible to experience in the sheltered academy, and became far stronger as a result. Her increase in battle experience at this stage in her life was more valuable than any increase in circle. All of this so I could become someone you would need. As part of her inevitable decision to leave Preleka, she had taken it upon herself to assemble a unit of skilled mercenaries out of Jabbat. Romantica had reached out to the mercenaries, financing her ambition using the backing of the Eru trading conglomerate. In just a half year, she had amassed a considerable number of mercenaries of superior quality. Romantica's unit of mercenaries, which had come to be known as the Midas mercenaries, were now making their mark on the continent. This was the result of Romantica's efforts to overcome her current situation, and at the same time insurance in case she had to leave Preleka. Romantica arranged her thoughts and caught up with Desir. "So now that you've got me, is your plan ready to go?" "No, there is still one person left." Desir spoke resolutely. "A just king's crown, the most powerful nation of modern day, the Hebrion Empire. The Leonhardt Palace, where the Imperial Emperor was based, was said to be the heart of the empire and the center of the continent. A white blonde-haired girl was on her knees inside the Imperial Palace. The first princess, Agest Zedgar F. Rogfilas, greets His Majesty, the great son of the empire, Emperor of the Hebrion Empire. Giltian Zedgar F. Rogfilas sat on the throne and looked down at Agest with a rather dry smile. With the help of Desir, Giltian had completely eliminated the enemies within his country, the nobles itching to overthrow him, and wielded unparalleled power as a result. The Hebrion Empire already had the greatest power on the continent before this, but it was no exaggeration to say that there was no other kingdom able to compete with him anymore. "What brings you here?" "I know Desir Arman has made some requests of His Majesty." As Agest said, Desir had made a few requests of Giltian the other day. But that was a conversation between the Emperor and his direct knight, a member of the Royal Guard. This was not something that could be overheard or leaked to others. However, Agest clearly had knowledge of what had transpired. "Both myself and the Spear of Longinus are essential to Desir's plan. I would like to know why you are not authorizing his request." It was hard to believe that it was a conversation someone was having with the Imperial Emperor, the person who wielded the greatest power and authority across the continent. The only one that would dare speak like this would be the first princess, Agest. "Raise your head." The moment Agest lifted her head in response to Giltian, she felt a tremendous aura wash over her. The force emanating from Giltian proved that he was still in his prime. "Why do you think I summoned you to the Imperial Palace?" "To protect the legitimate successor of the Imperial family, correct." This was the reason why Agest had suddenly cut all ties and returned to the Imperial Palace 6 months ago. For that same reason, Desir's request cannot be accepted. That's a self-centered decision. Despite Agest's rudeness, Giltian didn't bat an eye. Only you would call it self-centered. This was a decision made for the Empire, and a decision made for its people. The only successor to the throne cannot be allowed to throw themselves headfirst into danger, even if the Empire is destroyed by such a selfless decision. I have no intention of ruling over the ashes of a country. Giltian looked down at Agest with a grimace. That was incredibly rude. Facing Giltian, Agest felt overwhelming pressure from his aura. While her outward composure didn't reveal it, internally she began to crumble slightly. I shouldn't step back down here. No, I can't step down here. Agest stood upright. She bit her lips and looked at Giltian without avoiding his gaze. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. However, a strange emotion began to appear in Agest's normally impassive eyes. She stared at Giltian with a gaze filled with flames of passion. For the sake of our empire, Desir's plan must be realized. And in order for that plan to come true, the spear of Longinus and my royal blood are required. After rebelling openly against the emperor, it wouldn't be surprising for anyone else to be beheaded immediately. Even a first princess would not be able to escape severe consequences for such an action. Despite knowing this, Agest refused to step down. Are you saying that you will ignore my order and go anyway? In the end, if you don't permit me, I will do what I must. It was a precarious atmosphere akin to one walking on thin ice. The slightest misstep could cause it to shatter. Ha 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 ha. Giltian, who had been harshly staring at Agest, burst into a hearty laugh. Something was off. The laugh completely broke the tense atmosphere. That boy is something else. You must believe in him too. Agest couldn't understand what had happened. Her face revealed her desire to ask what had happened. If you join, Desir's plan will surely succeed. Giltian got up from the throne and began pacing down the royal hall. It was by my command that Raffaello told you. Agest's eyes widened. Before I accepted, I wanted to know what you truly thought. Seeing that you came here within a day, and how strongly you fought just now, I can tell that you definitely want to join him. Step by step, Giltian finally stood in front of Agest. I know your skills are excellent, but after what happened to Swan Katerina, I realized that I had taken this situation too lightly. So I summoned you to the Imperial Palace to make sure you were safe. Suddenly, Giltian knelt down and reached eye level with Agest. But you don't understand this father's heart, and continue to struggle. Heaven has bestowed you with talents so great that you have no choice but to go on the battlefield. Agest had prodigious talent in both magic and the sword, as well as significant talent as a commander, having an uncanny knack for military strategy. It was no exaggeration to say that she had the best potential amongst the entirety of mankind. Furthermore, this talent had been refined by Desir. In the near future, there was no doubt she would be the strongest human, past and present. Giltian knew her talent better than anyone else. However, who could watch their own daughter throw themselves into life and death situations without making a fuss? Giltian couldn't tolerate the thought of Agest putting her life at risk on dangerous battlefields. Thus, he brought her back to the Imperial Palace. But now that I think about it, I'm glad you grew up like this. I feel grateful to Desir for changing you in this manner. Giltian definitely knew the importance of Desir's plan. Such a person like him couldn't be ignorant to such a fact. However, he contrived this situation to make the decision one that Agest made, rather than one he forced onto her. She had to choose her own path. Having reached such a conclusion, he dismissed her. You can go, Agest. Go and prove that your choice was right. Agest noticed the warmth that Giltian showed through his actions, even if he was too prideful to express them directly. She bowed in gratitude. I will accept this imperial order. We have almost arrived, Your Highness. As Agest looked out the window of the wagon at Raffaello's announcement, a citadel had begun to appear in the distance. There were just two occupants of the wagon clattering along the road, Agest and Raffaello. Though Agest wasn't initially aware of it, Desir's request included not two, but three things: herself, the spear of Longinus, and Raffaello Scheriger. The shield of the royal guard took in the scenery. As it was his duty to guard the emperor, he didn't get to venture outside Leonhardt Palace often. Finally, his eyes rest on the citadel. Everyone is already gathered. We are the last to arrive. I see. Despite being still hundreds of miles away from the citadel, Raffaello could clearly sense who was inside. However, the demonstration of this amazing technique was nothing new to Agest. Instead of being surprised, she began to think. Everyone is here. A jest slowly recalled her parting words. At that moment, her heart shook. I'm finally seeing you. To her, the past half-year had been forever. As soon as she realized that she was about to meet them soon, her heart swelled with anticipation. But one problem remained with a jest. It was a problem that couldn't be solved, no matter how much she agonized over it. You are nervous, Raffaello stated matter-of-factly. Are you afraid that you're not going to be helpful to Desir? A jest, whose feelings were easily identified, turned to Raffaello in surprise. The moment their eyes met, Raffaello bowed his head lightly. Please forgive me for my rudeness. It's okay, Sir Raffaello. What you said is indeed correct. A jest nervously kept touching the center of ice that she wore at her waist. I'm not sure if I can be helpful to him. I'm scared that I may end up holding him down. That will never happen. Raffaello shook his head firmly. Be confident in yourself. You're a powerful magician, and you studied swordcraft with tutelage from a member of the Royal Guard. Jean Uremrin, the best swordsman of the Empire, someone acknowledged by the Emperor himself and given the position of sword amongst the Royal Guard. While Raffaello held the title of Sword Grand Master, a title only given to the greatest swordsman of their generation, Giltian had recognized Jean as the greatest swordsman in the Empire. In terms of pure swordsmanship, Jean surpassed Raffaello. There was a common misconception that Jean was too old to carry the title of Sword Grand Master, and that Raffaello had gotten it by that luck. However, that was far from the case. Raffaello was certainly deserving of his title. I can only say that my sword is immature in front of him. You've studied under the best swordsman of the continent. A jest nodded. During her half-year in the Imperial Palace, she was able to train in swordcraft under Jean Uremrin in her spare time. It was an opportunity that she only gained because he had returned home to deal with the sudden appearance of shadow worlds in the Hebrion Empire. Rattle. The wagon shook once. No one else has ever managed to train under him. His sword skills are enigmatic, something only a genius amongst geniuses could conceive. But you managed. There will be few people on this continent who are able to overpower the current you. A jest knew that his words weren't exaggerated or made in an attempt to flatter her. Raffaello Scherreiger was a man that never told lies. Thank you, Sir Raffaello. You're welcome. Raffaello smiled at a jest. Ah, I guess someone came out to meet your highness. At the same time he finished speaking, the wagon reached the main gate of the citadel. The horseman out front of the carriage knocked on the window twice. It was the signal that they had arrived. The wagon's door opened and a jest got out. Looking for the one Raffaello had mentioned, her gaze stopped on a figure. It's been a while, a jest. She had found Desir. A jest's head emptied. Her heart stopped. Obviously, she had thought about what to say upon encountering him all this time, but nothing came to mind. She continued to vacillate between hesitation and something perfunctory. I missed you. Desir spoke with a gentle smile. At that moment, a jest realized that her worries had been meaningless. There was no need to worry. She had just heard what she had longed for what had felt like an eternity. I missed you too. A jest replied with a smile toward Desir. At that time, she heard the whining voice of Romantica as she approached. Really? Why are you so late? A jest was pleased to see that she had not changed at all since she had last seen her half a year ago. It's been a long time, a jest. It's been a long time, sister. Pram and Fizzlebang followed behind Romantica. Subsequently, the members of the Starling party gathered one after another. A jest smiled. Nice to see you again, everyone. It was the long-awaited reunion after 6 months of separation. They talked about how they had been doing and spent some time catching up. However, time wasn't a luxury they could afford to waste. When Raffaello eventually emerged from the wagon after waiting for a while, the Starling party members who saw his face were surprised. Raffaello, the sword grand master of this generation, the strongest knight on the continent. Let alone the Hebrion Empire, nearly every citizen of every developed nation knew his name. He was especially popular amongst the budding students at Hebrion Academy, as a result of their close proximity to the capital. It was impossible to find someone that had not heard of him. The Emperor let Raffaello mobilize as well? Yes, Desir called him. Since Pram became a leader of the sideguard, he had a lot of chances to talk with Raffaello. Rather than be surprised to see him, as everyone else was, he was shocked that Raffaello had been allowed to leave His Majesty's side. Raffaello, who just got out of the wagon, approached Desir. It's been a long time, Desir. It's been 2 months since we last cleared that shadow world in Dresden. They shook hands. It's been a long time, Sir Raffaello. Again, I hope you can show off your ability to your heart's content. Let's do our best. I want you to tell me your plan in more detail. Good timing, then. Since everyone is gathered, I was planning on going over the operation. Let's head inside, shall we? Desir took the lead and headed for the citadel while guiding Agest and Raffaello. All of the actors are gathered now. In the citadel were the people hand-selected by Desir. This group was complete now with the arrival of Agest and Raffaello. Desir smiled while taking in the sight of all the people gathered. There were very few other people he trusted that were not present. These were the strongest people on the continent, maybe not now, but definitely the strongest several years from now in the Shadow Labyrinth. They were his comrades in arms, his friends, even if they didn't know it yet. The inside of the citadel was chaotic. This was no surprise, though, since so many people were packed into one place. Desir stopped for a moment, taking in the sight of this hive of activity. The first thing that came to his mind was the bittersweetness of once again being surrounded by the colleagues he had spent so long with in the Shadow Labyrinth in his previous life. The great sage Zod Exarian, the saint of Artemis Priscilla Hazelkite, the Lord of the North, Donape Aslan, the Sword Grand Master Raffaello Scherreiger, and Agest Kingscrown. These 5 in particular held a special place in his heart. Some emotion he had not experienced, even in his previous life, began to stir. These were the 5 people who he joined forces with to slay Boromir Napolitan, the Dragon of Destruction, the 5 people who he had aided in battle time and again, and the 5 people who he nearly cleared the Shadow Labyrinth with. They weren't the only people present, though. Desir had kept note of the truly elite amongst the groups he had assisted over the past half a year. He even gathered students from the Hebrion Academy that had both potential and the willpower to undergo his notorious training regime. This is the strongest union of mankind. According to the original timeline, it was only towards the end of the Shadow Labyrinth that they achieved this kind of union of power. Mankind was unable to join forces despite facing the worst disaster in the world. The Hebrion Empire and the Western Kingdom Union continued to antagonize each other to the bitter end, and the barbarians of the north were unwilling to interact with other countries. It was a union of necessity that formed only after realizing just how much they all stood to lose. Ultimately, though, this action was pointless. They had gathered far too late. But now the situation was different. The day they united and gathered wasn't too late. They still had enough time to thwart the plan of Skullmask. Desir started talking while feeling something growing in his mind. It is not an exaggeration to say that the thousands of years of human history is synonymous with blood and war. The conversation in the room slowly faded, and it was soon silent enough that a pin drop could be heard. The nationalities of the people here vary greatly. Not long ago, your country may have been at war with the country of the person you are sitting next to. It was silent enough that the people gathered could hear each other breathing. But at this moment in history, we have gathered here leaving behind our hatred, even if only for a moment. Desir looked around, making sure to match the eyes of each and every person. It is my honor to be in this position. I'll start the final briefing. Desir brought out a wand from his dimensional pocket and tapped it on the table. At that moment, a small wave flowed from the tip of the stick, and a 3-dimensional map of the continent appeared, affording everyone seated at the large round table the ability to view it. Blue dots were marked across the map. These were the battle lines adjacent to the Kingdom of Divide. Our current standing in the war with Divide is far from favorable. Divide's forces, thanks to their use of chimera and homunculi, are extremely powerful. We're barely holding as it is. This situation was not a shock to anyone gathered. This was something they were all too aware of. The reason for this, as everyone knows, is because of Divide's weaponization of shadow worlds. Before they launched their invasion, the Kingdom of Divide used unknown technology to summon a plethora of high-tier shadow worlds throughout the continent, forcing every nation to split their army between clearing them and battling their invasion. Each and every time we enter battle, our armies are forced into unfavorable situations, and we sustain enormous losses as a result. The map flickered, switching from a continental level to a focused map of the Kingdom of Divide. Of note, there were 47 towers marked across the territory. In order to break this cycle, we must prevent Divide from creating any more shadow worlds. To do so, we need to capture these towers constructed within Divide, which are the cause of these shadow worlds. Subsequently, red dots on the map began to flash everywhere. These were the locations of the shadow worlds that Skullmask would create within a couple of days. But our technology has advanced. We can predict the occurrence of Divide's artificial shadow worlds, which means that we can now respond to the shadow worlds with optimal distribution of forces. Something we could not do previously. Unlike the shadow worlds created naturally, the artificial shadow worlds created by the Skullmask would appear at unpredictable locations and at unpredictable times. Because of this, each country was forced to hold back a sizable portion of their fighting force in case a difficult shadow world appeared. As a result, the Allied forces were in a situation where a substantial portion of their entire army was tied up in vain. However, this situation had been solved by a product Zod had developed. A minimum of 150,000 soldiers will be freed by this to join the front lines. With these reinforcements, we'll be able to launch counterattacks, rather than sit and wait for Divide to whittle us down. The 150,000 troops are certainly not negligible. But a very thick and dignified voice rang out. A burly man, clad in thick armor with fur shoulder pads, voiced his thoughts, his gaze glued to the map before him. But the difference in power between Divide and our forces is massive. I don't think that we can overturn the situation with just those reinforcements. In the end, what we need to do is take out those towers, but we still won't have enough power to push that far into Divide. Every nation would need to drain their shadow world forces to the minimum just for us to stand a chance. And what good would that do if their country is lost anyway? Donape's point was enough to win the agreement of many. Desir nodded. It was a reasonable point after all. That's right. Even if 150,000 soldiers are mobilized, their power is a little bit inferior to Divide's. As long as the reserves exist to clear the shadow worlds, we can certainly squeeze out a bit more fighting force. However, if we want to push through, then our allied forces will need to. Desir smiled and bounced his finger. The chess pieces on the table, meant to symbolize the current position of their armies, began to move. Silence overtook the meeting room as everyone focused on their movement. Everyone understood what Desir had in mind. Give up our encirclement. The Allied forces were currently encircling Divide. An encirclement at this size involves surrounding your opponent and forcing them to engage you on multiple fronts at once. It was an effective way to contain an enemy, forcing them to spread their power over a wider area. If any one area was too weak, they would instantly be pincered and collapse. In this scenario, it also had the additional benefit of ensuring the Allied forces would be able to maintain communication over the wide area. So long as the encirclement was never broken, their communication technology would be safe, protected behind their defensive line. This was the most reasonable strategy for the Allied forces, given that the entire continent was having to defend itself against a single kingdom. To give up on this strategy meant one thing. Rather than attempt to slow Divide on all other battlefields, they would pour their entire force into one final confrontation. The map flickered back to a view of the full battlefield. By maintaining the northern and southern fronts with minimal troops, we can focus all of our strength on the eastern battle line. Between the troops we move from there and the 150,000 reinforcements, we should be able to break through the eastern battle line. Desir had placed all of the chess pieces, regardless of their class and size, in one place. A key strategic point, a narrow pass that sat on the border point between Divide, Hebrion, and Lempton. Donape spoke up, his voice clearly betraying how nervous he was. This is a big gamble. It isn't a good idea to gamble when you are in a poor situation. You are definitely right, Donape. We have our backs pushed against the wall. But Desir spoke confidently, staring straight into his eyes. Because we are being pushed, this is the only way we have a chance of winning. Despite having a poor advantage, if we ever had one at all, we divided our forces and pressured Divide equally from all sides. That was all we did. At the start of the war, with the information we had, it was a smart move. However, it quickly became apparent that none of our battle lines are able to match Divide's power, not with their chimeras and homunculi. We divided our troops, and we haven't gotten a single victory since. This strategy never stood a chance against superior forces. This was a make-or-break situation. If they succeeded in breaking through the battle line like this, they could likely take down a tower or two. Just tearing down a single tower would give the Allied forces some much-needed breathing room. Slowing or preventing the creation of shadow worlds would free up more reserve forces, which would in turn help them push and take out more towers. Skull Mask is smart. He'll realize this is our plan. This was the turning point. Desir looked down at the map. He looked like an angler staring at the surface of the water with a fishing rod. Skull Mask will look east. He'll realize our target and stop us by using whatever means he can mobilize. It'll break out into total war. The King of Divide will lead all the troops in his country and head to the east battle line to counter. Desir's eyes turned to the saint, Priscilla Hazelkite. She possessed an ability, Miracle of God, which would allow her to quickly heal any wounds. It had proven critical in the Shadow Labyrinth, and would do so again here. The east battle line where the main forces of Divide will be deployed. So instead, from here, Desir Arman pointed his wand at the map once again, moving it to the lower left of the map, west of Divide. The map was painted blue. The sea. We counterattack. All of you gathered here will attack the unprepared west of Divide and destroy all of the towers. This was Desir's ultimate plan. This plan allows us to have the maximum effect with the least number of troops. You all will form the very core of this plan. You are the greatest mankind has to offer. That makes you the greatest spearhead for this mission. Desir spoke in a firm and CONF. The master of the magic tower and I have prepared a great deal for this. We've constructed a modernized airship, built specifically for this operation, to allow us to stealthily infiltrate Divide. On the hologram, the shape of a huge flying ship appeared. Quite a few people in the room let out gasps of amazement. One or two even clapped. Zod Exarian lightly shrugged his shoulders as if it were nothing. It was easy to forget, he wasn't just the best practitioner of magic, he was also the best inventor too. There was a reason why he earned the position of Master of the Magic Tower. The Paladins of Artemis and the Saint herself will assist during our operations. Her healing powers will ensure our survival. Desir Arman's eyes turned to the Saint. The Saint smiled as her eyes met his. At the same time, the great warriors of the North will take the lead. These great hunters of the North will slay the game known as Divide. Desir's eyes turned to the big guy in the room. He was the king of the great hunters of the North, the Lord of the North. Donape nodded, after listening to Desir's plan. The shield of the Empire will protect all of you. No attack will harm you. The man with a nice blonde head of hair laughed bashfully. He was, of course, Raffaello Scherreiger, the captain of the Royal Guard as well as the one who had earned the title of Sword Grandmaster. There was no stronger swordsman on this continent. We've assembled many talented people here, from across the entire continent. I know you'll all fight bravely. Adjust King's Crown, the greatest magical swordsman across the entirety of mankind. A woman who would one day reach the pinnacle of swordcraft and magic. And I will do my best to support you. And finally, Desir Arman, the preeminent anti-magician of mankind. We must attack the towers scattered all over the place in the shortest window possible. Therefore, we should mobilize as follows. First, Desir couldn't help getting wrapped up in his own thoughts, as he dished out order after order. In front of a common enemy, humanity has united more firmly than ever before. There were no divided nations, just one army. Our technology has advanced to where it needs to be, and we have a complete strategy. Desir bowed his head. Well, we can't afford to let our guard down yet. Tens of thousands of flyers fell from onto Pittsburgh, the city of dragons. Breppen, the head of Janissaries and now officially leader of the Flying Dragon Division, sat in the command room and stared out at the fluttering flyers. The secret weapon made under the direction of His Majesty, Clora Rs F. Baldershoe, had paved the way to victory for Divide. This war would end soon, and the outcome was already apparent. A secret weapon. Breppen smiled with a hint of self-mockery. The propaganda phrase in itself wasn't wrong. If one ignored the fact that the secret weapons were chimeras, a taboo topic, and homunculi, the ultimate weapon of the outsiders, the people would rejoice in knowing how powerful their kingdom had become. There was also the fact that Divide was responsible for the shadow worlds plaguing the continent at a level beyond anything seen before. Divide had unleashed the worst catastrophe of mankind. When Breppen looked up at the sky, he noticed flyers that were different from the previous one pouring down. Over the last half a year, Divide's local media had been focused on discussing the duplicity of the other nations in the Western Kingdom Union and gnashing their teeth at the wickedness of the Hebrion Empire. They spoke about how they had repelled the evil allied forces who had willingly allowed the persecution of other countries, driven solely by their greed. There is something wrong with this. Divide's royal family limited the flow of information to their people. It was no surprise that Divide's citizens accepted these false narratives. They had nothing else to compare it to. This was no different from taking away their ability to reason, instead uniting them in their hatred against a fictitious enemy. Something has been wrong from the moment Captain Aaron was executed. While Breppen was in deep contemplation, a soldier entered and informed him that the King of Divide, Clora Rs F. Baldershoe, was coming. Breppen and the other officers jumped to attention. Shortly thereafter, Pierrot Masque, assuming the appearance of Clora Rs F. Baldershoe, entered the command room. As he strode in, he took in the sight of Breppen before talking. "I came to see the situation for myself. Your Majesty, you are the leader of the army. You are always welcome here." "Thanks." Leaving it at that, Pierrot Masque walked towards a huge mirror that hung in the middle of the command room. It was the mirror that holds shadows. It was thanks to this S-tier artifact that the outsiders had managed to disappear, yet still continued operating in secrecy from the shadows. The artifact was able to gather information about any event occurring on the continent. No single artifact could come close to the range, detail, and speed at which the mirror that holds shadows could gather information. Thanks to this artifact, we were able to figure out that the Allied forces are gathering in one place. Breppen, who was unaware that this was an outsider artifact, only had a small degree of concern at the sudden appearance of such a powerful tool. After all, he had never heard of such an artifact as this existing in the royal family. Of course, that was all the thought he gave to the matter. Right now, this artifact was invaluable to his operation, and he was far more thankful than he was curious. Without it, they might have been pushed back by this sudden attack from the Allied forces. Divide was in the fortunate position of knowing the movement of the Allied forces through this artifact, and hastened to rearrange their own forces to match them. They would be able to defeat the Allied forces once and for all if the reinforcements joined this front line. This wasn't the only information they had found in the shadow mirror. "Have they shown up yet?" Breppen quickly noticed what Pierrot Masque intended and replied, "We'll be on the lookout, Your Majesty. It's almost time for them to come here." Conference in Republic of Arunbeth. Elites from all countries invade from the west coast of Divide using a flying ship. Divide had already discovered Desir's plan. They would respond accordingly. While strengthening their defense to prevent the Allied forces pushing through the eastern border, magicians were deployed to intercept the flying ship in the locations where it was most likely to enter from. This could be said to be Desir's mistake in failing to notice the existence of such an artifact as the shadow mirror. "I was wondering what kind of face will he make when his last-ditch attempt is thwarted." Pierrot Masque's lips curled up into a slight smile. Divide's victory was as clear as day. All of their opponents' plans had been revealed and countered. If the Allied forces' attacks failed and even their surprise attack via flying ship failed, the war would end with the complete victory of Divide. All of the officers in the command room agreed. The atmosphere within the room began to liven up as the officers began to grow excited, the possibility of winning a war on the rest of the world well within their grasp. "See, Commander." It was a communications officer who disrupted the atmosphere and opened the command room door in a hurry. His face was pale. "What is it?" Breppen felt unease gnaw at his gut. With the eyes of everyone in the command room concentrated on him, the communication officer opened his mouth. "One of the towers generating shadow worlds has collapsed. What?" Breppen was snapped out of his good mood. The atmosphere in the command room froze over instantly. The magic observation team detected a very powerful mana wave. The location of occurrence was Tower 2. Someone must have broken the tower with powerful magic. It must be the Allied forces. Tower 2 was located along the route the flying ship was predicted to take. It was evident that their Special Forces unit had moved as expected. But there was no report from the unit monitoring that route. Magicians had been placed all along that route. They were ordered to intercept the flying ship and report sight of the enemy to command immediately. However, the fact that there was no report yet meant that they hadn't found anything. Breppen tried to figure out the situation. It's a giant flying ship. How could they have not noticed it? Although the ship was likely quick, its engine had to have a magical reactor to use mana stones as fuel, which is extremely loud. They couldn't understand how the Allied forces had passed through there, even though they had known their route beforehand and watched it carefully. Did they use another method instead of a flying ship? The more they mulled over this, the more they suspected that the artifact's information was false. If it was correct, then something had just occurred that defied all common sense. Did you find where the enemy is now? Breppen decided to solve the situation right away rather than worry about what he could not understand. But a desperate answer came to his question. They said they still can't figure out where the enemy is. Damn it! Breppen barely held back additional, more vulgar profanities. It was clear that an enemy existed, but they could not find them. What kind of ghosts were they? How did they enter and where did they disappear to? Breppen wasn't the only one wearing an extremely troubled and confused look. Clora Baldashu, rather Pierrot Mask, was bamboozled as well. Why did they go for Tower 2 of all the towers? Pierrot Mask checked the number of the tower which had been destroyed over and over again. However, no matter how much he tried to deny reality, nothing changed. He murmured with a rather anxious look. Was it a simple coincidence? Or, the voice of Pierrot Mask was drowned out amongst the chaos spread by the military officers. Your magic has reached an amazing level. A flying ship. Someone approached Desir, who had busied himself looking out the window. The body approaching him was big enough to cast a shadow that covered Desir entirely. Desir recognized the enormous body and bowed his head. Thank you for the compliment, Lord of the North. It's not just flattery. A magician of your level would be hard to find anywhere on the continent. Don Ape was heaping praise on Desir after witnessing his spell that had just destroyed the tower in one shot. The towers they were targeting all over Divide were made of blank. So destroying them was a feat almost impossible. However, Desir had managed to pull it off. A spell like that is much stronger than anything I've seen before. Don Ape spoke while remembering the Desir who he had encountered in his land in what felt like just the other day. But today I can't help but compliment this ship. Don Ape looked out of the window, captivated by what he was witnessing. A ship this huge, capable of flight? I never thought I'd see the day. The ship they were riding on was too big to be called a flying ship. It was better to call it a flying aircraft carrier. It's truly a marvelous technology. A voice butted into their conversation. It was Saint Priscilla. Who could have thought that a flying ship would one day move faster than trains, while also maintaining its stealth? The celestial flagship Valkyrie was a flying vehicle made using the pinnacle of technology available to the Magic Tower, its top speed just passing 190 knots. In addition, through the stealth technology that had been created based on the blue rose that Desir gave to Romantica, it was impossible to observe with the human eye and ear. It was also able to evade detection magic, albeit for brief periods of time. Looking down at the ground whizzing past them, they noticed the soldiers of Divide marching past, without even realizing that a huge flying ship was passing over them. There would be no better demonstration of just how excellent the Valkyrie's stealth ability was. You've really outdone yourself with this one, Desir. I just helped out on the side. Regardless of whether it's the past or future, only the master of the magic tower is capable of making something like this. Desir laughed, thinking about what had happened in the past half-year. The celestial flagship, Valkyrie, had been the ultimate goal that Zod Exarian had wanted to reach as an engineer. In Desir's previous life, Zod often lamented over the fact that he couldn't spend his life satisfactorily as an engineer. When the Shadow Labyrinth arose, he was forced to discard his position of Tower Master and bear his title as the lone Seventh Circle magician. Desir recalled these scenes of frustration as clearly as if they had happened yesterday. Most often, Zod would rant while they played chess. Armed with only the general idea of the design, Desir fed what he recalled to Zod, and Zod used this to design and build the Valkyrie during the past half-year. The construction of the Valkyrie was something that the Zod of the past had dismissed as impossible, something he would never be able to complete in his life. Now, Zod had unknowingly fulfilled his past life's ambition, completing a one-of-a-kind vessel without issue. Thanks to the dedication of the Zod that Desir got to know in the Shadow Labyrinth, they were able to infiltrate the Divide of today without interruption, making a joke out of their efforts to stop them. Even though Desir had succeeded in infiltrating Divide, he fell into deep contemplation over what they had been greeted with. Why are there so many soldiers stationed along the path we are traveling? He had expected the security of this route to be lax due to the looming full-scale attack from the Allied forces. However, contrary to this belief, Divide had prepared thoroughly as if they had some reason to expect their attack. Not only did they have troops along the path of the flying ship, but they had also mobilized anti-aircraft magicians, all searching the skies looking for a flying ship. If the Valkyrie hadn't had a stealth mode, his plan would have been in shambles. They know our movements. Desir quickly worked out the possibilities. First, a spy. A spy was extraordinarily unlikely. Desir practically dismissed it immediately. Everyone who was a part of the operation had been kept in the dark until the very last briefing, so it was impossible for any information to have leaked before then. He had completed a thorough inspection of everyone's communication devices during the Valkyrie's boarding process. In doing so, he had confirmed that no one present was in contact with anyone in Divide or worthy of suspicion. There was no way for them to communicate with Divide, unless... Is this the work of an artifact? Skull Mask had a number of artifacts with power beyond reason. Even if no one used an artifact to communicate with Divide, Desir thought that there might be artifacts that could be used to track the opponent's movements. This was the most likely inference. Whether there was an artifact or not, it was clear that the Valkyrie's movements had been exposed. It was the only conclusion. Desir turned around and spoke to Priscilla and Don Ape. It's been smooth sailing so far, but from now on, it won't be this easy. Priscilla got nervous. You mean, we're starting now? It's time to move on to the second phase of the plan. Everyone must go out onto the field, so please prepare. So far, they were able to avoid all contact with their enemies due to the stealth system, but that function would only remain operational for so long. After it was disabled, they would have no choice but to engage in an all-out battle behind enemy lines. Their goal, behind enemy lines, was to quickly destroy the towers responsible for the creation of shadow worlds while the full-scale attacks of the Allied forces limited Divide's movement. To accomplish that, Desir reasoned it would be best to split up the troops and destroy the towers individually. However, the total number of towers built in Divide was 47. Since one of them had just been destroyed, there were still 46 towers left. They didn't have enough time to destroy 46 towers one by one. They were in a desperate situation already, and would soon lose the safety of traveling via stealth mode. However, Desir didn't look too depressed. I will leave the remaining 3 to you. So long as we break just 4 of them, they'll lose the ability to create further shadow worlds. Really, this operation would have been impossible if we hadn't learned that. Without him, we wouldn't have been able to execute this operation. Desir's party was able to know where the towers had been constructed in Divide thanks to the information they obtained from someone. Firstly, the 47 towers installed inside Divide relied on a central source of power. If that source was broken, it was possible to stop the creation of all artificial shadow worlds without destroying all of the towers. This meant they could end everything by just destroying that. Secondly, that power source was hidden within a shadow world. Through some means or another, Skull Mask had hidden the power source within a shadow world concealed in Pittsburgh. In order to destroy the power source, that shadow world would have to be cleared. Thirdly, 4 of the 47 towers played a critical role in maintaining the shadow worlds while the power source was active. These 4 did not create shadow worlds on the continent, but they were instead responsible for making a shadow world within Divide. This shadow world was the one that concealed the power source, making the 4 towers serve as a barrier of sorts. I'm glad one of them was nearby. Tower 2, which Desir had destroyed just a few minutes ago, was one of those 4 towers. Without this valuable information, they would have been forced to operate ineffectively and destroyed all of the towers one by one. Now there are just 3 towers left. In order to quickly clear the situation, it was necessary to attack these 3 towers at the same time. Desir chose Donape, Priscilla, and Zod for this task. Each would destroy a single tower. Donape Aslan and the Northern Warriors would destroy the tower in the northwest of Pittsburgh, Priscilla Hazelkite would lead the Holy Paladins to the tower in the south, and Zod Exarian would destroy the tower in the east with the Magicians of the Magic Tower. Meanwhile, the main unit led by Desir would head to Pittsburgh and destroy the tower that held the power source. This was the order of attack, and Desir carried the largest responsibility in ending it all. It's time to move. I'll go first. Donape laughed cheerfully. Desir Arman, I'll declare this in advance. I'm going to keep up with your performance this time. I hope you will not get hurt in this war, that I will try my best. Following Donape, Priscilla left while wishing Desir luck. Desir, who was left alone, stared at his finger with a complicated glance. A blue ring shone in the light. S-tier artifact, Memorize. A supreme artifact that stored 5 spells and allowed the user to instantly cast them like normal spells, but without a mana cost or cast time. It was an artifact that Crow Mask, Icarus Corgo had owned. At least, he owned it after stealing it from the Hebrion Empire. Looking at the brilliant blue light, Desir remembered the day when he obtained this information, 5 months ago. The basement of the Magic Tower. Within a place that used to be the research space for restraining and studying homunculi, there now was a man bound up in chains. Ash. Equipment had been placed all around the man, various wires and devices attached to the man. Their purpose was to endlessly absorb the target's mana. Icarus Corgo, a person who was once known as the Revolutionary, a criminal who carried out numerous incidents of terrorism across the continent while wearing a crow mask as an executive member of the Outsiders. Icarus, the second 7th Circle magician of the present era, was stuck in a kneeling position. He looked utterly powerless. Desir looked down at him, his face stuck in a very cold expression. What do you want? It was Icarus who opened his mouth first, sneering. Execution. Desir was too calm to condemn him to an easy death. However, Icarus didn't look at all agitated, as if this was something he had already expected. He was all too aware that what he had done was something that could never be forgiven. If that's so, then kill me now. Come on. Why aren't you killing me yet? I need you to tell me everything you know before you die. Icarus's mouth twisted at this statement. Do you think I'll give you anything? If you really believed in making the world an equal place, if you truly believed in your conviction, then yes, I do. What? In front of a confused Icarus, Desir pulled up something on his communication pad and showed it to him. On the communication pad, there was a map covered in blue dots. It displayed the locations of the shadow worlds that had appeared all over the continent and the cities that had failed in clearing them, cities that had fallen to the erosion. Icarus, who had been looking at the map for a while, inferred information from this map, even though Desir hadn't said a word. Were the towers built around Divide to create shadow worlds? Exactly. Icarus had previously tried to find Skull Mask's plan but ended up deeply involved in the construction of the towers, so he simply put 2 and 2 together and drew an answer. If this keeps up, humanity will be destroyed by Skull Mask. It is impossible to realize your ideals if we don't survive. And to do that, I need more information. Icarus silently read the information drawn on the communication pad. The movement of each country was also closely displayed on the pad. He looked at these movements before speaking in a tone that indicated that things had happened outside of his expectation. All of the countries on the continent have united for a single purpose. Powerful countries and weak countries. Northern people and continental people. Enemies and allies. When a catastrophe that threatened the entire continent struck, humanity united as one, temporarily throwing away everything that stood between them. Through the sight, for just an instant, Icarus was able to glimpse the realization of some of the ideals he had pursued at great cost and with little success. The unity of nobility and commoners. A utopia where everyone could be happy without discrimination. It's clear who was right. It felt like the darkness intensified between the two. Two sets of eyes, sort of. As dark and as deep as the abyss, reflected off each other like mirrors. The silence stretched out towards what felt like an eternity. Icarus looked down at the map once more, before raising his head. I have one piece of information that might help you. After a while, he finally spoke. When the outsiders swallowed Divide, I took care of all of Divide's internal affairs. The towers built in Divide were done so through my hands. When Skull Mask established these towers, I searched them to try and glean what their purpose was or how they functioned. I was able to learn one thing. While Icarus and Skull Mask cooperated with each other, they were still suspicious of each other, refusing to place their full trust in one another. In the end, the relationship of the outsiders was one built on the selfishness of people working towards something similar. The towers built in Divide don't have their own power sources. Instead, there is a facility within the Pittsburgh Palace that powers all of the towers. I called it the power source. At that moment, Desir remembered something and his face hardened. Icarus asked when he saw it. Aha, I see you're familiar with it. When Desir was passing through the barriers of the royal palace in the middle of the operation to rescue Swan Katarina, he felt a massive flow of mana under the palace. Even though he could only detect a small amount of it, the energy that mana possessed was quite vast. When Desir recounted those memories, Icarus nodded. What you felt would be the power source. The other towers will stop working if you break it. But to do so is almost impossible. Icarus asked Desir to display a map on his communication pad and pointed out 4 towers. These 4 towers were constructed slightly differently from the rest of them. I didn't understand why at the time, but I'm fairly confident in their purpose now. These 4 are responsible for guarding the power source under the Pittsburgh Palace. That was the key information Icarus gave to Desir. He shared everything he knew, as if he had given up on doing everything himself. Having shared everything he knew, Icarus couldn't help himself from asking Desir something that had been bothering him. Do you really believe me? Why aren't you probing me with questions? Trying to figure out if I'm tricking you? HM? Oh, I'm certain that's not necessary. Desir was well aware that Icarus was a person who did anything for his convictions. In other words, it meant that as long as Desir walked along a path that matched his beliefs, he had no reason to lie. Well then, Desir stepped back. The conversation was over. There was no business here for him anymore.
Ah, Desir Arman.
As Desir looked back at Icarus' call, he could see a half-smirk, half-smile carved into his scarred face. Desir instinctively felt that this was the smile Icarus would make toward an old friend. I hope you succeed. This had become the last will of the revolutionary. A massive tower stood in the mountainous area of eastern Pittsburgh. This tower was one of 4, each responsible for the formation of a barrier to conceal the power source of all the other towers. Heading towards it at a rapid pace was an airship, the Valkyrie. It looks like we've come to the right place. Zod glanced nonchalantly at the troops scattered beneath them, guarding the tower. They seemed to have been expecting the airship. Among the guards were several high-ranking magicians, and a plethora of anti-aircraft weapons, designed to unleash high-powered fire magic at their target. With countless troops deployed, all well-geared and prepared to defend against an airship, the smoking gun had been found. This was definitely an important place. Suspicions confirmed, Zod pulled out a cane from his dimensional pocket. "I'll attack the target. The rest of you keep the enemy in check." "Yes, sir." As soon as Zod gave his order, the Magic Tower's magicians, still aboard the airship, started invoking spells. The Valkyrie's stealth system having worn off, Divide's soldiers had noticed the colossal incoming airship and hurriedly began preparing their own spells. Bang! Crash! Countless spells collided and exploded, emboldening the dreary Pittsburgh sky with a beautiful array of magical flames. Under normal circumstances, the Magic Tower's forces would be at a strategic disadvantage. With their size, they had long foregone the element of surprise and had essentially presented Divide's troops with a giant target with which to practice their aim. The Magic Tower's magicians would not only have to return fire, but also prioritize defending their vessel. Against a prepared opponent, defeat would be all but certain. Knowing this, Divide's commander gave an order to his soldiers. "Concentrate all your mana on destroying the airship. Destroy the airship and victory will be ours." A plethora of spells launched from the tower, determined to bring the Valkyrie to the ground, yet none of them had any effect. The Aurora system. The airship was protected by humanity's strongest shield, an ingenious invention Desir had brought forward by several years, and that Zod had actualized based on Desir's ideas. But Divide's commander kept his composure. "The situation hasn't changed. The Aurora system is designed to defend against short bursts of power. We deployed our system after they deployed theirs. The moment its effect fades, victory will be ours." Unsurprisingly, Divide's commander was not ignorant of the Aurora system's functionality and weaknesses. They had their own to deploy. During the war against the Outsiders, all of the larger members of the Allied forces were given at least one to defend themselves with. Spells continued to be exchanged by both sides, but the confrontation continued with neither party able to penetrate their opponent's Aurora system. Any moment now, their Aurora system is about to collapse. Given the absurd defensive power of the Aurora system, it had an equally absurd mana cost, and its internal mana battery could only last so long. Eventually, both Aurora systems would stop, and Divide could once again seize the initiative. Invoke the tactical magic. Having calculated the length of time it would be up for, Divide's magicians had preemptively arranged tactical magic, waiting to capitalize on the moment the enemy's Aurora system shut off. Trinity Lightning. A circle of magic seemed to form on the ground, but soon, the array took the shape of a triangle, completely surrounding the airship. Lighting then struck, the majority of it focused on the airship that lay at the center of the formation. Massive lightning bolts shrouded the airship. Zap! The electrical current's shriek was ear-shattering. It was a six-circle spell created by Divide's magicians. How? Once the devastating aftermath died down, Divide's commander couldn't help but stare in shock. Despite being directly hit by tactical class magic, the airship was unscathed. Its Aurora system continued to function. Did they think that the Magic Tower's technology would stagnate? Zod scoffed as he watched Divide's soldiers looking up at the sky in a daze. Their reaction to this development was no more entertaining than if he were watching some dull comedy. The Aurora system implemented on this airship was a greatly improved and newer model. In addition to increasing its durability by improving its mana regulation, it now also had the ability to defend against 7-circle spells 1 or 2 times. Its performance was in an entirely different league to the Aurora systems built over half a year ago. As he stared up at the airship, mortified by his mistake, Divide's commander grimly realized the seriousness of the situation. The airship may have been an easy target for his magicians due to its size, but the story changed if there was not a way to break through its defense. They had absolute air superiority. If the airship had magicians capable of suppressing ground forces, it was only a matter of time until they would find themselves completely helpless, and defeat would inevitably be on the horizon. The direction of the wind changed. With that, Zod gave his orders. Commence attack. Crash. Under the unrelenting artillery of the magicians of the magic tower, Divide's soldiers were completely wiped out. The only thing left now was the destruction of the tower. Zod aimed his cane at the tower. Even though it was beyond his reach, he continued invoking a spell without hesitation. A massive array started forming in front of him. It was quite different to Desir's eccentric calculations. It was systematic, precise. It was the most advanced demonstration of magic, as humanity knew it today. That was who he was. The great sage Zod Exarian, humanity's strongest magician. Nuclear stream burst. The moment his magic was invoked, the entire area was engulfed in light. An immense explosion followed soon after. The few remaining chimeras and soldiers that were stationed around the tower were swept away and instantly disappeared with the fiery flash of light. It was overwhelming power that proved why Zod deserved the title of humanity's strongest. A moment later, the light subsided, and everyone's vision returned. Thanks for reading on patreon.com/MaldiFrogsClub. Join us in talking about RMSBS at discord.gg/WXSDRSN. The Magic Tower's magicians were dumbfounded. The magic had been powerful enough to wipe out the entire area, but the tower remained standing. Even if the tower were made of blank, it should have been impossible for it to withstand seventh circle magic. Zod suddenly felt a huge movement of mana at the tip of the tower. Someone stood there. Realizing that it was a homunculus and that it had blocked his spell, Zod frantically shouted out orders. Raise the Aurora system to its maximum power. Yes, sir. Whir. Shortly after the Aurora system was raised to full power, a ray of light hit the airship. Crash. The ray of light far exceeded the power of Divide's magicians working in tandem to cast a tactical spell. The Aurora system couldn't withstand the power and was visibly weakened under the strain. Even then, Zod did not waver. They had planned for Skull Mask to predict their ambush, expecting a homunculus to be stationed at the tower. They had managed to destroy the first tower without running into the enemy, but that was because the tower was destroyed before Divide had the chance to suspect anything. The remaining towers would be impossible to destroy without defeating a homunculus. Did it manage to block seventh circle magic? The homunculus he had faced a year ago at the Adena Plains had not been nearly this strong. If he had invoked seventh circle magic at that time with no consideration for the collateral damage it would cause, he would have easily slain it in one go, drawing the curtains on the battle then and there. But Skull Mask, too, had continued his research for the past 6 months. The results of this were evident. A homunculus that was incomparably stronger than before. Everyone, focus on defense. I'll deal with the homun. Crash. Zod did not even get a chance to finish his words before losing his balance. The homunculus had fired off another attack without warning. A massive crack formed on the invisible barrier. By blocking this attack, the Aurora system had lost most of its defensive ability. Ha! Barely holding himself upright with his cane, Zod looked towards the homunculus. It was smiling. Seeing that cold smile, the Magic Tower's magicians slowly backed away in fear, more so from this expression of sadism than the threat its attacks posed. How arrogant! A spell unfolded in front of Zod, far quicker than any other he had cast up to this point. With a nearly instinctual reaction to the flow of mana, the homunculus turned around to face the source. It was a second too late. Zod had teleported behind the homunculus right as his spell calculation finished. Crash. The top of the tower was engulfed in a massive explosion. The homunculus hurriedly raised its arms to defend itself, but unable to withstand the pressure, its 2 arms shattered. If it had taken any longer to regenerate, it wouldn't have escaped with just damage to its 2 arms. Power beyond common sense. Having never gone up against such a strong human, the homunculus felt threatened. It could sense that there was something different about the presence in front of it compared to other humans. The last time I met one of you, I was made quite the fool. Seems like destiny has given me a chance to right that wrong. Zod's spell was invoked just before the homunculus's spell, the 7th circle magician narrowly beating out a cheat-like monster capable of skipping most of the spell casting process. This time, It's your turn to watch helplessly. Eternal slumber. The highest level of ice magic that stopped all molecular activity within the targeted area. The tower instantly began to freeze before starting to turn brittle, so brittle that even an ordinary human could shatter it. The tables had turned. 1 year ago, Zod had to fight while protecting the Allied forces, but this time the homunculus had to fight while protecting the tower. Thud. The homunculus rushed to defend the tower, its top priority. When Zod invoked his magic, it stopped at nothing to block those attacks. A series of lower circle spells, the kind that didn't need much time to be invoked, were fired continuously at the tower. Normally, the homunculus would have taken these attacks head-on with its body and immediately counter-attack, but with the tower shattering at even the slightest impact, it could not afford to. At this moment, lower circle magic was no less powerful than high circle magic. To make sure that none of the spells hit the tower, the homunculus had to spend excessive amounts of mana. Invoking attack spells one after another, Zod's use of mana was not insignificant, but the homunculus had to consume even more than that. This was a battle that would be decided through efficiency, and there was an overwhelming difference between the two combatants. Crash. Bang. After a long time passed, the constant sounds of explosions had stopped. This was not because Zod's mana had run out. Despite having a far larger mana pool, it was the homunculus that had dried up first. The homunculus gasped for air. Even though it had focused solely on defense, several parts of the tower had been destroyed after it failed to block a couple of attacks. There's no way a weapon created to destroy could ever protect anything. Zod stared coldly at the homunculus. Now that the homunculus could no longer afford the mana to manipulate its power over causality, Zod started invoking high circle magic once again. The homunculus felt an immense amount of mana gathering before its eyes. Let's see this through to the end. The tower collapsed with a deafening roar. As the clouds concealed the moonlight, the vast plains were plunged into darkness. At the center of this alien landscape was a tower that shot strange lights into the air. The strange light illuminated the grotesque forms that roamed around the tower. As expected, security is very tight. There were people hiding in the grass, whispering in hushed tones. They were Priscilla and her holy paladins, tasked with destroying the tower south of Pittsburgh. They landed their airship a short distance away before approaching the tower. Their troops' composition solely consisted of knights. Without a single magician, their offensive strategies were limited. Sensing an unusual flow of mana while examining the area, Priscilla looked northeast. It seems like the old man has started his battle. Massive amounts of mana could be felt all the way from the eastern side of Pittsburgh. The only person capable of wielding that much mana was the great sage Zod Exarian. In time, the clouds slowly parted and the moonlight began to illuminate the area. Priscilla stood up. We should get started as well. The holy paladins started to move. Their movements were deft and well-practiced. Even with numerous people moving at the same time, the area remained silent. However, something had still managed to notice them. A chimera with enhanced hearing had reacted to the slightest sound, perhaps even their breathing. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere. His head hit the ground. Page 10/65. This heralded the start of the battle. Cra! Ear-piercing cries rang out from all around the plains as the ground began to rumble. The chimeras that had been scattered all over the place started to charge at the holy paladins. The sight of hundreds of chimeras flocking towards them They calmly advanced with the front and sidelines holding up big shields. Surrounded by a wall of shields enveloped in an enormous amount of aura, they were like a moving fortress. Crack, thud. The chimeras who vigorously charged at them failed to break through the shields and smashed their heads in vain. The chimeras that approached them from behind tried to jump over their shields, but the holy paladins didn't allow that. Each beast was met with a variety of weapons and struck down with ease. Crack, cra-f. The sound of bones being crushed and flesh being ripped drowned out all other noise in the area. HRRK. But just like how any sturdy wall will inevitably fall, the holy paladins' formation began to waver. Their injuries continued to accumulate as the chimeras squeezed in through the gaps to claw at them. Though each chimera paid the price with its life, their numbers were endless. The holy paladins were greatly outnumbered by the chimeras, and if this were to go on, then the holy paladins would collapse first. But they didn't show any hint of despair. Second row. At the captain's command, knights that stood behind the shield lines stepped up to take their comrades' place. In a situation where they were surrounded by enemies, a strategy that didn't solve the fundamental problem was nothing more than a temporary solution to buy time. If they were a normal unit, this would be the case. Healing. As Priscilla, who had been watching the situation from the rear, reached out, a blinding light enveloped the knight's wounds. Moments later, the knights had all recovered completely. They looked no different than when they had started. First row. The holy paladins repeated the same process again. With the saintess of the Artemis Church supporting the holy paladins' impeccable defense, an invincible formation had been born. Crack. They continued advancing at a slow pace, but before too long, they arrived near the base of the tower. As Priscilla looked towards the tower to gauge the distance left, she made eye contact with someone. At the entrance of the colossal tower, a silver-haired girl stood there, staring at them. The holy paladins, as well as Priscilla, immediately realized that she was a homunculus. The homunculus, as if greeting the new arrivals, quickly gathered a staggering amount of mana. There was a white flash of light. It was artillery magic on the level of a seventh circle spell. No matter how tough the paladin division's shield formation was, it would be impossible to block an attack like that. Furthermore, Priscilla's ability was to heal wounds. As long as they were breathing, she could even heal severe injuries, but if one were to be hit directly by that white flash, they likely wouldn't escape with just a severe injury. In other words, the strategy they had been using to deal with the chimeras would not work on the homunculus. Soon, the white flash was launched. Extremely hot energy tore towards the paladin division as it obliterated everything in its path. Just then, something unexpected happened. The trajectory of the flash suddenly veered to the side dramatically. It drew a curve and exploded in the air. Bang! The evening darkness was obliterated, making it feel as bright as day. And within that light, it was beyond clear that the paladins were left unscathed. The homunculus's eyes flickered, couldn't understand what had just transpired. The attack that had undoubtedly been fired in a straight line had suddenly changed its direction. It was a phenomenon that did not exist in the copious data it had received, containing history and battle data of the past 100 years. To affirm the situation, the homunculus began preparing to launch another artillery strike. Right then, one of the knights caught the homunculus's eye. The knight was concentrating aura into his weapon, the density of it so great that it could be felt from hundreds of feet away. But there was no need to be wary. It was clear that the flash of light would be fired before the knight could even approach. However, that was the homunculus's miscalculation. Thanks for reading on patreon.com/maldifrogsclub. Join us in talking about RMSBS at discord.gg/WXSDRSN. Crack. The homunculus's neck snapped with a horrifying sound. As the homunculus's line of sight flipped, she saw the same knight swinging his mace. They were undoubtedly still very far away from each other, far beyond the reach of any melee weapon. But the knight ignored that and struck the homunculus as if he stood right next to it. As the same phenomenon that was unregistered in its battle data happened again, the homunculus fell into a state of confusion and tried to analyze the situation. But no matter how hard the homunculus tried, it was not a phenomenon it could understand. That was because, unlike aura, it was a power beyond the logic of this world. The blessing of light. Those who received the blessing had powers that, fundamentally, went against the natural order. Like Priscilla, they could be blessed with extreme healing abilities, or an otherwise completely different effect. Refracting the trajectory of the white flash of light and landing an attack regardless of the distance was just another manifestation of this blessing. The holy paladins that the Artemis Church was so proud of was made up of knights who received the blessing of light. While the homunculus recovered, the holy paladins managed to close the distance. The knight that had been leading the front lines once again swung his mace at the homunculus. Bang! At that moment, the homunculus had no choice but to fall to her knees from the unexpected shock. This paladin had been blessed with the power of aggregation. Any attack he made would have the impact of a weapon over 100 times heavier, resulting in attacks so powerful that not even a homunculus could withstand it. As the homunculus was incapacitated, the other knights attacked. There was an endless wave of attacks, repeated synchronized attacks, with each manifestation of their blessing of light working together to amplify each other, battered into the homunculus. The continuous group attacks being made by the bishop-class paladins, supporting each other through varied applications of their blessings of light, was extremely threatening. On the receiving end of these endless attacks, the homunculus was cornered into the defensive. But her ability to manipulate causality was a step above them. The homunculus approached one of the knights as she took the continuous attacks head-on, and in an instant, she recovered her severed arm and pierced the knight's chest. HRRK. The knight threw up blood as he backed away, but the wound lacked depth. He had not stopped breathing yet. As the homunculus was getting ready for another attack to finish the knight off, another knight's weapon came rushing towards the homunculus's head. The homunculus tried to avoid the attack but was held down by an unseen force. Crack. Blood splattered everywhere. The homunculus desperately needed to recover, and the wounded knight took advantage of this gap to step back. A radiant light then began enveloping the knight. Even a fatal injury meant nothing in front of Priscilla's ability, so long as they had not taken their last breath. The homunculus realized it had been caught in the midst of a meaningless war of attrition. Breaking through the holy paladin's endless wave of attacks to inflict a killing blow was extremely difficult, and its artillery magic, more than capable of annihilating the paladins, was easily neutralized by an unknown paladin's blessing of light. The homunculus was running out of options. The holy paladins, firm in their resolve, continued to pressure the homunculus, inflicting fatal blows time and time again. As a result, the homunculus's mana pool gradually drained while the holy paladins maintained their strength. Slam. When the homunculus's head broke for the 5th time, it decided that enough was enough. The longer the battle went on, the worse the situation would be. Even if it took an enormous amount of mana, using its trump card now was the right call. The homunculus began to divine the future, quickly calculating every possible situation, and began to follow the steps necessary for it to create the best possible situation. Whip. The homunculus slid and parried. Each attack against it was rendered useless or greatly weakened. Crash. Just as the homunculus was about to fire a white flash, after barely managing to escape the holy paladin's siege, it was once again struck to the ground by an unseen force. It did not just end there. Getting back to its feet, the homunculus saw a paladin wielding aura on his mace before her eyes. Realizing that he was the same knight that had ignored the distance between them and struck her, the homunculus rushed to evade the attack. In an instant, she vastly increased the distance between them, hoping to get out of his line of sight. Even if he were to launch an attack while disregarding the distance, if this attack was avoided, that would be the end of it. Crash. But the attack landed dead on. Just like that, the homunculus fell to the floor. Its legs were torn off. Did you really think you could avoid it? Just by dodging? Another knight reached towards the homunculus. That paladin had the power of decisiveness. Any attack he targeted with his ability would be able to connect with its foe, no matter the distance or obstacles. The homunculus let out a shallow breath. It had already consumed an excessive amount of mana regenerating from the countless attacks and had blown an equal amount on attempting to manipulate causality to see the future, which had completely failed. The goal of these attacks had been to reduce its mana, as they lacked the decisive strength to finish it off in the one strike, and they had done so successfully. The homunculus was now at the point where it could only recover a few more times. An animal is most dangerous when pushed to the edge, when its life was threatened. Glaring ragefully, the homunculus turned its sight towards Priscilla. If the person who had the power to make this war of attrition happen were to be removed, there was still a chance for victory. Soon after making its decision, the homunculus kicked off against the ground. A freshly regenerated homunculus shot out like a cannonball. Just as its fist was about to pierce Priscilla's head. Crack. The homunculus that had been moving rapidly suddenly shattered into bits and scattered to the ground. Fufu. I didn't know Desir would be this accurate in his prediction in how the situation would play out. It was a gentle voice, but not pleasant in any way. Priscilla looked down at the regenerating homunculus emotionlessly. Only then did the homunculus understand what had happened to her. The ability to inflict damage regardless of distance. The ability to directly hit a target. The ability to attack at speeds beyond recognition. The ability to maximize impact. Dozens of applications of the Paladin's Blessings of Light had been combined into one to create an inescapable attack of pure power. And to launch this blow, Priscilla had used herself as bait. She had made the homunculus dance like a puppet in her hand, forcing it to move along a preordained path. A smile crossed Priscilla's lips. The homunculus, barely recovered, attempted to get up from the ground, ready to rush Priscilla once more. Babababam. Swords, spears, and blunt weapons all pierced, cut, and crushed the homunculus's body. At some point, the holy paladins had surrounded the homunculus. Looking down at the homunculus, which had become a mess of gore, Priscilla opened her mouth. Come on, continue struggling. It was not like it would make a difference anyway. Zod and Priscilla carried out their operations in a way that allowed their subordinates to demonstrate their abilities in the most effective way possible. But the method that Donape chose was far from being one centered on efficiency. Crash. Donape had turned his airship's Aurora system to its maximum and rammed into the tower at full speed. This resulted in a spectacle where the airship lay halfway drilled into the tower. It was far from what a carefully planned strategy would look like. But that was what caught them off guard. Due to the unexpected situation, Divide's anti-aircraft troops, which had been stationed outside to shoot down the airship, had become useless. Just like that, the northern warriors had infiltrated the tower. The Divide soldiers stationed inside the tower froze the moment they saw them. We have to fight these people? They had felt extremely threatened by the group of barbarians, all of which were far bigger than the average human. A brave knight stepped forward. There's no need to fear, soldiers. These barbarians may be big in size, but they are small in wit. These bastards are... But that knight was soon left speechless from the sight that unfolded before him. At the forefront stood a woman, her face half-painted with ominous black patterns, with intense aura leaking from her weapon and an unnerving amount of vigor in her eyes. Those lined up behind her also summoned their aura at the same time. The aura they were emitting was not normal in the slightest. The sight of their aura blooming like fireworks from each of their weapons made them look like demons from hell. One of the knights witnessing this spectacle muttered to himself, "The hunting pack, barbarian hunters, the northern region's most elite troops that rose to fame in the war against the outsiders." Although their numbers had decreased after their last encounter with a homunculus, their forces were still extremely powerful, with all members being at least bishop class. Over the past 6-month-long battle against the Divide Kingdom, they had become a feared group, known for ruthlessly annihilating their enemies. A commotion stirred in the hall. The hunters bared their teeth as they laughed, seemingly enjoying the sight of fear growing in their enemies' eyes. Having spent their entire lives honing their strength, they could not hide their excitement for the battle to come. As the fear in the air reached a crescendo, "Start hunting!" The moment the hunting pack's leader, Black Wolf Uria, yelled, the tower burst into a thunderous roar. All at once, the hunting pack began charging at Divide's soldiers. The soldiers gripped their weapons with their trembling hands, but there was no way a soldier frozen in fear could fight properly. Battle cries and screams of fear echoed throughout the tower at the same time. Stand your ground, and no matter what happens, the formation must not collapse. Despite being Divide's elite troops, given the incredibly important task of defending this tower, all they could do was barely slow down the hunting pack's advance. Stopping the hunting pack from advancing was impossible. Uria, while slaughtering Divide's front line, whipped around, sensing something was off. On the opposite side from where the hunting pack was advancing was a group of Divide's magicians. Yuria furrowed her brows. It would be quite bothersome to deal with artillery magic at such a close distance. Of course, they would not take it quietly. But the problem was the silver-haired boy that stood amongst the magicians. So, they're not just going to take this lying down, huh? If the silver-haired boy, the homunculus, were to shoot a white flash of light, considerable damage was unavoidable. Of course, it was highly likely that the enemy wouldn't care too much about the upper part of the tower collapsing, since all of the tower's core facilities were underground. It was when Yuria was about to leave the battle to stop that from happening. I will deal with that one. A muscular man pushed past Yuria as he walked out. It was Donape Aslan, the king of the north. Focus on your battle. Without waiting for an answer, Donape summoned his aura. A red hue started to envelop his entire body. Crush. The moment Donape launched from the ground and the moment that Divide's magicians had been slaughtered were nearly indistinguishable. There was almost no lag between his takeoff and his landing. It was truly a display of overwhelming physical prowess. Donape had a completely different way of using such refined aura. While other king-class swordsmen boasted a multitude of aura techniques, Donape used his aura in the most straightforward way that made sense to him, to increase his physical capabilities to the extreme. Watching such a sight, Yuria smiled bitterly. He's a real tough guy, I'm telling you. Murmuring as if she were entranced, she soon returned to commanding the hunter troops. Witnessing their king's prowess, the hunting pack's vigor was through the roof. And I'm in debt to you. Meanwhile, Donape stared coldly ahead. While Divide's magicians had been swept away by the impact, their bodies unrecognizable or plummeting to the bottom of the tower, the homunculus stood unscathed. Donape was the first one to move. An axe loaded with powerful aura rushed towards the homunculus. The homunculus quickly reinforced its arm and reached out to block it. Clang. Donape's axe and the homunculus's arm collided with each other. Between an unstoppable force and an unmovable wall, it was the homunculus that gave way, unable to withstand Donape. Even if the homunculus's body had been strengthened through extensive research, it was impossible to surpass Donape, who had reached peak physique, even among barbarians, and had mastered the art of using aura to strengthen his body even further. After being thrown back dozens of meters, the homunculus hastily invoked artillery magic in response to Donape, who had immediately begun chasing after him. Compared to the white flash, it was significantly less powerful, but it was by no means a weak attack. The entirety of it was focused directly on Donape. However, Donape just took the attack with his body and used the opportunity to strike back at the homunculus. Mountain Stomp. It was a blow that almost destroyed the tower. The surrounding area was reduced to ashes and the homunculus was torn asunder. Hundreds of meters away from Donape, the homunculus regenerated. The homunculus realized that it had no chance of winning in a head-to-head fight. Crack. The homunculus's legs started to transform. Its legs started to twist strangely before taking on a bizarre, inhuman shape. Having finished its transformation, the homunculus was ready for battle. It lifted its foot, preparing to dash forward, but somehow it had closed the gap before Donape could notice. Clang. Once again, Donape's axe and the homunculus's arm collided. But this time, the results were different. It was Donape that was pushed back. Donape immediately tried to counterattack, but the homunculus was already gone. During Donape's momentary state of confusion, weakened artillery magic rushed in from an unexpected direction. The moment he blocked it, another spell flew in from a different direction. Crash. Aura and mana collided numerous times as explosions erupted. It was as if dozens of homunculi existed at the same time. Seems like I'm dealing with a tricky opponent. This battle had changed from one of strength to a battle of speed. When faced with such a strong foe, this was the solution that the homunculus had reached. The homunculus continuously jumped from wall to wall as it attacked. When Donape tried to counterattack, it had already started firing from somewhere else. Although it was inefficient, it was effective. Donape, who had always been on the offense, had been the The instant Donape leaped from the ground and swung his axe with both hands, a massive explosion shook the tower. HRRK. Buried under the rubble that had gathered at the epicenter of the explosion was none other than the homunculus. The homunculus scowled. Instantly recovering, it quickly drew away from Donape, visibly caught off guard. The homunculus identified the possibility that Donape had identified its strategy and predicted his movement and attack patterns. To mitigate this possibility, it started moving differently. Until now, its movements had been fast but rhythmic, so this time, it deliberately mixed it up. Crack. The moment the homunculus fired at Donape, it felt its whole body getting destroyed. It had been split in half by Donape's axe. Recovering using the power of causality, the homunculus gasped for air as it stared at Donape in shock. It had no choice but to admit it. The man in front of it was predicting its every move. But it couldn't just back down. The newly regenerated homunculus disappeared instantly and reappeared behind Donape, as if it had been there since the beginning. It should be impossible to predict moves that ignore causality. Thinking so, the homunculus felt confident, knowing this attack would pierce through its opponent's back. Thump! The homunculus's vision spun. Slamming hard into the wall, its entire body throbbed in pain. Even before the homunculus could realize that it had been kicked, the blade of an axe coated in Donape's fiery aura flashed in the distance. The homunculus hurriedly used its abilities again to move far away. But at some point, Donape had already started to leap towards it again. Soon after, a wave of aura washed over the homunculus. Crash. Donape was not identifying and predicting each and every move. Vision that could catch up to even the fastest of movement. Hearing that captured even the slightest of sounds involuntarily made during movement. A sense of smell that could detect the faintest scent of chemicals on the homunculus's body. Instead of moving before thinking things through rationally, this monster was responding in an instant through extreme, almost feral instincts. It was closer to a reaction than it was to a prediction. He had been responding with a speed that transcended humans, making it look as if he could predict the future. The homunculus continued to consume its mana by moving beyond the effects of causality. But it still could not escape Donape. Time and time again, Donape caught up to it. The reason you were so strong before. The homunculus's head flew off. The homunculus attempted to regenerate as it manipulated the principle of causality, while spending additional mana to calculate the optimal set of moves for this situation. Its body moved to the opposite side of the tower. At that point, the homunculus had recognized that the best situation it could create was to run away from Donape. However, a shadow loomed above when it arrived. The homunculus looked up. Fear slowly rose in its eyes. Is because we didn't know anything. An aura that burned red like fire filled the homunculus's vision. The Palace of Divide was located in the capital of Pittsburgh. In the palace wrapped in the disquieting darkness, a white-haired man stood on the terrace. As he stood there admiring Pittsburgh's view, someone walked out from the shadows. It was Pierrot Mask. Old man, I don't think this is the right time to be leisurely enjoying the scenery. The white-haired man that had just been called Old Skull Mask slowly nodded. Although Pierrot Mask continued calling Skull Mask Old Man like he used to, this old man no longer deserved such a title. Though his hair was still white, with his infamous mask no longer obscuring his visage, he actually had the face of a handsome young man. All of the homunculi stationed at the towers had been defeated. The ones who destroyed the towers would soon flock here. Listening to Pierrot Mask, Skull Mask snorted at the ridiculousness of what he uttered. Who knew that at the very end, Crow Mask would have made such a foolish decision? Skull Mask was convinced. With the precision the Allied forces exhibited, only taking out 4 of the numerous towers spread across Divide, he knew that Crow Mask had betrayed them. It had been half a year since his capture, but the information he gave the Allied forces was still pertinent. Pierrot Mask slowly approached him and asked, "So, what's your plan now?" "We'll use the transcendental chimeras. Take them and intercept those bastards." The Allied forces' condition for victory was to destroy the source of power in the basement of the Palace of Divide. In the end, they were bound to gather in Pittsburgh. If one knew how the enemy was going to move, coming up with a strategy for defense was easy. Skull Mask planned on engaging them after he concentrated all of the troops in the country within the capital. The Allied forces had infiltrated the Kingdom of Divide with very few individuals. Though they were powerful, with extremely skilled individuals amongst their ranks, Skull Mask wasn't worried. If their invasion force was locked in combat with every troop in Divide, they would be easy to take care of. The problem was if the Allied forces' troops gathered before his reinforcements reached Pittsburgh. To solve that problem, Skull Mask had sent the homunculi to the towers, to delay the arrival of his enemies in Pittsburgh. The homunculi that boasted such incredible battle prowess had merely been used to buy time. Skull Mask didn't expect a single homunculus to be able to succeed in defending a tower against such an enemy. He had never underestimated them. To him, a homunculus was now nothing more than a weapon that could be produced whenever he needed another. They had come up with a strategy that could fend off the enemy using the minimum power required to do so. I'll take care of the rest. Pierrot Mask sensed that Skull Mask had an ace up his sleeve, but he did not press for more. Through experience, he had learned that he would not get an answer anyway. He nodded calmly as he replied, "Well, sure." Pierrot Mask disappeared, cloaking himself in the darkness just as he had done when he showed up. Skull Mask turned around again and looked outside the terrace. Staring at the ever-so-silent Pittsburgh, he muttered, "This will be your grave." In the mountains that overlooked Pittsburgh, the Valkyrie landed in a canyon. As long as they could no longer conceal themselves, approaching the city with the airship was an act of suicide. Regardless of whether the Aurora system was functional or not, it was impossible to break through the capital's defense. Desir's squad did a final check after invoking concealment magic. Some checked their spell calculations while others polished their equipment. In Pram and Raffaello's case, they sparred. Thinking of it as a warm-up, they exchanged blows without any intention of causing each other harm. "You've improved a lot since then," Raffaello spoke, visibly satisfied as he swung his sword sideways. "Your basic control of aura is perfect. Especially your ability to gather aura. I have nothing to point out." It was only a light spar because they could not risk using up their strength before an important battle. But Raffaello had recognized Pram's progress from this demonstration alone. "I heard you're being called the Silver Light Swordsman nowadays?" Clang. Sparks flew as their swords clashed. Although it was true that Raffaello was not using his full power, Pram was still able to easily counter the Sword Grandmaster's blows. "The title is more than I deserve." Raffaello, who had been casually chatting up until now, as though he was not in the midst of sparring, suddenly turned serious. "I'll be the judge of whether you're deserving of it or not." "Pardon. Hit me with it. Your silver light." They were awaiting an important battle. Pram could not help but be flustered when told to showcase his power during a light battle meant for warm-up. However, Pram could not help but wonder if anything he said would deter Raffaello, the man known as the Greatest Shield. "I'm coming." Pram stepped forward and executed his special move. A stab. Silver aura was fired at the speed of light. Raffaello extended his sword. At the same time, his aura enveloped it and started spinning. Crack. A bizarre sound rang out. The moment the spinning aura and silver line collided, the silver lines of light were snagged by the wheels that had appeared. Their trajectories were distorted. "Ah!" In the next moment, Raffaello's sword was held against Pram's face. The battle had ended in an instant. The result was Raffaello's overwhelming victory. As Raffaello sheathed his sword, he spoke in admiration. "Really, to think that a move as simple as the stab could be so powerful. You're impressive, Pram." Those were not just empty words. He had not originally intended to invoke his will defense but ended up doing so subconsciously. He had known instinctively that he would not be able to block the attack otherwise. "So you invoked your aura in a spiral after accumulating it to its limit. Impressive. I didn't know she'd be this good at teaching others." As Raffaello spoke with a chuckle, Pram nodded. "If Lady Swan hadn't been there, I wouldn't have been able to get to this point." Swan Katarina, one of the strongest people chosen by Hebrion Empire's emperor. After being severely wounded in her confrontation with Icarus, Swan had lost consciousness for over 2 weeks. Between her injuries and how hard she pushed herself, Swan had lost the ability to use aura, and eventually retired from the Royal Guard. There was no doubt that losing something that she had worked on her entire life was unbearably devastating. If Desir hadn't lived up to Swan's expectations, then she may have regretted her choice until the end. Swan had not changed. She openly said that it had been her choice and that she had no regrets. On the contrary, she declared that she would continue working for the Empire as she had done so far. Of course, she could no longer fight on the front lines, but her king-class skills and experience had not disappeared. She may have stepped back from the front lines, but she was still an important figure in the Empire. The first thing Swan did, after declaring that she would continue working for the Empire, was take on several students. And the first person she took in as a student was Pram. Pram was already very talented. When Swan started instructing him seriously, he started improving at a faster rate than ever before. He had been able to inherit Swan's aura accumulation technique that she had relied on so heavily. Is she still the same? She hasn't changed. She always gets drunk at the tavern after training. Oh, how I envy her. A smile tugged at the corner of Raffaello's lips. The reason why she can stay so relaxed must be because her student has improved so much. But I lost. Hearing Pram muttering to himself, Raffaello could not help but chuckle. A young teenage boy was mad that he had lost to a sword grandmaster. I'm sure I could count the number of knights that can produce the same power as your silver line on one hand, even across the entire continent. That was how powerful Pram's blow had been. However, to Raffaello that was it. However, no king-class swordsman would lose to an ability like that. Raffaello pointed towards Pittsburgh, the capital of Divide. There, a king-class knight called Brepan lived. Pram, not understanding what he meant, let out a murmur. Why? The fact that your weapon will thrust at a very high speed is already a well-known fact, along with your nickname, Silver Light Swordsman. The silver light is definitely threatening, but it comes with the weakness that it carries aura and follows the trajectory of a stab. He continued, the technique of stabbing is simple without any changes in its execution. It may even be too simple, and it'll be extremely obvious as to where your light is going to strike. Higher-level knights will be able to read it, and against king-class opponents, it'll be completely useless. Though harsh, pointing this out would be extremely helpful for Pram's future battles. In Pittsburgh, where they were headed, many prestigious knights had gathered, including Yennesarii and even Beriond. They were all respectable knights. There was no way they would easily be fooled by techniques they already knew about. But doesn't every skill have a weakness? That's where the difference between bishop class and king class becomes evident. Raffaello pulled out his sword and created a wheel. Soon, the number of wheels increased little by little before turning into a chain. You have 2 options. Either learn how to compensate for your ability's weakness, or advance it to the point where it can't be dealt with, even if you know how it works. Only then can you truly say you've reached the king class. Raffaello, having honed his rotating aura wheels to its limit, had reached the point of using it not only for defense but to attack as well. That was why he was able to hold the titles of the Empire's Greatest Shield and Sword Grand Master at the same time. Raffaello withdrew his aura from the sword and gave Pram a pat on the shoulder. Pram, I'm looking forward to what kind of answers you'll come up with. And I'm sure Swan is of the same mind. There was not a single knight that would not be pleased hearing that the greatest knight of their generation, a Sword Grand Master, had high expectations for them. Lighting up, Pram responded. Yes. Right then, an alarm rang out. It was the signal to gather up. Preparation time was over, and it was finally time for battle. Enemy detected from the west of the capital. The enemy is approaching on the ground, not via airship. Gavany, who was responsible for defending the western stretch of the capital, couldn't believe his ears. He had previously obtained information that the enemy was approaching via airship. It was hard to believe that they would suddenly abandon it to approach on land. They're approaching on land? Gavany could not hide his laughter. He was taken aback by their unexpected decision. but he was dumbfounded by how defenseless this left them. Pittsburgh was a city nestled in the middle of plains. Due to the nature of plains having no cover, it made it very easy to intercept enemies that approached on the ground. Gavany loudly issued his orders. Prepare your artillery magic. Teach those dogs of the Allied forces a lesson. As soon as he gave his orders, countless magic calculations bloomed like flowers atop Pittsburgh's castle. The quality and quantity of them was impressive. The 7th Magical Division that was stationed there was visibly different than any other unit in terms of quality. Every member was a magician of the 3rd circle or higher. They were a magic unit nurtured with great care by the Kingdom of Divide. We can't miss this great opportunity. Gavany, too, started invoking magic atop the castle. The magic that he was formulating was much more complicated than what his underlings were capable of. A 6-circle spell. Gavany was one of the few 6-circle magicians that existed across the entire continent. Skull Mask was thorough in planning Pittsburgh's defense. Under normal circumstances, someone as powerful as him would have been kept in reserve, ready to be played as a trump card in their international war. Instead, he was on the front lines, fighting to defend their capital. The enemy is continuing to advance. Something was off. Even though countless 6-circle calculations were being completed and an enormous amount of mana was fluctuating, indicating that this supermassive spell would soon be invoked, the Allied forces did not back down and continued their advance. It was impossible for them to advance so confidently without a trick or two up their sleeves. All of these thoughts flooded Gavany's mind, filling him with anxiety. He shoved them down, refusing to let his resolve sway. Even if they have Desir Arman and the Aurora system, it'd be impossible for them to invert all of this magic. It didn't take too long for him to realize that he'd made a mistake. There are more troops than I expected. That was the first thing Raffaello said after seeing the countless arrays of magic ahead of him. Sensing that the level of magic Divide's magicians were invoking was a real threat, he was about to pull his sword out before someone approached him. I'll go first. It was Desir that spoke out. With a wave of his hand, the air around the party began to distort as countless magical spells were simultaneously invoked. The mana in the surrounding area raged like a torrent of water. This was what Desir focused on. Through the movement of the mana, Desir was able to discern quite a bit about the enemy's spells. The type of magic that was being invoked. What formula they had used to invoke that magic. I think I've got the gist of it. He figured out the enemy's level immediately. A unit of magicians all above the 3rd circle was comparable to the Magic Kingdom's elite troops. But that only applied to normal magicians. How simple. Compared to the magicians who normally surrounded Desir, like Zod, or his sworn enemy Icarus Corgo, these magicians were pathetic. Because he knew exactly how skilled the 2 7th circle magicians were better than anyone else. He could not help but look down on the magicians that were invoking magic in front of him. Desir's mana thrust out towards Divide's magicians. One of the magicians in 7th Magical Division sensed that something was off. The magic calculations laid out before him started to fade away before suddenly disintegrating entirely. That was the start of it. The dozens of magic calculations that had been invoked atop the castle started getting reversed at a terrifying pace. The spells are getting inverted. The flowers of mana that had been embroidered across the top of the castle quickly began to fade. Desir had thoroughly inverted the entirety of the 7th Magical Division's magic. Was the 7th Magical Division's work all in vain? Watching their spells being inverted at an amazing speed, Gavany murmured to himself. He had known about Desir's inversion skills, but he had been confident that, as Divide's greatest magical troops, they would be able to go against him. But that confidence had disappeared a long time ago. Instead, there was only one thought that remained in his head. Magic is useless in front of the man who stands before us. Gavany grit his teeth. Their spells were rapidly being inverted, but that did not mean that all of the spells were destroyed. The 7th Magical Division hurried to complete the calculations of their spells. As their goal had changed from coordinated artillery fire to completing spells no matter the cost, The timing of their shots was bizarre and unfocused. Unlike their first attempt, when they had attempted to invoke their magic in an orderly fashion, one could say that their current formation was a complete mess. In response to the sporadic shelling, the Allied forces invoked the Aurora system. Bang! Countless spells collided with the Aurora system in front of the Allied forces, leaving behind shockwaves and the sound of explosions. The magic that had been completed in a hurry did not have much of an impact compared to the amount of mana consumed casting them. As Desirs continued inverting their spells, the 7th Magical Division's mana pools were drained to 35% of their typical capacity. In a way, it may have looked like Divide was helpless before Desir, but although it was humanity's strongest shield, it was not invincible. Bang! Countless spells collided and roars rang out all over the place. The Aurora system's capacity also declined in proportion to the neutralization of Divide's magicians. Gradually, the shield's strength weakened, and the cracks began to get bigger. Shatter. Soon, the Allied forces' Aurora system consumed all of its energy and broke down. After a long struggle, they had finally succeeded in penetrating it. But at that point, most of the magic invoked by Divide's magicians had been inverted, and only one spell remained. The spell of a single man. Now there was only one person left in the 7th Magical Division who could invoke magic. But they did not despair because the last person standing was the 6th Circle magician, Gavany. Gavany felt a crushing sense of crisis, but on the other hand, he could not hide his excitement as he watched his magic spell reaching completion. All of the magic except his had been inverted, but all of the 6th Circle spells he had cast had been fully invoked, and the Allied forces' Aurora system had shut down. This was a golden opportunity. The spell that he had invoked had enough power to blow away an entire mountain. Even if it could not annihilate the Allied forces, it would definitely deal a devastating blow. Hellfire, a fire that would never burn out or be extinguished. The highest level of fire magic that was named after its side effect of turning the designated area into an eternal burning hellscape. I guess it's my turn this time. Dark red fireballs rushed towards the Allied forces as their shield that had been protecting them thus far went down. You're using pretty dangerous magic. Looking at it, Raffaello stepped forward. He pulled out his sword as he watched the flames that slowly approached. It was a massive sword, curved as though a massive wave had been stolen from the ocean and forged into its blade. Graham. It was the S-tier artifact that Raffaello had been bestowed by the Emperor when he became the Royal Guard's shield. Unlike the sword he had used during the spar with Desir, in what felt like an eternity ago, Graham could handle all of the power that Raffaello poured into it. The massive amount of aura rotated along with the blade and a deafening noise rang out in all directions. Soon, wheels of aura started to materialize. There were only 3 of them, but they were at least 2 times bigger and brighter than the ones that he had showcased in the past. And the flash that followed. Following the sword's trajectory, the wheels spread out. A massive shield covered Raffaello's allies, promising to protect them from any attack. Crash. The huge fireball and Raffaello's wheels collided, causing an explosion and resulting shockwave. The fire seemed to wrap around the wheels, attempting to slide through the gaps, but it was eventually ground away, unable to withstand the wheel's rotation. It was a materialization of aura that surpassed the strength of the aura flower that Hebrion had demonstrated in that shadow world. In a world where swordsmen and magicians were renowned equally, the swordsmen of Raffaello's time all trained proudly and earnestly, competition driving every individual on the planet to be as powerful as possible. Even amongst them, Raffaello's ability to materialize aura had reached the highest echelon. As powerful as Hebrion was, he was still a swordsman restrained by his time. Despite having not even used the entirety of his power, Raffaello had blocked the 6th Circle magic far too easily. What the? How did he? Gavany spit out curses. The attack he had expected to deal a major blow to the Allied forces was entirely blocked. But Desir wasn't kind enough to give him the time to panic. Gavany felt a strong flow of mana emanating from the Allied forces. When he turned towards the source, he saw Desir standing there. Desir had pulled out his cane and was aiming it towards him. Normally for magic of this level, it would have taken a long time to invoke the spell, let alone calculate and arrange it. However, Desir's spell was already on the verge of completion. That was when Gavany came to the realization. The reason why his magic had not been inverted was not because Desir was incapable of doing so. He stopped inverting because he was going to cast his own spell. Earthquake. There was a huge earthquake. The ground felt like it was flipping over and ominous rumbles emanated from deep below the surface. Crack. The ground opened up like a mouth and swallowed them whole. The castle walls that had been protected by high circle magic and the Aurora system collapsed under such an onslaught. Gavany stared blankly at the sight before him atop the crumbling castle. Is this what seventh circle magic looks like? When he looked down, the ground he was standing on had also started cracking. Rumble. With the sound of thunder, Divide's western walls disappeared without a trace of them ever existing. And Desir's squad took their first step into Pittsburgh. Enemy movement detected from the west of the capital. The enemy is approaching on ground, not via airship. As the Allied forces approached Pittsburgh from the west, the command center that received the report could not hide their excitement. We'd planned our strategies thinking that they'd approach with the airship. This is a good thing. In fact, it's more advantageous for us. But the enemy wouldn't advance like that without some sort of strategy. No one in the room disagreed. The room went silent, all minds pondering their enemy's options. In the once lively command center, Breppen opened his mouth. It might be a distraction. Send the aerial troops stationed around the country to the 7th Magical Division to keep the airship in check. Breppen's orders came quickly, and in an instant, they were sent to all of the armies across Divide through communication magic. What is the situation like for the 3 towers that are being attacked? They won't be able to withstand much longer. Is that so? With eyes full of suspicion, Breppen looked towards the mirror that illuminated his shadow. Displayed in the mirror was all sorts of information about the happenings in Divide. Why is the enemy after the palace? It was hard for them to figure out why the enemy was recklessly advancing towards Pittsburgh with only a handful of troops. This war wasn't one that could be ended just by occupying the enemy capital. Even then, if they failed, the risks that the Allied forces would be facing were too great. The Allied forces' main priority should be to destroy the towers creating shadow worlds. With this in mind, it would have made more sense to move towards the towers scattered across Divide instead of moving towards Pittsburgh. However, the Allied forces only targeted 4 towers, and the rest moved towards Pittsburgh. They have something more important in mind than breaking the towers. The enemy was exceptional. They would never act without a motive. Breppen was sure of this. There was definitely a reason the Allied forces were coming, a reason that was currently unknown to him. Out of the blue, thud. At that moment, the entire building shook. The cup on the table fell and documents flew everywhere. There had never been an earthquake at Pittsburgh of this magnitude. And the timing? This certainly wasn't a simple earthquake. RUUMBLE. Breppen barely held himself together from the aftershock and looked out the window. It was too dark for a normal person to see anything, but this was not a problem for a king-class swordsman's eyesight. He soon could make out a haze of smoke rising in his vision. It was from the west. Breppen yelled urgently, "Get in touch with the 7th Magical Division and find out what's going on immediately." WEVE lost contact. According to the observation unit's reports, the enemy has broken through the walls. At that news, the command center went into an uproar. One commander turned pale as he shouted, "It hasn't even been 5 minutes since we've detected the Allied forces. Yet they've already annihilated the 7th Magical Division?" They had never let their guard down. They had admitted that their enemy was talented, and that was why they had stationed their magic unit there. However, it was hard to believe that the castle walls had been broken so easily. There should be a limit to how unbelievable they are. Breppen furrowed his brows as he issued an order. If this goes according to the information in the artifact, the Allied forces' goal is the Palace of Divide. Calathus, lead a group of wyverns to stop the enemy from approaching and consume their energy. Calathus, the new commander of the Flying Dragon Brigade, lowered his head as he answered, "Please leave it to me. The Allied forces possessed more power than they were currently aware of. It was safe to say that the information they had right now was meaningless. Both the enemy's strength and their motives were unknown. It was truly a hopeless situation. But that was why Brepan thought that they had to go all out. Just because we don't know the enemy's numbers doesn't mean we can wait until we find out. Being stuck in the command center coming up with tactics and strategies was not his cup of tea. Brepan stood up from his seat as he spoke. I, too, will lead the Janissaries to the front lines. The first line of defense must not fall. At the scene of battle. A fierce battle was well underway. Divide's soldiers did their best to fight against the invaders. Under the command of their superiors, they took up their swords and invoked magic to protect their city. HRRK. However, despite their valiant struggles, the Allied forces calmly fought through their defense. They had no choice but to. The military organization that was entering Pittsburgh this time was a coalition of powerful armed groups. Even excluding the current highest-ranking forces, namely Desir Arman and a few others, the level of troops entering Pittsburgh was something never seen before. This was because the group was made up of top-level knights and magicians that Desir had personally selected after traversing the continent. They had put their faith in Desir and had arrived at his request. Although their numbers were small, they were by no means getting pushed back by Divide's forces. With Divide's half-baked soldiers, it would be near impossible to defeat Desir's army. With this, I should be able to repay some of the debt we owe him. That was what Curus, the knight commander of the Kellan Empire, thought. Together with the other knights, he took the lead to subdue Divide's troops. When the enemy's front lines had collapsed to some extent, he activated his communication pad. The vanguard has fallen to some extent. Good work, Commander Curus. The one who had received his call was Desir Arman. We're going to launch an artillery attack on the subsequent units, so please wait without advancing further. Divide's forces were narrowing the siege in real time. In terms of quality, the Allied forces were superior, but with their endless reinforcements, they didn't let the Allied forces break through the siege. If this was to continue, it was clear that there would be a great delay in their advance to the palace. All of Hebrion's magicians, please let out your firepower. Those who made up the Allied forces' magic unit were by no means ordinary either. I'll definitely burn them down. I've been waiting for this. The countless talents Desir had selected included Redoria von Doris, Keltnaplika, and many more, all of them products of the Hebrion Academy, the continent's best training institute. Their skills were comparable to decent high-ranking magicians. Powerful spells poured down onto the reinforcements that had arrived. Bang! Divide's reinforcements started to suffer heavy damage from Hebrion Academy's shelling. Amongst Hebrion's magicians, the one that stood out the most was Rond Fizzlebang. He only had 3 mana circles, but the explosion magic he cast, his specialty spell type, overwhelmed the 4th circle magician's firepower. Chain Bomb. He invoked a spell on a specific area. While nothing happened immediately, dust seemed to be gathering in one spot. Soon after, a spark occurred, causing a massive explosion that generated even more dust, thus kicking off a chain reaction of gathering dust and exploding it, a chain of explosions which tore through the area, each explosion birthing another explosion. The endless feast of explosions swallowed up the remainder of Divide's defensive forces that had barely managed to survive. As their reinforcements also suffered heavy damage, a huge gap had formed in their defense line, and the Allied forces started to charge forward. They were ruthless, and behind the scenes, there was Desir Arman's meticulous commanding. Galleoned bioreactions were observed from both sides. Make sure to strike first before they notice the Allied forces. Command received. Masked men started to move. Belonging to the intelligence unit, they were highly skilled at assassination. It had been less than 1 minute since they had moved. The target has been removed. Every order Desir gave had been returned with a message of success. Divide's army tried to stop the Allied forces with several ambushes, but every time the Allied forces dealt with it perfectly. Desir had fully grasped the situation of the battlefield, and at the same time, he moved the most suitable troops in the most reasonable way. This was something impossible to do unless he had analyzed all of the information to find what he wanted, and fully understood the strengths and weaknesses of the dozens of units he had mobilized. Despite the countless number of different groups, each used to operating independently, their communication and coordination was flawless. Normally during war, countries would recruit 1 or 2 mercenary groups and give them independence on the battlefield, as attempting to manage multiple mercenary groups in conjunction with a full-fledged army was impossible. Only someone like Desir, who spent years with these groups in the Shadow Labyrinth, could command such a union like it was perfectly normal. Under his expert command, Desir's army continued to advance, but even still Desir's mind was plagued by growing anxiety. We by no means have the advantage. At the moment they held the upper hand, no one would dispute that. But looking at the overall situation, their position certainly couldn't be called good. Troops scattered all throughout Divide are continuing to gather. The longer we wait, the more troops will arrive. The operation this time was a surprise attack made up of a small group of people. No matter how skilled they were, it was impossible to go up against Divide's large army with this group. There was another disadvantage. Desir suddenly looked up. When he made eye contact with a civilian that was watching them through the curtains, he stepped back in surprise. The civilians haven't been evacuated yet. The civilians were left in the building. Like this, it will be impossible to invoke 7th circle magic. If it were an open area like a plaza, it would have been possible to invoke some high circle magic, but in an area concentrated with buildings, this would be impossible without severe collateral damage. The Allied forces' troops stopped in their tracks for the first time, but not because they were preparing to siege another defense. It's a crossroad. Raffaello spoke. We have to choose which way to go. There were 2 roads. Of course, both of them were the same in that they led to the palace. However, the road on the left led directly to the main gate of the Palace of Divide after passing through the central plaza, while the road on the right led to the palace's rear gate via the market district on the south. What are we going to do? Since the Janissaries haven't shown up yet, I think it would be best to split up. The fact that the Janissaries had not appeared yet meant that they were waiting somewhere in formation. They were Divide's best armed group. If they encountered the Janissaries, they would likely obtain victory, but at the cost of time that would ultimately lead to their defeat. The Janissaries will be waiting on one of the roads. If we end up getting split up, at least one half will get to the palace quickly. That makes sense. But the other half will have to fight the Janissaries, though? What's the problem? Don't tell me you're not confident. At the remark, Raffaello cracked a smile. Of course not. I just said it out of concern for you. You bastards! The one who had interrupted them was Divide's commander, who had impatiently been waiting for them where the path split. He had shouted in indignation at the sight of Desir and Raffaello chatting in front of him, but their conversation continued. I'll take the knights and the Hebrion troops. Then the side guard will be on this side. Oh, is Pram included with them? Pram has worked with me a lot, so I think he'll be better in my unit. Instead, could you take the leader of the side guard? That's a fair compromise. Watching the 2 continue their conversation so calmly, the commander of Divide squawked at them. If you bastards were real soldiers, then you wouldn't. It was irritating. Stopping their conversation, Desir and Raffaello each took out their respective weapons. Let's take care of that noisy guy before deciding who will go in which direction. Let's do that. Soon after, magic and aura rose. The Hebrion party, including Desir, who had broken through the line of defense at the crossroad, headed to the right. The road on the right went through the market district. The narrow market streets were complex and densely lined up with buildings with plenty of room for an ambush. In fact, the whole design was perfect for hiding traps. For the Hebrion party who couldn't afford to waste a single second, it was a very unfavorable setting. However, they proceeded more smoothly than expected. Between Desir and the other magicians, a majority of the traps could be disarmed well in advance, and ambushes were easily thwarted by Pram and the other knights. The roofs of the darkly colored buildings scattered throughout Pittsburgh stood tall, as if challenging the very skies themselves. That was where Romantica sat, away from the troops that headed towards the palace. In her view, the sight of Divide's commander issuing an artillery attack at Hebrion party caught her attention. Unfortunately for him, He was completely defenseless against any direct shots. How foolish! The moment Romantica snapped her fingers, the air around her started swirling around her unnaturally, and soon, the Divide commander's hair began fluttering. Unfortunately for him, he noticed the unusually strong winds far too late. Ha! The air pressure around him increased by several magnitudes. Splat! With a gruesome noise, the commander of Divide exploded. All that remained was a piece of cloth from his clothesline that was ripped into pieces. 5. With that, the number of enemy commanders that Romantica had taken down increased to 5. Her magic was beyond the point of being called a form of sniping. The winds that Romantica wielded scanned the area, giving her information, and soon as she found her target, the air pressure rose, killing them. Romantica had literally weaponized wind itself. There was no such thing as a blind spot. As long the target stood where the wind was, it was impossible to escape her sniping. 6. Splat. Since there were no bullets involved, it made it impossible. Without rest, the Divide soldiers hurried to invoke detection magic to locate Romantica, but the blue rose that she was wearing completely blocked all attempts. For them to gather high-ranking magicians as well, they must be rather angry. Not only that, but it resulted in Romantica gaining information regarding the location of their main forces. As countless magicians continued using detection magic to track the sniping, the air pressure around a high-ranking magician increased instantly. With this, 7. When even the magicians who were working to counter the sniper started getting killed off, Divide's commanders eventually gave up looking for her and started playing it safe. Unfortunately for them, it seems that the fear of not knowing when and where the next shot will come from has the effect of destroying army morale. Thanks to that, Desir and the Hebrion party under him were able to proceed towards the Palace of Divide without much damage. But Divide wouldn't take such disgrace laying down. Kairak! From somewhere came the high-pitched screech of wyverns. It was undoubtedly the Flying Dragon Brigade, the most elite unit in Divide's standard army. Owl's vision. When Desir looked up using magic, he saw hundreds of wyverns with knights atop them racing through the sky, the telltale sign of the Flying Dragon Brigade. They each held a 6.5-foot-long spear with a considerable amount of aura wrapped around it. They circled the sky like vultures that had found prey. Their target was Desir, the commander of the Allied forces. Don't tell me! A member at the forefront of the brigade hurled his spear at Desir. As the javelin accelerated, it came flying towards him at a tremendous speed. Whip, Runel, the A-tier artifact made of blank, moved to block the spear after Desir acknowledged the threat. Clang. A sharp screech rang out and a torrent of sparks followed. Despite having been blocked before reaching the ground, it was strong enough to send considerable shock waves into the ground. The Flying Dragon Brigade spears continued to rain down. Hundreds of them fell from the skies, like a meteor strike hurtling towards the ground. Desir urgently called out to the person standing beside him. A jest! Leave it to me. As a jest pulled out her center of ice, a chill started spreading around her. Frozen Palace. A jest invoked her signature imagery magic, allowing her to rapidly cast spells in the area around herself and Desir. Hundreds of defensive spells were invoked to fight against the hundreds of spears. Thick ice barriers rose from between the buildings as the atmosphere around them froze. Crash! Countless spears collided directly with the palace, damaging its icy composition. The palace shivered in pain before ultimately collapsing on itself. When their first attack thwarted, the Flying Dragon Brigade flew back up again and circled around. There was no way they were going to back down. The bombing would soon begin again. If this situation were to repeat again, Desir had no chance of winning. The frozen palace showed explosive power for a brief moment, but it took up an enormous amount of mana. It would be impossible for a jest to use it repeatedly. The wyvern-mounted knights retrieved more spears from their dimensional pockets and prepared for their next attack. At their vigor, Desir smiled bitterly. Who knew they'd be such a pain? It was impossible to shoot down wyverns with low-circle spells. They were infamous for both how nimbly and quickly they could maneuver while mid-air. A high circle spell might have been able to handle it instantly, but considering the damage it would do to the entire city, that was not an option either. The only reason why Divide was able to stall them here was because of the tremendous effort they put into making a wyvern army functional. It took knights of extreme skill and a considerable amount of time in order to tame wyverns, and Divide alone had committed the resources to training knights who were both capable enough to tame wyverns and competent enough to use them effectively. Was the right side a pitfall? If Raffaello's group had encountered the Flying Dragon Brigade, it would have been a cakewalk. Desir's specialty was dealing with magicians, and spears coated in aura could not be inverted. Unable to safely attack or adequately defend, Desir was left hopeless. Desir stared fixedly at the wyvern army circling above them. This is impressive. They were the enemy, but he could not help but praise them. The strategy of using the wyvern's mobility to avoid the enemy's attacks while also neutralizing them by rapidly firing spears was impressive. The wyvern army had undoubtedly already grown to the level they were at when the Shadow Labyrinth had occurred, which was why Desir felt even more like it was a shame to lose them here. Under normal circumstances, they would have been with us as well. He could not help feeling regret at this misfortune, since his plan had been to gather all of the powerful troops to fight against the Shadow Labyrinth. But his regret wasn't enough to make him back down. For his immediate goal, to stop Skull Mask's plans, he had to take them down. Putting aside his feelings of regret, he spoke as he activated his communication pad. Romantica! Kaya Wak! The wyvern's cries rang out. The wyvern army rushed towards Desir once again. Aura bloomed from their spears. In just a few moments, spears would once again pelt Desir's squad. Incredible winds began to sweep the wyvern army away. The winds were strong enough to be called a typhoon. The wyverns that were traveling through the wind were tossed around, unable to control their bodies. Unable to handle the sudden change in wind pressure, they got tangled up. Everywhere, members of the wyvern army fell after crashing into each other. Fold your wings. You mustn't get swept up by the winds. Even then, some senior knights fought to keep their balance and recover their formation. In response to their efforts to maintain order, they received a frighteningly accurate sniper shot. Storm shot. The Flying Dragon Brigade was equipped with the best defensive gear Divide had access to, specifically designed to counter artillery shots. To ensure their safety tenfold, they maintained an altitude an above-average magician would struggle to reach. Between their armor, altitude, and mobility, the Flying Dragon Brigade was practically invincible. Against this opponent, they had nothing to bang. Romantica's attack pierced through them. Between her specialty training and the rifle she treasured as her weapon, the shot had exceeded the fifth circle in terms of power and accuracy. Calathus grit his teeth. Nearly half of his troops had become immobilized due to the air currents, and a few had fallen. Determined to prevent any further damage, Calathus issued an order to his troops. Increase your altitude. The wyvern army's troops changed their direction and soared upwards in unison. Their plan was to avoid the shots by raising their altitude. They soon reached the maximum height they could withstand. The shots stopped coming as a result. Immediately, Calathus turned around and yelled, "Drop!" He planned to dive-bomb Desir. Dropping from thousands of meters above ground adds acceleration when launching the spears. It was a way to make the most powerful attacks while avoiding the sniper's attacks until the very last second. Hundreds of troops rushed towards the ground in unison. That's why they were so shocked when she came towards them. Someone is coming up. A white-haired woman was approaching them. It was a Jest Kingscrown. Crack. Every time a Jest stamped her foot, the atmosphere froze beneath her to create a foothold. Using that as a stepping stone, she leaped, reaching the wyvern army in an instant. Her improved Ice Empress skill had brought her physical abilities to king class. Seeing that, Calathus could not hide his astonishment. He had not imagined that there would be anyone capable of doing such a thing. But he soon regained his composure. This is the sky. Even if you made it up here, do you really think you stand to fight a wyvern? Simply stepping onto the stage did not make them equals. This was a stage only for those that were prepared. and the ones that were ready were the wyverns. Strike her! At Captain Calathus's words, the wyvern army changed its target. They charged at a jest who had invaded their stage. But as soon as they changed their movements, a jest stopped rising and began to invoke magic. Ice Palace. Calathus felt the bitter cold breaking through his cold-resistant clothesline and permeating his entire body. Soon after, hundreds of ice shields began materializing in front of a jest. The endless stream of shields blocked her from the wyvern army. It almost looked like a massive ice barrier had been created. At its absurd size, the wyvern army was slightly astonished. But that was it. Is that Sigh of Khizard? Is she trying to block us with a mere third-circle defense spell? The members of the Flying Dragon Brigade unanimously scoffed at a jest. Not even Calathus was an exception to this. Is that woman out of her mind? Known as the strongest third-circle defensive spell, Sigh of Khizard. However, it was still only third-circle magic. No matter how many times it was invoked, it would be impossible to block spears that held such powerful aura. The wyvern army didn't stop and charged at a jest. Whip! The moment the wyvern army approached the ice barrier, Calathus noticed that the speed of their descent was alarmingly fast. He soon discovered the reason. A downdraft current was blowing. One so strong that it could not possibly be natural. It was as if the current was trying to pin them to the ground. Ha! And thus the tragedy began. Right before the wyvern army arrived, the hundreds of ice shields that had just materialized started to shatter simultaneously. One of those pieces grazed Calathus's armor. Clang! Only a single fragment had brushed past him, but the fourth circle magic that had been enchanted on the armor broke immediately. It was strange. Even considering the acceleration, there was no way that a single ice fragment could be that destructive. Calathus squinted his eyes. He quickly realized that the tens of thousands of ice shards rushing towards the wyvern army were all glowing faintly. Is that? Calathus's breath caught in his throat. He could not believe his very eyes. If his knowledge was correct, there was no doubt as to what this was. Aura! Magic lay squarely in the domain of magicians, and aura in the domain of knights. A man of mediocrity would have a hard time mastering just one of those domains. But the woman in front of him had mastered both. This was a feat only possible for a just king's crown, humanity's strongest magical swordsman. Kayak! Hrag! The sky, filled with a mixture of human and wyvern screams, quickly morphed into hell. The wyvern army had flown into the field of aura-imbued shards, and just like that, they were torn apart, rapidly increasing their altitude and then suddenly diving to avoid the sniper had led to their demise. From their perspective, tens of thousands of blade-like shards, each infused with aura, had just come flying at them from nowhere. No knight or magician could withstand such an absurd attack. Watching his troops getting torn to pieces, Calathus spoke in a dazed voice. This is absurd. Those were his final words. Swept away by countless shards of ice, Calathus was torn asunder along with the wyvern that he was riding. From the sky rained not just the wyvern unit's artillery attacks, but their blood and guts. Pittsburgh's central square. Leaving the dragon-shaped fountain between them, the side guard and janissaries confronted each other. The atmosphere of the two groups was quite different. While the side guard prepared for battle like cold robots, the janissaries bore eyes of wild beasts that could not contain their excitement. Raffaello swallowed a laugh at the absurdity in the stark contrast between the two groups, the royal guard and the janissaries. Naturally, with the hundreds of years of war between Hebrion and Divide, the two groups had continuously competed for the position of the strongest on the continent. These two groups were both knight-centric, serving the Hebrion Empire's imperial family and Divide's royal family respectively, making them the national pride and the symbol of strength for their countries. This was a showdown between two groups claiming to be the continent's strongest. Get ready for battle. Starting with leader Brepin, the janissaries all summoned their aura at the same time. The result was an extreme suppressive force bearing down on the area and its surroundings. The side guard, apparently unfazed by such a display, drew their weapons and aimed them at the janissaries. After a brief pause, They charged at each other with no regard to who moved first. Bang! Crash! The two groups collided into each other fiercely, causing deafening roars to ring out in all directions. The spacious square was instantly destroyed as aura-coated weapons clanged against each other and magic exploded. It was a fierce battle. The Janissaries only had a few dozen people, but these troops were all knights strong enough to be commanders of any regular formation. On the other hand, the Sideguard's knights were less powerful, but they made up for it with their outstanding teamwork with high-ranking magicians. They were two groups with vastly different compositions, but they both fought neck and neck. They were locked in a tense battle where neither side indicated any willingness to yield. However, the longer the battle continued, it was the Sideguard who would have the disadvantage. Their magicians would slowly run out of mana, and the Janissaries would likely triumph in a battle of pure swordsmanship. Even so, the Sideguard continued fighting calmly. They could fight fearlessly thanks to the presence of a man, who was currently fighting at the forefront of the battle alongside them. Clang! Raffaello stared ahead as he rotated the aura that wrapped around Graham. 5 swords rushed towards him. Strong teamwork multiplied the power that any individual held by several times. And if that teamwork was between the best of the best, there was nothing more to say about the power they could wield. The Janissary knights moved, thinking that it would be impossible even for a king-class swordsman to block this attack. But instead, Raffaello took a step forward. During the slight moment while the Janissaries were taken aback, Raffaello's sword moved. The signature aura wheel of the Sword Grand Master easily shredded the knight standing before him. Ha! The knight that stood right behind the slain knight let out a stupid sound. Raffaello kicked his abdomen. Despite having witnessed his colleague being slaughtered in front of him, his face remained stoic, with only one thought in his mind: victory. Bang! Although he had focused on materializing his aura, that did not mean he had neglected the other ways of using aura. As he kicked someone with his body, which had been enhanced by his immense king-class aura, nearby soldiers turned towards the sound of what they had thought was a bomb going off. Bang! The half-folded body of the knight crashed into the fountain and exploded. There was no need to check if he was still alive. Take this monster! As 2 of them had been overpowered in an instant, their formation had collapsed even before they could try further coordinated attacks. Raffaello bent down as soon as he took a step. Whip! A Janissary knight attacked after estimating where Raffaello would advance. Unfortunately, his attack was to no avail. Raffaello felt the sharpness of the blade as it grazed past his head. But without hesitation, he swung Graham sideways. The knight that had swung his sword at Raffaello was cleaved in half before he realized what had happened, long before he even had a chance to get back into position. Following attacks with your eyes? You've still got a long way to go. From there, Raffaello did a half-turn and struck his sword down at the incoming stab aimed at the left side of his lower body. Crash! As the ends of their swords clashed, a massive shockwave erupted. Splat! Blood splattered everywhere. Just like that, the knight on the receiving end of the exchange exploded into scraps of meat. Raffaello wiped the blood off his cheek as he leveled his sword at the last knight still standing. Clang! A sharp metallic clang rang out. Ooh! Raffaello subconsciously let out an exclamation. Brepan, the leader of the Janissaries, had stepped in instantly to stop his sword. Cling! Brepan pushed back Raffaello's sword as he spoke. I would like to exchange pointers with the Sword Grand Master. As soon as his words ended, aura rose from his sword in a threatening manner. At the same time, 3 wheels formed on Raffaello's sword and began to rotate. Crash! As aura crashed against aura, a massive explosion swept through the surrounding area. The battle between the king-class swordsmen was unlike any other. Even amidst those explosions, the 2 did not stop swinging their swords. It was a battle where a multitude of blows was exchanged every second. In contrast to his position as the Empire's shield, Raffaello was going all out on his offensive while Brepan was forced onto the back foot, stuck defending against his onslaught. Clang! Let me ask you one thing, Raffaello said to Brepan as they were locked in combat. Why are you following Divide's orders? It was a simple yet deep question. Brepan did not have trouble understanding the implications of his question, but he answered the question while ignoring its nature. Why, that's easy. That's because I'm a Knight of Divide. Brepan pushed back Raffaello's sword. His instantaneous use of aura had caused his strength to surpass Raffaello's for a second. As a knight who has sworn allegiance to the royal family, what more reason would I need to follow the country's orders? I'm simply following my master's orders faithfully. Hearing that answer, Raffaello's expression went cold. That's the worst answer. His tone had also turned icy cold. His attitude was sharper than ever. The number of wheels encircling Graham increased as the rotations accelerated. The amount of aura that the sword held was menacing. An overwhelming pressure. There's no more need for me to continue talking to someone who's stopped thinking. Let's finish this quickly. Soon, 6 wheels formed on his sword. The sight of the 6 wheels, spinning as if they would swallow everything, clearly proved that Raffaello had reached a point where there was no doubt that he was deserving of the title Sword Grand Master. Even faced with this overwhelming spectacle, Brepan silently raised his sword. It won't be that easy. Blue flames shot up and wrapped themselves around his sword. The vigor that he exuded did not fall behind Raffaello. The strongest knights, from the Hebrion Empire and the Kingdom of Divide. Once again, the 2 swords crossed each other. The Palace of Divide was located in the center of the capital, and it had both a northern and southern entrance. After defeating the Flying Dragon Division, Desir and his crew quickly came into view of the southern palace gate. It had been smooth so far, but Desir felt like something wasn't quite right. The growing sense of incongruity continued to bother him ever since they defeated the Flying Dragon Division. No one else had tried to stop them, considering how Divide had been employing a strategy of consta. Aiming for, it was clear that Skull Mask would use every means at hand to resist Desir from interfering with his plan. And if he decided that we couldn't be stopped, Desir's crew easily broke through the Flying Dragon Division, Divide's most elite squad. Then there was only one thing left for them to use. They would mobilize the Chimeras. Due to the lack of any rationality, Chimeras attacked everyone in sight regardless of their status. Obviously, it was impossible for them to be deployed along with regular soldiers, since the odds of them causing significant trouble was high. If they wanted to release Chimeras, it made sense that Divide soldiers were nowhere to be seen. Romantica. I know it might be difficult, but could you please increase the detection range as much as you can? Got it. Having traveled at a quick pace until now, Desir's group slowed down their march to make sure they wouldn't be caught off guard. Chimeras couldn't possibly be more powerful than the Flying Dragon Division. Desir immediately chastised himself. Looking down on Skull Mask was an easy way for them all to die. If he believed Chimeras stood a chance where their Wyvern army did not, then there must have been a reason. These members that Desir had gathered were precious talents who would play an active part in the Shadow Labyrinth in the near future. He could not afford to let his guard down and make any mistakes that would lose anyone from his crew. Everyone halt! As they were slowly moving forward, Desir suddenly stopped his crew. He had detected an irregularity in the flow of mana. Crash! A noise similar to a piece of glass breaking echoed. And at that moment, they could feel an incredible amount of mana flowing out of the Palace of Divide. It was the same reaction that would be felt when a shadow world was cleared. Seems like they finally succeeded. Desir recognized that the phenomenon was likely the result of the shadow world containing the power source being dismantled. This meant that all 4 towers responsible for the barrier had finally been broken. Everything was proceeding according to plan at this point. The problem arose from here on out. Up until now, they could proceed perfectly using the information they gathered. But from now on out, there could be unexpected situations. Of course, that hadn't stopped Desir from preparing for a multitude of possible situations. He opened his mouth and spoke to a jest, who stood right beside him. A jest, prepare the spear so we can use it when we need. Got it. The Spear of Longinus. The artifact that may end up being the core of this entire operation. He nodded as he again confirmed its existence. As they progressed forward once again, they soon arrived at the entrance to the palace. The gate was firm, but not enough to withstand Desir's magic. Boom! They stepped through the rubble, striding as if they owned the place. Suddenly, Romantica called via a communication spell. Desir, something's approaching. Desir could feel its movements just as she finished the sentence. Thomp, thomp, thomp. Something with a large figure was approaching them at a rapid pace. Each step it took shook the very ground they stood on. And it wasn't just one. They numbered in the dozens. Light, PZZT. A few dozen light spheres appeared, revealing the balls of flesh running towards them. The sight of them conjured a deep feeling of disgust. These misshapen creatures looked like the parts of various monsters mashed together. Desir's prediction of the appearance of chimeras was correct. But they were not regular chimeras.
Unbelievable.
That's aura. Aura flowed out of chimera's arms and legs. Desir squinted his eyes. Kruak. Among the clumps of flesh mixed with all kinds of monsters, there were human bodies screaming like beasts. Desir realized exactly what the chimeras in front of him were. The Starling party had fought against one of these chimeras in the Nordine territory. Aaron. Divide had formed one of these chimeras using the Janissary's former captain, Aaron, as a key material. Though it was unskilled, the raw quantity of aura it could wield was astronomical. Even with Desir's meticulous planning and excellent command, the Starling party had struggled against it. The power of chimeras lay in their overwhelming basic physical ability, which far exceeded that of a typical knight. When their potential was heightened by giving them the ability to wield aura, a truly terrifying monster was birthed. They were really able to mass-produce something like that? Desir bit his lip. Aaron was probably only the beginning for an experiment like this. Damn it! Not a single thing was likable about this situation. Desir was furious at Skull Mask for sacrificing humans like they were nothing. I will soon relieve you of your pain. Their bodies were already impossible to revert. The only thing he could do for them was to minimize any further sacrilege. Desir shouted while staring down the charging chimeras. Raise your shields. Do not ruin the formation. As the knights quickly shrouded their shields in aura and raised them, the clumps of flesh and sheets of metal collided. Thwomp. As the two sources of aura battled, a loud noise emanated. We've somehow endured it. Chimeras repeatedly charged at them, but Desir's team did not give up any ground. By slowing down the march, Desir was able to arrange his troops in battle position before they actually encountered the chimeras. While the knights with shields and aura at the front blocked the chimeras, mages at the back invoked spells and did their best to clear them out, one wave at a time. It was the most effective strategy, lifted straight out of a textbook. They're charging in from the west. Frontline. Don't push too far and maintain the formation. The problem was the number of them. The location of the battle was in a wide open garden. The only silver lining was that they did not need to worry about their rear. Behind them lay the ruins of the palace gate. However, the chimeras simply swarmed in from the palace itself. Their numbers seemed endless. Under Desir's leadership, the crew was able to make it this far without any losses. But this situation was different. Thump, thwomp. The chimeras were not only threatening in number, but every one of them was also powerful. They constantly transformed their bodies in response to the situation, and they could use aura, making them incredibly difficult to handle. Just as they were slowly getting exhausted, someone broke formation and stepped out from the front line. Please step back for now. What? Countless silver sword strikes rained down on the chimeras. Kairak. With Pram taking the lead, Agest and Romantica were able to step up and assist in turning things around. Their abilities, refined through individual training over the last 6 months, were overwhelming compared to the other Hebrion Academy students. Chimeras that could utilize aura were surely strong, but the knights that were used to make them were terribly weak compared to Aaron. King-class knights like Aaron did not grow on trees. It was impossible for Divide to get its hands on many of them. To mass-produce these chimeras, it was inevitable that the skills of the knights used had to be of lower quality. They really got stronger. For others, these chimeras posed great danger, but for main party members in the Starling party, who narrowly escaped death many times during their growth, were not a completely unmanageable threat. They now had the capability to compensate for each other's weaknesses without much trouble. Just as Desir was thinking that and looked at the situation. Crack. A noise similar to a piece of glass breaking echoed. World inversion detected. The communication pad that was handed out by the Hebrion Academy made such alarms when a certain situation occurred close to its owner. And that certain situation could only be that they planned to create a shadow world here. Skull Mask used the 4 towers to create a shadow world in order to hide the source inside the Divide Palace. This meant that it was also possible to create shadow worlds with both its location and range accurately specified. This is the worst possible outcome. The worst possible situation Desir had thought of was Skull Mask creating a shadow world that covered the entirety of Pittsburgh. Even if the shadow world was created, clearing it should not be particularly difficult. But to clear the shadow world would consume a large amount of time, meaning the plan would fail. Desir glared at the chimeras charging in nonstop and thought, these chimeras are merely to keep us in place for the shadow world. No matter how strong these chimeras were, there was no way that they would be able to completely stop the continent's elites, including Desir. The chimeras were simply mobilized to delay them from advancing until the shadow world appeared. Desir hurriedly called back a jest who was fighting fiercely at the front line. A jest, you and I will break through their assault. A jest swiftly approached him upon his call. Following up on his order, a spell formed in front of Desir. Firestorm. A huge storm of flame roared in the middle of the garden. Boom! The surroundings were dyed crimson red. There was no need for holding his firepower back here, unlike back in the city. An impressively large area of the garden was turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. Roar! The scream of chimeras echoed painfully. Chimeras directly in the range of the spell completely vanished without a trace, while the ones swept up by the residual heat had parts of their bodies melted, rendering them motionless. Because the chimeras used aura to protect themselves, they were not completely wiped out. However, the number of them had gone down significantly. That was enough. Desir and a jest walked toward the road that was now completely empty. Pram. I'll leave the command of the army to you. I won't let you down. Pram quickly caught on to Desir's intentions and nodded his head. Sorry, but I don't think I can let you pass that easily. Clang. 2 swords collided and created a sharp echo. A jest glared at the attacker who aimed for Desir, while holding her sword firmly. It was a man wearing a Pierrot mask. Desir shouted, realizing the man's identity from the side. Pierrot mask! Pierrot mask backed off. The edge of his visible face scrunched up from what was likely an impossibly large, sinister grin. You gotta hang out with me for a while. Crash. Along with an ear-piercing noise, a fierce wind stormed through the middle of the garden. It was Romantica's snipe that blazed through the air without any noise. Oh, come on. At least give me some time to talk. Will ya? Despite the shot being fired directly at Pierrot Mask, he seemed completely unfazed and unharmed. He had already set up wires around him, and with a precise tug they moved to block the attack. Don't be so hasty now. No matter what you do, you can't get out of here anyway. Pierrot Mask stretched his arm out to the front, and wires moved toward Desir like a snake attacking its prey. Clang clang. Runel, a silver sphere that floated around Desir, deflected Pierrot Mask's wires. Sparks flew everywhere. It was a series of attacks and counters that happened so fast that the people present could barely make out the exchange. Pierrot Mask freely controlled delicate wires with aura. It was not just 1 or 2 wires, but dozens of them perfectly controlled as if they were part of his body. Desir felt as if he were fighting an entire unit alone. They needed to get into the palace. He couldn't afford to stay on the defense forever. Runel was able to block all the attacks unleashed by the dozens of wires, but only barely. It wouldn't surprise Desir if his defenses were broken at any point. While he let Runel handle the defense, Desir completed his spell. A plethora of fireballs rose from behind him. Though their form was simple, their power had been significantly increased through Desir's alteration. Burst fire hiss. The fireballs all converged, forming a singular, supermassive fireball. Pierrot Masque, who was swinging his wires relentlessly, backed off and halted his offense after feeling the fierce heat gathering behind Desir. He recalled his wires and began preparing to block the oncoming attack. At this moment, and compress here, whoosh. Desir changed the spell in the final moment of invocation, compressing it. The fireball rapidly collapsed in on itself, turning into an extremely dense mass no larger than an arrowhead. The spell wasn't finished though. The dense ball cracked, and an uncountable number of flame arrows shot out, each at their own speed and unpredictable trajectory. Ha! Looking at the scene, Pierrot Masque smiled as if amused by the sight. At the snap of a finger, the wires that were condensed spread out and moved according to the movement of his fingertips. With outstanding dynamic vision, he analyzed the trajectories of all of the fire arrows that had spread out. But this was not the limit of Desir's spell. The trajectories of the fire arrows once again changed. The arrows were able to nimbly weave past Pierrot Masque's wires. With their obstruction cleared, they darted towards their true target. The ability to control the paths and speeds of dozens of spells was closer to a divine skill than talent. Pierrot Masque's face twisted. Boom! Each one of the flame arrows burst on impact, creating a chain of explosions. Runel quickly moved to deflect all of the debris from the resulting explosion that flew towards Desir. Yeah, this is it, Pierrot Masque murmured as if delighted. Compared to sitting around in boredom, a battle with my life on the line is much more exciting. As the cloud of dust rose, Pierrot Masque could be seen in the air standing on top of the wires, looking down at Desir. How about we keep playing around while we wait to see what Skull Mask is planning? Without replying, Desir sunk deep in thought. This is a problem. The communication pad was still warning Desir of the incoming shadow world. Usually, shadow worlds weren't something that appeared immediately after being detected. But considering the unusualness of the current situation, that train of thought was naive at best. There's no time to spare, but he could not easily break through. Pierrot Masque's power was a force to be reckoned with. Beyond that, Desir did not have much information about him. They had met a few times before but never engaged in a real battle. Not knowing what tricks Pierrot Masque had remaining up his sleeves, making one wrong move could drastically exacerbate the situation. And then at some point, the chimeras once again started to charge at Desir and Agest. Perhaps they recognized the two of them, who were out of the formation, as prey. The path that had been cleared earlier was beginning to close once again. Damn it! One of the chimeras that was approaching them charged at Desir. The chimera's claws had a bluish aura coating them, just when Desir was about to cast a spell toward it. Leave it to me, / The chimera that was approaching Desir was sliced in the blink of an eye. It was a fast sword that was hard to follow with the naked eye. Blood and pieces of flesh scattered in the air. Pram left the formation and arrived, slaughtering chimeras on the way. His sky-blue hair was matted with blood. He stood between Pierrot Masque and Desir. Miss Agest and Mr. Desir, please get out of here quickly. Pram was going to deal with Pierrot Masque by himself. Pierrot Masque's full capability was yet to be determined. The risk was too high. I'll leave it to you, but he could not think of any other way. If they did not break out of here immediately to stop Skull Mask, the situation could quickly turn for the worse. There was no other way than to put his faith in Pram. Please, endure for a bit. Desir signaled Agest, and she nodded. Strength. Haste. Desir casted body-strengthening spells. Agest's hair quickly turned silver. Looking at the scene, Pierrot Masque snorted. You think I'm just gonna let you go? He snapped his finger. Crash. Crack. Suddenly, the wires cut through everything in their trajectories and again attacked Desir and Agest. The number of wires must have exceeded 100. No, 200? Was he always this strong? Pierrot Masque's true power that exceeded his expectations made Desir suddenly panic. There was no escape. The wires that had them completely surrounded seemed more like a net. This was an attack that was impossible to dodge. At this moment, Pram began to move. PZZT. There was an uncanny sound that tickled the ears. Countless silver trajectories formed a web in the air. A silver slash. Crash. Crash. Explosions followed as they collided with the wires everywhere. Pram had aimed for the natural weak points that formed out of Pierrot Mask, focusing his attack specifically on Desir and Agest. Only one moment was all it took. Because they strengthened their bodies with magic earlier, they moved extremely fast. Shit! Just as Pierrot Mask retrieved the wires and was about to chase them by disappearing into the darkness. Clang! Pierrot Mask raised his dagger to block the incoming slash. He glared at Pram, who blocked his pursuit. Right. There was a recent rumor about a little kid called the Silver Light Swordsman. The mockery was no longer seen on his face. The wires again rose and squirmed. They almost looked like a knot of living snakes. Pierrot Mask continued talking. You're just as strong as the rumors. If I had the time, I would slowly toy the life out of you. But unfortunately, I've got no time to play with you today. Clatter. The wires spread out everywhere, and they rained upon Pram simultaneously. I'll end you quickly. The moment Pram took a step and wielded his sword, the world around them seemed to darken in response to the bright light of his sliver beams. The wires that were attacking him started to become entangled with the silver rays. Crash. The lines, thin as threads, accurately collided and exploded. It might be true that I'm weaker than you. Whoosh. A sonic boom shattered nearby windows, which had arisen from the constant exchange of attack and defense. Each of their attacks were moving faster than the air around them could react. Pram and Pierrot Mask were both exceptionally talented speed-type fighters. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of blows. And every time this took place, an explosion swept through the surroundings. Just as the impasse seemed to continue, Pierrot Mask reacted by pure reflex. Crash. He just barely raised his short sword in time to block the attack that was already in front of his nose. Tisk! He could not endure the impact and leaped back. Pram's slash had such speed that Pierrot Mask could not even properly react to it. Pram brandished his rapier and made a declaration to Pierrot Mask. But my sword is enough to stab through your throat. It's almost over. Firestorm. Once we block Skull Mask's plan, all preparation will be complete. All of the things that Desir elaborately prepared in order to hinder Skull Mask's plan corresponded with his preparation for clearing the Shadow Labyrinth. All of the countries across the continent had pulled together, and the best people showed growth that exceeded their capability in his previous life. While all of the preparations were progressing favorably, Skull Mask was the only obstacle. We need to quickly suppress him for the sake of minimizing the damage. Bong. A heat wave exploded. The chimeras that Desir and Agest were able to safely enter the palace proper without any particular problems. Agest, wait! Desir arranged a spell and started to identify the inner structure of the palace. He was soon able to locate the enormous facility which he had not been able to perceive during the Great Council. The size of the facility, which was located below the palace, was as big as the entire city. Desir assumed that this was either the power source itself, which had been revealed after the 4 towers were destroyed, or a facility to operate the power source. This way, after confirming the path towards the source, Desir led Agest and quickened his pace. There's still enough time. The communication pad continuously warned of the emergence of the shadow world, and though time was running out, according to Desir's estimation, they still had time on their side. The sound of their footsteps echoed throughout the long stretch of empty corridors. They're not going to allow us through this easily. After a long walk, not chimeras but human soldiers stood blocking their way. They were the subordinates under the command of Pierrot Mask and Knights of Divide. They used all means available to them, closing corridors by demolishing the ceilings, sudden attacks out of nowhere, and so on. All in order to grab at Desir and Agest's ankles. It was extremely frustrating to deal with those without scruples, who would use everything in their means to achieve their goal of stalling them. Agest, could set up a blockade here? Understood. Agest nodded, and a spell arranged itself in front of her. Web of ice. Krayak. An ice creation in the form of a spider web stretched out in all directions, kept expanding endlessly. Soon after, it blocked all the paths behind them except their route forward. With the ice web in place, the possibility of being flanked or interrupted by anything other than a head-on fight was greatly diminished. PGGGHH. The ice web would instantly convert into the form of a spear when someone tried to penetrate it forcibly. This did not eliminate the possibility of it being destroyed, but the time required to do so would be such that everything should already be over by then. With this, they succeeded in reducing a considerable number of potential enemies. The only thing left was the enemies on the path before them. Kill them! For His Majesty! It was impossible that they did not know who Desir and Agest were. They must have been well aware that they would not be able to stop the two of them with their skills alone. However, in spite of knowing this, they attacked without hesitation. They were indeed loyal knights. Desir's arranged a spell aimed at them. Gravity control. A powerful gravity field weighed down the knights who were approaching Desir and Agest. Crack, crack-rick. They simultaneously either kneeled or fell down on the ground. Cook! Kaharg! The corridor was filled with the sound of screams, the sound of armor crumpling, the sound of bones snapping. All sorts of sounds merged together and formed a grotesque symphony. Desir and Agest started to tread past those on the floor. To those who were struggling to stand up while watching them pass through, Desir left a threat. If you resist any more, I'll make sure to double the force. After hearing his cold voice, the voice of someone that lacked any feeling, there was no longer anyone brave enough to try blocking their path. Desir and Agest overcame the situation while trying their best not to kill anyone, instead aiming to simply neutralize them. It was unlikely there were any foes, other than Skull Mask, that were powerful enough to stop them. The majority of the opponent's elite forces had already been deployed outside. Before long, Desir and Agest arrived at the King of the Divide's bedchamber. According to their intel, this place had an entrance that led towards the power source. Desir was easily able to invert the defensive spell that had been placed on the chamber entrance. If one wanted to stop him, they must prepare physical means to even have a chance at doing so. After Desir entered the bedchamber, he scanned the bookshelf and pulled out specific books in a deliberate order. If not for Crow Mask's cooperation, they would have wasted an immense amount of time. With a groan, the bookshelf moved towards the side and revealed an endless number of stairs leading somewhere deep underground. Desir and Agest exchanged looks and nodded. In the end, it was only the two of them who were able to arrive at this place. Though they were both vastly more powerful than when they first met, it was likely that the upcoming events wouldn't be easy to handle without the rest of the Starling party. But this was the situation they were in, so this was what they would work with. The two of them steeled their resolve and began walking down the stairs. As they proceeded, the musty smell in the dark space became thicker and the erratic sounds of machines became louder. Shortly after, the space used as the outsiders' meeting room appeared. Only this part of the palace was completely different from before, not just in structure but also the dark feeling that hung in the area. Desir examined this enormous, maze-like area that lay before them. At that moment, the communication pad gave off a warning sound once more. The global reversal phenomenon's progress has exceeded 80%. You now stand within the potential range of the shadow world. Evacuate as soon as possible. He was flustered. He did not expect the chamber under the palace to be within the shadow world's range of influence. Clearly this was the place they needed to be. The power source, the core of the plan that Skull Mask was proceeding with, would certainly be hidden in this place. But why would he willingly put this place, with such an important object, in range of a shadow world? But wouldn't all of the things around this area erode away if the shadow world wasn't cleared? Desir struggled to find the rationale. There was not enough information for him to draw a conclusion. It was difficult to make conjecture about Skull Mask's ulterior motive. Let's hurry, Agest. They had a clear idea of their goal, something that they had to achieve regardless of the work required to do so. There were only a few hundred meters left until they reached their destination. Desir and Agest picked up their speed. However, the notification sound rang once again, before they even had the chance to take 5 steps. The global reversal phenomenon's progress has exceeded 80%. Suddenly, the shadow world was brought to completion, finishing at a rate far faster than it had started. The area around then started to distort. Desir never heard of any other worlds that suddenly sped up like this. Skull Mask had clearly pulled off some kind of trick. All of a sudden, everything turned dark. You have entered the shadow world. The last notification sound was not from the communication pad. Desir had long grown tired of that sickening voice, having heard it for years on end. Even still, he didn't need years of experience to realize this shadow world was different from the ones he was familiar with. What the hell is this? He looked around, but all he saw was darkness. No matter how long he waited, there weren't any other notifications. Pitch black darkness. There was nothing. Desir felt as though he was trapped within an eternal feeling of futility. While he was making an effort to grasp the situation, he heard a voice next to him. Is this really a shadow world? It was a jest. Desir was secretly relieved at the fact that she was next to him. Not sure. We'll just have to see from now on. They both arranged detection spells, simultaneously confirming that there was no issue using their mana, but they found nothing around them. Seeing as there are no other life forms detected, I think we may be the only participants in this shadow world. A jest seemed quite flustered, unlike her usual composed figure. I don't know what to do. I've never heard about a shadow world like this existing. However, it was undeniable that they had entered a shadow world. The first notification sound they heard proved this fact. A jest fell into deep thought. The setting of this shadow world must be a place that used to exist. At least with her knowledge, considering the fact that the shadow worlds reproduced the history of humankind, this place had to be somewhere that humans had existed at. However, no matter how much she strained her eyes, there was absolutely nothing here. It was a world of nothing, a place of absolute solitude, and it made her think that the world itself may have looked like this before it was created. At that moment, the biggest breaking point of humanity, the materialization of the beast of the revelation, has been permitted. The biggest breaking point of humanity? After hearing another notification sound, a jest was once again lost in thought. It was a phrase that even she, who had obtained all sorts of esoteric knowledge from reading books arranged in the Imperial Library, had never heard of. Desir, what do you think the biggest? A jest's voice came to a halt as she turned her head towards Desir. Drop. Something dropped down. It was a bead of sweat. Desir had broken out in a cold sweat. Warning. This is the breaking point where restructuring history is impossible, considering the level of human civilization during this period. System interference. Ignoring warnings and enforcing the materialization phase. No, it cannot be. It was a sight one would never see from Desir, a person who always kept his composure in the face of all situations. With a pale look on his face, he murmured something. Warning. Error in the transmission of commands. Maintaining the materialization phase. After the notification, a speck of light appeared. Then, starting from there, it became a line, the lines ultimately forming the outline of something, and finally, a form appeared. It was an impressive process that resulted in the creation of a world. It was a wonderful sight. However, there was no sense of wonder reflected in Desir's eyes. Instead, there was only fear. As the world reached completion, Desir and a jest were left standing at the end of a soaring building. This structure was different from the cold, black towers that Skull Mask had constructed, different from Wolfgang Tower in the Magic Kingdom of old, and different from the Magic Tower of the present. Desir was completely unaware of the materials used to build it, or the technique responsible for such a creation. The view below seemed more like a future civilization than that of the past. Clearly, Desir knew the city before his eyes. There was no way he would forget. No, it was impossible to forget. That view was a memory that he had retained in such detail, almost as if it were a mark left by a branding iron. It was something which could not be erased from his mind. The Shadow Labyrinth. The biggest breaking point of humanity. You have entered the beast of the revelation. Ziklang Bong. Countless battles were well underway and the sound of explosions had become the new norm. Even as the explosions occurred due to the collision of aura, the battle between Pram and Pyromask had reached an equilibrium. A high-speed battle in which even sound itself could not catch up. Their swords crossed ceaselessly.
Bang.
Pram countered the attacks flying in from everywhere and at the same time struck courageously towards Pyromask at every opportunity he could. I cannot win like this. There were numerous wounds on his body. It was impossible to block all of the attacks, of which there were hundreds and thousands of, from Pyromask. And as time passed by, the number of wounds increased. It was an inevitable result. There was an uncrossable wall between Pyromask, a king-class swordsman, and Pram, a mere bishop class. The biggest factor was the total amount of aura available to them. Pram was lacking in terms of sheer amount of aura, therefore he was at a disadvantage the longer the battle lasted. The wire penetrated his silver lines and emanated a whooshing sound as it split the air. Pram quickly rolled his body to the side. Bong! He barely avoided the attack, but an enormous gap was created due to his huge movement. It was only for a moment, but as this was a battle of speed, this necessary error was a critical mistake. Whoosh! However, Pyromask did not overcommit to punishing him. He maintained his distance carefully. When Pram drew near, he drew back. He refused to approach past a set distance, even when there was a gap presented. There was only one reason he was moving that way. He's wary of my ultimate stab. His stab was probably the best attack Pram had at his disposal. Quickly striking with a massive accumulation of aura, thoroughly condensed into a single point. This was the only means he had of overpowering Pyromask. However, Pyromask neutralized the opportunity for Pram to use it by not crossing a fixed range. He consistently wore Pram out while maintaining his distance. If this continued, Pram's defeat was inevitable. Pyromask taunted him. You seem nervous. It's too late anyway. He's probably already dead. Pram glanced towards the area behind Pyromask. It was covered with something similar to a dark fog. A shadow world. It had appeared, consuming almost the entire Divide Palace. At the same time, he lost contact with Desir and Ajest. It was proof that they were caught in the shadow world. Your strategies have failed. Pram shook his head. No, I trust Desir. Is that so? Well, this turn of events isn't too bad. Pyromask jeered at him. I wonder what kind of expression he'll have on his face when he returns and sees your corpse? Bang. Pram charged in an instant. He had minimized the amount of aura he had used in the battle, and charged in by strengthening his body with an unexpected surge in power.
Ziklang.
The clothesline, which had received an attack above its limit, tried its best to let out a warning before being destroyed. The wire brushed past Pram and cut him deeply. The trickling blood reddened Pyromask's wire. However, his attack had not been one born from futility.
Ziklang.
Pram took an enormous hit, but he had managed to reduce the gap somehow. Whish! The silver line that was spread out everywhere started to coalesce around Pram's sword. A high-density, compressed aura. A huge amount of aura swiftly gathered, an amount which would exceed the tolerance of any sword not made from blank. Pram, who had reduced the distance between himself and Pyromask, finally let loose the attack he had been waiting so patiently for an opportunity to use. Pram's pierced thrust rushed in, tearing the very air apart. Crack. The reason why I deliberately did not approach you. Pram's sword penetrated the air while Pyromask pulled out his dagger and slightly bent the trajectory of Pram's thrust. It was easy to say, but in reality, this was not an easy task to deflect such a piercing strike of a rapier. Deflecting such a fine point required immense control and finesse. However, Pyromask, a king-class swordsman, was able to execute such a move as if it were a trivial task. There was a wry smile on his face. Was because I'm annoyed. Numerous wires flooded in towards Pram. The silver line scattered everywhere accordingly. He dashed after Pyromask, who was about to step back once again. If Pierrot Mask was allowed to widen the gap, then it would be impossible for Pram to close it again. Pram's vision went fuzzy. He realized he may have made a fatal mistake. Between the blood loss and how much he had overexerted himself, Pram realized he wouldn't be able to stand for much longer. The number of wounds increased and the pain accumulated. See clang, clang. Because he approached by overexerting his strength, the situation worsened. When his last hidden card was destroyed in vain, he started to see the weak point in his swordsmanship. It was not just a strategy that was blocked. It felt as though all the efforts he had made over the last few years had been rejected and he was being played around like a fool.
Pram Schneider.
Cannot beat Pierrot Mask. Pierrot Mask burrowed into that gap of hesitation. A sword brushed past Pram's cheek. Even though he thought that he had escaped narrowly, his cheek stung. Drip. The blood trailing down his jaw was hot. This is my limit. Thoughts came to his mind. Maybe I've done my part by buying some time against the king-class swordsman. He, who had reached bishop class, was able to buy this much time against a king-class opponent. Have I not done my part? Are these results not excellent, considering I am a mere bishop class? For all the effort I have put into studying the sword, it was amazing enough that a half-wit like me has endured until now. He only had enough talent to master one technique. That was why he practiced and honed just that technique. Any real swordsman would criticize him for artificially inflating his class by taking a shortcut. He reached this position in this manner, but one could not advance further by focusing on such a narrow path. Pram knew that fact better than anyone. Even though he was a member of the Starling Party, Pram was different from Desir and Agest. The best Pram could do was to aid them from the sidelines. But, am I satisfied with this?
No.
Focus. Pram emptied his mind. Once again, he focused on the tip of his rapier. Again, silver lines appeared and began to gather together. Thinking that this was his frantic last-ditch effort, Pierrot Mask sneered. Suddenly, Pram's sword sliced Pierrot Mask. How? The smell of the blood wafted in. Pierrot Mask clicked his tongue lightly. Pram took a stance and continued rushing him recklessly, as if he was not interested in his reaction. He poured almost all of his aura into his body and compressed the remaining aura at the tip of his rapier. The sword groaned as his aura approached its limit. The movement of the aura was like that of a flowing river. Higher speed and power. I must win. Desir always believed in Pram. Pram had always been busy following his footsteps. Clang. This piercing stab was the only thing he excelled at. It was his only attack that no one could match. That was why he had been able to advance to this position, higher than anyone else. Therefore, Pram could only continue executing it. He had to go for it. A quick attack that, hopefully, not even Pierrot Mask could handle. Whoosh. His stab, which shot out with a whooshing sound, sliced Pierrot Mask in a location near his ribs. However, Pram was not satisfied with this. It was not fast enough. It was not strong enough. He had to reach the pinnacle, otherwise he would die having failed to perfect a single move. To hit the target without fail, a mortal blow. His rapier moved once again. Swish. The first blow approached diagonally. Pierrot Mask was going to move. The second blow approached from below. However, Pierrot Mask did not react. He was not able to react, to be exact. The third blow approached head-on. Beyond the level of an almost non-existent temporal gap, each stab happened simultaneously from 3 different directions. Crack. How on earth are you? Pierrot Mask stepped back. Crimson-red blood flowed down from his pierced shoulder and leg. He was short of breath. The fact that he survived was a little short of a miracle. He who had answering. Somehow it had become easier to move his body. It was at that moment when he was about to move once again. Crash. Pram and Pierrot Mask turned their heads towards the sound. The dark fog that was covering the Divide Palace cleared, and the area had started to return to normal. Pram's face brightened up. Desir and Agest must have cleared the shadow world safely. Now, if he took care of Pierrot Mask, the operation would be over. His face livened up as he was caught up in euphoria. Ah! Pierrot Mask burst into laughter. He was stumbling as he looked up at the sky. Ha 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 ha. Really? Was that it? I always knew you were a madman, but you've really outdone yourself this time. Ah ha ha ha. Seeing Pierrot Mask, who was clearly at a disadvantage, laughing convulsively, Pram felt strange. Crararak. The sky was cracking like glass breaking, and something started to come out from the crack. What is that? All of a sudden, the whole area became silent. Pram felt an overwhelming sense of intense pressure from that mysterious something. His body was on the verge of shaking unconsciously. By the look of it, Pierrot Mask's body was slowly becoming buried in the dark and growing dimmer. It seems like we've won this battle. The corners of his mouth pulled up into a smirk. The previously felt anxiety totally disappeared as their minds emptied completely. Karrrr. The ground trembled. A destructive sound, much like the sound of thousands of trumpeters sounding their horns, resonated across the world. Desir moaned softly as he was faced with the world that was unfolding before him, just like he remembered. Is this really it? The Outsiders. Skull Mask. The Outsiders made their name well known because there were no other criminal organizations that could compare to them. However, they did not raise their infamy beyond a certain level, never quite causing enough trouble to be considered enemy number one by every country. Though they committed various crimes, their main activity was in stealing magic stones. Although they were a valuable and limited resource, the act of obtaining them meant that they had to clear shadow worlds, a deed that was almost meritorious for the continent at large. Seizing the odd shadow world was not an issue that would draw the attention of the public. In the end, no one wanted to spend the effort required to clean them up, least of all Desir, who had busied himself preparing for the arrival of the Shadow Labyrinth. That was a fatal mistake. The problem was that they lowered their guards, thinking they were nothing and would not cause any major problem. Skull Mask. So you were the one who artificially created it. Skull Mask hid himself amongst the Outsiders and diligently collected magic stones. He then used them to generate the Shadow Labyrinth without any interference. Rumble. Hearing the thunder rumble, Desir looked up at the sky. The sky that was blue a moment ago was starting to become tinged with red. The moon as well lost its light and became darker. Desir was woken from his reverie upon noticing that the quest had been given to them now that the Shadow Labyrinth had begun. The collapse of humanity has begun. Protect civilization and survive against the beast of revelation. Our chances of success are slim. Desir, who overcame many hardships in his previous life, was disconcerted for a moment before quickly regaining his composure. His mind analyzed the chance of success with great speed. The Shadow Labyrinth. Luckily? Unluckily? Desir was not quite sure, but they were at the start of a quest that did not start until 9 years into the Shadow Labyrinth. At that time, thousands of the most powerful elites attacked the Shadow World together. It was a quest that they barely completed after making tremendous sacrifices. Realistically, it was impossible for just the two of them to clear. Nevertheless, Desir judged that there was a chance of winning. There is a way. This was because there was one method that he kept right to the final moment. I don't know whether this can be carried out, but there are no other ways. Desir sighed. In order to use it, Desir looked around him. He compared his memory with the surrounding environment. He had to calmly remember the way this quest progressed and decide how to move about after that. A jest. He called a jest who was looking up at the sky with a blank expression. Her pupils, which witnessed the impending doom, were filled with fear. Get a hold of yourself. No need to worry. As soon as a jest made eye contact with Desir, she felt the fear that filled her head subsiding and she began to feel at peace. Perhaps it was faith. Indomitable faith that he would easily overcome this current situation. A jest nodded in search of an order she could busy herself with. What do I need to do? Retreat to the south. When I give a signal, arrange a defensive spell. It was a puzzling order, but a jest drew her center of the ice without a word. Ice Empress. Desir arranged a spell as well. Muscle strengthening. Acceleration. It was Desir who moved first. He led the way and a jest followed after him. Both of them leaped several meters at a time and began their escape. The surrounding scenery drew closer like an arrow and then receded. A few minutes later, Agest sensed a sudden change in the atmosphere. Baong! Powerful shockwave burst out. Agest momentarily lost her balance and staggered. Despite being a few hundred meters away from the source of the shockwave, the force of the aftermath that washed over them made it difficult for her to keep her balance. What the? Barely standing, Agest looked back. The buildings of the city were partially destroyed and began collapsing. And something was in the center of that sight. An enormous arm a few meters long was soaring up from beneath the ground. Rumble. As the land began to split, starting from the location of the soaring arm, the thundering roar echoed. When the cloud of dust almost reaching the sky subsided, something gigantic had appeared. Agest never saw a monster with this kind of form before. The black legs, along with a bent waist, showed off its presence. Behind it were 7 undulating tails. The thorns at the end of the tail sprouted up like a crown. It was the kind of monster that could only be found in myths. It had an overwhelming sense of pressure. At that moment, as Agest was gawking, Desir shouted, "Prepare the defensive spell." Agest. Something flowed out of the gigantic monster's body immediately after, and it spread in all directions. The speed of the expansion was so quick that the whole area, including the place they stood, was covered with dark clouds. If they had not moved back with all of their strength, they would have been swept away by it. Now! Desir gave a signal. Agest arranged a spell that she had prepared in advance. Ice Palace. She then began arranging every defensive spell that she knew. Dozens of defensive spells instantly overlapped and formed a gigantic dome-like wall. The wall emanated a soft glow. Agest had increased the level of the defensive power by putting aura into the defensive spells too. Binder of Earth. On top of that, Desir added his own defensive spell. The buildings surrounding them were torn down like cardboard. Agest put the finishing touches on her protective wall by compressing the multitude of spells to raise their density. It took no longer than 5 seconds for this series of processes to be completed. Crash. Everywhere lit up along with the thunderous sound. Thunderbolts rained down from the dark clouds that covered the city. Crash. Whenever the thunderbolts landed near them, even if they only brushed past the defensive spells, a portion of the wall would be smashed to pieces. Agest, feeling this incredible power on a scale beyond anything she had felt before, felt the hair on the back of her neck stand on end. Swing. Even though these were only glancing strikes, the power each lightning bolt held was great. If we left only slightly later, we would have been swept away by these. Thinking about this, Agest felt her body shaking. When the incessant thunderbolts finally subsided and the dark clouds cleared up, the splendid civilization vanished and only a crater was left behind. No, there was one other thing still standing. There was an enormous monster standing in the center of the crater. It was gazing upon Desir and Agest. It had recognized them. This was inevitable. They were the only other thing still standing. At that moment when Desir was about to make his next move. Beginning the reality reorganization sequence. Forcefully terminating Shadow World. What? Everything ended abruptly. Everything, the colossal crater in front of their eyes, the gigantic beast, the very embodiment of the law of causality, as well as the substantial pressure overwhelming them, all fell away into darkness. When the light illuminated the world again, Desir saw the roof of the palace that had previously been partially destroyed. When he looked around, especially out a nearby window, he immediately took in the sight of Pittsburgh still standing as if nothing had happened. Have we returned to reality? I don't know. There was no way they were able to understand this situation. It was the first time this happened. Right at that moment, a communication spell came in from Romantica. You guys all right? Did you clear the shadow world? It was clear that they had returned to reality. However, no, we didn't. What? Then how the hell did you guys return? That was the million-dollar question. The only way to break through a shadow world was to clear the quest given. The current situation was knocking down the common sense that everyone operated by. The moment he believed that he had figured out Skull Mask's objective, another question was presented. Thinking about it, the Shadow World just now was different from the Shadow Labyrinth. The place that Desir and Agest were in just now was not the Shadow Labyrinth, but merely one of the Shadow Worlds that formed the Shadow Labyrinth as a whole. According to the timeline of his past life, the Shadow Labyrinth happened 6 months later. This would have been the case if it were allowed to form without interruption, but in this life, since there had been many interruptions, it was evident that it needed more time to fully form. If Skull Mask was able to progress his plan faster, he would have done so already. There was no reason for him not to. Then, did they try to dispose of us because we were in the way of their ultimate goal? Just as Skull Mask was the only obstacle for Desir, one could say Desir was the only obstacle for Skull Mask as well. From Skull Mask's point of view, if he disposed of Desir, he would be able to safely complete his plan, even if the plan itself was delayed as a result. Then how come the Shadow World vanished all of a sudden? At that moment, as Desir was thinking through his doubts on this matter, crack, crack, the sound of shattering glasses echoed. Following that sound, Desir focused his gaze towards the sky. The sky was splitting, and the jet-black hand appeared out of it once again. The beast of revelation, the disaster that was supposed to only exist in the Shadow World, had begun to appear in reality. At last, Desir understood. Were they researching how to bring the Shadow Worlds, capable of reproducing historical events, into reality? What Skull Mask meant when he talked about the power to restructure history itself must have been this. Crack. The moment Agest saw gigantic claws that split open the crack, she turned pale. What the hell is that? Romantica, who was observing the situation, was bewildered and shouted. This is the worst turn of events. What Agest said was sensible and reasonable. Even if everyone here joined forces, there was no way they could take on that monster. Because Agest partially experienced its power inside the Shadow World, she was able to feel it all the more. And Skull Mask must have thought the same way, thinking it could destroy the Allied forces. At least it's far better than a moment ago. What? Because our chance of winning has increased by several-fold. However, Skull Mask did not know that. Desir Arman had already once reached the end of the Shadow Labyrinth. You've made a mistake, Skull Mask. Their chances of winning had increased dramatically. Superimposing this Shadow World over reality in order to destroy the Allied forces resulted in Desir being able to call on far more military force. Of course, even so, victory was far from guaranteed. Because the monster in front of their eyes was not the kind of being they could say they could conquer just because Desir had done so once already. Having thought this far, Desir Arman arranged a communication spell. From now on, I order everyone to abandon all existing operations. It was a communication spell that was delivered to all members of the Allied forces that had entered Pittsburgh. There was confidence in Desir's tone. The current history has changed. They were in a far better position than when he faced this calamity in his previous life. Because above all, he had changed. We can do this. He opened his mouth. I'll now begin briefing you on the new operation. No. The final operation. The central square was partially destroyed due to the confrontation between the swordsmen representing the Hebrion Empire and the Kingdom of Divide, who between themselves represented the majority of military might for the entire continent. All of the buildings within a dozen meters had collapsed. At the end of that confrontation, Boromir was the one who surrendered. Immediately after he was defeated, the battle between the side guard and the Janissaries concluded. It was the side guard's victory. The Janissaries and Boromir were bound by chains that obstructed their use of aura. Was it all for nothing? Despite comprehending many exquisite principles of the sword and polishing his techniques for decades, he was not able to overcome the highest wall on the continent, the Sword Grand Master. Boromir smiled self-mockingly at this fact. Raffaello kept nodding while communicating with someone. It was an easy guess that he was liaising with someone about how to deal with the Janissaries, now defeated. Click. They seemed to have reached a conclusion. Raffaello approached Boromir. The sword that he was holding reflected sharply in the dawn light. As expected. To the Allied forces, Pittsburgh was the center of the enemy territory. One could not drag prisoners around in this kind of place. It could be worse. Meeting his death as a result of confronting the best swordsman on this continent, the Sword Grand Master, with all his might was more than ideal. He closed his eyes and lowered his head. I probably subconsciously expected such an ending from the moment I overlooked the outsiders taking over. Swish. The sword swung as expected, but what the sword cut out was completely different from his expectation. Why are you freeing me? Raffaello's sword has precisely cut the chain that was binding Breppin. Pointing to the city of the palace, Raffaello answered. Look over there. Oh. Breppin turned to look as he was told to do so, and was not able to hide his bewilderment. It was because the unbelievable was happening. The sky had been cleaved in two, and an enormous arm was stretching out from the gap. What the hell? That is the result of you blindly following orders. An unprecedented disaster was unfolding before them. The faint sound of screaming was carried by the wind, and no doubt dozens were dying by the minute. The gigantic arm was unreservedly transforming their city into a blend of dust, screams, and flesh. How come this kind of monster is in Pittsburgh? Breppin glanced at the side guard and looked at their reactions. The side guard were usually cool-headed, but there was not a trace of that right now. They had either tensed up and frozen, or they were visibly flustered with their mouths hanging wide open, unable to think of what their next move should be. At least this was not the work of the Allied forces. Then surely, this must be the outsiders doing. Unsurprising. Breppin had suppressed his frivolous feeling that the Kingdom of Divide and the outsiders were secretly establishing a relationship. But since he was unaware of Pierrot Masque's abilities, he could only assume that the king was somehow connected to the outsiders, and that Clora Baldershoe still had the country's best interest at heart. When such a monster appeared, and not even the commander of Divide's army knew about it, Breppin realized that he had been used. Therefore, he reached the only logical conclusion. It seems like the outsiders are planning to eliminate both the Allied forces and Divide by using that creature. Boom! A thundering noise echoed, as if it was proving what Breppin mused. Thunderbolts suddenly carpeted the area, destroying everything indiscriminately. If your loyalties truly lie with the royal family of Divide, I believe there's no reason for us to fight anymore. Are you saying we join forces and eliminate that monster? Raffaello nodded to Breppin's question. Breppin sprung out of his seat.
Impossible.
Breppin swallowed the words that found their way to his throat. Many Divide soldiers, including the Wyvern army, had been annihilated by the Allied forces. It was 100 times better to die gloriously than to join forces with the enemy who killed his subordinates. However, Breppin was unable to refuse Raffaello's suggestion immediately. The reason was simple. It was because a part of him acknowledged that Raffaello's claim was reasonable. There are still hundreds of thousands of unevacuated civilians in Pittsburgh. If that gigantic monster fully emerged from the crevice, there would certainly be an unimaginable number of casualties and damage. He could not turn his back on them. Breppin pulled himself together. In fact, there was no choice for him in this matter. The choice that had to be made, the choice that could solve the current situation, was already decided. Have you made your decision? Raffaello asked. Breppin nodded in response. Killing that thing takes priority. Breppin finally opened his mouth. Divide's army will cooperate with the Allied forces until then. The sound of weapons colliding had stopped, and only the sound of footsteps filled Pittsburgh. Divide's army, aided by the Allied forces, were evacuating the city while doing their best to maintain order. At the same time, some soldiers were moving amongst the rubble of nearby houses. Among them, complaints began to surface. Seriously? Why are we destroying our own buildings? These are the pride of Divide. I know. Despite the considerable amount of dissatisfaction they had at the fact that they had to follow orders they did not understand, they moved diligently. Even though the order to cooperate with the enemy, whom they had been fighting with until now, could have been considered outrageous, there was less chaos than expected. Cooperate with the Allied forces, that's the order from the commander. Just follow the orders we're given. One could say this was only possible for a kingdom like Divide, whose very governing order had been built on top of a military-like system. Even in chaos like this, the chain of command was distinct and well-managed. With this, the first preparations are complete. Desir looked at the busy soldiers and felt at ease. He had entrusted Raffaello with Brepin's reconciliation, but he held doubts on whether it was actually. Was no opposition presented, but due to the circumstances they found themselves in, they formed a partnership in silence, quietly complaining the entire time. We can probably make it on time. Crack, crack. The crevice in the sky had enlarged. Fortunately, the crevice wasn't expanding particularly quickly, so they had plenty of time to evacuate citizens and begin preparing. Desir turned his head. You finally arrived. There were 3 people approaching him from behind. They were Raffaello, Agest, and Brepin. Desir offered his hand to Brepin. At this moment, let's set aside any ill will and do our best for the citizens of Pittsburgh. That's what I was hoping for. The commanders of Divide and the allied forces shook their hands. Desir looked at all of the people gathered while he spoke. I'll get to the point as our situation is dire. We need the 3 of you to undertake very important missions. Immediately after, Desir operated his communication pad and displayed a map. Using this map, Desir began explaining the plan that he made in order to destroy the Beast of Revelation. The 3 of them listened quietly to his explanation. Each of their facial expressions were rather amusing as they continued to morph as they listened to Desir. Brepin displayed the most change in his expression. In the beginning, Brepin had nothing but doubt in his heart. Not only had Desir been his enemy up until now, but what little he knew of the plan didn't seem particularly well thought out. To be honest, it was not an exaggeration to say that he did not trust him at all. That is all. However, when Desir finished explaining, Brepin could not help but open his mouth. He was aware that this was not the kind of demeanor he should have in front of someone who was once his enemy, but he was unable to hide his amazement. He opened his mouth cautiously. Is this all coming from a credible source? How the hell would you get this kind of information? Agest and I faced that monster in the shadow world. This information is what we figured out from that encounter. To those who do not understand the situation, it was a convincing answer. You've already detailed all its attacks. Your ability to gather information and plan is something else, Desir. It's like you've killed it before. Raffaello pat Desir on the back. Thanks to you, our job will be much easier. I just did what I had to do. Desir flinched for a second and smiled bitterly. Incredible. With this kind of information, killing it is definitely possible. While Raffaello and Brepin were admiring Desir's plan, Agest alone remained silent. Agest gazed at Desir in silence. The corner of her mouth flinched as if she were hesitating. It was at that moment when she, who had been hesitant to speak, opened her mouth. Crash. The crevice rapidly unfolded, blotting out the sky. The Beast of Revelation had arrived. Crack. The Beast of Revelation, which finally revealed itself as it emerged from the crevice, opened its eyes. In front of its eyes was a city covered in dawn light. It could also make out a long stretch of road and a towering, pitch-black building. The beast's eyes looked down. Countless people were surrounding the capital of the palace. They clearly seemed tense, but their eyes were full of determination. Interesting beings, you humans. You survived the karma of destruction by employing all possible means. A low-pitched voice resounded in their minds. The Beast of Revelation had spoken to the humans in the form of thoughts. You all have managed to stand up amidst such disaster and reach this far. Excellent. I respect your efforts. It seemed to understand human language and also possess intelligence, and this greatly confused people. 2 impossible things were happening. Firstly, the monster before them was nearly 200 feet tall, a beast of calamity. However, the monster in front of their eyes was clearly speaking in human language. However, one among you has summoned me through manipulating cause and effect, through tampering with powers beyond your measure. Truly arrogant. The tone of the voice penetrating their minds plunged. Its 7 tails each began to move in different directions. Though the sky had returned to normal after the crevice closed behind the beast, it was short-lived. The sky began to turn ghastly black. Because of that arrogance, everything on this continent will be greeted with destruction. Zap, zazap. Clouds devoid of color, a void-like anomaly against the dark sky, blotted out the sun and began to propagate at an alarming rate. Before long, the entire sky was hidden above a canvas of cloud. Electricity arced in the sky, likely jumping between the clouds, their small currents the only discernible detail left above them. The humans instinctively sensed danger. No one was able to say anything at the overwhelming sight. Crash. A light strike swept down to the ground. Thunder that threatened to rend the sky echoed across the continent, and an intense flash of light blanketed the entire world. Was the entire world going to melt? However, something seemed strange. Despite the enormous thunderbolt striking down from the dark clouds covering the entire Pittsburgh sky, the damage was not as severe as the beast had expected, far weaker than its attacks prior to emerging from the shadow world. The beast's eyes scanned through the city. Oddly enough, the thunderbolts were only striking down on certain areas. Oh, could not help but utter an exclamation. Lighting rods had been stationed across the city, forming a nullifying grid that would safely disrupt any large bolts and disperse them evenly across the city. The humans were surprised as well. So the steel rods that were installed. So he anticipated this situation. When all their doubts were resolved, the soldiers of the Divide's army, who were doubtful of Desir's order, were struck with admiration. Everyone move. Wait. What was the order again? They approved of Desir. Before, they followed the order of a commander against their will, but now their attitude had completely changed. Quickly repair the lightning rods. Cool down the heat. We cannot let the steel melt. The lightning rods, which attracted and harmlessly diverted the thunderbolts, were quickly repaired by the magicians who had been placed there in advance. All magicians, open fire. At the same time, the Allied forces returned fire. The military troops that had previously been besieging the capital started to arrange spells at the same time. Numerous spells were arranged together and formed a strange flow of mana. First magic core, arrangement of spell techniques complete.
Second magic core.
Third magic core. The spells that the elite magicians of Divide and the Allied forces arranged were completed and fired. The artillery attack spells fired by humans in full force caught the eyes of the Beast of Revelation. Excellent, however. Crack. The ground shook and the plains began shaking so violently that it felt like they were turning upside down. Something then soared up from beneath the ground. Swoosh. An enormous amount of powder soared from the ground, gathered in front of the beast's eyes, and began to swirl, forming a red shield. It was iron sand. The beast had used its ability to manipulate electricity in order to magnetize the iron sand in the ground and build a shield. Not enough. Shortly after, there was a collision. Crash. Crash. The artillery spells and the red shield collided, and powerful wind currents from the resulting explosions threatened to topple the soldiers. Just when the shield began to give way, unable to withstand the ceaseless bombardment, it was suddenly restored. The beast had brought up more iron sand and reinforced the damaged and broken sections. I can't believe it. That's impossible. The full-blown bombardments from the magicians of Divide and the Allied forces were unable to even reach the beast. At that moment, when they were all still appalled, the iron sand forming the red shield moved. It split and lumped together to form 10 giant bullets, each 1 meter in diameter. Visible arcs of electricity jumped along the surface of each of them, and Pittsburgh was filled with a deadly silence. Not even the birds dared to sing their morning song. It was an electromagnetic acceleration gun. 10 bullets were fired at supersonic speed, the sonic booms only being heard several seconds after they were fired.
Bang, bang.
It was a disaster that could not be prevented by human power and deserving of being called a natural calamity on their own. The pitch-black high-rise buildings, the very pride and symbol of Pittsburgh, were completely demolished as the bullets collided with them. The heart of Pittsburgh was razed to the ground in an instant. However, there was one place that remained intact amidst this dire situation. Calculate all the trajectories of the bullets. Recalculate the angles of the bullets that are coming in from 30 to 32 degrees. The offset wasn't perfect. The magicians of Divide's army and the allied forces had targeted the bullets and nudged them off their trajectory. It was not a perfect result, but they were able to prevent fatal damage. Thud, thudded. The sound of the atmosphere tearing apart resonated again. The iron sand was forming into new bullets once again. The beast's attack did not have any clear limitations, and would not end with a single burst of shots. The magicians ceaselessly calculated offensive spells and desperately attempted to alter the trajectory of the bullets. Make sure to defend this place at any cost. One could not say it was an easy task. In order to predict the path of bullets traveling at a supersonic speed and offset that power, they had to calculate spells that had an error-free accuracy rate and an equivalent level of power. There were not many magicians on the continent capable of doing this task. Therefore, it was a countermeasure that was only possible in theory. However, there was a magician who could make up for the shortcomings of others. Romantica Eru. Every time the electromagnetic acceleration gun was fired, she pulled the trigger of her rifle. Bang. With every payload fired, Romantica precisely calculated their trajectories through their impact on their air current and lined her shot so they would collide mid-air. Her talent was truly worthy of being called extreme sniping. Arranging spells at a rate beyond her limit had severe consequences. Her vision blurred slightly, and she felt a trickle of blood fall down the side of her face. She had no time to waste on wiping a bloody nose. Hundreds of lives could be lost if she was distracted for even a single moment. Romantica continued to arrange spells desperately. Bang. However, the situation seemed ceaseless. The beast had no limit on its attacks, but Romantica was only human. Their guard would eventually fall, and that would be the end of humanity. Little by little, the Allied forces were losing their strength to maintain this Herculean effort. In contrast, the Beast of Revelation was maintaining the same momentum from the beginning. The Beast of Revelation had seemingly limitless power. As long as the attackers did not do something special, it could exert its power endlessly. Despite such circumstances, Divide and the Allied forces desperately endured. The Beast of Revelation curiously watched them. These pitiful humans who trembled but still refused to escape. They were locked in despair, faced with a power beyond all standards, but they did not collapse. They did not retreat. Could it be possible that they are not willing to withdraw even if they knowingly could not win? Or were they thinking that they had a chance? A chance in destroying him? Vrum. The Beast of Revelation sensed something from a different direction other than where the humans were gathered in. It was less than 300 meters away. There was a group of people rapidly approaching the beast. They were Agest, Raffaello, and Breppin. The Beast of Revelation moved its tail as soon as it recognized them. Dark clouds flowed out of its body and began to spread at a great speed. They instantly encircled the trio, soon after confining them within a dome of cloud. Zatzap. Electric shocks burst forth from the clouds. Presumably whatever bolts could not hit their target had come gushing out. Raffaello swung his gram just in time. 8 materialized wheels rotated along with the sword and extended out to form a shield. That was the greatest power that Rap-Hello, Shield of the Empire, could deliver. The dark clouds indiscriminately unleashed tens of thousands of electric shocks and melted everything within range. The debris of the buildings, which had already been destroyed and scattered, turned molten as the ground itself began to churn like magma. Lightning continued to pour out of the clouds, the strikes seeming like they would never end. Finally, after over 30 seconds of attack, the clouds parted. Every geographic feature of the city had been lost, the surrounding area reduced to flat igneous rock. However, the 3 of them were standing there, unscathed. The voice of the Beast of Revelation was low. Was it this? His doubt was resolved. These 3 people were the hope of humanity. The humans were able to endure, believing that these 3 would manage to obtain victory somehow. When the dark clouds disappeared, They ran towards the beast of revelation at the speed of light. Raffaello and Breppin were king class after all, and Agest was not far behind them, having strengthened her body through imagery magic and running hundreds of meters in seconds. There was no time to wait for the dark clouds to appear again. Interesting. Go on, show me the power of the humans of this era. A streak of thunder shot out from the beast's horn. The thunderbolts had been launched without a clear wind-up and traveled at a speed invisible to the human eye. Even if they were the peak of humanity, no human is capable of the reaction speed necessary to block this attack. Krararak. The beast predicted their course and aligned the bolt to collide with them. The area between them was emblazoned in flame, the bolt acting as ignition for the dust that still hung in the air. However, no one was caught up in these flames. Breppin, leader of the Janissaries, had deflected the thunderbolt with his sword. He felt numbness in his arm and sighed in relief. Just as he said. Breppin recalled Desir's explanation just prior to the battle. The thunderbolt that is shot from the beast's body always shoots out in the direction indicated by its third tail. Desir's information was precise. Its attack was impossible to block after it had already been fired, no matter how fast one moved. However, if one knows when and where the attack would be made, it would not be difficult to deflect it. At least, it wasn't difficult for a king-class swordsman, who had clawed his way to the most powerful rank of his craft. Just like right now, Zazap. He deflected the electric shock that came in again. His arm was numb. He only blocked 3 times, but he had already used up almost all of his aura. But it's going as planned. The moment Breppin confronted the beast of revelation, he swallowed dryly. When he got closer, the 200-foot-tall creature somehow seemed even larger. Just as Desir planned. However, he was not afraid. The Sword Grandmaster will block the most powerful dark clouds, and I will block the electric shocks that come in at high speed. And in the meantime, between those... At that moment, a bitter chill spread all over. The ground, which was melted and churning, instantly froze over. Agest King's Crown had released her power. Magic Sword. Frozen World. Agest placed the most powerful imagery magic that she could cast on her center of ice in the form of a magic sword. She included all of the auras at her disposal too. Vrum. Vrum. Imagery magic and the unique technique of a magical swordsman merged together. With aura added to it, the force that the center of ice now emanated was far beyond what Raffaello's and Breppin's swords were capable of. Her silver hair fluttered and her new attack was launched. Swish. Along with a terrifying sound, the second tail of the beast was lopped off. There was a silver tower built on the outskirts of Pittsburgh, several miles away from the Palace of Divide. It was one of the towers Skullmask had built across the Kingdom of Divide in order to create shadow worlds. A few months ago, the tower had been completely destroyed in the battle between Swan Katarina and Icarus Corgo, and had since been restored again to perform its job. Desir was at that silver tower, currently the highest structure in Pittsburgh. He looked down at the war situation from the tower roof and ceaselessly issued orders by arranging communication spells. Infantry unit. Retreat. Divides unit. Support the infantry's retreat. Magic artillery spells were simultaneously shot towards the Beast of Revelation. Human magic had been blocked by the Iron Sand Shield and no damage had been inflicted on the beast. Bang. However, this time it was different. It was only partial, but the magic artillery spells penetrated the shield and reached the beast. Now it's just a matter of time. The 7 tails that the Beast of Revelation carried each held different abilities. The ability of the second tail that Agest cut off was responsible for its endless mana. Desir knew each of the tail's abilities and had devised his plan based on the 3 strongest swordsmen he had available. Agest, Raffaello, and Breppin. How do you know me so well? Their strategy was successful. Each of the 3 had succeeded in their role and the second tail had been severed. The Beast of Revelation could no longer carelessly use its transcendental power. All magic core, maintain your artillery spells, but it did not mean that they now faced an easier opponent. Their effort amounted to nothing more than blocking a tap. Just like how a spring does not dry up when the tap connected to it is blocked, The Beast of Revelation was still equipped with a huge amount of mana, and even Desir didn't know how much it had left. As long as there is a limit on the amount of mana it possesses, there is only one decision that the beast can make. A short-term, deciding match. There was no way it would choose to save its strength against humans who were enduring such overwhelming attacks. Well, it doesn't matter. Zap. The Beast of Revelation began to give off sparks, and soon, the body that seemed to be wearing black armor gradually flashed brightly. I shall respond to the fighting method that you fools suggested. Spanning 200 feet, the black, gigantic figure became the incarnation of thunder itself, raging in full force. Desir remembered what was in front of him. It's entering its origin form. The artillery spells were continuously shot, but now that the Beast of Revelation had become thunder incarnate, their attacks were useless. The moment the spell reached its target, the beast's body momentarily distorted and the shot effortlessly passed through it. Only a few spells actually hit their mark. They were helpless against its origin form. Zazap. Any physical object that approached the Beast of Revelation melted. When the beast swung its tails around, Divide's army and the allied forces were helplessly swept away. Bang. Nevertheless, the artillery spells continued. Do not yield. Keep firing. These attacks were not completely meaningless. It was only very lit. Was certainly a very inefficient battle. However, the humans did not yield. The Beast of Revelation had revealed its origin form and displayed even stronger power. But rather than giving up, the humans were burning with fierce determination and devoted their lives to the cause. It hoped to end the fight quickly, and likely expended most of its mana to keep its origin form up. Still, we managed to survive. Without its mana supply, the beast is hurting for options. Zazap. Desir held his breath. He waited for the chance to turn the situation around. Before long, the beast will realize it's in danger and has to win, no matter the cost. An enormous amount of electric current flowed out from the Beast of Revelation. If it wants to end the fight quickly, it'll need to destroy the majority of the enemy in one blow. In that case, it'll probably try to crash. An ear-piercing thunderclap echoed from the sky right after Desir's thought. Among the abilities of the Beast of Revelation, its traditional lightning strikes had the largest area of effect. Up until now, Desir had minimized their damage by installing lightning rods throughout Pittsburgh. But with all the damage done during their fight, the rods had long since been destroyed. Installing new ones would be impossible. Facing a large number of enemies in the beast's current situation, that was the most rational attack for reducing their number. And that is why it is easy to predict. The opportunity came. Desir closed his eyes. Then, he felt a particular flow of mana coming from the Beast of Revelation. Even with a transcendental level of power, mana had fundamental laws that even the beast could not circumvent. Desir Arman was someone who had reached the apex in analyzing and destroying such rules. No creature could match his ability to invert spells. Even the dragon's draconic spells fell apart in front of him. The Beast of Revelation was no exception. However, that did not mean that the inversion was an all-powerful technique. The more powerful the spell and the more complicated the spell array, the more time it took to invert. The power that the Beast of Revelation used was a complicated form indeed, many times more complicated than the human's mana circle system. It did not reach the level of a draconic spell, but it was clearly beyond the human realm. It was impossible for even Desir to invert all of the beast's power in a short amount of time. If he wanted to fully nullify the beast's attack, he would either need more time or something else to help bridge the gap. Just as expected. And so he set up such a situation. Desir forced the Beast of Revelation to make a predictable, decisive move, based on what he recalled from his previous life. Timing, spell choice, and target. Knowing when the beast would attack, which spell it would use, and where it would invoke its spell was completely different from inverting a spell on the fly. Crash. The thunderbolts charged towards the ground, threatening to wipe the entirety of Divide and the allied forces from the surface. A thunderous roar echoed in the mountains, and the dark clouds loomed overhead. All of those disappeared. What? A dismayed thought wave resonated. The beast of revelation raised its head. It turned its gaze to the silver tower. Desir Arman stood defiantly. It was you. An enormous body that flashed with thunderbolts. He was facing an enormous body that was flashing with thunderbolts and was pointing his staff at the beast of revelation without hesitation. So you're the hope of humanity. An enormous amount of mana began to billow up. He began to activate the spell in front of it, as if he was saying, "Your opponent is here." Gravity control. Crack. The gravity of the area where the beast stood increased 1,000-fold, and the ground sank down in the blink of an eye. Even though it transformed the composition of its body into that of thunderbolts, as long as it had mass, it could not be completely liberated from the effect of gravity. The beast of revelation's movement was momentarily restricted, and the fact that it could not quickly escape was crucial. Crack. The ground collapsed and a vast cave was formed. The beast was buried there altogether. That was not the end of it. A spell technique unfolded once again in front of Desir. A red ring on his finger sparkled. Memorize. Desir unsparingly released the spells he had stored in it. Howl of Magma, Binder of Earth. Spells at the seventh circle of power, each one of which was world-shattering, fired consecutively. As a result, an attack with power that far exceeded that of the artillery spells which divides army and the allied forces had committed all of their resources into firing had been invoked. Crash. Magma gushed out from the hole that held the beast of revelation captive. It was like a volcano erupting. A massive flood of magma erupted from the sunken pit, rising nearly 100 feet into the sky. Soon after, a gigantic sphere began to form in the air, covered the sun and cast a huge shadow. Then, when Desir beckoned downwards, the enormous sphere was shot towards the cave that contained the beast of revelation. Bang! All the soldiers were deafened. Sharp winds shot out from the resulting collision. Knights who were unfortunate enough to be too close were launched through the air and slammed hard into the ground. Even at Desir's distance, the wind had enough momentum to sway his hair and robe. He alone had sealed off the beast of revelation's escape paths, a being whose movement could only be stopped when a good number of people frantically put their all into doing so. Desir was waiting for the right moment. The moment where a power vacuum was generated by inverting a lightning strike that contained a massive amount of power. I can't believe it. The voices of those who were astonished were delivered through a communication spell. Do not let your guards down. Everyone, arrange artillery spells. However, Desir knew that this would not be the end. Bang! A streak of lightning soared from under the ground, where the beast of revelation had been buried. The heat of the thunderbolt melted the sphere which covered the hole, as well as the whole surrounding area. The surging electric shock soon formed into the beast again. Although its size had noticeably reduced, it was still menacing. Even though 3 seventh circle spells were arranged, it was only able to buy them time and nothing more. However, Desir wasn't worried. It did good damage, but I never thought that would be enough to kill it. Because he had once confronted the monster before him, he never thought his attack would be enough to fatally wound it. I will finish you now. The amount of thunderbolts that formed the body of the beast of revelation had been considerably reduced. Humans ceaselessly fired artillery spells, unwilling to let go of their chance at victory. Numerous sparks, and a feast of ice explosions erupted from the body of the beast. Thud! The beast of revelation paced around nervously. Then, an intense wave of thunderbolt broke out from its body. Zazep! A blinding flash of light and a shock wave spread out around it. Kiik! The amount of artillery spells that were incessantly flooding in was reduced because of the attack that spread out in all directions. At that moment, the beast of revelation began moving towards Desir. It had judged that he was the greatest threat present. Crash, crash. The body, made up of thunderbolts itself, melted every obstacle in its path. It was like a tsunami of lightning. Desir saw the thunderbolt monster approaching him and struck his staff down. Thud! The moment his staff touched the tower, a spell began to unfold from the end of his staff. The spell rapidly developed around the tower, coating it like a drop of ink dispersing in a pool of water. It started from the top of the tower and soon reached the basement. System control. This tower was a structure designed to use vast amounts of magic stones to create phenomena beyond what humans were capable of casting. Desir put the essence of this research that Skullmask had devoted his life to under his control. Crack. The power source that was used to create artificial shadow worlds began moving under his control. Vroom. At that moment, a sound like hundreds of people whispering simultaneously emanated from his mouth. At the same time, a spell array, beautiful beyond words, unfolded in front of his eyes. At first, the letters of the spell array were engraved one by one, but they were soon drawn at an unbelievably fast speed. Then they began forming a particular shape. It was a spell technique that Desir reproduced in modern times by interpreting a transcendental power, something that was long extinct in this world. As his voice continued, the unfolding spell array became more and more immense. Cook! Desir swallowed his voice, his throat feeling as if it had almost exploded. He was feeling intense pain, as if his body was being torn into pieces. It was only a feeling of pain, but Desir knew that if he continued any longer, he would not get away with just feeling pain. This was his body telling him to stop now. He secured enough mana to arrange a draconic spell, leveraging the numerous magic stones in the tower, but there was no substitute for Priscilla who could restore his deteriorating body. Without her help, it certainly would not end with the loss of an eye. However, Desir did not stop. I didn't want to use this since I haven't been able to test it, but circle synchronization, clying, another spell, completely different to the one unfolding in front of him, appeared. It was a spell that the Beast of Revelation prepared in advance before it appeared in this world. The spell that Desir created with his heart and soul began unfolding on a full scale. Crack. There was a sound of a bone breaking. Desir felt an extremely acute pain, enough to forget the pain of his whole body being torn apart. There was a tremendous amount of pain in his circles, an organ akin to a second heart for magicians. Desir felt an unimaginable pain. However, Desir endured. If he stopped arranging the spell because he could not overcome the pain, all the hardships they went through would go right down the drain. This was the opportunity that was created through the countless sacrifices of others. He could not let this opportunity slip through his fingers. Circle assimilation. The spell that Desir invented by himself was for reconstructing his mana circles to allow the assimilation of an external one. There was only one reason this spell was created: to allow for the invocation of a draconic spell. It was to use a transcendental power, something far beyond the capacity of humans to call upon. Because Desir arranged a draconic spell with his own mana circles in Deltaheim, he had to bear the entire burden alone. However, with this spell, it was possible to share the burden. Desir felt the space between the artificial mana circle made in the tower and his own mana circles disappearing. And with this, the burden of arranging the draconic spell was greatly reduced. However, this still would not be enough. Thud. At that moment, Desir kneeled down. The blood vessels all over his body bursted and blood flowed out freely. His vision became blurry and he began losing his sight. The limit to this circle assimilation was a single circle. Even if two parties shared the burden of the draconic spell, that burden was not something that either party could bear so easily. Nevertheless, Desir did not let go of his staff and continued arranging the draconic spell. He looked straight ahead with his vision clouded with blood. The Beast of Revelation had never stopped approaching. The destroyed city was only the precursor to what it had planned for Desir and the rest of humanity. With this, he reached out with great difficulty. Desir unfolded the last spell which he had prepared while arranging the draconic spell. Sacrifice of Nirvana. The pain subsided and the deterioration of his body stopped. It was not that the arrangement of the draconic spell had stopped. The side effects from arranging the draconic spell had completely disappeared. Crack. Instead, the tower began screaming. Sacrifice of Nirvana. This spell had redirected all of the burden to the tower that had been assimilated with Desir's mana circles. In other words, the draconic spell was being arranged by the tower's mana circle, operating alongside Desir. The tower shook ceaselessly, but did not collapse. This was because it was a structure essentially made in a form that could operate a vast magic circle in order to form shadow worlds. There were no longer any distractions that hindered Desir's calculations. Desir wiped the dripping blood and stood up. This is the end. The Beast of Revelation was not intimidated by the draconic spell arrays in front of its eyes. Kararg, Zazep, Zazep. Powerful thunderbolts raged out around the beast as it roared. The 6 tails undulated simultaneously. The beast brought out all of its power to face one human. It knew well that the spell being arranged in front of its eyes could not be dealt with if it saved its remaining power. Crack, grind. The thunderbolts that billowed up began coalescing at a single point. Before too long, they had gradually begun to form a sphere. It was almost like a sun made up of thunderbolts. Then, do not be frugal with the magic stones. Maintain maximum speed. There was an airship moving quickly towards Pittsburgh. Aboard the vessel was Zod, and the other members of the magic tower under his command. Zod supplied his mana to power the airship while touching the floor of the deck with his staff. It was not as fast as Valkyrie, but the airship was still made with the magic tower's latest technology and held tremendous speed. When a huge amount of magic stones and Zod's mana were added to the equation, the airship's engine was literally exploding with power. Though it was currently setting records for what such a device was capable of, it would almost certainly need to be fully replaced before the ship was used again. A magical monster, the very incarnation of thunder itself. Zod, who was informed of the situation in Pittsburgh through communication magic, could not hide his anxiety. It was said that the strength of the Beast of Revelation was greater than Daednut. Because Zod confronted Daednut, he knew better than most just how awesome this creature was. With the spells that Desir has been preparing so far, it may be possible to take action. But there's no guarantee that we'll be able to win. Zod swallowed his thoughts. Zod wanted to use a teleportation spell at once to quickly head to Pittsburgh. However, doing so would result in his mana being depleted and he would likely become a burden on his allies. He could not risk any action that would make the difficult situation even worse. Therefore, the best he could do was maintain the power to the ship and move as fast as possible. According to his calculations, he had 10 minutes left before reaching Pittsburgh. Zod continued checking the time. At that moment, a communication spell came in through his crystal ball. Tower Master, we have joined up with Don Ape. It was a call from Priscilla. You just joined him now? Priscilla responded to Zod, who raised his voice slightly while grumbling. It cannot be helped. We don't have anyone capable of supplying as much mana as you, Tower Master. It was true. Zod realized that he had become slightly enraged and began speaking with a calm voice. I would much appreciate it if you could hurry. We'll join up with Desir first, so contact us as soon as you. Zod suddenly stopped speaking and looked up at the sky. Tower Master. Priscilla, look at the sky. What do you mean? Why should I look? Priscilla, who looked at the sky in doubt, noticed the anomaly like Zod had. The sky, which had been clear a moment ago, was becoming dark little by little. It was not dark because of clouds, and it was not an eclipse either. Something was fundamentally different. What the hell is happening? Priscilla raised a question. I'm not sure. There was no one there who had an answer to that question. There were very little clues to go on. But one thing is for certain. Zod raised his head and looked towards Pittsburgh. Even at this distance, Zod could feel a vast amount of mana churning. In other words, the battle in Pittsburgh is coming to an end. The sun lost its light, and soon the whole world fell into darkness. The light was gone. The soldiers' march continued on the main street of Pittsburgh, which was now covered in darkness. Divide's army and the allied forces that were besieging the Beast of Revelation began retreating. The moment the beast had released its power, Desir ordered everyone to fall back. The marching soldiers could not help turning their heads towards the beast, casting anxious glances at it. The thunderbolts were continuously gathering and forming an enormous sphere. It was difficult to speculate what kind of power that sphere possessed. Crash, crash. Lightning strikes burst out from the source of light that shone like a miniature sun. It was a sight that was reminiscent of the end of the century. How is he going to stop that by himself? The majority of the people there had similar thoughts. It had already been proven that Desir's skills left no room for doubt, but they could not see how he would be able to stop it by himself. Just when many of them were in despair, something changed at the Silver Tower. Innumerable symbols appeared at the spot where a strange spell array was unfolding, clying, and in time the light formed into something. A bow. The moment everyone's attention was focused on someone's mumble, the beast of revelation began to move. Zap. A sphere made out of thunderbolts distorted and was suddenly launched towards Desir at a tremendous speed. Baong. As the thunderbolt, compressed to its limit, was shot, Pittsburgh, which had been immersed in darkness, became covered with dazzling light. The thunderbolts became a wave and swallowed up everything in its path. The soldiers, unable to do anything other than watch, were frozen with fear. However, Desir calmly looked at the disaster coming in and spoke indifferently. Arrow of destruction. At that moment, an arrow of light shot out from the bow that had formed in front of Desir. Kroresh. A roaring sound resonated almost at the same time. The arrow that was shot, which seemed as if it were capable of dividing the world, created a red line from which a red flame rose up from. Everything that touched the flame disappeared without a trace. The waves of thunderbolts were no exception. Crash. The humans were in disbelief. The blazing red flames devoured the waves of lightning. The enormous thunderbolts lost their form and disappeared in the heat of the red flames that rose from the arrow. The heart of the enormous wave of thunderbolts was dispersing. The arrow continued through and pierced the beast of revelation. Barong. The moment the arrow pierced through the beast, an enormous pillar of flame soared up from where it landed. A burning heat blanketed all of Pittsburgh. My God! Someone mumbled. Everyone who was watching this sight felt the same way. All the people busy retreating stopped in place and were not able to take their eyes off the overwhelming sight. Desir's spell was clearly beyond the seventh circle, a level considered to be the highest tier that humans could reach. With T. And time again, you don't let me down. The low-pitched voice penetrating their mind destroyed their hope. But again, it was not enough. The beast of revelation, now reduced to half its original size, appeared amid the flames that were subsiding. The mythical monster could not be stopped even though Desir showed miraculous power beyond the limits of humans. It's over. The high hopes of the humans collapsed and they were struck with even greater despair. It was a long battle indeed. The beast of revelation began approaching the Silver Tower in order to end the battle. However, not long after, it was stopped. Its astonished thought resonated. What? The light gathered once again and formed a bow at the top of the tower. Baong. A huge pillar of flames soared and a scream-like roar erupted almost simultaneously. At the top of the Silver Tower, Desir spoke as he watched the beast of revelation let out a piercing scream. If that wasn't enough, I'll just shoot again. An arrow was shot from his hand once more. Arrow of destruction was a spell that used the energy of the sun, the largest source of energy in the world. As long as there was a sun, it was possible to use its infinite power over and over again. The light in Pittsburgh dimmed once again as Desir harnessed the entirety of it. Be-be-be-be-be-bunk. The sound of explosions did not stop. With each arrow fired, another pillar of flame soared and shattered the sky. The size of the beast of revelation gradually decreased due to the incredible heat that burnt even the thunderbolts. A mythical monster, a mythical being that destroyed innumerable civilizations, was being ravaged by a single human being. There are two ways to destroy the arrow of destruction. The first method was to invert the spell technique itself, the very core of the arrow of destruction. In his previous life, Desir and his comrades had done just that when they fought Boromir Napolitan, pressuring the dragon to give Desir the time necessary. However, this was only possible because it was Desir who did it. Therefore, it was an impossible choice for the beast of revelation. The second method was quite simple. One only had to kill the magician who was arranging the spell. killing Desir, the person arranging the spell, or destroying the tower itself, which was being used to sustain the spell, would end it. This second method was much simpler relative to the first method. But, crash, a tail made out of thunderbolts fired, penetrating the pillar of flames accompanied by the sound of thunder. However, it was unable to reach Desir. The thunderbolt tail gradually disintegrated and soon disappeared as if it had evaporated. That should be impossible as well. With the projectile stopped and the fire beginning to clear up, a melted-down, pitch-black, gigantic figure revealed itself. It had suffered so much that it was unable to maintain its origin form any longer. It had consumed most of its mana and no longer had any power to attack. This is the end. Right before the arrow was shot, the beast and Desir exchanged glances. It was a moment of tranquility. The beast of revelation did not show further resistance. Whether it had exhausted every option or not, it had admitted its defeat. In the end, I was the one who wasn't good enough. Its thought resonated once more, and Desir drew his bow. Pittsburgh Palace. There was a hollow cave thousands of feet below. That's impossible. Skull Mask's mumbling echoed in the cave. The cave had been retrofitted, installed with numerous test tubes and futuristic-looking scientific tools, along with a plethora of artifacts. Spell arrays lined the inside of the cave, clearly archaic in arrangement. Skull Mask was looking into a mirror, the mirror that holds shadows, which had been moved from the central command room. The inside of the cave shook, along with the sound of an explosion that could be heard even from deep underground. That was all. Despite the great collision between the Beast of Revelation and Desir, this place was still unscathed. After all, this was the power source. This was the most important place in Divide. The most important place on the continent. Here, in this room, was the power source for all the towers he had constructed, the most necessary tool for fulfilling his purpose. Skull Mask had strengthened the facility's defense system by using all of the methods at his disposal, all to protect the source. However, all of these measures were about to become meaningless. Even if powerful defense systems were made, it would still be impossible to stop the Allied forces if they attacked the cave directly. Skull Mask grumbled. How did they destroy the Beast of Revelation with technology from this era? No matter how much Desir Arman had prepared, no one knew more about the Beast of Revelation than Skull Mask. He had delayed his plan, despite it nearing fruition, in order to dispose of his enemies once and for all. Desir Arman. However, Desir surpassed all expectations. Even though he included Desir as an unpredictable variable, capable of defeating Daednut and pulling off other impossible feats, the Allied forces shouldn't have been capable of defeating the beast. The mirror that holds shadows informed him that 2 fleets were approaching Pittsburgh. The Master of the Magic Tower, the Saint, and the King of the North? The situation was becoming worse and worse. He was already overwhelmed with just the people in Pittsburgh, but he would soon need to contend with the strongest people on the continent. It was now impossible to stop them with Divide's army. This was made even harder because Brepan, the commander-in-chief, had even been turned against him. Divide was no longer on his side. Skull Mask did not think that it would be possible to confront all of Divide's army and the Allied forces, no matter how strong he was. The power source had to be protected at all costs. If he could not win by fighting, he had to run away and plan for the future. Desir Arman. If only Desir was gone, there would be no one to stop his plan. Though it would be nice if he could immediately eliminate him, Skull Mask and Immortal had another way. Even Desir would not be able to overcome the passage of time as long as he was a human being. All Skull Mask had to do was wait for him to die of old age and start planning once again. However, Skull Mask did not choose to do so. He held an intense grudge. Skull Mask had never felt such an intense hatred during his long life. He had abandoned all of his personal feelings in order to walk the path that would fulfill the will of the goddess. But not now. I will kill you right here without fail. Skull Mask stood up with determination. He strode towards the power source. He put his hand on it. His crazy eyes lit up in the darkness. The spell arrays shone faintly inside the cave. Someone's shadow appeared behind Skull Mask. In the center of Pittsburgh, The traces of a fierce battle were fully visible. The intense heat still had not cooled down, and the ground was flowing like lava. It was difficult to believe that this place was where the royal palace once stood. There was a group of 5 people heading towards that area: Desir, Agest, Pram, Romantica, and Raffaello. Agest created a safe path by freezing the lava with an ice spell, and Raffaello protected the group from the heat by deploying his remaining aura into a hemispherical shape. Among them, there was not a single person who was unscathed. Everyone was covered head to toe in wounds. However, their expressions were bright. Desir's attention was drawn to something while walking and looking around. There was something that was not melting in the flowing lava. It was shrapnel from the Beast of Revelation's body. Desir recalled a memory from his past life while looking at it. The tremendous amount of sacrifice that followed in order to attack the Beast of Revelation. It was a monster that was successfully killed after all the military forces, everything that humankind was able to gather, fought desperately. Tens of thousands of people died as a result. We managed to defeat it. They had succeeded in defeating the Beast of Revelation with small-scale military forces, a situation incomparably different to his previous life. Moreover, the casualties were only in the hundreds. It certainly was not a small number, but considering the result of the scale of casualties when attacking the Beast of Revelation in his previous life, this was a tremendous achievement. Impressive, powerful magic. Raffaello, who was staring at a blazing, red flame, suddenly spoke to Desir. I cannot imagine how we would have killed it if you weren't here. We're all safe and sound, thanks to you. You did a great job, Desir. It was only possible because everyone cooperated. I wouldn't have been able to do it by myself. It was not idle flattery, he was utterly sincere. Even though it was a draconic spell, it was not an easy task to take down the Beast of Revelation. It was only because the others successfully executed Desir's orders that he was able to attack uninhibited. Immediately after their return, when the victory that Desir struggled for finally arrived, he was thrilled. Still, now was not the time to celebrate. Even though they had crossed over the big gate called the Beast of Revelation, their battle was not over yet. We still have to deal with Skullmask, along with the power source. Their mission was not to kill the Beast of Revelation, but to destroy the tower's power source. As long as the power source existed, Skullmask would be able to threaten the continent again in ways they could not even begin to imagine. After walking for a while, Agest suddenly stopped. I think it's here, Desir. The place they stopped at was the spot that led Desir and Agest to the Shadow World, the place they originally saw the Beast of Revelation. They were at the entrance to the underground passage, located within the bedchambers. Although the surroundings had been demolished, the stairway was preserved underneath a pile of rubble. They began their descent. Skullmask had installed a variety of traps, but they were all useless. Desir was able to disarm magical ones, and physical ones were easily dealt with by either Pram or Raffaello. In the end, they bought Skullmask some time, but traps would never stop them. The passage was seemingly endless, as if built to emotionally prepare its travelers for a grand reveal of a colossal facility. Only after half an hour of walking deep underground were they able to finally leave the stairs behind them. A large, open space with a cylindrical structure set up in the center revealed itself. I think we're here. The cylindrical structure connected to the deep, underground place was made in the same structure as the towers that were set up all over Divide. Desir immediately realized that it was the power source, the core facility that powered all of the towers. Agest, ready the spear. Agest nodded and followed Desir's order. When she reached out her hand, a spear began to form from her dimensional pocket. It was the Spear of Longinus, an S-tier artifact that the imperial family of the Hebrion Empire had kept under strict lock and key. Agest bit her ring finger and dropped her blood on the spearhead, which was leaking a red hue of chaotic energy. At that moment, the Spear of Longinus, having absorbed the blood of a Hebrion imperial family member, began emitting incomparably stronger, incredible energy. Thudded. Agest jabbed the Spear of Longinus, which began releasing its power in earnest, into the power source. Crack. The silver light coating the surface of the power source was penetrated by the spear and began disappearing, instead replaced by transparent ice. The ability to transform any object struck by the spear into a medium that the user desires. That was the power of the Spear of Longinus. A jest used that power to turn the power source into ice. Now it was impossible to reactivate this facility. Desir prepared this in order to completely destroy the power source, the core of the plan that Skullmask devised. There is no longer an escape route for Skullmask. Every means that Skullmask had at his disposal had now been disabled. Everything from the Beast of Revelation to the power source which formed the core of his plan. There were no other means that Skullmask could draw upon. Checkmate. A smile crossed Desir's lips. With this, we stopped the Shadow Labyrinth from occurring. The Shadow Labyrinth. With the new facts at hand, it must have been an artificial shadow world that was created through Skullmask's plan. From the day he returned until this very day, Desir's efforts and the fruits of his labor were all for clearing the Shadow Labyrinth. As Skullmask's plan was now demolished, the Shadow Labyrinth would not occur. His goal had been achieved. We don't have to experience that hell again. Knowing this, Desir felt his heart swell with pride. At that very moment, thud, the facility shook, along with the sound of an explosion. It was a tremendous shock coming from deeper underground. That must surely be where Skullmask had holed himself up. If so, there was a fair chance that the shock was caused by him. A jest pulled the Spear of Longinus out from the source just in time. There was no longer chaotic energy flowing out from the spearhead. All of the energy contained in the spear had been exhausted, which meant that it was fully inoperable now. Despite the fact that there was nothing to worry about, the sound of the explosion from deeper underground was disquieting. Let's pick up the pace. They began moving faster than before. A cold and serious atmosphere took over the momentary, positive feelings. Before long they were once again all agitated, filled with impatience.
Top.
Only the sound of the footsteps of 5 people dashing in this silent place echoed. They went inside a completely frozen cylindrical tower before descending further down. Step by step, foot by foot, they finally reached the end of the basement. It was a place thousands of feet below the surface. There was a vast facility that was now frozen due to the Spear of Longinus. The party got into formation, reduced their speed, and began walking inside the facility. They were ready to respond to whatever Skullmask would throw at them. At that moment, Romantica discovered something and shouted, "Desir, over there!" There were spots of blood at the area that she pointed at with her fingertip. As they traced back the long trail of blood, there was a man lying on the floor. Desir's pupils dilated. A man in a black robe with an irritatingly familiar mask. Skullmask. Desir was baffled at the fact that Skullmask, the main culprit of all these events, was dead. Having died on his own and not at Desir's hands. Did he commit suicide after being driven into a corner? He had to check. Because there is a possibility that this could be a trap, he told the others to keep their guard up and approached him. When he lifted the man's mask, there was a man dead with his eyes left wide open. His face was slightly different from what Desir remembered, but he was certainly Skullmask. Desir was disconcerted for a moment and began checking the condition of the corpse. He was murdered, and with a single blow due to an ambush, the work of a highly skilled assassin. A skillful person who could assassinate Skullmask in one blow within the outsider's most secure facility. Desir thought of one person immediately. Pierrot Mask. The answer was simple, but he wasn't able to understand. Didn't Pierrot Mask block them so that Skullmask's plan could proceed safely until the end? But for what reason did he betray Skullmask all of a sudden? Resentment at the failure of the plan? No, it could not have been for such a trivial reason. Though he was definitely crazy, Pierrot Mask operated with a sense of psychotic reason. Rather than kill Skullmask, he would have helped him escape and helped him rebuild to try again. Perhaps he would have acted as a distraction to allow Skullmask to escape. There must be a grave reason for this. Desir, who had been contemplating for a long time, remembered something peculiar. What was the source of that explosion a while ago? Skull Mask was killed in a clean strike, likely in an ambush. This clearly did not match up with the sound of an explosion, which he had originally written off as part of the battle. Desir checked the facility. It was not a difficult task to locate the source of an explosion. There was an enormous hole in the power source's casing. Before all of the power source had been turned into ice, Pyro Mask had done something. Desir looked inside it. It was empty. There was nothing there. Pyro Mask had betrayed Skull Mask in order to siphon something from within the power source. So he wasn't just being used? He thought Pyro Mask was merely Skull Mask's subordinate. But that must have been wrong. Pyro Mask might have just been waiting for this kind of situation from the beginning. Contact the outside world immediately. It had not been long since the sound of an explosion had been heard. No matter how quick he was, Pyro Mask could not have left Pittsburgh yet. Desir activated a communication spell in a hurry. We must cut off all the routes that he could take to leave Pittsburgh. Hurry! The colossal buildings throughout the center of Pittsburgh had been devastated. Their hideous steel frames laid bare and mutilated. Pittsburgh could no longer be called the City of Steel. A man stood perched atop the debris, donning his mask. His gaze was cast over the roaring flames that had yet to subside. The flames that had engulfed where the royal palace once stood. Pyro Mask continued to stare at the rubble as he mumbled to himself. What a meaningless ending, to fail after driving the world into a corner. He jeered. According to my original plan, I had no intention of killing you here. Pyro Mask had planned on killing Skull Mask from the beginning, but that time was not supposed to have come so soon. He should have lived for a little longer at least. However, he had no choice but to change his plan. It was all because of that one man, Desir Arman. The moment Skull Mask had been defeated, the existing plan had truly gone awry. Crackle. A spark of fire fluttered in the wind before landing on his coat. The flame burned slowly on his collar. Pyro Mask stared at it for a while and brushed it off with a smile. Well, don't be too upset, old man, because we'll be using your failed plan in a useful way. It was at that moment. Hurry! He shouldn't be too far. The soldiers' movements were peculiarly frantic. They formed a siege and were searching for something. The target is able to transform his face, so use detection spells. A smile crossed Pyro Mask's lips. Since the soldiers had started looking for him, Desir must have reached the center of the power source. He thought highly of Desir. He anticipated that Desir would be able to easily figure out who killed Skull Mask and what that person was after. Therefore, it was not difficult to realize why he would look for him. Looking for this, I presume. He took out a card from his chest. It looked like a mere paper card on the outside, but it was an A-tier artifact. A pocket dimension. Amongst magical equipment, including the various clotheslines, there were many items that possessed some form of dimensional pocket functionality, but they all had a major flaw. Because they were created through magic spells, they were unable to store any mana greater than the mana. And time again, you don't let me down. The low-pitched voice penetrating their mind destroyed their hope. But again, it was not enough. The Beast of Revelation, now reduced to half its original size, appeared amid the flames that were subsiding. The mythical monster could not be stopped even though Desir showed miraculous power beyond the limits of humans. It's over. The high hopes of the humans collapsed and they were struck with even greater despair. It was a long battle indeed. The Beast of Revelation began approaching the Silver Tower in order to end the battle. However, not long after, it was stopped. Its astonished thought resonated. What? The light gathered once again and formed a bow at the top of the tower. Baong! A huge pillar of flames soared and a scream-like roar erupted almost simultaneously. At the top of the Silver Tower, Desir spoke as he watched the Beast of Revelation let out a piercing scream. If that wasn't enough, I'll just shoot again. An arrow was shot from his hand once more. Arrow of Destruction was a spell that used the energy of the sun, the largest source of energy in the world. As long as there was a sun, it was possible to use its infinite power over and over again. The light in Pittsburgh dimmed once again as Desir harnessed the entirety of it.
Bank.
The sound of explosions did not stop. With each arrow fired, another pillar of flame soared and shattered the sky. The size of the beast of Revelation gradually decreased due to the incredible heat that burnt even the thunderbolts. A mythical monster, a mythical being that destroyed innumerable civilizations, was being ravaged by a single human being. There are two ways to destroy the arrow of destruction. The first method was to invert the spell technique itself, the very core of the arrow of destruction. In his previous life, Desir and his comrades had done just that when they fought Boromir Napolitan, pressuring the dragon to give Desir the time necessary. However, this was only possible because it was Desir who did it. Therefore, it was an impossible choice for the Beast of Revelation. The second method was quite simple. One only had to kill the magician who was arranging the spell. Killing Desir, the person arranging the spell, or destroying the tower itself, which was being used to sustain the spell, would end it. This second method was much simpler relative to the first method. But, crash, a tail made out of thunderbolts fired, penetrating the pillar of flames accompanied by the sound of thunder. However, it was unable to reach Desir. The thunderbolt tail gradually disintegrated and soon disappeared as if it had evaporated. That should be impossible as well. With the projectile stopped and the fire beginning to clear up, a melted-down, pitch-black, gigantic figure revealed itself. It had suffered so much that it was unable to maintain its origin form any longer. It had consumed most of its mana and no longer had any power to attack. This is the end. Right before the arrow was shot, the beast and Desir exchanged glances. It was a moment of tranquility. The Beast of Revelation did not show further resistance. Whether it had exhausted every option or not, it had admitted its defeat. In the end, I was the one who wasn't good enough. Its thought resonated once more, and Desir drew his bow. Pittsburgh Palace. There was a hollow cave thousands of feet below. That's impossible. Skull masks mumbling echoed in the cave. The cave had been retrofitted, installed with numerous test tubes and futuristic-looking scientific tools, along with a plethora of artifacts. Spell arrays lined the inside of the cave, clearly archaic in arrangement. Skull Mask was looking into a mirror, the mirror that holds shadows, which had been moved from the central command room. The inside of the cave shook, along with the sound of an explosion that could be heard even from deep underground. That was all. Despite the great collision between the Beast of Revelation and Desir, this place was still unscathed. After all, this was the power source. This was the most important place in Divide. The most important place on the continent. Here, in this room, was the power source for all the towers he had constructed, the most necessary tool for fulfilling his purpose. Skull Mask had strengthened the facility's defense system by using all of the methods at his disposal, all to protect the source. However, all of these measures were about to become meaningless. Even if powerful defense systems were made, it would still be impossible to stop the Allied forces if they attacked the cave directly. Skull Mask grumbled. How did they destroy the Beast of Revelation with technology from this era? No matter how much Desir Arman had prepared, no one knew more about the Beast of Revelation than Skull Mask. He had delayed his plan, despite it nearing fruition, in order to dispose of his enemies once and for all. Desir Arman. However, Desir surpassed all expectations. Even though he included Desir as an unpredictable variable, capable of defeating Daednut and pulling off other impossible feats, the Allied forces shouldn't have been capable of defeating the Beast. The mirror that holds shadows informed him that 2 fleets were approaching Pittsburgh. The Master of the Magic Tower, the Saint, and the King of the North? The situation was becoming worse and worse. He was already overwhelmed with just the people in Pittsburgh, but he would soon need to contend with the strongest people on the continent. It was now impossible to stop them with Divide's army. This was made even harder because Brepan, the commander-in-chief, had even been turned against him. Divide was no longer on his side. Skull Mask did not think that it would be possible to confront all of Divide's army and the Allied forces, no matter how strong he was. The power source had to be protected at all costs. If he could not win by fighting, he had to run away and plan for the future. Desir Arman. If only Desir was gone, there would be no one to stop his plan. Though it would be nice if he could immediately eliminate him, Skullmask and Immortal had another way. Even Desir would not be able to overcome the passage of time as long as he was a human being. All Skullmask had to do was wait for him to die of old age and start planning once again. However, Skullmask did not choose to do so. He held an intense grudge. Skullmask had never felt such an intense hatred during his long life. He had abandoned all of his personal feelings in order to walk the path that would fulfill the will of the goddess. But not now. I will kill you right here without fail. Skullmask stood up with determination. He strode towards the power source. He put his hand on it. His crazy eyes lit up in the darkness. The spell arrays shone faintly inside the cave. Someone's shadow appeared behind Skullmask. In the center of Pittsburgh, the traces of a fierce battle were fully visible. The intense heat still had not cooled down, and the ground was flowing like lava. It was difficult to believe that this place was where the royal palace once stood. There was a group of 5 people heading towards that area: Desir, Agest, Pram, Romantica, and Raffaello. Agest created a safe path by freezing the lava with an ice spell, and Raffaello protected the group from the heat by deploying his remaining aura into a hemispherical shape. Among them, there was not a single person who was unscathed. Everyone was covered head to toe in wounds. However, their expressions were bright. Desir's attention was drawn to something while walking and looking around. There was something that was not melting in the flowing lava. It was shrapnel from the Beast of Revelation's body. Desir recalled a memory from his past life while looking at it. The tremendous amount of sacrifice that followed in order to attack the Beast of Revelation. It was a monster that was successfully killed after all the military forces, everything that humankind was able to gather, fought desperately. Tens of thousands of people died as a result. We managed to defeat it. They had succeeded in defeating the Beast of Revelation with small-scale military forces, a situation incomparably different to his previous life. Moreover, the casualties were only in the hundreds. It certainly was not a small number, but considering the result of the scale of casualties when attacking the Beast of Revelation in his previous life, this was a tremendous achievement. Impressive, powerful magic. Raffaello, who was staring at a blazing, red flame, suddenly spoke to Desir. I cannot imagine how we would have killed it if you weren't here. We're all safe and sound, thanks to you. You did a great job, Desir. It was only possible because everyone cooperated. I wouldn't have been able to do it by myself. It was not idle flattery, he was utterly sincere. Even though it was a draconic spell, it was not an easy task to take down the Beast of Revelation. It was only because the others successfully executed Desir's orders that he was able to attack uninhibited. Immediately after their return, when the victory that Desir struggled for finally arrived, he was thrilled. Still, now was not the time to celebrate. Even though they had crossed over the big gate called the Beast of Revelation, their battle was not over yet. We still have to deal with Skullmask, along with the power source. Their mission was not to kill the Beast of Revelation, but to destroy the tower's power source. As long as the power source existed, Skullmask would be able to threaten the continent again in ways they could not even begin to imagine. After walking for a while, Agest suddenly stopped. I think it's here, Desir. The place they stopped at was the spot that led Desir and Agest to the Shadow World, the place they originally saw the Beast of Revelation. They were at the entrance to the underground passage, located within the bedchambers. Although the surroundings had been demolished, the stairway was preserved underneath a pile of rubble. They began their descent. Skullmask had installed a variety of traps, but they were all useless. Desir was able to disarm magical ones, and physical ones were easily dealt with by either Pram or Raffaello. In the end, they bought Skullmask some time, but traps would never stop them. The passage was seemingly endless, as if built to emotionally prepare its travelers for a grand reveal of a colossal facility. Only after half an hour of walking deep underground were they able to finally leave the stairs behind them. A large, open space with a cylindrical structure set up in the center revealed itself. I think we're here. The cylindrical structure connected to the deep, underground place was made in the same structure as the towers that were set up all over Divide. Desir immediately realized that it was the power source, the core facility that powered all of the towers. Adjust, ready the spear. Adjust nodded and followed Desir's order. When she reached out her hand, a spear began to form from her dimensional pocket. It was the Spear of Longinus, an S-tier artifact that the imperial family of the Hebrion Empire had kept under strict lock and key. Adjust bit her ring finger and dropped her blood on the spearhead, which was leaking a red hue of chaotic energy. At that moment, the Spear of Longinus, having absorbed the blood of a Hebrion imperial family member, began emitting incomparably stronger, incredible energy. Thudded. Adjust jabbed the Spear of Longinus, which began releasing its power in earnest, into the power source. Crack. The silver light coating the surface of the power source was penetrated by the spear and began disappearing, instead replaced by transparent ice. The ability to transform any object struck by the spear into a medium that the user desires. That was the power of the Spear of Longinus. Adjust used that power to turn the power source into ice. Now it was impossible to reactivate this facility. Desir prepared this in order to completely destroy the power source, the core of the plan that Skullmask devised. There is no longer an escape route for Skullmask. Every means that Skullmask had at his disposal had now been disabled. Everything from the Beast of Revelation to the power source which formed the core of his plan. There were no other means that Skullmask could draw upon. Checkmate. A smile crossed Desir's lips. With this, we stopped the Shadow Labyrinth from occurring. The Shadow Labyrinth. With the new facts at hand, it must have been an artificial shadow world that was created through Skullmask's plan. From the day he returned until this very day, Desir's efforts and the fruits of his labor were all for clearing the Shadow Labyrinth. As Skullmask's plan was now demolished, the Shadow Labyrinth would not occur. His goal had been achieved. We don't have to experience that hell again. Knowing this, Desir felt his heart swell with pride. At that very moment, thud, the facility shook, along with the sound of an explosion. It was a tremendous shock coming from deeper underground. That must surely be where Skullmask had holed himself up. If so, there was a fair chance that the shock was caused by him. Adjust pulled the Spear of Longinus out from the source just in time. There was no longer chaotic energy flowing out from the spearhead. All of the energy contained in the spear had been exhausted, which meant that it was fully inoperable now. Despite the fact that there was nothing to worry about, the sound of the explosion from deeper underground was disquieting. Let's pick up the pace. They began moving faster than before. A cold and serious atmosphere took over the momentary, positive feelings. Before long they were once again all agitated, filled with impatience.
Top.
Only the sound of the footsteps of 5 people dashing in this silent place echoed. They went inside a completely frozen cylindrical tower before descending further down. Step by step, foot by foot, they finally reached the end of the basement. It was a place thousands of feet below the surface. There was a vast facility that was now frozen due to the Spear of Longinus. The party got into formation, reduced their speed, and began walking inside the facility. They were ready to respond to whatever Skullmask would throw at them. At that moment, Romantica discovered something and shouted, "Desir, over there!" There were spots of blood at the area that she pointed at with her fingertip. As they traced back the long trail of blood, there was a man lying on the floor. Desir's pupils dilated. A man in a black robe with an irritatingly familiar mask. Skullmask. Desir was baffled at the fact that Skullmask, the main culprit of all these events, was dead, having died on his own and not at Desir's hands. Did he commit suicide after being driven into a corner? He had to check, because there is a possibility that this could be a trap. He told the others to keep their guard up and approached him. When he lifted the man's mask, there was a man dead with his eyes left wide open. His face was slightly different from what Desir remembered, but he was certainly Skullmask. Desir was disconcerted for a moment and began checking the condition of the corpse. He was murdered, and with a single blow due to an ambush. the work of a highly skilled assassin. A skillful person who could assassinate Skull Mask in one blow within the outsider's most secure facility. Desir thought of one person immediately. Pierrot Mask. The answer was simple, but he wasn't able to understand. Didn't Pierrot Mask block them so that Skull Mask's plan could proceed safely until the end? But for what reason did he betray Skull Mask all of a sudden? Resentment at the failure of the plan? No, it could not have been for such a trivial reason. Though he was definitely crazy, Pierrot Mask operated with a sense of psychotic reason. Rather than kill Skull Mask, he would have helped him escape and helped him rebuild to try again. Perhaps he would have acted as a distraction to allow Skull Mask to escape. There must be a grave reason for this. Desir, who had been contemplating for a long time, remembered something peculiar. What was the source of that explosion a while ago? Skull Mask was killed in a clean strike, likely in an ambush. This clearly did not match up with the sound of an explosion, which he had originally written off as part of the battle. Desir checked the facility. It was not a difficult task to locate the source of an explosion. There was an enormous hole in the power source's casing. Before all of the power source had been turned into ice, Pierrot Mask had done something. Desir looked inside it. It was empty. There was nothing there. Pierrot Mask had betrayed Skull Mask in order to siphon something from within the power source. So he wasn't just being used? He thought Pierrot Mask was merely Skull Mask's subordinate. But that must have been wrong. Pierrot Mask might have just been waiting for this kind of situation from the beginning. Contact the outside world immediately. It had not been long since the sound of an explosion had been heard. No matter how quick he was, Pierrot Mask could not have left Pittsburgh yet. Desir activated a communication spell in a hurry. We must cut off all the routes that he could take to leave Pittsburgh. Hurry! The colossal buildings throughout the center of Pittsburgh had been devastated. Their hideous steel frames laid bare and mutilated. Pittsburgh could no longer be called the City of Steel. A man stood perched atop the debris, donning his mask. His gaze was cast over the roaring flames that had yet to subside. The flames that had engulfed where the royal palace once stood. Pierrot Mask continued to stare at the rubble as he mumbled to himself. What a meaningless ending, to fail after driving the world into a corner. He jeered. According to my original plan, I had no intention of killing you here. Pierrot Mask had planned on killing Skull Mask from the beginning, but that time was not supposed to have come so soon. He should have lived for a little longer at least. However, he had no choice but to change his plan. It was all because of that one man, Desir Arman. The moment Skull Mask had been defeated, the existing plan had truly gone awry. Crackle. A spark of fire fluttered in the wind before landing on his coat. The flame burned slowly on his collar. Pierrot Mask stared at it for a while and brushed it off with a smile. Well, don't be too upset, old man, because we'll be using your failed plan in a useful way. It was at that moment. Hurry! He shouldn't be too far. The soldiers' movements were peculiarly frantic. They formed a siege and were searching for something. The target is able to transform his face, so use detection spells. A smile crossed Pierrot Mask's lips. Since the soldiers had started looking for him, Desir must have reached the center of the power source. He thought highly of Desir. He anticipated that Desir would be able to easily figure out who killed Skull Mask and what that person was after. Therefore, it was not difficult to realize why he would look for him. Looking for this, I presume. He took out a card from his chest. It looked like a mere paper card on the outside, but it was an A-tier artifact. A pocket dimension. Amongst magical equipment, including the various clothes lines, there were many items that possessed some form of dimensional pocket functionality, but they all had a major flaw. Because they were created through magic spells, they were unable to store any mana greater than the mana. However, despite boasting such capability, mana leaked out of the card little by little. Somehow, the A-tier artifact had been filled with mana beyond even its capacity. This was the energy source Skull Mask used to fuel his plan. The tremendous amount of mana stored within it was incomparable to any magic stone. Rustle. The moment Pierrot Mask snapped his fingers, the card disappeared from his hand. He spoke while shrugging his shoulders, as if the person directly involved in this affair was in front of him. I spent years with the outsiders just to get this. I can't just go and give it away, can I? Pierrot Mask seemed quite relaxed and confident, even though there were a good number of soldiers slowly blocking off all escape routes. It was impossible for them to detain Pierrot Mask. The battle against the Beast of Revelation had only just ended. All of the soldiers were left exhausted, and the majority of their magicians were completely incapacitated after using up all of their mana. Furthermore, it was difficult to even determine how much damage has occurred. Pittsburgh was extremely chaotic, with all kinds of people busy with various tasks. Let's break the tie next time, Desir Arman. As Pierrot Mask took off his mask, his face began to change. His face soon took on completely different facial features from his original look. He had assumed the identity of one of the many casualties. Swish. His new form began disappearing, soon blending in amongst the soldiers. Knock, knock, knock. Desir opened his eyes to the sound of knocking. The first thing he saw when he woke up was an elegant, white ceiling. He was confused for a moment about where he was, but soon recalled that he had gone to sleep in the Magic Tower's branch in the Kingdom of Divide. Awake, Desir? Zod, the master of the Magic Tower, opened the door and entered. Desir got up from his bed. The blanket that was covering him felt itchy as it slid down. I didn't wake you up on purpose. Priscilla said you need to take a rest. Though he used a newly developed spell to reduce the burden of the draconic spell, the burden was still not negligible. The only reason he awoke unharmed was due to the immediate treatment he received from Priscilla upon her arrival. Feeling very refreshed, Desir asked, "How long was I asleep for?" "Around 20 hours. Desir looked out the window. The sun already hung high up in the sky. For a normal person, it would have just been regarded as oversleeping. However, for Desir, it was different. "It must have been a long time since you slept for that long." Desir nodded. "It's been 6 months. Desir had spent every waking moment preparing for and planning the war against Divide. After the Great Council, he had been overworking himself by borrowing from his sleeping and eating time. In preparation for this decisive match, he refined his spells, cleared numerous shadow worlds, studied ancient records, and contemplated exactly what Skull Mask's plan and objective was. And all of his efforts ended up paying off. The operation was successful, and Skull Mask was now dead. It had lifted the heavy load that weighed down his mind, offering him a sense of freedom that allowed him to take a long-deserved rest. An action that most would not consider special. Desir felt slightly overwhelmed at the fact that he could oversleep. Has Divide's surrender gone well? It ended smoothly. The war between Divide and the Allied forces is officially over. Immediately after the battle with Pittsburgh ended, Divide declared surrender. It was the decision of their military's commander, Reborn, after their king disappeared. Maybe he realized something after cooperating with Desir and confronting the Beast of Revelation. It was an inevitable, predetermined result anyway. The defeat of Divide was practically set in stone. Divide was able to wage war with the entire continent because of the Shadow World creating towers and the homunculi that Skull Mask had created. Now that they were destroyed by Desir, Divide no longer stood no chance. However, there were still tens of thousands of military troops in Divide, so if the war continued, the Allied forces still would have needed to pay a price. Brepon's bold and swift decision reduced the unnecessary sacrifices of both sides. That's a relief. But it's still too early to be at ease. The half-year war was over and Skull Mask was dead. But that did not mean all their problems had been resolved. Right? Whatever Pierrot Mask took is extremely dangerous. From what they could gather, Pierrot Mask had stolen whatever Skull Mask was using as an energy source. It must have been absurdly powerful, capable of powering over 40 towers. No one knew what he took it for, but knowing his chaotic nature, it was certainly something dangerous. At the minimum, Desir was certain that the object was the cause of the appearance of the Shadow Labyrinth. He could not rest easy until he was certain that the Shadow Labyrinth had been prevented, until that object had been retrieved. Desir had no intention of neglecting even the slightest chance of it returning. Developing and distributing the new detection equipment takes priority. Pyro Mask had the ability to shapeshift into anyone. It was impossible to identify him with the naked eye, and he could even hold up under thorough inspection. He had hidden himself as the King of Divide for an unknown amount of time, and those closest to him were none the wiser. We're already working on the finishing touches. As soon as the work is done, we will be supplying it to the Western Kingdoms Union on a trial basis, and if there are no problems, we will add this functionality to the Hebrion communication pads too. That was fast. Well, you've been encouraging the research for a while now. From the moment Desir and Zod learned of his abilities, they had prioritized devising countermeasures against him. It was because his ability to completely disguise himself as others was just too dangerous. If the equipment was supplied to all countries, it would no longer be possible for him to disguise himself as a high-ranking official and attempt a coup. If you could take care of that part, that would be much appreciated. And what happened to the artifacts? Skull Mask had possessed numerous artifacts, each of them top-notch. The artifacts were found strewn throughout Pittsburgh and discussions were underway on how to deal with them. We've decided to keep Skull Mask's artifacts in the Magic Tower for the time being. We need time to study them and figure out what they do. We have no idea how to use most of them. There were no other places in this field that were more capable than the tower. It was a fair decision. His artifacts will be of great help in reinforcing our military strength. Zod smiled bitterly. There were a lot of interesting things. However, the problem is that it's difficult to study them. Some of them can't be analyzed at all. I'll help as well. I have some time on my hands. That's a good point. I wanted to ask you for help. But when Zod was talking, Desir's communication pad rang. After he confirmed the sender's name, a smile crossed his lips. You should rest for the time being. The Emperor's office. After completing his report, Alfred lowered his head. Giltian listened to the report in silence. The corner of his lips twitched and he soon began to laugh. It was a cheerful laugh, something rare for someone considered to be a man of few words. What Alfred reported was the delightful news of victory. A very long half-year war against Divide had flipped in a single night and was finally won by the Allied forces. Excellent! An exclamation of amazement flowed out from Gilshan's mouth. Desir Arman. He was the key to the reversal of the unfavorable military situation. The heroes, the elite hailing from many countries, participated in the war and they all achieved remarkable results. But it was not an overstatement to say that, in the end, Desir was the one who ended the war. On top of that, has he not joined the highest echelon of mages on the continent? Too many people witnessed Desir overpower the Beast of Revelation in Pittsburgh. The story quickly spread all over the continent and people began praising Desir as the continent's strongest magician, beyond that of even Zod Exarian. Counting the strongest magician as one of their own was something that all countries earnestly wished for. The Empire had acquired the strongest swordsman, Sword Grand Master Raffaello, and now even the strongest magician too. However, it meant more than just hard power. They are national treasures indeed. When Giltian granted the royal guard position to the commoner Desir, he drew the wrath of numerous nobles. However, whenever Desir achieved results and spread Hebrion's prestige, the imperial family's influence was greatly strengthened. Giltian fully supported Desir, a mere student. It was only natural that people all over the empire were praising Giltian for his insight. Now, Desir was established as an indispensable person to the empire. In that case, he shall be treated accordingly. The teleportation gate was always crowded with merchants, but today it was crowded with people from all over the world. The Allied forces had gathered at the tower before returning from the war. They were those who responded to Desir's request for aid, as well as those who had previously been aided by him. It was a priceless experience to have fought alongside you. The royal knight of the Delphinian kingdom bowed towards Desir. All my life, I never imagined I would actively participate in such an epic battle. Even though most of them had exceptional talents, they had been languishing in small, unknown countries. They would have only been able to make their names known after the Shadow Labyrinth arrived. However, Desir specifically found these talented people and sent them into a war where they could use their skills to the fullest, allowing them to attain victory with their own hands. Their lives would now be markedly different from their past lives. Not only the royal knight of Delphinia, but the heroes of each country also bid farewell to Desir and moved towards the teleportation gate. Please, call us any time if something like this happens again. Understood. They bowed to Desir once again and returned to their countries. After the knights of the various countries left, a group of people with unusually large bodies entered the gate. They were Donape Aslan, the king of the north, the strongest military forces under his command, the hunting pack, and their vice-captain Uria. I wanted to talk with you a little more. Donape spoke with a solemn expression and approached Desir. I'll have to leave now, as I cannot be away for too long. It was an honor to be with you, sir. The moment Desir was about to lower his head, Donape quickly offered his hand. A meaty slab the size of a cauldron lid. It was for a handshake. Realizing the reason behind Donape's action, Desir took his hand instead of bowing to him. Facing each other, they both smiled simultaneously. Our land, heroine, is always open to you. So please feel free to come to us anytime when you need our help. The same to you. I will never ignore any difficulties the North may face. You are bold until the end. But you have a right to be so. His words sounded like a reprimand, but he was smiling. With this final conversation, Donape and those who followed him also left for Mt. Calcaris. After them, the holy paladins of the Church of Artemis appeared. The special knights who each wield special, unique abilities. The paladins from the Church of Artemis dealt with their enemies not only with magic and aura, but with their blessing of light. Lined up in a formation, they seemed tenacious beyond description. Their formation split from side to side in a flash and Priscilla walked out of it. She had a somewhat happy face. Desir thought this was only natural. While the war was going on, she patrolled the vast front line more diligently than anyone else. Her efforts never fell behind Desir's. Having been liberated from such a heavy workload, there was no way she did not feel unencumbered. You did a great job, Desir. You did a great job too, Saint Priscilla. Priscilla laughed softly and took Desir's hand. Before he could react, a faint light enveloped Desir. At that moment, Desir felt it relieving his fatigue. I heard that you're still leading a very busy life. It's something I have to do, but it's really nothing compared to what I did during the war. Even though Desir said this, the current task that he was dealing with was not light at all. From dealing with the loose threads that needed wrapping up, to organizing Skull Mask's artifacts. There were many issues to be dealt with in the aftermath of the war. Because Priscilla knew about this, she smiled bitterly and let his hand go. There's no call from the Imperial Princess yet? Nothing of particular note. Shortly after the war ended, Desir had gone to meet a jest but found her missing. As soon as Divide surrendered, she had returned to the Empire. As unfortunate as it was, she had responsibilities back in Hebrion. It's a shame I couldn't see her. I presume you can only enjoy true peace when she is by your side. What do you mean? Haha, I mean that quite literally. Priscilla stepped back with a peculiar smile. Only then, Desir realized what she meant and cleared his throat while averting his eyes from her. I hope you'll enjoy the current peace. Priscilla looked at him and smiled. She then returned to the Temple of Artemis in Adenia with her holy paladins. With this, everyone had returned to their respective homes. Having bid farewell to everyone, Desir headed to his office. He was thinking about how he would deal with the unfinished business. However, at that moment, Romantica came running towards Desir from the opposite side of the corridor. Why are you so late? We had a long talk. What is it? As of late, it was quite rare for Romantica to come to Desir directly. After all, she was now as busy as Desir. After founding a mercenary group, she'd taken on an unrelenting load of administrative tasks. I ran here because I have good news. There has been a request from the Imperial Palace of Hebrion. Romantica was happy for him and told him cheerfully, a request for you to participate in the celebration of triumph, of which you are the guest of honor. The hero. This triumphant celebration will be remembered as the most spectacular celebration in history. The triumphant celebration that Desir was invited to this time differed from all other events in terms of size and budget. Numerous magicians had gathered to fill the streets with dazzling lights, and citizens cheered for the Empire's young hero. The excitement of the festival filled the entire city, and the celebration successfully resulted in a brilliant atmosphere. Sir Desir, how do you feel about ending the war and becoming the main hero of this celebration? He was currently at the head office of Alis News. Live interviews were being conducted there, broadcasted in real time throughout the Hebrion Empire. After Desir quenched his thirst with the tea in front of him, he answered, "I'm very grateful that all the citizens are so welcoming. In return for your support and hope, I will continue to work hard. We'll look forward to seeing your performance in the future." Next question. I'd like to ask you a question regarding the rumor. The reporter asked Desir very enthusiastically. The reporter seemed rather more nervous than Desir, the interviewee. Perhaps it was because he saw the man from the rumors with his own eyes. Desir led the reporter in a proficient manner during the interview, and the interview was over after a few questions. When the interview ended and Desir came outside, someone approached him as if he was waiting for him. "You're never nervous. Like usual, I guess." "Well, I've done this a few times thanks to you, Director."
Van Jagrin.
The title Director made him feel good any time he heard it. Immediately after contacting and establishing a relationship with Desir at the medal ceremony, he went from strength to strength and eventually reached the position of Director. That was not all. Thanks to Desir's assistance, Vang became the Director, and Isle's communication itself was able to extend beyond the Empire and grow as a media house that influenced the entire continent. Ring.
Vangues Communication Padran.
It seems like the others' interviews are finished as well. He was referring to Romantica and Pram. After the public learned they had contributed greatly, fighting alongside Desir to conclude the war, attention was naturally drawn to them. Thanks to Desir's arrangements, their interviews were conducted exclusively by Alis News. "I was hoping to have dinner together with you, as it has been a while, but the Imperial Palace is holding a banquet, so I guess I have to let you go this time. We'll arrange something later." Shortly after, Romantica and Pram exited their rooms. They nodded towards Desir, indicating that they were ready to go. "Well then, we're looking forward to a good article. Of course, I will do my best for the other 2 articles as well." Vang Zar was seen as a cold-blooded director by his employees. However, standing in front of Desir, he was far from that description. "Amazing. I never thought I would see the director smiling like an idiot." The reporters from Alis News, who were watching him, marveled at the fact that there was a person whom the director showed a humble attitude towards. The Leonhardt Palace was where the Hebrion Emperor resided. Tonight, he was hosting a banquet to commemorate their victory. The feast was notably large in scale, but that was not just because it was being hosted in the Imperial Palace. Nobles from across the country had flocked to the palace, hoping for an opportunity to have a personal audience with not only the emperor, but the hero, Desir Arman. The banquet was very luxurious, as one would expect for the occasion. Expensive liquor and beverages were served, coming out as if they were from an endless well, and the mellow performances of famous musicians resonated throughout the palace. It was a banquet of such grandeur that even the wealthy nobles were struck with admiration. Desir and his party could be found resting outside the banquet hall. It was clear that they were exhausted. Romantica spoke with a long sigh. "I'm already done. Although I expected this, I never thought it would be so tiring." Desir made no efforts to hide his exhaustion. As soon as they had entered the banquet hall, numerous nobles flocked towards them as if they had lay in waiting. A banquet was not just an ordinary event for simply drinking and enjoying. For the nobles, a banquet was an elite social club. It was because personal connections were far more valuable than any other treasures, especially for those that already had everything money could buy. This was to be expected, but the size of the banquet was incredibly immense, so it was not an easy task to escape for temporary respite. Desir smiled bitterly. "Still, we got out quickly because everyone was considerate towards us. Usually, Desir would have made an effort to establish cordial relationships with the nobles, but today he had no intention of doing so. Despite the war ending, he was still suffering under a heavy workload. So, today was the only time for him to hang out with his party members and take a much-needed break. Today, he wanted to clear his head and enjoy the peace and comfort. Fortunately, perhaps the noble. Concerned. About what? I mean the interview. I don't remember my answers to their questions. I just hope I don't look too ridiculous. Pram sighed as if he was worried as well. Me too. I'm not sure I answered well since I was so nervous. Desir chucked at their conversation. Don't worry. I told the reporter that we look forward to good articles. As the three of them were comfortably having a conversation, Romantica reached out to the champagne in front of her. When Desir saw that, he anxiously asked, "You can drink. Good heavens, what do you take me for? This is nothing." Wait, Romantica. How much alcohol content does that? Romantica quickly emptied the glass in front of her before Desir even had a chance to finish his question. Ah! She exhaled lightly. The alcohol was quite strong, but the sense of accomplishment clouded her judgment. Romantica placed the empty glass on the table proudly. See? I can drink. Seeing Pram and Desir trying to hold back their laughter, Romantica stopped talking. She soon realized that her hand, which was holding the glass, was bright red. It was not only her hands. Her whole body was flushed. It was a hilarious sight. "Oh, don't look at me." Romantica, embarrassed, groaned and covered her face with both hands. She was so cute that Desir could not help but burst into laughter. "Don't laugh." Romantica constantly pinched Desir in the ribs. Nevertheless, Desir could not stop laughing. "I think you have a very low tolerance for alcohol. You should have a drink as well. That's a just punishment. Pram, don't act innocent. You laughed at me too, right? Ugh." She caught me. When their laughter subsided, Pram and Desir emptied their glasses effortlessly. As the alcohol kicked in, the atmosphere became more mellow. Romantica felt oddly good when she became tipsy. She felt that right now, she could probably say things that she usually could not. "Desir, I'm curious about one thing." She put her glass down and looked at Desir straight in the face. "What do you want to do in the future?" "What do you mean? Where is this coming from?" "Although we haven't attended the academy in ages, we're still coming up on our graduation. There must be something you want to do in the future, dreams or something." Pram straightened up and turned his gaze upon Desir, as if he was interested in the topic too. "Well, that's..." Desir opened his mouth, then closed it again. He thought that it was an easy question, but it was harder than he thought. Immediately after returning to the past, his only goal was to clear the Shadow Labyrinth unharmed. He was too busy trying to stop the approaching disasters, so he had never stopped to think about what would happen after that. Raffaello asked a similar question, didn't he? After they defeated the Dragon of Destruction, Boromir Napolitan, and were busy resting, Raffaello asked him what he was going to do in the future. But even back then, he failed to find a satisfactory answer. Desir pondered with his arms folded. Currently, his highest priority was tracking down Pierrot Mask, who stole the power source from Skull Mask. But what about after that? Is there really anything that I genuinely want to do? I'm not sure. Finally, when Desir could not come up with a proper answer, Romantica was somewhat surprised. So you never thought about it? You, a thoroughgoing man, the commander who plans for every single contingency, don't have a plan for your future? I can't believe it. I know. It's ironic, isn't it? Romantica glanced at Desir, who was pondering. Well, don't worry too much even if you don't know your future. If you or Pram come to join my mercenary group, we'll gladly have you. There was gentle laughter in response to Romantica's joke. Wouldn't it be difficult for you to hire a former royal guard? You didn't outright refuse it. Does that mean you can be bought with money? Romantica shrugged. Just wait. I'll save enough money so that you could work for me for the rest of your life. I'll be looking forward to it. Desir smiled. At that moment, Romantica blushed and became redder than before. As the atmosphere was becoming slightly awkward, A resounding voice could be heard from within the palace. The great son of Hebrion, His Majesty Giltian Zedgar F. Rogfalas. All of the nobles followed the expected etiquette and lowered their gazes. After a while, the door opened and Giltian, dressed in a pure white suit, entered the banquet hall. The cheerful atmosphere became heavy when he simply entered the hall. His spirit overpowered everyone, even though he was simply walking. Whoa! Who's that? The banquet hall, which had been silenced by the emperor's presence, was astir again. It was because of the girl who walked behind him. She had straight arms and legs, eyes that seemed cold but graceful, and platinum blonde hair that went amazingly well with her glamorous, white dress. A jest? Pram exclaimed in astonishment. He gazed at a jest with his eyes wide open, even forgetting to lower his head. How come a jest is with? Romantica was confused as well. She was disconcerted and speechless. It was only natural that they were surprised. They thought a jest was the daughter of the King's Crown family, a noble family from the edge of the empire. Desir sighed and explained. The imperial family has a custom of concealing their successor's identity and having them attend the Hebrion Academy under a special curriculum. They become the only member of a course called the successor class. It was a tradition that was passed down in secret since the very moment the Hebrion Academy was founded. The imperial family established the Hebrion Academy, an atypical educational facility where nobles and commoners were educated together, and encouraged the heir to observe those that he or she would be governing, regardless of their class. The family name, King's Crown, was lent to her. So, a jest is the heir? That's right. Romantica was speechless. Anyone would have been shocked. A friend, whom they treated as a normal friend, was suddenly the heir to the entire Hebrion Empire. I didn't know they would bring a jest here. Desir was surprised by the current situation for a different reason. Giltian had been trying not to reveal a jest in public appearances until now. However, the fact that he was now accompanied by her in this gathering, where there were many nobles of the empire, meant only one thing. It meant that the successor class had been completed and that he officially acknowledged that she was his successor. He was declaring this acknowledgement in front of everyone. Some of the great nobles and people close to the emperor knew about a jest, but the regional nobles, those who were out of the know, seemed quite surprised. Hey, isn't she a member of the Starling Party? Don't tell me she's? While everyone was murmuring, Giltian sat at the head of the table. He scanned the banquet hall with his piercing eyes shone like gold. Our empire has gone through countless wars until now. His voice was certainly not loud, but his speech echoed throughout the vast banquet hall. We were victorious every single time. No matter who the enemies were, we've always been the winners, the strong, the rulers. That's why we're the empire. Giltian raised the glass in front of him. And we have won once again. It was a great victory speech suitable for the banquet. It was short and concise, but it instilled pride in the hearts of the people. The difference in atmosphere between the chaos of a jest's appearance and the current situation was night and day. One noble raised his glass to match the emperor. One by one, the others caught on, raising their glasses high with pride. Once everyone had raised their glasses, Giltian once again spoke. Remember today and engrave the glory of the empire upon your heart. Long live the empire! Hundreds of glasses were drained simultaneously. As Giltian sat down, the musicians resumed their pieces. The sound of joyful music began filling the banquet hall again. His Majesty would like to see you. Giltian's speech had barely just ended, and someone had already approached Desir. It was clear that the emperor had something important to talk about. If that was not the case, then there was no reason to deliberately pull Desir aside. I'll be away for a moment. Be right back. Desir headed towards Giltian, leaving Romantica and Pram behind, who were still in shock. There was no one around Giltian, not even a jest who had entered the banquet hall together with him. Perhaps he cleared everyone in advance of Desir's arrival. I stand before the great emperor. Giltian smiled and beckoned him to the chair on the opposite side. Have a seat. He seemed to be in a very good mood. When Desir sat down, Giltian handed him a glass made of gold. I got some fine wine and I wanted to drink it with you, so I called you. I am honored. Giltian poured the wine into Desir's glass himself and they gently clicked their glasses. This, after taking a sip from the wine, Desir could not help but be amazed. It was fine wine indeed. While it was subtle, it was rich in aroma, and while it was bitter, it was clean. These harmoniously mixed flavors of wine made him realize that it was a fine wine indeed. He did not even know that much about alcohol, but he could tell. Giltian looked at Desir with a contented look before speaking again. You did an exceptional job. You have distinguished yourself and the Empire in the war. With your dedication, the Empire was able to experience a moment that shone brighter than any other. He continued while filling his glass with wine. A befitting reward is to be granted for your distinguished service. Desir Arman, I would like to reward you with a dukedom. At that moment, Desir was dumbfounded. He thought that he would receive some kind of reward, but this was unexpected. As a royal guard, he was already receiving the same treatment as a duke. However, the essence of his status as a commoner had not changed. Even though he was a royal guard, there was clearly a difference between him and rest, all because he was not a nobleman. However, right now, Giltian was offering him a dukedom. To him, a mere commoner. As this offer was unprecedented in the history of the Empire, even Desir, who went through hell and high water, was left bewildered. There were 4 dukes in the Hebrion Empire, so if Desir became a duke, then he would be amongst the top 5 noble families, only a step below the imperial family. Calm down. Desir's hand, which was holding a glass of wine, shook involuntarily. Even though he was not particularly interested in authority, he could not help but be tempted by this offer. This reward is too excessive for me, even if I rendered distinguished service. It's too much to be awarded for just leading them to victory. On the other hand, something seemed out of the ordinary, so Desir did not readily accept his offer. It was necessary to doubt anything that was too good to be true. Besides, the emperor was not a character who willingly suffered a loss. Your Majesty, I think that's an excessive reward for what I did. That may be so. Surely many nobles will oppose. However, my intention will not change. Giltian drank from his glass. Even though you're still young, you're the best magician on the continent, who surpasses even the great sage Desir. Though your current distinguished service does not measure up to his, I believe you'll make even greater achievements in the future. You mean, I would like you to strive for the Empire as a Duke of the Empire. He's very straightforward. Hearing his outrageous words, it struck him that not anyone can be an emperor. Basically, the dukedom was a reward with his future as collateral. Giltian did not hide his true intentions and at the same time, showed Desir that he respected and valued him. Thanks to his frankness, Desir was not offended, even though it could have easily been an uncomfortable conversation for anyone else. There's no reason to decline the offer. It would be stranger to not accept it. Hebrion Empire shared the continent with the Western Kingdom Union. Who could reject the powerful duke position within such a powerhouse? Desir closed his eyes for a moment and pondered. If I become a noble, I'd be able to protect more people. It was an attractive idea for anyone, but it was even more attractive to Desir. In his previous life, Desir had been a commoner until the very end. Every step of his life had been heavy and lined with unnecessary burden. From the very beginning, he had been placed in the beta class and never received a proper education. He also lamented his lack of strength while clearing the Shadow Labyrinth, all because he was not able to learn more. He was enraged by the fact that he was not able to protect his comrades. He hated his cursed life as a commoner. But Desir opened his eyes and answered with a determined voice. Your Majesty, I thank you for the generous offer, but I will have to refuse. Giltian looked at Desir in silence. He did not seem angry. His eyes were filled with curiosity. I'd like to know the reason. It's not that I don't want this duke position. It's just that there is something I want more than that. I would like to request that instead of the dukedom, Your Majesty. Then what is it that you want? Desir took a deep breath and answered. I'd like to establish my own academy, Your Majesty. Is that something you wish for? Something more valuable than dukedom? Giltian seemed confused. A duke of the empire was a position with the power that came close to king's authority. There was nothing more ridiculous than asking for the establishment of an academy over that power. Unable to ascertain his intentions, but recognizing his sincerity, Giltian was perplexed. Why do you want this? Desir straightened up and answered his question. To turn coincidence into inevitability. Turn coincidence into inevitability? It wasn't a reason that was easy to understand. Desir continued. I've been able to come this far just with pure luck. In the past, Desir Arman was an orphan of ordinary commoners who knew nothing of magic. It was a cursed fate, destined to lead nowhere, until I met Professor Bridget by complete coincidence. In most cases, commoners of the Hebrion Empire never learn whether they have the blessing of mana. They never attempted to find out, and no one ever attempted to tell them. That was the way life was. However, most commoners, and I am no exception, are not gifted with fortune. They are born and die without knowing that they have such talents. Even if they are aware of their gifts, they die without being able to flourish. Before becoming a returner, Desir had experienced that painful life firsthand. Desir was able to become a magician through sheer luck, but was discriminated against because he was a commoner. The Hebrion Academy that he entered only after expending relentless effort was of no help to a commoner, banishing him to a worthless class for the sin of being born without status. That inadequate education made brilliant skills languish. In his previous life, Romantica met a premature death because she never realized her full talent. I can answer their question now. The answer to Raffaello's question from his previous life, and to Romantica's question today. I hope that by expanding the education system and enabling the commoners to learn freely, I can make a place where my existence would have been an inevitability rather than a coincidence. As Desir experienced the Shadow Labyrinth, he realized that there were many outstanding individuals among the commoners. People like Romantica and Pram. So you want to establish a second Hebrion Academy. That would not be enough. I want any citizen of the Empire, not only a select few, to be given an equal opportunity at education. Desir's request was a bit two-faced. When he requested to establish an academy, he did not really want to establish one institution. The true meaning of his request was, I hope that a minimum amount of education, in other words, a public education system, could be introduced to all of the citizens of the Empire. After he finished explaining, Desir swallowed hard. Giltian, who was listening carefully in silence, remained silent. It was impossible to read his thoughts from his expression. Seeing that he was not answering him immediately, Desir assumed that he was seriously reviewing his proposal. And he was. However, introducing a public education system that Desir requested would mean that they had to establish academies all over the Empire. A huge national budget was consumed by maintaining one Hebrion Academy. It was evident that an astronomical amount of money would be consumed in order to expand and manage a few hundred or a few thousand of them. It was not impossible to do, but the stakes were high. If more people like him could be found, then it would definitely be a worthwhile investment, but Desir Arman. It was impossible to put a price on him. When Giltian had offered dukedom, he had done everything in his power to keep Desir by his side. Desir was basically making an investment proposition at the risk of his life. One thing, after long contemplation, Giltian managed to open his heavy mouth. I will grant your request on one condition. What would that be? You have to be in charge of this matter. Seeing Desir's perplexed expression, Giltian smiled faintly. I'm sure only you can perfectly fulfill your idea. Make sure to work hard to achieve your ideals until your last breath. Only then did Desir realize Giltian's intention. So that was it. Giltian tried to award him with a dukedom in order to keep him in the Empire. However, when Desir declined that offer, he used his proposal to make him stay. It will take a while for the system to be properly implemented. He would have to remain in the Empire for at least several decades. In the end, Giltian was able to achieve his goal. It's a rather good outcome for me. Desir was going to stay in the Empire regardless. If he could introduce the system himself, using his ideals as the foundation for future growth, it was more than he hoped for. I will do my best, Your Majesty. And with that, the conversation ended. Both of them got what they hoped for. Desir received an opportunity to fulfill his ideals, and Giltian tied the best magician on the continent to the Empire. Desir put down his glass and bowed to Giltian. It was at that moment when he turned around. Desir! He heard Giltian's voice. It was the most affectionate tone he heard from him until now. Please take care of Agest. Platinum blonde hair swung in front of his eyes. Desir! A gentle voice. Desir looked at the glamorous girl with her platinum blonde hair, bold, golden eyes, and long white fingers. He stood there in silence for what felt like an eternity. Agest. There was a blooming smile on his face. It was a funny thing. They had been apart for only a few days, but it felt much longer. I look forward. Agest gently held Desir's hand. Her gentle touch and warmth was delivered through their hands. Agest spoke with a smile on her face. I look forward to working with you, Desir. At that moment, Desir was able to finally understand this situation and what Giltian meant. So, there was only one thing he could say. Let's go back. Everyone's waiting. Okay.
I'm sorry.
It was Agest's first words when she faced Pram and Romantica. Her platinum blonde hair slid down as she lowered her head. Pram and... Standing up? So why don't you sit down? When Romantica smiled bitterly and beckoned her to a chair, Agest pulled out a chair and sat on it. I want to ask you something. The time has come. Agest swallowed hard. She was prepared for any condemnation. However, the following words from Romantica were unexpected. You want champagne or orange juice? At that moment, Agest's eyes grew wide.
So.
Just drink the champagne. I already brought it here. Romantica held out a glass to Agest even before she finished answering, the flowing champagne rippling within its container. Agest looked into the glass absent-mindedly. Seeing her like this, Romantica asked once again, You're not drinking, Agest? It's sweeter than it looks and it's tasty. Or do you want the juice? Strange. What's strange? The reactions from Romantica and Pram were completely different from what Agest was expecting. Why are you treating me like normal? I deceived you. How come you aren't questioning me? Since they knew that she hid her identity, they should have been upset. Agest was ready to accept any criticisms. However, Pram and Romantica were behaving as usual. Their attitude was how normal people treated their friends that they had not seen for a long time. Because a jest is a jest, Pram answered, smiling brightly. Regardless of your identity, the fact that Agest was with us won't change. But you're such an inflexible princess. Romantica cut Agest off. I'm asking you just to be sure. But did you intentionally hide your identity so that we would be shocked? No, I swear. Agest emphatically denied the possibility. There was no way this would have been the case. Then you can just think, I guess they're pretending like they don't know, and just let it slide. Weren't you guys surprised? We were. We were really surprised, but that's it. It's not like you were trying to deceive us, and we didn't suffer any damage or anything. So, isn't the problem solved? Romantica shrugged her shoulders as if she was saying, I told you so. So, there's no need to be so apologetic. She turned her gaze away as if she was done talking. Agest's face lightened up again. That's good. Desir was pleased. Why don't we all have a drink? A toast to Agest's return. Sounds good. Pram enthusiastically responded to Desir's suggestion, and Romantica and Agest responded by raising their glasses in front of them. To the eternal glory of Her Highness, Princess Agest. Cheers! They clinked their glasses and drank wine. Amid the lightened atmosphere, they began diving into lively conversations. Once again, Romantica's whole body was tinted a shade of bright red. This time, 3 people couldn't stop laughing. Just a few months ago, they were attending the Hebrion Academy. Desir recalled the time when the four of them were having conversations at the party office. It was a pleasant memory. There were no other times when they were as happy and at ease than that time. We managed to protect our everyday life. Desir felt as if he was being rewarded at this moment for all the hard work he had put in. At that moment it became bright outside. They turned their gaze towards the outside simultaneously. What a spectacular view! Fireworks! Wow! It's beautiful. Fireworks that were shot up the sky were embroidering the dark night sky. The fireworks, each a different color, harmonized beautifully, and the garden itself looked like a landscape plucked out of a majestic painting. Now that I think about it, the whole capital is celebrating right now, aren't they? Yeah. I think their celebration is even larger than Founding Day was. Desir responded as something suddenly flashed across his mind. Come to think of it, I heard there'll be a chronicle play at this festival. Oh, I heard about that as well. I heard they're inviting some famous actors to perform it. Pram responded enthusiastically with claps. Desir glanced at them, one after the other, before continuing. Do you guys remember? We were planning to watch the chronicle play on Founding Day, but we ended up missing out on it. You still remember that? Not without reason, Romantica was surprised. It had been a relatively insignificant event from almost 2 years ago after all. Well, yeah. I was quite disappointed. At that time, Desir had to leave in order to attend the ball held by the Imperial Palace. The scale of the Empire's chronicle play was considerable and extremely impressive that foreigners came to watch as well. Even though he was able to keep close ties with Giltian by attending the ball, the fact that he was not able to watch the famous chronicle play remained a disappointing memory for him. I think Part 4 starts at the Evening Star Plaza? No way, Desir, are you? Romantica realized what Desir was trying to say. Yes way. I think we can watch from Part 4 if we hurry a little bit. What do you guys think? The four exchanged glances. However, no one raised any objections. Rather, they were filled with anticipation. The idea of crushing the lingering disappointment they had all buried was an extremely attractive prospect. Well, I think we've enjoyed enough banquets to last a lifetime. Let's go do something fun. There was no need for further persuasion. When a waiter came to check on them moments later, the four of them had disappeared. The Hebrion Academy officially declared its reopening day. It had been 7 months since the academy had been closed, and 2 weeks since the end of the war. Hearing this news, the students, who were scattered across various parts of the continent, began gathering one after another. The Hebrion Academy, which had been deadly quiet after all the students left, began to regain its vitality. However, many of the students were planning to leave the academy shortly after. The graduation ceremony of Kelt, Redoria, and other seniors was going to be held straight away. It was not just the seniors. Through the trials of war, many of the second years had far exceeded the level the academy could provide for. Staying would only hinder their growth. To help those students, Hebrion Academy prepared a graduation examination to measure their new skill levels. A surprisingly large number of students took the exam, and a majority of the students who undertook Desir's training regime were able to pass. Of course, Desir took it as well. Obviously, the academy had nothing left to teach him. Now that he had achieved all his goals, he had no need to stay. In the graduation examination, Desir took first place in the study of magic, and Pram stood unchallenged as the top student in the study of swordsmanship. Pram, who was on the threshold of reaching king class, had risen to the potential Desir witnessed in his previous life. His placing was only natural, especially since Agest had already graduated. The graduation ceremony was held not long after the examination. Congratulations, Desir. Thank you for everything you've done for me, Professor. Bridget came close to him and stroked his head. Her touch was soft and warm as always. Desir felt like a child every time he was in front of her. I'll keep in touch often. I'll invite you to give a lecture when I get a chance. Any time, Professor. Desir promised to see her again and bid her farewell. Rond approached him immediately after his conversation with her was over. Desir smiled and said, "Take care of the party for us." "Of course." Rond Fizzlebang looked at Desir and answered with eyes full of envy. the same as when he entered the academy. Now that the majority of the talented second and third years had graduated, Rond had naturally become one of the top students in the academy. He followed in Desir's footsteps and took on the role of the next leader of the Starling Party. I'll make sure we stay in first place no matter what and pass down your will to all our members. Don't overreact. Desir sent Fizzlebang off and bumped into Professor Pugman, the head of the aristocratic professors. In the past, Desir had often conflicted with him, but their relationship had mellowed out towards the end of Desir's academy days. When Pugman's eyes landed on Desir, his lips twitched as though he wanted to say something. However, he fell silent, seemingly having given up. Instead, he took off his hat and lowered his head. It was the best he could do to pay respect. Desir giggled. He had conflicts with the professor countless times, but he had grown greatly over the past years. Desir wasn't petty enough to harbor any ill feelings. I look forward to your great leadership in the academy, Professor. With these words, Desir put to rest any unease between them. His second graduation ceremony was officially over. 3 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. On the 39th floor of the Magic Tower, there was a room filled with numerous magic devices and one-of-a-kind rare artifacts. It was the best laboratory in the world, one that no other institution could hope to compete with. It was Desir's lab, personally made by Zod Exarian. It was no surprise that Desir could be found within his lab. At the moment, he was examining a large glass mirror, positioned directly in the center of the chamber. It was the mirror that holds shadows, just one of many S-tier artifacts that Skull Mask possessed. As he approached the front of it and placed his hand on it, the artifact whirred to life. The regular glass mirror was replaced by a dark screen, blank except for an image of the continent. Quickly after, countless characters clouded the display. It was detailed information about every single event occurring on the continent. Woom. Desir pored through the information presented with a cautious look. Half an hour later, he sighed, took his hand off the mirror, and backed away. 3 weeks had passed since the graduation ceremony. For 3 weeks, Desir Arman had done nothing but spend his time and effort chasing after Pierrot Mask. As much as he longed to start his education program, there was nothing more important to him than securing the future of the world. Pierrot Mask was an entity that posed as much threat as Skull Mask, but in reality, they knew little about who he was or what he was capable of. Given that he had been the one to kill Skull Mask, it was likely he was capable of being even more dangerous than him. Therefore, Desir had to collect every bit of information possible. Discovering the true nature of the mirror before him had proven to be the best tool he had at his disposal to do that, but that was not all. He mobilized intelligence groups from all over the continent while Pram, Romantica, and Agest all set out on their own, scouring the land for even a trace. All this effort wasted. 3 weeks of an entire continent and an absurdly powerful artifact searching for one man, and nothing. Desir sighed again, a somber feeling taking root in his heart. I can tell it didn't go well. A familiar voice entered the room, and Desir instinctively gave a polite bow. It was Zod Exarian. Desir replied despondently. Unfortunately, yes. I don't think this artifact works very well against someone who knows how it works. The mirror that holds shadows was obviously an excellent artifact, but even it had limits. No matter how far away an event was, information about it could be obtained, but it still relied on human interpretation to figure out what the event really meant. Even if Pierrot Mask was moving, it was impossible to notice his movement if he completely hid his identity or acted in a way that did not reveal his intentions. Desir spoke bitterly. The only information I have in hand is what I got a week ago. So far, he had only gathered one piece of information presumably related to Pierrot Mask. There had been 13 murders in Adenia. Each of the victims had been killed in a different way, but their bodies had been so horribly mutilated and disfigured that it was impossible to discern their identity. With what little information they had to work with, the authorities could not find anything linking the victims together. Desir assumed this was the work of Pierrot Mask. There were too many murders done too quickly, and each of them with a different method. It could not have been a coincidence. That sort of action fit Pierrot Masque's whimsical personality to a T. Desir assumed he had turned their 13 identities into 13 unique bodies for himself, but that did not make him any easier to track down. Since the bodies had been left unidentifiable, Pierrot Masque would essentially look like a normal person, with nothing to distinguish him. The mirror was powerful, but it was not all-powerful. It informed Desir that the incident had occurred, but he had no information on the victims or the killer, just how they died and what actions the locals had taken to investigate. In the end, identifying the victims would be an incredibly arduous task that would take a lot of time. I guess we'll have to figure out each of the 13 identities and do our best to track any sightings of each of them. Desir felt his head throbbing as he spoke. It would be an extremely obnoxious task, but that was not the biggest problem. If we take too long, or he realizes that we're onto him, he'll just disguise himself as someone else. We could end up tracking mutilated bodies for months. If we don't hurry up, we'll never find him. Desir, I think I have some good news. Zod spoke as he approached the artifact. When he put his hand on the mirror, specific information about another incident was displayed in the artifact. It pertained to the murder of an Allied Forces soldier shortly after the Pittsburgh showdown, even though everything had long concluded there. It was obvious that Pierrot Masque must have disguised himself as the soldier. As soon as I learned this information, I put together an investigation to determine who Pierrot Masque disguised himself as. Identifying the victim would not be particularly hard, as the supposedly dead soldier would not reappear after others had seen him fall in battle. But since Pierrot Masque was already assumed to be disguised as one of the new 13 victims, knowing who he was 3 weeks ago wouldn't help them now. Still, Desir listened attentively. Zod was not one to tell unnecessary stories. Did you find anything? Look at this. When Zod operated the artifact, the marked information shifted and marked the timing of the murder in Audenia. That murder was 7 days ago, right? Yes, but more notably, that wasn't long after I discovered the identity of the soldier. Desir noticed what Zod was trying to say. Are you saying that information is leaking from our side? Maybe. It may be a mere coincidence, but we shouldn't dismiss it as such. Zod kept on talking. I think Pierrot Masque is more dangerous than Skull Masque. His movements are never accidental. It might have been a premeditated move to betray Skull Masque and steal the power source. If there was a traitor inside the Allied forces, as you are assuming, Tower Master, and the traitor was cooperating with Pierrot Masque, he would have listened to everything happening inside the Allied forces and the outsiders. Every move he made would have been based on that information. Desir could not help thinking that the war between the Kingdom of Divide and the Allied forces might have been controlled by an invisible hand from the start. If the worst ended up being true, he might be more of a threat than a Skull Masque, just as Zod said. If such a traitor really exists inside, who are they? They couldn't rule out the possibility that Pierrot Masque might be disguised just like he did as the King of Divide, Kalora Valdersh. With the precedent set in Divide, there was no guarantee that other countries would be able to fare better. Most of all, if there was a Pierrot Masque collaborator who betrayed the Allied forces, they could not rule out the possibility that it was one of their trusted comrades, those who had fought right alongside them. Thinking so, his thoughts gradually became more and more disordered. The more he thought, the worse his state of mind became. Let's calm down. Desir mentally retorted such, but it was not easy. Anxiety swelled up inside him. You don't have to jump to conclusions. Zod spoke while grasping Desir's fist, which was trembling fiercely. It might just be a coincidence. We need to assume the worst, but we can't let it cloud our vision. The hand that held his was rough, but firm and warm. He could feel the anxiety rising in his heart slowly begin to melt away at once, the warm hand melting the glacier that had unknowingly formed in his heart. One step at a time. First, let's find out who Pierrot Masque has changed his identity to. Okay. Realizing that Desir had immediately jumped to the worst situation, and his mind had consumed itself with the task of discovering who, Zod immediately rushed to calm Desir down. Zod had always been like this, even in Desir's previous life. He was Desir's rock, the one who would support him in his times of need. That was why Desir trusted Zod more than anyone else. Desir felt grateful for the fact that Zod was by his side. Well, that's enough of the heavy talk. Zod changed the subject when he seemed to calm down to some extent. I have some good news. Actually, I only dropped by to share this. Zod's eyes changed. The wise eyes, which seemed to encompass everything, were nowhere to be found, and the eyes of an excitable child appeared within a moment. Here we go again. As an engineer, he used to show such eyes when he was discussing things that interested him. No matter how much time passed, Zod Exarian was a reliable constant. Thinking so, Desir opened his mouth. You must have found something. I discovered two important things. First, I've decrypted another artifact from Skull Mask's collection. Zod pulled something out of his dimensional pocket. It was an eyeball-shaped necklace. Desir remembered the artifact. Some of the other artifacts were not yet usable because they had yet to be identified, but that was because additional protections hung over them. He was not as much use in decrypting them, contrary to what one might expect from the formidable anti-mage capable of unraveling any spell used before him. Unlocking and figuring out these artifacts was tedious, time-consuming work. It would take a considerable amount of time before these artifacts could become usable. It was clear that Skull Mask took the security of all of his artifacts seriously, as he had deployed powerful protection on most of them. Desir recalled that this artifact specifically had incredibly powerful protection placed upon it. What kind of artifact was it? I'd rather let you see it firsthand than try to explain it. Desir gestured at the surrounding experimental tools. Right here, right now? At this exaggerated motion, Zod shrugged as if it were nothing. It's not an offensive artifact, don't worry about the lab. I know how much this space means to you. I wouldn't try to damage it. Desir was reassured and received and donned the artifact. Zod calmly taught him how to use it. The process was so complicated that he had to concentrate and try hard not to miss Zod's words. And turn the ruby-colored gem at the center of the eyeball 3 times. The moment he finished operating it, he felt his vision dimming. When he opened his closed eyes again, he found himself sitting in a white space where nothing existed. It was a space with no end in sight. Desir looked at his neck. The artifact he was wearing had already disappeared. Welcome to Access. It was a familiar voice. There was no way he did not K. The tone was clearly the same, but there was a difference. If the voice he heard before could be considered dull, then he could feel overwhelming vitality coming from it now. He wandered around the empty white space and soon identified the source of the voice. A girl with hair long enough that it brushed the floor was staring at him. Desir noticed at a glance that the girl was not an ordinary human being. Her appearance was by no means ordinary. Tens of thousands of circuits were reflected over the fabric of her black dress, and above all, her neck and calves that were revealed were heavily inscribed with letters presumed to be runes. Desir cautiously threw a question at this being. Who are you, and what is this place here? The girl spoke in a rather lively voice. I'm Lunia, Artemis's assistant. This is a virtual space created to access the system, and you can also access Lunia's stored information. Artemis's assistant. Access the system. Stored information. The words did not make much sense, but Desir could see that this artifact had a lot more to it than he initially thought. He decided to grasp the incomprehensible things one by one. What is the system, and what do you mean this place was made to access it? Artemis. This was the name of the religious group to which Priscilla, revered as a saint, belonged, and the name of the goddess that they believed in. Desir questioned the words system and connection that he knew was not associated with Artemis. Artificial reality timespaces for endlessly maintaining the ideal scenario, commonly known as Artemis, ARTEMIS systems. What? The rapid-fire answer left Desir even more confused. Artemis systems are an artificial intelligence, capable of reproducing the past and allowing those that enter the opportunity to make the changes necessary for the prosperity of all intelligent life. Accessing the system means gaining the authority to change history. Desir's eyes were momentarily struck with consternation. Reproducing the past and turning it into a correct one? Reproducing history. Obviously, this was related to the shadow worlds, and what Lunia was saying was not new to Desir. Using shadow worlds to reshape history, that was Skull Mask's goal. Desir looked at Lunia in front of him. The artifact that he now operated was an artifact should have been single-handedly capable of bringing Skull Mask's plan to fruition. That meant only one thing. Is this artifact central to Skull Mask's plan itself? Desir expected that he would be able to get information from Lunia. He had wanted to get more from Skull Mask, but that unfortunately was not possible after his death. Lunia, do you also have information on whether a natural reproduction of the past occurs in the present era? Skull Mask had succeeded in artificially creating shadow worlds, but normally, shadow worlds are a natural disaster that occur every year at the same time. Up until now, no one had figured out why this was the case. It was now clear that Skull Mask had used this artifact to obtain information about the existing shadow worlds in order to artificially create his own versions of them. If Desir could get a hold of that information, it might be possible to prevent future shadow worlds from plaguing the world. He couldn't hide his excitement at the thought of suddenly obtaining such unexpected information. Oh, but no matter how long he waited, there was no answer. Lunia, who has been answering questions so far, chewed her lips and hesitated, before belatedly answering. I believe that I have no choice but to implement the history reproduction function to provide answers to that question. I will now utilize historical reproduction. Please do not be alarmed by the changes to our environment. As soon as Lunia finished speaking, the landscape began to appear on top of this space that had, up until then, been an endless void of white. The view that Desir was confronted with was a myriad of bright colors. It was a landscape that was very familiar to Desir. Fry Noble. What he saw was the city in its original form. It was dazzlingly beautiful and clear, totally unlike the destroyed version from his previous life. This was the place where they defeated the Dragon of Destruction. It was certainly Fry Noble. This is an age now long gone from the memory of mankind. The human race of that time enjoyed abundance and prosperity while living in harmony with various species. The city before Desir was one that was hundreds of years more advanced than the civilization of today, perhaps even thousands. Among the citizens were other creatures, mysterious in ways Desir could not quite place. Something about them was unnatural, but they certainly were not human. The reason why their civilization has developed this much is because of their power to reform history, the Artemis system. I expected it, but it's amazing to see it like this. When Desir saw Fry Noble in the Shadow Labyrinth in his previous life, he had assumed that there would be an era of great civilization in ancient times. Though he knew it must have existed, seeing it in person was something else altogether. That was not the only thing that surprised him, though. And I didn't know that crazy idea started that long ago. Creating and using artificial shadow worlds to reorganize history did not originate with Skull Mask. They used the Artemis system to achieve everything they wanted. By correcting past mistakes, they made the history that they wanted, and as a result, they were able to achieve a highly developed civilization. There is no human being who can always make the right choice. Everyone makes mistakes, fails, and tries to succeed using their growth as a stepping stone. But such efforts were not necessary if the past could be changed. You could make mistakes and you could then make those mistakes disappear. Their mistakes were corrected. This was why they could reach such heights. But how do they know which future is right or wrong? It was pointless to reform history if it was not judged properly. Artemis, Lunia answered. While Artemis allows the reshaping of history, at the same time it draws and guides the intelligent species to the most ideal future, taking into account the near-infinite number of variables, including the current number and societal status of intelligent life and future technological advances, to derive and guide. Recalling the numerous shadow worlds he had completed, Desir realized that the quests given in the shadow worlds were ultimately the best result for humanity every time. This was the power of the system called Artemis. Does this mean that the goddess Artemis, whom Skull Mask spoke of, is the judge? Desir was looking at the sight presented to him while his forehead creased, and soon realized one thing. I know why you're showing this to me. The Artemis system has something to do with the indiscriminate appearance of the past in our world, doesn't it? Yes, the reenactment of human history now occurring every year in the world is due to the Artemis system. Only then did Desir know why Lunia struggled to answer his question. The premise of the question itself was wrong. In short, all shadow worlds occurred under the control of the Artemis system, and naturally occurring shadow worlds did not exist at all. But surely there was a difference. There's something I don't understand. Desir arranged his thoughts before continuing. The reenactment of Artemis history is to reshape the past. But there has never been a case of such a result from shadow worlds influencing the present era. Why is that? Because the Artemis system has suffered significant functional damage. Boom! The scenery before him radically changed. A huge explosion and shockwave followed along with the screams of countless people. The highly civilized city collapsed in a moment and began to change into the barren hellscape that Desir had originally remembered. Was it Artemis's error? Or did God really exist to punish their arrogance? No one knew. Not even Artemis. They thought they had achieved what they had long sought, reaching the realm of God. This illusion was the beginning of all the problems. Several landscapes passed before Desir's eyes. Dade Newt. The golden sea turned black, and magma began rising to the surface. The ground was aflame. The sky was covered with ash. The beast of Revelation. A flash of light covered the world, and lightning struck the ground. Everything that existed on the ground turned to ashes without leaving a trace. In addition, various landscapes passed by, and different monsters appeared in the landscape. They were all monsters that existed in Desir's memory. And among them was a particularly eye-catching monster. Napolitan, the dragon of destruction, the final boss of the Shadow Labyrinth. The meteor-rank dragon of destruction, Boromir Napolitan. The giant dragon destroyed mankind with a torrent of draconic spells that could not be fought back with the power of mankind. A single appearance from any one of these would spell the end for mankind, but dozens of such monsters appeared at the same time and began to attack humanity. Artemis tried to lead everyone to the best future. But no matter what choice they make, no matter how hard they struggle, the consequences of the destruction of their civilization have not changed. It was impossible to prevent the fall of civilization. At last, even Fry Noble, the final stronghold of mankind, collapsed, and civilization, which boasted that it had reached the realm of God, was literally reduced to ashes and scattered. The Artemis system recorded this as the biggest collapse point of humanity. The landscape continued to change, never ending. Civilization has been destroyed, but a small number of humans have sought a way to survive. Civilizations had risen from the ashes and eventually fell and returned to dust. But there were always people who survived. After the monsters disappeared, these survivors moved to take back the shining era they had achieved. Desir could find a familiar face among them. He spotted Skull Mask. So that was his story, the ideal that Skull Mask talked about. That was exactly what it meant from the perspective of people from his era. The creatures that destroyed civilization disappeared, and mankind regained peace. But there was one problem. Desir sensed that this was the answer to his question. Artemis was damaged, and now it's stuck in a loop. It's continually repeating its calculations, trying to reach a future that is now impossible. No matter how hard it calculates to avoid that biggest collapse, it is unable to create a future that does not exist. But Artemis did not stop. Even now, it continues to recreate the past, trying to create a new series of events capable of bringing new possibilities, all to find a single future for a civilization that is long dead. And that was the identity of the shadow worlds that appear in the world. Zod put down his teacup, his face wrapped in a playful smile. The eyeball-shaped necklace around his neck was shedding a faint tear. He must be quite embarrassed by now. Zod did not have difficulty understanding Desir's feelings, because he was also quite shocked after sharing the same experience. It's going to be a delightful debate. Discuss the missing history, knowledge that had been left completely unrecorded. It would have been a perfect pleasure for a magician who regarded knowledge as happiness. Someone knocked on the door of the lab while he was laughing with anticipation. Zod only knew one person who knocked like that. "Oh, it's you. Come in." Zod welcomed the man who came in with a bright light. "What makes you drop in out of the blue? If you had contacted me in advance, I would have handled everything." Zod's expression suddenly hardened. Something was strange. There was no way that person had come here, and there was no report that they were going to arrive. But the moment he made the realization, it was too late. Zod tried to move, but the presence in front of him was a step ahead. Artemis created shadow worlds in order to reshape the past. However, even if a shadow world was cleared, reality was left unchanged. It only showed the best possible path for a given historical event. Desir had learned why shadow worlds were still being created, but why was the past not changing? After the collapse, the Artemis system was severely damaged. Not all of its components are functioning as intended. Even if Desir didn't know every aspect of the Artemis system, he was able to find the answer to his question. So the function of reproducing past historical events remains, but the power to reshape the past has been lost? Lunia nodded. Desir spoke after a moment of thought. Then, is the erosion that occurs when a shadow world is unsuccessfully cleared also because of that? Yes, that is right. So that's what happened. Artemis had the ability to recreate past events, allowing humans to alter them under its guidance, and then implant the newly created scenario into reality. However, no matter how brilliant the ancient human race was, it was impossible for them to clear every single shadow world perfectly. They must have had the ability to retry or otherwise deal with shadow worlds that they failed. Artemis was an artificial system that was driven by man to all extent and purposes. There must have been a function for the inevitably of failing a shadow world. However, this function must have also been lost at the time of the biggest collapse, as was the function to actualize the changed history. Since then, failing to clear shadow worlds would now cause erosion. It would have been better if Artemis had lost all function. At least then, people would not have suffered under the shadow worlds. The Artemis system was a powerful tool, but it had ultimately caused mankind's downfall. It had no greater intelligence, only capable of recreating history in an attempt to aid humanity, unable to recognize the negative impact the system was having on the world. I understand Skull Mask's actions now. This was why Skull Mask could not bring his plan to fruition, even though he possessed an artifact that could directly access the Artemis system. It would not have been possible to fully implement any plan without solving Artemis's loss of functionality. And his solution must have been using those giant towers to replenish it somehow. Was this enough to answer your questions? That's enough. Schwim. When Desir answered with a nod, the surrounding scenery began to dissipate. In time, the surrounding landscape reverted back to the endless void of white space, just like what he saw upon first arriving here. I've gotten a considerable amount of information from this. Desir had discovered the origins of the shadow worlds, and he had a new goal. Maybe we can get rid of the shadow worlds entirely. Until now, the entire human race had no choice but to watch this disaster helplessly because they had no idea why or how the shadow worlds occurred. But he finally found out the secret behind it all. After all, the shadow worlds were created by the Artemis system. If only he could control or stop Artemis, he could completely solve the problem caused by the appearance of shadow worlds. And of those two methods, Desir thought he should take the latter. Artemis was created to aid and develop mankind, but eventually threatened humanity and drove it to destruction. Unless they could tell when it would cause trouble again, the more certain option was to destroy it. Above all, if such enormous power was to be abused, there would be no turning back. Second and third skull masks may appear. The idea was solidified all the more because he had already seen the existence that had been destroyed using it. But he could not put anything into action right away. If I could control this, if only the Artemis system could be controlled properly, it could be used to immense effect in helping mankind. In addition, it may also be possible to even use it to restore the eroded territory. Even though destroying the system was a straightforward choice, it was hard to give up all the boons reconstruction would bring. If fixing the system was even possible. For now, I should talk with Zod. It was not a matter that he could decide by himself. Desir decided to talk to Zod and decide on his course of action. Lunia, what am I supposed to do to get out of here? You just need to think that you want to leave, and then you'll return to the place you left the necklace. Desir nodded, and as he tried to go outside, he realized one thing. I never introduced myself. My name is Desir Arman. Lunia, you've been a great help. Lunia smiled gently and lifted the end of her skirt slightly. I look forward to seeing you again, Mr. Desir. We'll see you again soon. After all, he would need to come back in order to access Artemis, whether that was to destroy it or repair it. Desir closed his eyes at the end of the farewell, and after a moment his body was enveloped in a dazzling light and disappeared. Lunia stared at the place where Desir had disappeared for a long time. Zod, I need to talk to. Desir's words died in his mouth. The scene in front of him. He had used the artifact while in his lab inside the tower, so he expected to reappear there. But the place where he opened his eyes betrayed his expectations. He was standing in front of a teleportation gate. What the hell is going on? A murmur came to Desir's ear. When he turned his eyes, there were numerous magicians around him. Desir, who recognized many of the people present, quickly realized that something had gone wrong. The magicians of the tower were all terrified, and most of them were injured. Most notable was the distinct feeling in the air, or rather, the lack thereof. With this many powerful magicians gathered, he should have been able to feel a strong flow of mana, but the surroundings were no different than if they were ordinary people. Was there a battle in the tower while I was gone? Desir, who could see the magician's countless injuries and exhaustion, had easily come to the most logical conclusion, but it did not seem plausible. After the disappearance of Skull Mask, the outsiders had finally been wiped out, and there was no other force worthy of starting a war. The magic tower was where the greatest magicians on the continent gathered. Even if they could be defeated in direct combat, the magic tower was extremely secure and housed powerful weapons. Sieging it head-on was an act only a madman would consider. But he could not think of any other possibility when faced with the groans and injuries of his fellow mages. You're finally out. A man approached Desir. It was the second tower master, Hephaestus. He too was covered in wounds. There was a mixture of misery in his deeply sunken eyes. Desir asked urgently, "What the hell happened?" To the question, Hephaestus handed something to Desir. It was the eyeball-shaped necklace. "Why do you have?" "The tower has been attacked." Hephaestus's expression was dead serious. There was no reason for him to tell such a lie to Desir in the first place. As he guessed, the tower really had been attacked. Desir looked around. Did the main tower fall? Hephaestus shook his head with a miserable look.
Impossible.
It was hard enough to believe that someone had actually attacked the Altia Tower. But they were defeated? Desir's confusion began to take a sinister form. Who the hell? No, more importantly, for what reason? His expression was distorted. Why didn't you call me? Desir had been in the artifact for less than an hour. A mere hour. Desi.